World's Best Martial Artist Chapter 503 to Chapter 529. Jokes aside, Old Wang stripped naked and prepared to cross the river. Fang Ping was also very nervous. His judgment wasn't completely baseless. However, it was his first time coming to the Forbidden Sea, and he still had to cross the river. If he made a wrong judgment, he would really die. Rank 7 and 8 died instantly. Old Wang might not be as tough as them. At this moment, Fang Ping's palms were also sweating. He looked at Wang Jinyang and said, "Be careful, forget it. There's no use being careful. You still have to die." "Shut up." Wang Jinyang's face darkened. "If you dare to speak again, I'll beat you to death." "Old Wang, don't be like this." "Oh right, do you have any last words?" Wang Jinyang glanced at him. After a while, he humphed. "I'm really going to die. I'll do it again in a few thousand years." "That's if you're not lying to me." Fang Ping was speechless. He said dryly, "If you die in the catacombs, you might not be resurrected." Wang Jinyang's gaze changed. He said in an extremely unfriendly tone, "Didn't you say that we only died when we fought them in the catacombs?" Fang Ping said blankly, "Is that so?" "Humph." Wang Jinyang really wanted to chop someone up. "Mother asterisk cur, you said it yourself. Did you forget?" Now he was sure that this B asterisk starred might have been lying to him from the beginning. He still remembered that Fang Ping had told him for the first time that these people had died fighting with the catacombs powerhouses back then. Of course, this fellow did not say where he died. But this was not important. What was important was that this bastard Fang Ping was probably lying to him. It was only in the catacombs, in the Forbidden Sea tributary. Otherwise, he really wanted to fight this fellow to the death. "I'm starting to believe it. You're actually F asterisk king lying to me now." Wang Jinyang could not stop cursing in his heart. He was really about to explode from anger because of this bastard. If he knew this would happen, he would have strangled this bastard 2 years ago. Fang Ping coughed softly. He shook his head and said softly, "Maybe I can resurrect too. But who knows what will happen in a few thousand years. People of our generation only live in this generation. We only fight in this generation. Old Wang, don't die for real." "I didn't die this time. We'll settle the score when we get back." Wang Jinyang cursed in a low voice. He didn't walk to the place where Rose King and the others had crossed the river. He continued to walk forward for a distance before he held his breath and started to walk on air. The moment he stepped into the air, Fang Ping began to pick up stones and shoot them everywhere. Bang, bang, bang. Tentacles and claws kept rising from the surface of the water. Fang Ping could not help but curse under his breath. These rank 9 monsters were so free, to think that he still had the mind to keep watch. Who would care if an ant crawled over a rank 9 from another family? These fellows, on the other hand, were all smashed to smithereens. Even though Fang Ping was speechless, he continued to toss rocks. The demonic beasts did not come out of the water and continued to attack. After throwing it over 100 times in a row, the opponent finally stopped attacking. Fang Ping was stunned. At this moment, he threw the stone again, but the other party stopped attacking. Fang Ping was shooting in all directions, not at Old Wang's side. However, Wang Jinyang also knew his purpose. At this moment, Wang Jinyang was also stunned for a moment, then turned around to look at Fang Ping. "What the F asterisk CK? That works too." After losing so many items, these rank 9 beasts actually went on strike. Fang Ping blinked and continued throwing stones. There was no movement. Still throwing, there was no movement. Continue throwing, there was still no movement. As for Wang Jinyang, at this moment, he was almost at the other side of the river, completely ignored by the demons. When he was about to reach the other side of the river, Fang Ping also began to move, stepping into the air and heading to the other side. As for Old Wang, after waiting for a moment, moved forward again, soon reaching the other side. As soon as he landed, Wang Jinyang also copied Fang Ping and began to throw stones. There was no movement, there was no movement. When Fang Ping arrived safely, the two of them looked at each other. After a while, Fang Ping said dryly, Say, if we lose too many people or beasts, will we end up like this too?" Both of them did not expect the process of crossing the river to be so easy. Those rank 9 monsters actually went on strike. Wang Jinyang shook his head. How would he know? Moreover, the stones were, after all, inanimate objects. Maybe they were alive, and the other party would keep attacking. Fang Ping rubbed his chin and said in a low voice, next time, I'll try to catch a few hundred catacombs martial artists to throw. Maybe, it really works. If that's the case, you guys can still cross the river even without me. Wang Jinyang said tiredly, once is enough. He did not want to do it a second time. Fang Ping grinned and said, that might not be the case. To be honest, sometimes things don't go your way. Maybe next time, you'll really cross the river alone? That's why you still need to master these experiences. Now, it seems that these rank 9 monsters at the bottom of the sea are like idiots. They might not be that scary. Those people from Rose City are a little stupid. Maybe, if I catch some monsters and feed them, the other party won't attack again? Or, if I just cross the river quietly and don't make such a big commotion, the other party might not attack. I think, maybe it's because of their habitual thinking. These guys know that there are monsters here, so they're afraid and worried, so they just want to cross the river by force. If you fly over directly, these monsters at the bottom of the sea might not attack. They're screaming and shooting. The commotion is too big, disturbing people's rest. If I don't attack them, who else should I attack? Wang Jinyang could not stand him anymore. He said with a headache, no matter what, now that we're here, can you return my clothes? Also, why didn't you take off your underwear? Fang Ping grinned and said, my underwear is tight, it's fine. Wang Jinyang was so angry he was about to vomit blood. He growled, give me my clothes first. It's a pity that the phone is useless after coming in, otherwise, Fang Ping really wanted to take a picture. This was a rare feat if he took a picture later, whether he blackmailed old Wang, threatened him, or sold it to his admirers, it would be a huge sum of money. The higher old Wang's achievements, the more valuable he would be. The prerequisite was that he was stronger than him. Otherwise, he would be finished if he was beaten to death. Fang Ping. I want to kill you. Wang Jinyang was about to explode. Fang Ping quickly took out his clothes and grinned. Relieve some pressure. Also, don't shout. If Rose City Lord doesn't run far, we'll both be finished. Wang Jinyang cursed while putting on his clothes, you know it's dangerous and you still have the time to talk nonsense. I'm just nervous. Fang Ping exhaled deeply, then laughed. I'm really a little nervous. We're moving around under the nose of so many rank 9s. It's driving me crazy. Old Wang, when we go back this time, I won't be escaping from a rank 9. Look, how many rank 9s did we encounter? A bunch. We're not dead yet. Tell me, aren't we awesome? Cut the crap. Wang Jinyang put on his clothes, ignoring him. He looked around and said with a serious expression, can you feel it? Yes, dead silence. There's no movement at all. It's like there's no life. Fang Ping felt it. On the other side of the river, it was dead silence. There was no life at all, it was not a feeling. There was no life at all. There were trees here, but it was like there was no life. It was lifeless. Are we at the bounded zone now? Where's the sealed zone? There was a forest in front. It was eerie and looked a little scary. Fang Ping sensed it and suddenly frowned. Old Wang, there's no energy. Wang Jinyang sensed it too. His expression changed instantly. He said in disbelief, how can this be? He could not sense the existence of any energy here. What if my vitality or energy is depleted? Fang Ping did not speak. He turned to look at the Forbidden Sea and said in a low voice, there's energy on the other side, but not here. Tell me, what's going on? It's like it's separated into 2 worlds. Is it because the Forbidden Sea can't transfer energy over, or is it because of the space-time rift in the sky? If it's the Forbidden Sea, does that mean that there's no energy in the Forbidden Sea area? Where did the energy go? As he said that, Fang Ping glanced at the seawater and said in a low voice, could it be that the seawater of the Forbidden Sea actually has the effect of absorbing energy? Old Wang, has anyone been active in the Forbidden Sea before? I mean the coastal area. Wang Jinyang said in a low voice, I don't know. Since the day we entered the catacombs, everyone told us not to go to the seaside. Don't go to the sea. It's extremely dangerous. In addition, the catacombs martial artists don't go to the seaside. There's nothing good there, so we usually don't go there. Of course, there are actually people who go there. Some people even catch some sea creatures by the seaside as food. But they are all in the area near the shore. I really don't know if there are people who actually walk on the sea. If that's the case, you can't confirm the reason for the disappearance of energy. Fang Ping said in his sleep, if that's the case, once everyone's energy reserves are depleted, they'll have to rely on their physiques to fight? Yes, but even if they rely on their physiques, powerhouses of this rank, especially a rank 8 golden body, are still incomparably powerful. They can easily tear you and me apart with their physiques alone. Don't you dare come up with any devious ideas. Fang Ping shook his head and said softly, I'm not talking about this. I know how powerful a rank 8 golden body is. After all, I have golden bones too. I'm saying that if vitality and energy force are depleted and can't be recovered, then what about mentality? Actually, what I'm most afraid of is still a high-ranked powerhouse's mentality. On one hand, the range of observation is too wide. On the other hand, it's too sharp. If they don't have mentality, then a high-ranked powerhouse will only have some instinctive reactions at most. In this way, we can conceal our aura. Even if we get close to them, they might not be able to detect us. At the thought of this, Fang Ping suddenly unleashed his mentality, followed by a small self-explosion. Wang Jinyang was speechless. He could not see it, but he could feel the faint vibration coming from the void. How willful, Motherf *Ker, he exploded just like that. Did his mentality cost nothing? Fang Ping, on the other hand, self-exploded a little mentality. Then, he kept looking at the data and said softly, let's wait for a while. I'll do an experiment. Test whether mentality can recover? Yes. Wang Jinyang did not say much. The first batch of people had arrived here for more than a month. There was no use in rushing now. They still had to be careful of encountering Rose King in front. Waiting was good. After waiting for more than half an hour, the sky was almost bright. Fang Ping's gaze was a little strange. He said, no. Mentality was actually recovering automatically, although the speed was very slow. But after such a long time, Mach 1 would recover eventually, right? In the end, it did not. Fang Ping's throat moved. He said in a low voice, this is getting interesting. Could it be that the bounded zone is like this? No, isn't this the sealed realm that Qin Fengqing mentioned? I've always thought that the sealed realm is something like a mentality barrier. Could it be that it isn't, or is this not the sealed realm, but this place is a little special because of the Forbidden Sea tributary? Fang Ping had a slight headache. He could not figure it out for a while. He did not care about this anymore. Fang Ping thought for a while and began to recover using his wealth to recover his vitality and mentality. He wanted to see if the system would be affected. Very soon, the changes in the data let Fang Ping know that the system was really awesome. It was not affected at all. Wealth, 112 billion, convert, vitality, 7,088 calories, 7,088 calories, mentality, 933 Hz, 933 Hz, bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%, storage space, 50 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 10,000 wealth/minute, plus, aura simulation, 100,000 wealth/minute, plus. After looking at the data for a while, Fang Ping looked at his slightly exposed golden bones. He looked at Wang Jinyang and said, Old Wang, if a rank 8 powerhouse really runs out of energy and can't recover, can I fight them to the end with just this skeleton? A rank 8 golden body was actually much stronger than his golden bones alone. Moreover, Fang Ping's golden bones were actually not complete. The skull bone marrow had not been honed. However, other than the skull, Fang Ping's other golden bones were all genuine golden bones. Wang Jinyang really wanted to curse. He growled, even if your bones are strong, you won't survive if your internal organs are smashed. A golden body powerhouse's strength lies in their whole body. It's not something that your skeleton can compare to. That's hard to say. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. A skeleton is a skeleton. What about celestiality? If the other party doesn't have celestiality, he might not be able to kill me just by relying on his body. Of course, it's hard to say if he can kill you. The bounded domain is a little interesting. However, this might not be the bounded domain because, according to Qin Fengqing, the bounded domain is known as the real immortal world. The energy concentration is extremely high. There are good things everywhere. It's not like this, Wang Jinyang nodded. This might not be the bounded domain. At least we haven't seen the sealed domain that Qin Fengqing mentioned. This might not be the sealed domain either. Also, I thought that absolute centipede's fall was because of the Forbidden Sea, but now it seems that it might not be the case. Could such a small tributary cause absolute centipede's fall? If even the Rose City Lord could come here, then he must not have fallen here. Otherwise, everyone would not need to go to the bounded domain to snatch the corpse. Absolute centipede's corpse, where is it? Is it in the real bounded domain? Why did the elder ancestor of Star City come to the bounded domain? Crossing boundaries? If it's crossing boundaries, it should be possible to go through Mount Royal Sea, right? Why did he want to go through the bounded domain to cross boundaries? Or is it that the other party didn't come to cross boundaries, but for the bounded domain? At this moment, Wang Jinyang was also full of doubts. Fang Ping laughed. There's no use guessing. We're missing a lot of crucial information. If the other party refuses to tell us, then we'll look for it ourselves. He had not finished speaking when Wang Jinyang suddenly coughed dryly. Fang Ping, this time we're here to look for my teacher. Let's talk about exploring secrets later. Don't delay the important matter. He was almost led astray by Fang Ping. Why did both of us risk our lives to come here? To look for someone. Why did he think so much? Once he found his teacher, regardless of life or death, one look was enough to make him give up completely. As for the absolute centipede's corpse and the bounded domain's secrets, these had nothing to do with him. His ability was only rank 5. Why were they in such a hurry? The rank 9 were fighting for these things. Were they going to get themselves killed by getting involved? Fang Ping heard that and said seriously, that makes sense. Looking for talents is the main objective. The rest are just minor details. Wang Jinyang heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he heard Fang Ping say again, Rose King has life essence. The most important thing is that there's also the rank 9 divine weapon longsword. If we get our hands on it, Fang Ping. Wang Jinyang's voice became shrill. Motherf asterisk Ker, I shouldn't have gone to the catacombs with you. I can't stand this agitation anymore. Seeing that the calm old Wang was about to change shape from anger, Fang Ping shrugged. I was just saying it. Do I really have to rob a rank 9? Old Wang is overthinking. I'm just saying it for fun. I said I want to kill the absolute centipede, and I'm really going to kill the absolute centipede? He was just joking. Old Wang, this fellow, was very serious. He was still young, but he was like an old antique. No, he was an antique from the start. At the same time, both of them arrived at the border of the bounded domain. The border of the Forbidden Sea. Qin Fengqing's mouth was agape. He looked at Li Hansong with a dazed expression. After a long time, Qin Fengqing stammered, Tai. Tai too. Li Hansong furrowed his brows and said nothing. Qin Fengqing gulped, stuttering, Tai too, are we brothers? What are you trying to say? Open the door. Qin Fengqing was going crazy. He said agitatedly, Motherf asterisk Ker, the life gate of your Xianxia gate is sealed. It's sealed. I saw it. The moment I dragged it out, I saw it. There's something inside the sealed life gate. Really, when I dragged it out, I opened it for a while. There's really something inside. Tai too. It looks like a storage ring. No, it might be a divine weapon. That's not it either. Never mind, it's definitely something good. F asterisk CK, you're really an old antique who has come back to life. You actually left a backup plan for yourself. Not only did the Xianxia gate automatically seal a door, but you can also put things inside. What can be stored inside the Xianxia gate? Tai too, open the door quickly. Qin Fengqing was so excited he was about to go crazy. Although it did not belong to him, it belonged to Tai too. They were brothers in this life. There was no need to differentiate between them. Even if Tai Tu did not give it to him, it was not a bad idea to broaden his horizons. Maybe Tai Tu felt pity for him. He was a big shot in his past life and saved up dozens of rank 9 divine weapons. Maybe he just threw a few to him. Both of them walked along the edge of the forbidden seaside. Although it was relatively peaceful, danger was everywhere. Just now, a rank 6 monster suddenly jumped out of the water. It did not hide in the water like Fang Ping did. Instead, it jumped out directly. Both of them fought for a long time and finally got rid of the other party. As for Li Hansong, he was already on the verge of breaking through the realm. After a battle, the Sanjiao Gate unexpectedly appeared too. Not only did this guy's Sanjiao Gate appear 3 times at once, but the key point was that the life gate actually sealed itself. Qin Fengqing was stunned. There was someone else whose Sanjiao Gate sealed itself. Did this not mean that this guy had entered middle stage rank 6 directly, surpassing Fang Ping? Or could he skip upper stage rank 6 and enter peak rank 6 directly from middle stage rank 6? After all, the life gate was the last sealed door. No matter what, a naturally sealed Sanjiao Gate was big news in the first place. The bigger news was that when it appeared from another space earlier, the door was slightly transparent. Qin Fengqing really saw something in the door. As for what it was exactly, it was faintly discernible. He did not see it. But he was sure that there was definitely something. Li Hansong saw him jumping up and down and said exasperatedly, "Stop it. It's not safe here. Besides, there's no way to open the door." "No way to open it?" "Duh." Li Hansong frowned. "I've tried. I can't open the door. I can't even open it on my own. Maybe I have to wait until I reach rank 7 and my mentality materializes. Then, I can push this door and open the door." F***CK. Qin Fengqing looked gloomy. "Doesn't that mean I've wasted my efforts?" F***CK off. Li Hansong was so angry that he almost laughed. He was speechless. "I've achieved rank 6. I've even automatically sealed 1 Sanjiao Gate. Is this considered a waste of effort? As long as I seal 2 doors, I'll be peak rank 6. Is this considered a waste of effort? Kid, you can't bear to see me do well?" "No," Qin Fengqing sighed weakly. "The point is, based on our situation, there's not much difference between rank 5 and rank 6. If you can open the door and use some killer moves, you might be able to kill rank 7 or 8. That would be useful, right?" Li Hansong ignored him. He put away the Sanjiao Gate and asked suddenly, "Fang Ping, has his life gate been sealed?" "No. I knew that guy was a big liar." Qin Fengqing humphed. "When his Sanjiao Gate appeared, I was watching from the side. It's normal that the life gate isn't sealed." Li Hansong mumbled, "It's hard to say." "Say, did he activate the life gate long ago?" "Then, he got some things. For example, his storage ring? Otherwise, the world is so big. Where is he going to find a storage ring? Is there such a coincidence that he managed to find it? Say, do you think that this guy still has a divine weapon hidden on him? Also, he had unlimited vitality and mentality a long time ago." Qin Fengqing, say, do you think that he could communicate with the Sanjiao Gate a long time ago? If that's the case, then his vitality and mentality can be explained. Maybe his Sanjiao Gate has always been sealed, but he opened it on purpose. That's why there was a change at that time. This guy might have started to recover when he was rank 1. As soon as this speculation came out, Qin Fengqing was stunned for a moment. After a while, he said that, "It seems like this kid didn't really ask for resources a long time ago. He used to earn credits, buy pills, and then sell them. After selling the money, he started a lousy company. I don't know what it's for. Actually, everyone has noticed before that when he buys pills, he usually doesn't buy those vitality pills or the like. He only buys those pills that can quickly hone the body." As Qin Fengqing spoke, he murmured, "This kid, could it be that he got his hands on a storage ring a long time ago? There are pills for cultivation inside. So, when he sells pills later, he's actually pretending to be poor. To make it seem like he has no money? If that's the case, this kid is really sinister." As they spoke, both of them looked at each other and nodded. It was indeed very sinister. Li Hansong whispered, that guy might know some top secrets that he didn't say. Is he worried that we're not strong enough and can't handle it? Or this guy was actually our old enemy in the past? Like what you said, he was actually our little brother in the past. After all, according to his own words, the stronger the ability, the slower the recovery. Fang Ping had awakened so early. Did that mean that the kid was extremely weak? Maybe he was a rank 7 in his past life, maybe he was just sweeping the latrine for them? However, this kid is a little sinister. Maybe he's like a dog-head advisor, the one who gave advice to them, yet his ability was average. At this moment, many thoughts flashed across Li Hansong's mind. He murmured, maybe I'm his master. Old Qin, don't you think so? You must be. Then you're related to him. How many generations of my servant's grandson are you? Qin Fengqing's expression turned ugly instantly. He gritted his teeth and said, let's go. Let's hurry. Are you still going or not? Li Hansong nodded and stood up. Then, his face lit up with joy. Suddenly, he touched Qin Fengqing's bald head and smiled. Old Qin, if that's the case, we're also family. Don't worry, I don't mistreat my own people, get lost. Qin Fengqing scolded loudly, fuming. You're still shaking. At this moment, he really wished that Fang Ping was Li Hansong's master. Let this guy be smug. When that time comes, I'll be your little master. Bah, I'm not Fang Ping's grandson. Qin Fengqing scolded for a while and said in a low, muffled voice, let's go quickly. There's still 1 or 2,000 li to go. If we don't hurry, it'll be too late. Li Hansong smiled and nodded. Now that I've reached rank 6, my golden bones are stronger, and so is my golden body. Don't worry. We don't have to worry if we don't encounter high ranks. Before he finished his sentence, both of them started running. Qin Fengqing scolded as he ran. Jinx, he said high ranks. There really was a high rank aura coming. It was too effective. Dozens of li away, Yang Daohong killed a rank 7 monster beast quickly. He looked into the distance, frowning slightly. Just now, it seemed like someone had materialized the Xianxia gate. Did he sense wrongly? There were rank 5 and 6 martial artists wandering around here. Were they not afraid of death? As for whether they were humans or catacombs martial artists, it was too far away. He could not tell for now. However, whether it was humans or catacombs martial artists, rank 5 and 6 wandering around the forbidden seaside was really audacious. Yang Daohong did not care too much. Whether it was humans or catacombs martial artists, he was a rank 9 martial artist. He could not be bothered to care about this. Unless he encountered them, otherwise, human rank 9 martial artists would not purposely look for some rank 5 and 6 catacombs martial artists to slaughter. It was meaningless. Yang Daohong did not care about this anymore. He quickly concealed his aura and glanced at the Forbidden Sea with some fear. A powerhouse like him passing through the Forbidden Sea was actually more dangerous than a rank 5 or 6. The Forbidden Sea powerhouses might not be interested in those little things. He, on the other hand, was a big fish. On the other side of the river, Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang lingered for a while before moving forward. In front of them was a deathly still forest. Not long after they left, Wang Jinyang and Fang Ping's expressions changed. There were skeletons in front. Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang restrained their auras and were extremely vigilant. After looking around, Fang Ping went forward to take a look. The skeletons, or rather, the white bones, had no flesh or blood left. Fang Ping touched it. After a while, he said in a serious tone, rank 7. Martial artists honed their bones, whether they were catacombs martial artists or human martial artists. The most obvious way to determine a martial artist's rank was by looking at the other party's bones. Rank 7 martial artists did not hone their skulls until they reached peak. However, martial artists below peak rank 7 had much tougher bones than rank 6 martial artists. Fang Ping checked briefly and confirmed that this skeleton was left behind by a rank 7 martial artist. His heart sank. They had just crossed the Forbidden Sea, and a rank 7 had already fallen. Wang Jinyang also looked around and probed the white bones. After a brief look, he muttered, "It's not an ancient person. The time of death is not too long." The flesh and blood may have been swallowed by something. It's very likely to be the restricted area martial artists or catacombs martial artists who entered this time. Both of them checked for a while. Fang Ping walked to a tree that seemed to be burned and looked at it. His pupils constricted slightly, and he pulled Wang Jinyang a few steps back vigilantly. Wang Jinyang also saw this tree that seemed to be burned. He took a few steps back and said in a low voice, "This is a bloodthirsty tree monster." "Yes, it's dead." Fang Ping nodded slightly, his expression solemn. A bloodthirsty tree monster has no intelligence. It will swallow flesh and blood when it sees it. This tree monster swallowed a rank 7 martial artist, at least rank 7. However, there were rank 9 martial artists who entered the restricted area this time. They were actually swallowed by the bloodthirsty tree monster. Are these the second and third batch of commanders who entered? The first batch of people who entered included 3 rank 9 powerhouses from the restricted area. Such a team would not be attacked by a tree monster. As for the second batch of escorts, there was a commander from Rose City, as well as some other commanders from other cities who were escorting them. The third batch did not have a commander from Rose City. There was a rank 6 battle general who was escorted by powerhouses who were also from other cities. It was normal for these people to be attacked. Wang Jinyang's expression changed slightly. Even a rank 7 is dead. What about the others? He was referring to the human martial artists who had been escorted here. Fang Ping said softly, "The human martial artists must have other uses. Otherwise, there's no need to escort them thousands of miles to the bounded zone." Wusu also said that the people from the restricted zone still value these martial artists. If it was just to be cannon fodder, then there was no need to waste so much energy. Therefore, he should be protected. Nothing will happen. Although that was what they said, the commanders they were escorting were all dead. It was hard to say whether or not they could protect these human ancient martial art practitioners. The places where everyone crossed the river might not necessarily be around here. Finding a skeleton here could also mean that it belonged to a lone traveler, and not necessarily one of the previous groups of people. While Wang Jinyang was still deep in thought, Fang Ping had already started chopping down the tree. Wang Jinyang's face darkened when he saw this, and he growled, "What are you doing? This is a rank 7 tree monster, it might be even stronger. Although it's been killed and looks like charred wood, it's still a good material for forging divine weapons. If the heart and brain cores are still there, then I'll be rich." He had picked up a rank 7 monster's carcass earlier. The system had not calculated his wealth yet. Perhaps the danger was still there. Fang Ping was not in a hurry. This thing would calculate his wealth sooner or later. When it was relatively safer, there would probably be no problem. And now, he had encountered a rank 7 tree monster that had been killed. The carcass of a monster plant was actually more valuable than a monster's carcass. In the catacombs, there were more monsters than monster plants. It was very difficult for a plant to cultivate into a monster. It was even more difficult for a high-ranked monster. The carcass of a monster plant had more uses too. After many monster plants died, their remains could be consumed, and the effects were amazing. If one could obtain some monster plants' flowers, seeds, fruits, these things often had amazing medicinal effects. Some could increase mentality, strengthen the physique, strengthen the internal organs, and even some monster plant fruits had nature-defying effects that could revive the dead. If a martial artist had not reached rank 8, if he was crippled, he would still be crippled. Even if it was Fang Ping, if he had a broken arm now and could not bring it back, then he would really become a broken arm. A rank 8 golden body powerhouse could help him heal, but they could not help him regrow his broken limbs. Especially the parts with bones, which could not be regrown. The flesh was still fine. With bones as the foundation, vitality as the foundation, and with imperishable substances, the flesh could still grow. Chen Yunxi's instructor, Bai Ruoshi, during her freshman year, had lost an arm and could not bring it back. Therefore, even if her injuries were healed now, her broken arm could not be regrown. Even a rank 8 could not help her complete regrown. Unless she reached rank 8 herself, then she could complete regrown her broken limbs. As for monster plants, there were some creatures' fruits and flowers that could complete this remolding process. Of course, a large amount of life essence could also be used. However, life essence was rarer than these things. Regrown also consumed a lot. Old Manly used so much life essence back then, mainly on regrown his broken limbs. Fang Ping used his chaos-vanquishing saber to chop the tree. The charred bloodthirsty tree monster was not actually burnt. Those scorch marks were only the scars caused by Powerhouse's attacks. After chopping for a while, the scorch marks fell off, revealing the blood jade-like torso inside. Fang Ping's eyes flashed with joy. Then, he could not help but curse under his breath. The heart core is broken. The blood jade-like torso seemed very transparent now, like a blood-colored crystal. He could see the situation inside the torso. The blood-colored heart core that looked like a heart was now broken. This made Fang Ping feel very sorry. The forging of a divine weapon required a heart core and a brain core. It was best if they were the same demon's heart core and brain core. Of course, it could be forged even if they were not from the same creature. However, during the forging process, there was a possibility of failure. There was also a possibility of forging a very trashy divine weapon that was seriously incompatible with the user. Even its functions were extremely trashy. Of course, the demon's heart core and brain core were not only used for divine weapons. They could be used in many places. MCMAU's pressure room, even the vitality pool, or simply using it as an energy stone for cultivation could be used. Or, they could be directly condensed into a heart marrow. They could also be used by high-ranked martial artists to speed up their cultivation progress. Forging divine weapons, however, was currently the most popular. This was because divine weapons could rapidly help high-ranked martial artists increase their strength. For example, Rose King from before. Without a divine weapon, her strength was only average. With a divine weapon, the three big rank 9 monsters at the bottom of the sea, although they did not reveal their true forms, were still repelled by his sword when they attacked together. It was obvious that his combat strength had increased tremendously. The bloodthirsty tree monster's heart core was broken. Fang Ping did not see the brain core and was too lazy to look for it. After chopping for a while, Fang Ping suddenly stopped and began to dig up the roots. After a while, a blood-colored tree about 5 meters tall was dug to the ground by Fang Ping. However, looking at this dead demon tree, Fang Ping felt a headache coming on. His storage space could not fit it. A rank 7 monster took up more than half of the space. He had robbed many things in Moon Laurel City before. It was obviously impossible for Fang Ping to throw them away now. Now it seemed like he could only expand the space. However, wealth was very useful here. Consuming too much wealth might lead to a lack of wealth in the future and trouble. That was what he thought, but when he remembered that he still had more than 100 billion wealth, Fang Ping felt that it was still necessary to expand the space. When the system confirmed that he was safe, the value of a rank 7 monster beast and a rank 7 monster plant monster with a broken heart core would not be low. It would not be a problem to replenish his consumption. I might as well expand it to 100 cubic meters this time. Fang Ping made up his mind and quickly began to expand the storage space. After a while, Fang Ping consumed 25 billion wealth 87 billion, convert, vitality, 7,080 calories, 7,088 calories, mentality, 930 Hz, 933 Hz, bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%. Storage space, 100 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 10,000 wealth/minute, plus 100,000/minute, or a simulation, 100,000 wealth/minute, plus 100,000/minute, it dropped to 100 billion. Fang Ping sighed softly in his heart. Without saying much, he quickly put away the tree monster's corpse underground. At this moment, there were many things in his storage space. Rank 7 monster beast corpses, rank 7 monster plant corpses, a large number of middle and low-grade energy stones, a large pile of weapons, and even the corpses of many catacombs martial artists. After killing some catacombs martial artists earlier, Fang Ping directly put away their corpses. Most of them were rank 6 martial artists, more than 10 of them. The corpses of rank 6 martial artists actually had many uses. However, at this moment, Fang Ping was thinking that perhaps he could use these corpses to explore the way later. He had forgotten about these before. Seeing that Fang Ping had put away the monster plant corpses, Wang Jinyang's eyebrows twitched. This fellow's storage ring had an extraordinarily large space. He had put away a lot of things. If it were anyone else, even if they saw the corpses, they would not be able to take them away. He was still thinking about this when Fang Ping said in a low voice, "This time, other things aside, picking up the corpses is enough to earn a fortune. There is indeed meat to eat if you follow a powerhouse. If there are rank 3 martial artists who dare to follow me, they can also make a fortune." This was the truth. Fang Ping was not interested in ordinary things. Sometimes, he was too lazy to look at some rank 4 or 5 monster beasts that he killed. As for things like digging out the core, he was too lazy to do it. Of course, if there was enough time, he would take it away. After all, he had the storage space. However, other people would really not do it. If the rank 4 or 5 monster corpses were really picked up by low-ranked martial artists, it would be considered a windfall from the sky. At this moment, Fang Ping somewhat understood why Zhang Tao could pick up the rank 9 monster plant corpses back then. If the one who did it was a peerless powerhouse, and a peerless powerhouse had a peerless opponent, killing a rank 9 monster plant would not necessarily be bothered, nor would they have the time to bother. He just did not know if it was caused by a peerless powerhouse. The possibility was very high. Otherwise, normal rank 9 martial artists would not be able to kill a rank 9 monster plant so quickly that the other party did not even have time to consume its life essence. The premise is that you can survive. Wang Jinyang complained. Although following a powerhouse could allow one to pick up some benefits, the chances of losing one's life were higher. If you were slightly affected, you would not even know how you died. Without thinking about how big Fang Ping's storage ring was, Wang Jinyang walked carefully, looking around, saying in a low voice, "Be careful. Since a bloodthirsty tree monster appeared, there might be more nearby. There might be many such monster plants in this forest." "I know. You be careful too. Let's not talk from now on, and don't step on the ground." Just as Fang Ping finished speaking, Wang Jinyang shook his head and said, "I can't overexert my vitality. I didn't bring many pills and energy stones. I have. Don't mind this. I'll give them to you later. Don't make any noise." "All right then." Both of them stopped talking and started floating in the air, moving forward quietly. Along the way, Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang saw a few more skeletons. Some of the bones were already broken, but they could confirm that they were martial artists who died recently. Among them, there were a few skeletons that were obviously left behind by rank 3 martial artists. This time, Fang Ping did not say anything more and kept the skeletons. These were definitely the skeletons of human martial artists. The weakest from the catacombs was also a rank 6 warlord. Rank 5 Wusu and the others were all left behind. It was impossible for rank 3 catacombs martial artists to be brought to the bounded domain. It seemed that the route they took was the route taken by the third batch of catacombs personnel. The third batch was only escorting rank 3 martial artists. Evidently, some of the human cultivators who had been escorted here had died after arriving here. This deathly silent forest was not small. Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang walked forward for a long time, but they still could not walk out of the forest. Fang Ping suspected that he had taken the wrong path again. Danger did exist in the forest. After walking for a long time, Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang stopped at the same time. They looked at each other and carefully detoured to the side without saying anything. In front of them, a blood-red tree was mixed in with the other trees. Although it was not too eye-catching and its aura could not be sensed, both of them had just dug out a dead rank 7 bloodthirsty tree monster. When they saw this taller tree, Fang Ping saw that it was at least twice as tall as the rank 7 one. Its blood-red trunk was mixed with some gold. This was a rank 8 bloodthirsty tree monster. Both of them restrained their auras, so the other party did not care. Otherwise, it would have attacked both of them when it sensed the aura of flesh and blood. Both of them walked for thousands of meters before Wang Jinyang wiped the non-existent sweat off his forehead. That was exciting. He had just breathed a sigh of relief when Fang Ping suddenly said in a low voice, "Old Wang." Wang Jinyang was shocked and instinctively got into an attack stance. Fang Ping, however, drifted forward a little and stood still. Wang Jinyang looked over and was shocked as well. He quickly rushed over. Right now, there was a small clearing in front of them overgrown with weeds. Among the weeds, a broken monument was exposed. The broken monument had been slashed in half. It was said that it had been slashed by someone because the cut was very smooth. It was obvious that it was caused by a weapon. Fang Ping cleared the weeds around the broken monument and stared at it for a while, his gaze extremely strange. Wang Jinyang was the same. If it was just a broken monument, both of them would not have been so surprised. It was not that no one lived in the catacombs. It was normal to have such things. The key was that although the broken monument had been cut in half, there were still a few faint remnants of words left on it. They were not catacombs words, but human words. Old Wang, what are these two words? Fang Ping glanced at Wang Jinyang. I've become illiterate. I can't recognize these two words. There were only two blurred words left on the broken monument. However, Fang Ping was sure that these were not catacombs words. Wang Jinyang also glanced at Fang Ping. After a while, he said gloomily, how would I know? Nonsense, I'm not an expert in ancient words. Who the hell would know what these two words are? However, after some thought, Wang Jinyang muttered, I think it's seal script. Seal script? Fang Ping mumbled, seal script. Is it the language used during the Qin dynasty? Are you kidding me? It's been more than 2,000 years. Wang Jinyang shook his head. I don't know if it's true. I don't know much about this either, but I remember reading some ancient books. One of them introduced the evolution of words. The seal script written on it is similar to this. Whatever. I'll memorize these two words first. I'll ask when I get out. Fang Ping started memorizing these two words. After a while, he said uncertainly, it seems like Mausoleum Cave, right? Wang Jinyang stared at it for a long time too. He muttered, it's a little similar. I don't know if it's true. Mausoleum Cave? There seems to be a word that's been cut off. What Mausoleum Cave? This is a forest. Could there be a cave? Fang Ping mumbled to himself. Wang Jinyang shook his head. I'm not sure. Also, don't look into these. Some secrets have become untraceable history after the disappearance of the ancient martial era and the demise of the era of sex. However, you mentioned that there are human relics in the bounded boundaries. Now it's confirmed. Not only relics, but it might also be relics from the ancient martial era. The era of sex, in our opinion, is something that happened in the past 1,000 years. In this 1,000 years, they didn't use seal script. Fang Ping felt a headache coming on. If they used seal script, they might not be from the Qin dynasty. They could be later generations. Of course, it could be even earlier. I think seal script existed during the Zhou dynasty? Fang Ping shook his head. He did not dare to think about it. Motherf asterisk Ker, did the ancestors really come here? Not only did they come, but they even lived here? Occupied the mountain and became king? What was going on? The more he understood, the more confused Fang Ping became. Some of the information he had learned in the past was also being overturned. Previously in school, the teacher said that the catacombs entrances had only appeared a few years ago. The earliest entrance, the West Mountain entrance, appeared about 700 years ago. Moreover, it was the kind that had not been confirmed. The clearest record in modern times was the appearance of the third entrance in 1920. Only then was there a clear historical record. The contact between humans and the catacombs only began more than 80 years ago. In these 80 years, humans and the catacombs had always been in a state of war. They would not rest until one side was dead. They would fight whenever they met. However, in Star Town, it was said that a few ancestors had been suppressing Mount Imperial Sea since hundreds of years ago. In short, it was a mess. Some of the secrets might be known by the higher-ups. Those ancestors who had lived for hundreds of years or even longer might know. However, others, including some rank 9 martial artists, might not know. What kind of place was the bounded boundaries? In other parts of the catacombs, Fang Ping had never seen any traces left by humans. Traces of war were more or less the same. This kind of ancient ruins could not be found anywhere else in the catacombs. At this moment, in the bounded boundaries, there were actually remnants of ancient ruins. There were too many secrets hidden in it. One day, all secrets will no longer be secrets, Fang Ping said in a low voice. Then, he began to dig up the broken monument. Wang Jinyang was stunned. Are you addicted to digging? You're digging this too, Fang Ping said in a low voice. Don't look at me. Touch the broken monument yourself. It's not a rock. Wang Jinyang's expression changed. He touched it hurriedly, then pinched it hard. Then, he was extremely shocked. He said in a low voice, This is even harder than A-grade alloy. What kind of material is this? I don't know. Let's dig it back and talk about it, baby. Wang Jinyang was speechless. It was indeed a treasure. Even if this broken monument was broken, the exposed part was still more than 2 meters high. He did not know how deep it was underground. It was at least 3 to 4 meters long and more than 2 meters wide. How heavy was it? Probably a few tons. If this could really be used, A-grade alloy was worth a few million per kilogram. If it was sold as A-grade alloy, it would be worth tens of billions. At this moment, Wang Jinyang felt a little ashamed. There was a mountain of gold in front of him, yet he did not notice it. No, most people who saw this broken monument probably did not even think of digging it away. Fang Ping's thought process was completely different from everyone else's. Seeing this kind of human ruins that might be thousands of years old, who would still have the mood to dig up the broken monument after a moment of shock, let alone protect it and cherish it? Fang Ping, on the other hand, dug as he pleased. There were no signs beforehand. While Fang Ping was digging, he muttered, I'm doing this to protect the ancestors' ruins. Otherwise, it'll be destroyed sooner or later. Look, there's only half of this giant monument left. If I don't dig it away, the next time I come, it might be gone. At the broken monument, Fang Ping dug for a while. His expression suddenly turned serious. He said in a low voice, Old Wang, come here. Wang Jinyang hurried over. At this moment, Fang Ping had already dug almost 10 meters deep. The broken monument seemed to be endless. There was no way to dig to the bottom. Wang Jinyang's expression was solemn. He said in a low voice, continue digging. Fang Ping did not waste any time. He continued digging. After a while, Fang Ping suddenly shot out, dragging old Wang with him as he fled frantically. In the next moment, a loud boom erupted from the broken monument. In the distance, Fang Ping flew backward, his face pale. Wang Jinyang was bleeding from all his orifices. He was in a daze. Fang Ping endured the excruciating pain of his head exploding. He dragged Wang Jinyang, who was about to pass out, and fled quickly. In the distance, all the plants within 100 meters radius of the broken monument had disappeared. They were crushed instantly. Slightly further away, the rank 8 bloodthirsty tree monster uprooted itself. Its roots were like human legs, fleeing frantically. As it fled, it made squeaking sounds. It was not just this side. In a few other places, a few demon plants also left the vicinity of the broken monument quickly. Some monsters that were hiding deep also fled the area. Deeper inside, under a giant screen that looked like a waterfall, a stern-looking middle-aged man sensed the commotion. He frowned and asked, Who's here? Next to him, a woman with an enchanting face laughed coquettishly. It's definitely not our people. It's not from Suppressing Star either. It seems like they've triggered the sealed boundary underground. Humph. The stern-looking middle-aged man snorted coldly. He frowned. Could it be the demons from Myriad Demon Mountain? Who knows? Tai Mu, do you want to investigate? No need, but be careful. The stern-looking middle-aged man's eyes were cold. He looked at the forest of death in the distance. Who was it, or could it be that the original creature had accidentally triggered the sealed boundary? At the same time, not far from Fang Ping, Rose King was about to vomit blood. What now? Rose King was about to go crazy. I just wanted to come to the bounded domain quietly and see if I could fish in troubled waters. Damn it, why does it have to happen every time? In the far west region suddenly fell into chaos. This also led to the arrival of the 10,000 Demon Mountain's Giant Wings King. Although he was unable to do anything to him in the end, his subordinates all died, and this also made him extremely angry. Now that he had crossed the taboo sea and arrived at the forest of death, he couldn't be any more careful. He was afraid that he would cause a huge commotion and be discovered by others. Once the people from the Forbidden Zone knew that he had come here, they would probably be able to guess his purpose in an instant. He wanted to be the fisherman, not the sandpiper and clam, but now, why the hell was there such a big commotion? Rose Queen was about to go crazy. Such a huge commotion must have attracted the attention of others, right? Who is it? Giant Wings King? It's an origin life form. Rose King was both angry and annoyed, but he didn't sense the aura of an expert. This made him a little suspicious. Could it be that the sealed world had exploded on its own? Over time, it caused the sealed world to lose control. For a moment, Rose King couldn't figure out the situation, but he still became more careful. Fortunately, this place belonged to the sealed world. The range of a rank 9's perception was limited. In addition, there were cracks in the void, so the rank 9 did not dare to recklessly release his mentality to probe. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to hide from the few rank 9's in the Forbidden Zone. Damn it, why are there always accidents? Rose King cursed in his heart again, a little angry from embarrassment. This journey was really not smooth sailing. Whether these people were suspicious or vigilant, Fong Ping did not have the mood to care. At this moment, Fong Ping dragged Old Wang along and found a secluded place to hide. His heart was still palpitating. Looking at Old Wang, who was bleeding from his 7 orifices, he wanted to cry but had no tears. Old Wang, we've come through so many difficulties and dangers. Don't let me kill you now, right? This was really beyond his expectations. He was only digging up a broken monument. As he dug and dug, he seemed to have dug up a layer of crystal rampart. The broken monument seemed to be rooted in the rampart. Fong Ping did not dig much at that time. He just wanted to study it. In the end, he slightly touched the underground crystal rampart, and the rampart directly erupted with an extremely powerful mentality attack. Fong Ping was slightly better. His mentality exploded a few times, but he finally recovered. Old Wang was in trouble. His mentality had not even reached 500 Hz. This time, Fong Ping did not have the time to protect him. This instant outburst directly knocked Old Wang to the ground. Old Wang, wake up! Fong Ping pushed Wang Jinyang. Then, he started taking out all kinds of pills and energy fruits and started stuffing them into his mouth. He did not know whether it was the pills and energy fruits that took effect, or Old Wang himself who had woken up. After a while, Wang Jinyang opened his eyes. His face was pale and his eyes were cloudy. The sealed world? Fong Ping said with a long face, probably. I've never understood what the sealed world is, but now I do. Qin Fengqing said it was a protective shell, but now it seems like it's just an eggshell. We're inside the eggshell now. That tributary of the Forbidden Sea is probably the boundary between the inside and the outside of the eggshell. Wang Jinyang said weakly, you don't have to tell me in such detail, sigh. Fong Ping was helpless. He said gloomily, what the hell is the sealed world? A mentality barrier? But even a rank 9 powerhouse's mentality can't last until now, right? Peak, or even. That's not right. As Fong Ping said that, he said uneasily, do you think this sealed world is still being maintained by someone? Otherwise, how could there be such a thing in this domain that had lasted until now? How many years has it been? According to the words on that tablet, it's been at least a few thousand years. And the base of the broken tablet is connected to the sealed world. If that's the case, maybe it's been around for a few thousand years? Motherf asterisk Ker, I'm getting more and more confused. Wang Jinyang was not in the mood to play decryption games with him now. His head was splitting. Enduring the pain of his brain exploding, he said reluctantly, the commotion just now was not small. I'm afraid it's attracted the attention of Rose City Lord. Let's leave this place first. Stay away from here. Are you okay? Let me take a breather. Old Wang's face was still as pale as a sheet. Earlier, the crystal stronghold had only fluctuated slightly, and the explosive power had almost killed him. If this... Wang Jinyang did not even dare to think about it. If he had attacked with all his might, would it have caused an even greater counterattack? Fong Ping had also thought of what he had thought of. While leading Old Wang to dodge carefully, Fang Ping took a deep breath and said, "The crystal stronghold is about 15 meters underground." No wonder Qin Fengqing said not to dig a hole. "If we dig a hole, we'll die without a doubt, old Wang. Say, if we were to fight with someone and we hit this thing with all our might, would the explosive power be able to kill those high-ranked powerhouses? You'll die faster than them." "That's hard to say." Fang Ping rejected. "If their mentality is depleted and can't be recovered, then their mentality is about the same as yours. If it's really an explosion, it's hard to say who will die first." Although he said that, Fang Ping could not help but rub his temples, saying in a slightly pained manner, "My mentality has exploded many times in the past day. Old Wang, I feel like I'm about to lose my memory. My brain is about to explode." "Don't tell me. I'm the same." Wang Jinyang's expression did not look good. He had also been affected a few times. His mentality was not strong. If this went on, he would also become a living dead. There are too many secrets in the bounded boundaries. I'm afraid this is only the periphery. We haven't reached the real core area yet. Fang Ping said in a low voice, "Rest for a while. We'll go to the core area. Maybe we can find your teacher there." Wang Jinyang indeed needed to rest for a while. Right now, he felt like he was about to die. As for the secrets of the bounded boundaries, he was really not in the mood to know. Who cared about the secrets? At this moment, Wang Jinyang's only thought was that as long as he was sure of his teacher's life and death, if there was a chance, he would try to rescue him. If there was no chance, then at this point, he would just give up. There was still hope for revenge if he was alive. Sending himself to death was not his style. After that, he would leave the catacombs immediately. In the past, he could not wait to stay in the catacombs every day. Now, he really wanted to leave immediately. If he stayed in the catacombs with this idiot Fang Ping, he was afraid that he would really be tortured to death. Were there really a lot of high-ranked powerhouses? In the huge catacombs, there were only more than 10 of them in a city. In the Tiannan catacombs, there were only about 100 catacombs human high ranks. This was half the size of Sino Nation. Even if the monster beasts and monster plants were included, the entire Tiannan catacombs only had about 200 high ranks. With such a huge territory and so many powerhouses scattered, how could it be so easy to meet them? He had entered the catacombs many times, but the number of times he met high ranks did not exceed 3 times. This included the last time he entered the catacombs with Fang Ping. However, this time, how many did he meet? There were a lot of rank 7s and rank 8s. There were even more rank 9s than rank 7s and 7s. In the entire human world, martial artists below high ranks might not have seen as many high ranks in their entire lives as he had in the past 2 days. Wang Jinyang really wanted to go home. In his heart, he muttered silently, "Teacher, it's not that I don't want to find you. It's that I really don't dare to." Fang Ping did not know what old Wang was thinking. Both of them rested for a while. This time, both of them were as careful as they could be. Even if they came across something that looked like a treasure, Fang Ping restrained his impulse. He would not take it even if he was beaten to death. They looked ordinary anyway. Just like that, the sky brightened again. The second night in the catacombs passed just like that. When the sky brightened, the dead forest seemed to have gained a little more life. It was not as gloomy as it was at night. The gigantic energy sun in the sky could not be stopped even in the land of boundaries. However, when the sky brightened, Fang Ping realized that something was wrong. In the forest, Fang Ping raised his head and looked at the sky. With a solemn expression, he said, "Old Wang, look at the sky." Wang Jinyang had already raised his head and looked at the sky. With a solemn expression, he said, "The energy sun is a little faint. It seems to have refracted a few times before the image was sent. Is there a space rift in the sky? It should be." Fang Ping said with some shock, "It can really shatter the void. Is this man-made, or is this how the environment is?" "It could be man-made." Wang Jinyang said in a low voice, "Otherwise, why is it only found in the land of boundaries? Space rifts, shattering the void actually exists. Isn't it normal? When you said that you had a storage ring, I thought of this. If there wasn't this kind of destructive power to shatter the void, how could you have developed a storage ring? You should know that with the current level of technology, it's impossible to cut space, not to mention the big trouble of carrying it around. But the ancients did it. This means that ancient martial artists are stronger than us. Paragon? I don't know. Maybe. Wang Jinyang took a deep breath. Paragon powerhouses might really be able to shatter the void. Fang Ping shook his head. Forget it. Let's not think about it. Anyway, it's very dangerous here. There are space rifts in the sky. The energy might be swallowed by these rifts. There's a sealed boundary underground that reflects damage at every turn. There's a tributary of the Forbidden Sea outside. Inside, there's also a crisis that could cause Paragon powerhouses to fall. I realized that this place is not something we can play around in. Old Wang, we found the person this time. We won't investigate further. When we're strong enough, we'll explore again. This broken place is too dangerous. It's good that you know. Wang Jinyang said softly. We're about to get out of this forest. Be careful. I know. Both of them stopped talking and started walking out of the forest. Beyond the forest of death was not a wasteland, but an ancient city that seemed to have been abandoned. Or rather, scattered villages. Some dilapidated tall buildings might have been magnificent in the past, but now, only a few dilapidated fences and broken walls remained. The incomparably wide crystal streets were actually paved with energy crystals. Energy crystals were the crystals left behind when the energy stones were depleted. The wide energy crystal streets led deeper into the city. In the deeper part of the broken city, there was an extremely tall crystal wall with no end in sight. It fell vertically like a waterfall, cutting the bounded zone apart. At this moment, there were some figures flashing under the crystal waterfall. The stern middle-aged man had been staring at the crystal waterfall barrier. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at a few martial artists in ragged clothes in the corner. He said coldly, "A bunch of trash. The bloodline concentration is too low. Trash among trash." The enchanting woman said lazily, "Tai Mu, you should have expected this. This bunch of trash has been separated by who knows how many generations. How much bloodline remains? However, the people from Star Town are coming soon. Those people's bloodline concentration isn't low. Why don't we wait for them to come and try again?" Humph. The stern middle-aged man's expression was ugly. Who knows if they have the ability to come? Even if they come, they might not be able to open it. Moreover, the people from Star Town are hard to control. At rank 7, they're not that easy to control. At least, they can't suppress their immortal god. That's true. The enchanting woman laughed. After laughing for a while, she said, "We've wasted too much time here. More than half of the people from the land of rebirth are dead. Only these few are left. Tai Mu, why don't we try killing them all and see if we can use vitality to break open a gap?" The stern middle-aged man glanced at the few people in the corner and frowned slightly. After a while, he said, "When people die, their vitality force disperses and turns into blood. Blood and vitality force are different. It's not like we haven't tried it before. There's still some use for these trash. At the very least, we can use them to test the weak points of the sealed world. After all, it's not that easy to capture them alive. These people from the land of rebirth self-destruct at the drop of a hat. We can't do anything either." The enchanting woman was a little impatient. Her smile disappeared as well. She snorted and said, "It doesn't necessarily have to be them to test the weak points. If they're all dead, we'll just kill everyone from Star Town. Then, we'll all go our separate ways. Don't even think about opening the bounded domain. This way, our mission won't be considered a failure. King Song won't blame us for not doing our job well." The stern middle-aged man pondered for a moment. His eyes were cold and stern as he said, "Then we'll wait a little longer and try again. If we still can't open it, then we'll wait for the people from Star Town to come. If we cooperate, then so be it. If not, we'll kill everyone from the land of rebirth." As he said that, the stern middle-aged man looked at the few people in the corner and said coldly, "Continue." As soon as he said that, a rank 7 martial artist sneered. He picked up a leather whip and lashed it at the few people in the corner. The leather whip was not an ordinary leather whip. It was a weapon. There was an explosive sound as it was whipped in midair. The few martial artists in the corner could not avoid it at all. They watched as the leather whip descended and the explosive sound of the whip lashing out. Their eyes were bloodshot, but they had no choice but to unleash vitality force to defend themselves. These catacombs martial artists did not stop them from unleashing vitality force to defend themselves. They would even throw some energy stones for them to recover when their vitality force was depleted. Although the few human martial artists knew that these catacombs martial artists were up to no good, they had no idea what exactly they wanted to do. They could not even understand what these people were talking about. Before they fell into the catacombs language had not been popularized. These people were not big shots back then. Naturally, they could not learn it in advance. In the past 2 years in the catacombs martial artists did not seem to care about getting any information from them. They even paid them little attention. Apart from imprisoning them, they did not do anything else. They did not even forbid them from cultivating. It was only 2 months ago that they were taken away from Rose City. They had been escorted to this extremely foreign land. During the time they were here, the catacombs martial artists only did things to them. Apart from whipping them, they would take one person away every once in a while. They did not know what they did, but very soon, the person they took away disappeared completely. From dozens of people in the beginning, there were only these few left now. The whip was still falling. Taimu suddenly yelled, "Be gentle. Don't kill them. If their vitality is not enough, give them some life stones to restore their vitality." As he spoke, Taimu glanced at the boundary wall in front of him. He said in a low voice, "I've tried more than 10 places. This is the weakest. It should have been where the door was. Unfortunately, these reborn martial artists are too weak. Their vitality is too weak, and the concentration is not enough." The enchanting woman also stared at the boundary wall in front of her. When the few people next to her unleashed their vitality, the crystal-clear boundary wall seemed to tremble slightly. It was very weak. Ordinary people would not be able to notice it at all. The enchanting woman looked for a while and smiled. "Taimu, who do you think set up this sealing boundary? The powerhouses of the land of rebirth? Even the true king is not willing to come. What happened back then?" Taimu shook his head. "Don't ask too much. There are some things that are not beneficial if you know too much. The Pine King won't say. Then we'll do what we have to do. Our only mission in coming here this time is to open the boundary wall and find the remains of the true king who died in the land of rebirth. Once we find the remains, we'll leave immediately. The bounded zone is full of danger. Even the true king will die. We can't stay here for long." "You don't have to say it." The enchanting woman suddenly snorted. "Although we prepared for a long time before coming here this time, Iron Feather still died. Damn it, there's no life energy here. We can't recover our immortal god. This is terrible. How did those original creatures survive?" "Not only did they survive, but they can also cultivate to this realm," Taimu frowned. "Those original creatures have been here for a long time. The bounded zone will erupt with a life tide every once in a while. They can also cultivate during this time. If that's the case, do you think that the next life tide erupts, there will be a weak point in the sealing boundary? I don't know. Let's wait a little longer. The Pine King said that this place will erupt with a life tide once every 3 months. It'll be soon. I really hope to leave this place soon." The two of them chatted. The other rank 7 and 8 martial artists only listened quietly. No one dared to interrupt. That rank 7 martial artist was still whipping those humans. "This is an ancient city?" At the same time, Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang exited the forest of death. Looking at the city outside the forest, Fang Ping muttered, "This architectural style looks a little like ours." Although the big city in front of them was in ruins, with almost no intact buildings, looking at the dilapidated walls, it still had a human style. Wang Jinyang did not care about this. He looked around and said in a low voice, "It's dangerous for us to stay here. If we meet people from the catacombs, we'll definitely die. Let's find a place to hide." Fang Ping nodded. He looked around and said suddenly, "Let's go there." Old Wang heard him and followed his line of sight. His face turned purple. He said in a low voice, "You're crazy." The place Fang Ping was talking about was none other than the tallest building in the ancient ruins. Of course, it was in ruins now, but it did not stop people from thinking about how majestic it used to be. It was at least 100 meters tall, now, although some of the broken walls were full of potholes, and some had even collapsed, there was still a wall that had not completely collapsed. Stand high and see far. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. Fang Ping looked around and said in an inaudible voice, "Rose City Lord probably doesn't dare to show himself. He came here sneakily. He can't hide his aura, so he doesn't dare to get too close. If we go to a higher place, we might be able to see him and give him some trouble. If we're seen in broad daylight, we'll definitely die." "I know," Fang Ping said and looked at the tall building in the distance. He said in a low voice, "Look, the wall is very thick. It hasn't collapsed after so many years. The material is probably good too. Let's go to the base of the wall and dig a bit. See if we can dig up from inside the wall." Wang Jinyang was full of admiration for him. He really admired this guy's way of thinking. Did he not dare to dig on the ground anymore and change to digging on the wall? The wall of the building in front was indeed very thick. Just looking at the collapsed part, it was at least a meter thick. A wall like this could be dug up if it did not collapse. What he was afraid of was, if the wall collapsed, they would definitely die in broad daylight. However, at this point, Wang Jinyang had nothing else to say. He nodded and did not refuse. Seeing that, Fang Ping looked left and right. His mentality was carefully probing out, mainly because he was worried that the Rose City Lord was hiding in the dark. However, that fellow was a rank 9 powerhouse after all. Even though a rank 9 powerhouse could conceal his aura and he might not be able to detect it, in this godforsaken place, without the existence of energy, a powerhouse like the Rose City Lord would more or less leave a mark on her, unless she completely concealed her aura. This fellow might not even dare to get so close. Fang Ping observed carefully for a while before approaching the tallest building. The domain was still deathly silent. It was as if there were no signs of life in this vast world. When Fang Ping reached the dilapidated city, he was practically crawling. Wang Jinyang's face was full of sorrow, but he could only crawl along. In reality, the two of them were not lying on the ground. They were just floating in the air extremely close to the ground. However, entering the catacombs this time, drilling holes, running naked, crawling, all of that was humiliating. Face. In this damned place, what face was there to speak of? The martial artists in the outside world worshipped Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang. They thought that prodigies like them were definitely superior. Some martial artists who had entered the catacombs only knew that they had a bountiful harvest. They might even fantasize that these people were numb to killing people, wielding a saber and slashing it down, awe-inspiring. Perhaps no one had thought that the prodigy martial artists entering the catacombs were worlds apart from their expectations. A few minutes later, the two of them arrived at the foot of the wall. Fang Ping touched the wall carefully and nodded slightly. He did not speak, indicating that they could dig a hole here. However, this was not a good time. It was too quiet. Digging a hole would be easily noticed. Wait a little longer. The two of them were like stones, motionless, hiding in the shadows at the foot of the wall, waiting for the right time to come. And the right time came very soon. Just as the two of them were waiting, a sudden roar exploded in the distance. "Bastard! How dare you come?" An angry roar came from the depths of the city. The next moment, the energy fluctuations of a battle erupted in the distance. It was very intense. Fang Ping did not waste any time. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he immediately began to dig a hole underground. The ground here was paved with energy crystals. However, perhaps something had happened in the past. Some of the ground was broken, and the energy crystals were also broken. Fang Ping was digging in such a place. This time, Fang Ping was as careful as he could be. He was afraid that he would trigger the sealed boundary below. After digging about 2 to 3 meters deep, Fang Ping motioned for Old Wang to come down. Then, he began to fill up the hole. Following that, he began to dig toward the wall. When he reached the wall, Fang Ping began to dig a hole in the wall. A martial artist's control was still very strong. The quality of the wall was also not bad. The hole he dug did not cause any cracks in other places. Just like that, as he dug upward, Fang Ping filled up the tunnel he had dug. Otherwise, if there was a tunnel in the wall, it would be discovered with a sweep of mentality. Although powerhouses rarely had nothing better to do than to scan the wall. The battle in the distance did not stop. That was because the original creatures had attacked the people of the restricted area. The people of the restricted area were just outsiders here. They even brought some energy stones with them. To the original creatures, these things were the best treasures. The flesh and blood of powerhouses were also what they yearned for. This kind of battle had actually gone on many times. After a while, Fang Ping finally dug to the top of the wall. He did not dig to the highest point, stopping at about 80 meters or so. Above, Fang Ping did not dig through. Below, after Fang Ping had dug, he also filled up the scraps that he had dug out. Then, Fang Ping began to set up mentality barriers, layer after layer. After that, Wang Jinyang saw Fang Ping punching holes in the periphery of the wall. At this moment, Fang Ping had set up layers after layers of mentality barriers. He was no longer silent. He said in a low voice, "Punch a hole and observe the situation. Don't stare at people all the time. Powerhouses have very sharp senses, I know." Wang Jinyang was not stupid. Naturally, he understood this principle. However, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Your experience is so rich that I'm in awe of you. It's so rich. Look, digging a wall, drilling a hole. If the top was not opened, even if a powerhouse landed on top of the wall, they might not be able to detect their presence." This series of actions was almost instinctive to Fang Ping. Could it be that MCMAU specialized in teaching these courses? Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. He drilled a small hole the size of a rice grain on the wall. The direction of the hole was facing the depths of the city. The wall was more than a meter thick. It was not too cramped for Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang. After digging the small hole, Fang Ping thought for a while and also dug a hole on his back. This was for observing Rose City's mayor. After digging holes on both sides, Fang Ping dug one on Old Wang's side. Then, he continued to work. He poured out the broken materials from his storage space and buried the two of them. He was ready to put the stones in. He did not leave any gaps in the wall. This way, when mentality scanned, it would not cause the situation of the wall being hollow. After working for a while, it was as if the two of them were sealed in the wall. Fang Ping was slightly displeased. He said, "Old Wang, let's each keep an eye on one side. Don't look at the other side with me. We won't even know that Rose City's mayor is coming." Wang Jinyang was helpless. He could only move his body with difficulty and turn around. Just as he turned to the back, Fang Ping suddenly said, "Old Wang, quick, look. There's someone. Look, is Teacher Zhang here?" Wang Jinyang's body moved. He turned back immediately and looked outside through the small, weak hole. Martial artists still had excellent vision. This wall was thousands of meters away from the innermost part of the city. However, both of them could see the boundary wall on the other side. It was about 80 meters in the air. Some of the other dilapidated walls in the city were also high up, but not so high. They could not block their vision. In the distance, under the crystal-clear boundary wall, Fang Ping saw a lot of people. And the battle was still going on. Fang Ping saw the bloodthirsty tree monster and other monster plants. He also saw a few monsters attacking the martial artists. Among the besieged martial artists, there were two who were extremely strong. They hit the monster plants and monsters until their flesh and blood splattered everywhere. They were sent flying backward. Although this man and woman were extremely strong, there were too few of them. They still could not chase away the monsters and monster plants. The other martial artists, on the other hand, were slightly weaker than the monsters and monster plants. Or rather, they could not unleash their powers. They had used up too much energy. Many of these people were not in peak condition. They were not as strong as these creatures. Ironwood. Just as Fang Ping was still observing, the woman who was fighting suddenly shouted angrily. She was extremely angry. "Use the divine weapon and kill them." The stern middle-aged man did not speak. Ironwood. the enchanting woman shouted again. Ironwood was slightly annoyed. He growled, the divine weapon consumes the immortal deity. Using the divine weapon would consume a lot of mentality. It was fine in the outside world. Although mentality recovered slowly, it could still be recovered. The stronger the person, the faster they recovered. But here, they could use energy stones to fight. They could use energy stones to recover. However, mentality consumed too much. Treasures that could recover mentality were the best treasures in any place, including the restricted areas. Especially for rank 9 powerhouses, the value of treasures that could help them recover mentality was immeasurable. With this thing, when fighting with same-rank powerhouses, they might be able to kill same-rank powerhouses. Its value was not lower than the divine weapon. Although they were restricted rank 9s, they did not have this kind of treasure. Now that they were in a stalemate with these monsters and monster plants, he was only using energy. The catacombs did not lack energy stones. When they came, they brought a lot with them. Moreover, he was not the only one with a divine weapon. This woman had one too. Why did she not use it? In this stalemate, the enchanting woman seemed to curse something. Suddenly, a scimitar appeared in her hand. As soon as the scimitar appeared, the woman's aura changed drastically. In the next moment, the woman's body moved like lightning. Suddenly, the scimitar swept past. She and the scimitar instantly pierced through a monster's body. Boom! A low sound could be heard as the gigantic corpse of the demonic beast fell to the ground. However, the woman did not stop there. She landed on the corpse of the demonic beast and made a grabbing motion with her left hand. Soon, a miniature golden demonic beast was caught in her hand. A dazzling golden light erupted from the woman's hand. She squeezed down hard. Roar! A soul-shaking roar was heard. The small golden monster quickly began to be obliterated. After a while, it disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the other monsters and monster plants also fled. Ironwood and the rest did not chase. The enchanting woman did not chase either. Her expression was very ugly. To them, killing these monsters and monster plants was meaningless. They could not use the rank 8 monster's body. In the outside world, they could kill it and bring it back. Maybe they could get a divine weapon. Here, getting a divine weapon was meaningless. They all had divine weapons. At this moment, their only goal was to enter the bounded zone, not to fight to the death with these original creatures. It seemed easy for a rank 9 to kill a rank 8. The enchanting woman had used up a lot of mentality in this short period of time. She had even used up a lot of her imperishable substance. Now that she could not cultivate, she could not replenish it even if she wanted to. However, the enchanting woman had had enough of these original creatures. After the original creatures fled, the enchanting woman said hatefully, "Damn bastards. They've been coming every day for more than a month. I can't kill them all." This was not the first time. In the beginning, their mentality and imperishable substance were full. The first time they attacked, the 2 rank 9s killed a lot of monsters and monster plants. Initially, they thought they had killed these original creatures. Unexpectedly, not only did they not scare them away, but they also caused more trouble. These guys were too vengeful. They attacked every day. Now, she and Ironwood had used up more than half of their mentality. It was difficult to replenish it. The people from Star Town had not arrived yet. They dared not use up all their mentality. Otherwise, when the powerhouses from Star Town arrived, the other party had just entered and was in full condition. If that happened, it would be troublesome to fight. The woman cursed. Ironwood's expression did not look too good either. Glancing at the few resurrected martial artists hiding in the corner, Ironwood roared, "Continue beating them." As soon as he said that, a rank 7 martial artist took out a leather whip and started beating them without saying anything. They were also very annoyed and frustrated. These days, although they had repelled these monsters and monster plants, they had also lost a lot of people. The first batch of people from the restricted zone and the rank 9s came. The second batch had a total of 5 high ranks. The third batch had 4 high ranks. 17 high ranks. They did not suffer any losses in Far West. When they passed by Far West, the people from the restricted zone greeted Myriad Monster Mountain. However, when they reached the Forbidden Sea, some people died. Of course, the people from the restricted zone did not die. With King Pine's token, they crossed the sea safely. The last two batches lost 2 rank 7s in the Forbidden Sea due to accidents. When they reached the Forest of Death, another 2 rank 7s died. A few people could still bear the loss of rank 7s. The key was that a rank 9 powerhouse from the restricted zone was too unlucky. On the first night, he fought with the original creatures. As a result, the intensity of the battle was too high and he attacked the Forbidden Realm, causing the Forbidden Realm to retaliate, erupting an extremely powerful mentality attack. He died. He was not the only one who died. Several rank 7 and 8 powerhouses nearby were almost instantly killed, including those original creatures, monsters, and monster plants. Now, there were only 2 rank 9s, 2 rank 8s, and 4 rank 7 martial artists left. Moreover, the original creatures were still harassing them. This annoyed these people to no end. There was not much benefit in killing them. They also had to be careful of dying. If they did not kill them, the other party would come every day. These original creatures were used to this environment. Although it was difficult for them to recover their energy and mentality, they were more accustomed to fighting without energy and mentality. Ironwood and the group of people, after defeating the monsters and monster plants, continued to whip the human martial artists. In the wall, Wang Jinyang's body trembled slightly. His eyes were red as he said, "Instructor. Instructor is still alive." Zhang Qingnan really did not die, he was still alive. Zhang Qingnan was among the human martial artists who were being whipped. Even if Zhang Qingnan's clothes were ragged and his face was covered by his hair, he could still recognize him. That was his instructor. Zhang Qingnan had not taught him for too long. It had been less than a year. He entered school in September 2007. By May 2008, Zhang Qingnan was trapped in the catacombs. No one could understand that this was actually the most difficult period of Wang Jinyang's martial arts journey. Before he became a martial artist, his talent did not show. He barely crossed the line and entered Nanjiang Martial Arts University. A martial science student like him, who barely crossed the line, should have been assigned a rank 3 instructor at most when he entered Nanjiang Martial Arts University. At that time, Zhang Qingnan was already a peak rank 5 martial artist. In the huge Nanjiang Martial Arts University, there were not many rank 6 martial artists. Peak rank 5 Zhang Qingnan was young and powerful. He was even groomed as the next vice-chancellor. No one would have thought that Zhang Qingnan, who was no longer planning to accept students, would take a liking to Wang Jinyang, whose performance was average. A peak rank 5 martial artist accepted a student with a vitality of around 120 calories. At that time, the whole of Nanjiang Martial Arts University was in an uproar. This was similar to an MCMAU Dean powerhouse accepting an MCMAU student who had just crossed the line. Would powerhouses like Luoyichuan and Chen Zhenhua accept a student with a vitality of around 130 cal? In Fang Ping's batch, the instructors who had not reached peak rank 6 did not accept aspiring martial artists. Even if they did, they would only accept twice-honed aspiring martial artists. Naturally, Wang Jinyang would remember this kindness of recognizing and using him. It was also because of Zhang Qingnan's existence that he could quickly skip the difficult period of the aspiring martial artist stage. After entering rank 1, he truly displayed his talent and was valued by the school. That was how he came to Magic City in the south, then Capital City in the north, and finally won the title of a prodigy. Perhaps without Zhang Qingnan, he would have come this far, but there were no ifs in this world. Perhaps without Zhang Qingnan, he would still be struggling in the lower ranks. The beginning of martial arts was always the most difficult. Right now, seeing that his teacher was still alive and being whipped, Wang Jinyang's eyes were bloodshot, and he clenched his fists. He had told himself time and again that even if his teacher was still alive, he might not be able to save him in this situation. He would be satisfied as long as he could see his teacher once. However, when he saw his teacher being whipped, Wang Jinyang was still furious. He wanted to rush out and kill these bastards. Fang Ping tugged at him lightly and said in a low voice, "Don't be rash. As long as he's alive, there's a chance. We can only wait for the right time. Now is not the time to be rash." Phew, Wang Jinyang took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. His eyes were cold as he said, I understand. Fang Ping saw that he was quiet and said, wait for the right time. The people from Star City haven't arrived yet, and the Rose City Lord has gone into hiding. These are all opportunities. If the opportunity is right, we still have a chance to save him. These people still have most of their strength. If we really exhaust their mentality and energy, even if there's no one else, we might still have a chance. As he said that, Fang Ping licked his lips and said in a low voice, now, it's time to find the Rose City Lord. Find him, and find a way to make them fight it out. That's the wisest choice. Wang Jinyang squinted. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. Fang Ping smiled and said, I'm very excited to personally direct a rank 9 fight. Of course, it's also very exciting. We're walking on a tightrope of death, but, are we afraid of death? No. I am. Fang Ping suddenly changed the topic and said in a low voice, that's why safety comes first. We only have hope if we don't die. Don't be rash, old Wang. It's okay if you die, but don't drag me into this. Wang Jinyang's expression was dark. Martial artists had to be able to endure loneliness. Whether it was Fang Ping, Wang Jinyang, or Rose King, all of them could actually endure loneliness. The entire day, both of them did not find Rose King. They had no idea where that fellow was hiding. During the day, Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang did not communicate anymore. They were like real rocks, shrinking motionlessly in the wall. The whipping was still going on. These catacombs martial artists did not treat human martial artists as human beings at all. They used up their vitality force and threw them some energy stones. If they did not seize the time to absorb and recover, they would still be whipped. Fang Ping could see the blood splattering even from so far away. There were only 6 human martial artists who were captured now. Fang Ping did not know how many had died, but these 6 people were all in ragged clothes, their bodies full of blood marks. Everyone was like a mute. Be it human martial artists or catacombs martial artists, no one spoke. Other than the sound of the whipping, there was no other sound in the huge sealed world. The 2 rank 9 powerhouses did not stay in the same place. Sometimes, they would walk around. They even walked toward the back, perhaps to check on the situation on the other side of the Forbidden Sea, to see if the people from Star Town had arrived. Night fell again. The 3rd night in the catacombs. The moment night fell, a few powerhouses moved in front of the boundary wall. A rank 8 powerhouse rushed out of nowhere and said something in a low voice. Even if Fang Ping had good hearing, he could not hear it. However, in the next moment, Fang Ping guessed that the people from Star Town had arrived. This was because these catacombs powerhouses suddenly grabbed Zhang Qingnan and the others and quickly disappeared in front of the boundary wall. Wang Jinyang moved slightly, but he suppressed his impulse and quickly regained his composure. In the distance, there were some sounds. It was the energy fluctuations of people fighting. No, there were vitality fluctuations too. Fang Ping felt it. They were indeed human powerhouses. The people from Star Town had arrived. Not long after Tai Mu and the others disappeared, a clear voice was heard. Tai Mu. Come out. Do you think you can hide it from me? Yang Daohong. This sentence was not in the catacombs language, but in Mandarin. Fang Ping's pupil shrank. As expected, the people from the restricted area understood the human language. Not only did they understand, they were also familiar with humans. This Forbidden Region expert actually knew Yang Daohong, and Yang Daohong also knew him. Taimu quickly appeared in front of the realm barrier. He said gloomily, Yang Daohong, what's wrong? Are you the only one from suppressing Star City? As for the other rank 8s and rank 8s, he completely ignored them. It was true that rank 7 and 8 martial artists could besiege a rank 9 if there were enough of them, but it also depended on the rank 9. A restricted zone rank 9 was already stronger than some city lords. Coupled with a rank 9 divine weapon, if these rank 7 and 8 martial artists wanted to surround and kill this rank 9, it would be suicide. I alone am enough to deal with you. Yang Daohong's voice came from afar, followed by a loud laugh. In the past 60 years, you and I have fought hundreds of times. Tai Mu, tell your people to come out together. You can't do it alone, Yu Ming and Tai Yu should also be here, right? Yang Daohong, do you think you can beat the three of us by yourself? Tai Mu's voice was cold as he sneered, your true king ancestor is already dead. Do you think it's still the same? If you didn't have a good ancestor, you, Yang Daohong, wouldn't be worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as me. Ridiculous. Yang Daohong let out a low humph and said coldly, Tai Mu, get out of the bounded zone. Otherwise, you'll definitely die this time. Then let's try. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared in midair. The enchanting woman smiled and said, Patriarch Yang, it's been a long time. Yu Ming, is it just you? Yang Daohong said lightly, is Tai Yu dead? Without waiting for their reply, Yang Daohong suddenly laughed and said, he's probably dead. Otherwise, there's no point in hiding. You guys want to come, I want to come too. This is something that everyone knows. Interesting. You've triggered the sealed boundary? Humph. Tai Mu let out a cold humph and said again, Yang Daohong, open the sealed boundary and let you retreat safely. Otherwise, you'll definitely die this time. Inside the wall. Fang Ping could not help but curse, Mother ****, fight. Stop talking nonsense. The corner of Wang Jinyang's eyes twitched, and he said in a low voice, don't make a sound, they don't have time to slowly scan us. Fang Ping was unconcerned, and let out a cold humph. The people from Polaris City are very familiar with these people. Mother ****, I even suspect that they're in cahoots now. Even if they're not in cahoots, I'm sure they won't fight so brutally. Look, they're even chatting when they see each other. Not necessarily. If they're really in cahoots, we humans won't stand a chance. The 12 ultimate vampires are all from Polaris City, including Commander Li. They're just not as direct as us. Wang Jinyang refuted Fang Ping's statement. If the two parties were really in cahoots, then humans indeed wouldn't stand a chance. It could only be said that there was a slight difference between these people who stood at the top and the martial artists at the bottom. They were not the kind that would kill as soon as they saw each other. Fang Ping naturally knew this, but he still frowned and said, try not to come into contact with the people from Polaris City. This time, we can only rely on ourselves. Polaris City might only care about humans, not us. If we don't die in the enemy's hands but are killed by them, then it won't be worth it. In the restricted zone, there are 2 rank 9s and 2 rank 8s. For rank 7s. But there's still one who hasn't come. He's probably guarding Teacher Zhang and the others. In Polaris City, there's only 1 rank 9s, 2 rank 8s, and 3 rank 7s. Did someone die halfway? When they came to Polaris City, there were more people than now. Fang Ping remembered that before they went to the catacombs, there were 5 rank 7s. Now it seemed that 2 of them had died. What Fang Ping did not know was that one of them had actually perished in Tiannan City, and the other had died on the way there. They left from the edge of the Forbidden Sea, but they arrived at the same time as Yang Daohong. He did not know if they had no choice but to wait, or if they deliberately waited for Yang Daohong. Fang Ping did not care too much about these things. To be honest, he had no feelings for the people from Polaris City. Although Polaris City's old ancestor guarded Mount Royal Sea and kept humans safe for hundreds of years, Fang Ping admired and was grateful for this. However, the people from Polaris City were isolated from the world. Very few of them appeared on the battlefield in the catacombs. This made Fang Ping not too fond of them. They might have their mission and their purpose. Fang Ping did not see it. He only believed what he saw. He saw many grandmasters fighting in the catacombs. He saw many grandmasters dying together with their enemies. He also saw a large number of grandmasters' children fighting on the front lines, countless of them dying in battle. Tian Mu's entire family, old and young, had died in the catacombs. Donglin's Qin family, Qin Jiaxing's entire family, old and young, except for Qin Jiaxing, the sole heir, had all died in battle. Fang Ping admired and respected these people. As for the people from Polaris City, perhaps because they were too far away, they did not have much of a sense of empathy. Perhaps one day, when Fang Ping found out and saw these people fighting and bleeding with the catacombs martial artists in the Forbidden Zone, he would probably not feel so repulsed. Now that he saw the people from Polaris City chatting enthusiastically with the other party, Fang Ping did not like it. He did not like it. Wang Jingyang said in a low voice, "Don't talk about others. You have the same personality. If you were in their shoes, maybe you would talk for a longer time. After you're done talking, you'll attack." How? Fang Ping had not finished speaking. Reality proved that old Wang was really amazing. His premonition was too strong. Both sides had attacked each other. While they were chatting, the people from both sides approached each other. Then, a rank 7 from each side rushed into the other's camp. After that, they self-destructed. Boom boom. 2 earth-shattering explosions rang out. The next moment, a mentality attack so strong that it seemed like it could kill everyone instantly swept across the entire city. Fang Ping's face turned green. "I've really underestimated you. I've underestimated you." This was King going to perish together. Previously, Fang Ping was not too fond of the men from Polaris City. Now, he had to say, real men. That said, the people from both sides were not too far away from them. They were only 3,000 to 4,000 meters away. Now, 2 rank 7 powerhouses had self-destructed and actively attacked the Forbidden Zone. How strong was the power of a rank 7 self-destruction, and the Forbidden Zone's counterattack was much stronger than this. Fang Ping was going crazy. They could not move now. If they moved and were discovered, they would die. However, that strong mentality attack was sweeping in all directions. Since they were so close, naturally, they were within the range of the attack. Puff puff puff, a series of puffing sounds rang out, almost inaudible. That was Fang Ping's mentality barrier being penetrated again and again. The walls also began to shake. Although the mentality attack was not targeted at them or the walls, at this time, the walls began to shake violently. Fang Ping's face was pale. "Don't collapse, please don't collapse." If it collapsed, he and old Wang would fall out of the wall and be done for. At this moment, Fang Ping not only had to set up defense for himself and old Wang, but he also had to guard the walls carefully. Fortunately, the Forbidden Zone's counterattack was only in a small area. It was not a large-scale attack. Even so, the walls still shook for a long time. Fang Ping's mentality barrier was also broken a few times before it gradually calmed down. The Forbidden Zone here. Fang Ping suspected that it might have been set up in the past to prevent martial artists from fighting in the city. This was not some killing weapon that was specially made. Maybe it was just a restriction that the owner back then did not want people to fight in the city. Since it was a precaution like this, it would not affect too many people. Otherwise, a city would be destroyed in his own hands. Because Fang Ping was far away, he still had the leisure to think about these things. However, the people from Polaris City and the Forbidden Zone were not in the mood to think about this at this moment. Both sides probably did not expect the other party to have the guts to ask people to self-destruct and die together as soon as they arrived. 2 rank 7 martial artists were targeting each other's rank 9 martial artists. If a rank 7 martial artist wanted to self-destruct, even a rank 9 could not stop him. He could only run. In the distance, Yang Daohong, Tai Mu, and a few other rank 9s fled frantically the moment the rank 7 self-destructed. After each retreated a few thousand meters, both sides regained their silence. It was as if the self-destruction of the 2 rank 7s did not happen at all. At this moment, the mentality attack in the air also disappeared. This kind of explosion only lasted for a short period of time. However, the self-destruction of the 2 rank 7s was not without effect. On Polaris City's side, other than Yang Daohong, everyone else was pale. Taimu and the others were worse off than them. 2 rank 9s were injured. They were not in their peak condition. As for the other rank 7s and 7s, they were even worse off. How manly. In the wall, Fang Ping said softly, "I've underestimated these guys. No, I've underestimated these grandmasters." At this moment, Fang Ping changed the way he addressed them. They were still fully deserving of the title of grandmaster. Self-destruction to kill the enemy. If Fang Ping were to do this, he would not dare and would not do it. Did they come to the Forbidden Zone with the intention to die? Just as Fang Ping was lamenting, Yang Daohong said, "Tai Mu, don't force us. At most, we'll all die together. The patriarch has fallen. The Yang family doesn't want to live in this world anymore. If we can't bring back the patriarch's remains this time, then we'll all die here together." Yang Daohong said it with determination. the person who self-destructed just now was also an old man in the Yang family. Unfortunately, because both sides rushed out, they were a little sluggish, giving the rank 9 time to escape. Otherwise, even a rank 9 would be killed in a moment of carelessness. Yang Daohong was extremely determined. Taimu also said coldly, "Do you think you can scare us? If you, Yang Daohong, really bring back the true king's remains, Pine Monarch won't let us go. At most, we'll all die here together." Yu Ming smiled coquettishly. "Yang Daohong, we haven't even seen the true king's remains yet. We don't know how many dangers there are in the Forbidden Zone. Why don't we enter together? When the time comes, we'll rely on our own abilities." "Are you willing to die without seeing the corpse of your true king's ancestors? Aren't you the least bit curious as to why Yang Zhenwang entered the domain and perished here? Even the true king has fallen. Who knows how many dangers are lurking? Although you and I are enemies, before we see the true king's remains, it's meaningless to fight to the death. Even if you and I perish together now, the true king's remains are here. Sooner or later, someone will come again." Yang Daohong said coldly, "Even if the patriarch is buried in the Forbidden Zone, I won't associate myself with you. You want to enter the Forbidden Zone? Dream on. Stubborn." Taimu growled. A divine weapon appeared instantly, charging toward Yang Daohong. Yang Daohong also appeared with a divine weapon, colliding with the other party in an instant. Both sides were fighting at low altitude this time, controlling their strength to the limit. Although they said they would perish together, unless it was absolutely necessary, who would really want to die here, the aftermath of these high-ranked battles was not too strong. This time everyone controlled their strength, not letting it overflow and cause a counterattack from the Forbidden Zone. It had to be said that Yang Daohong was quite strong. Perhaps his divine weapon was also extremely strong. Fang Ping even suspected that this person was not much weaker than Nan Yunue and the others. Right now, it was 1 against 2, and there was no clear winner. He even had a slight upper hand. It might have something to do with the two of them not being in good condition. "Don't affect us here. Don't fight here. Fight further away." Fang Ping muttered a few words, not looking at them anymore. Instead, he turned around and passed through the hole at the back, saying softly, "Look for the Rose City Lord. That fellow is probably preparing to reap the benefits. She shouldn't be too far from here." Wang Jinyang did not need his reminder. He had already started looking, though his face was still a little pale. He said softly, "Fang Ping, there's a big hole beside me." Fang Ping tilted his head and took a look. He gulped. Although the earlier explosion did not cause the wall to collapse, some of the impact had caused a penetrating hole to appear beside Old Wang. If Old Wang had not mentioned it, he would not have seen it. Now that Old Wang had spoken, Fang Ping said nervously, It's nothing. It's just a hole. What's there to be afraid of? Who would crawl into a small hole like this to see you?" As he spoke, a piece of gravel crashed toward them, penetrating the wall directly. A hole also appeared beside Fang Ping. Fang Ping gulped. This time, he was really nervous. Why would they make a hole in the wall? It's too F***king dangerous. Wang Jinyang was speechless. Wasn't this your idea? There was no time to pay attention to him. Wang Jinyang suddenly said, "Look, isn't that the Rose City Lord over there?" Fang Ping looked in the direction he was pointing. In the distance, in a dilapidated building, he could vaguely see the corner of a shirt. Old Wang's eyesight was unusually good. Fang Ping did not dare to probe. He stared at it carefully for a while, saying softly, "It's very possible. This fellow has guts. He's less than 10 li away from them. Isn't he afraid of being discovered? What is he planning? Does he want to catch us all in one go?" The Rose City Lord had not shown up until now. Fang Ping did not know what this fellow was thinking. The people from the restricted area had been lingering here until now. They had not opened the boundary wall and entered the inner circle. Since the Rose City Lord had come for the Paragon's corpse, how was he going to sneak in? Based on Fang Ping's judgment, even if the boundary wall was opened, it would only take a moment. Was this fellow trying to force his way in under the watchful eyes of these rank 9s? For a moment, Fang Ping was not sure what this fellow was planning. Forget it. No matter what he's thinking, we have to let him join the battle, Wang Jinyang frowned. He's from the catacombs after all. Once he joins the battle, what if he attacks High Grandmaster Yang? That's true, Fang Ping felt a slight headache. The people from Star Town had arrived a little earlier. If they had arrived a little later, he would have lured the people from the restricted area to fight the Rose City Lord first. Unfortunately, plans could not keep up with changes. He did not expect that the people from Star Town would fight the other party as soon as they arrived. The people from Star Town are a bit of a hindrance. Fang Ping muttered. If he lured the Rose City Lord out, he was afraid that she would attack Yang Daohong together with the people from the restricted area. If he did not lure her out, both parties would be exhausted. Would that not be letting this fellow off easy? Whatever. I can only take a gamble. High Grandmaster Yang is not stupid. If the other party really shows up, he will definitely retreat. It's hard to say. He seems to be prepared to fight 1 against 3. Maybe he still has a trump card. If they really fight until they're half dead, maybe it's time for me to show up. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. There was still a chance to turn things around if he lured the Rose City Lord out now. If he really waited until Yang Daohong and Taimu were exhausted, then this rank 9 Rose City Lord would really be unstoppable. This fellow had been hiding until now. The people from the restricted area might not be so stupid as to really trust him. The rank 9 had been alive for a long time. It was possible that they would first join forces to kill the Rose City Lord. After thinking about this, Fang Ping took a deep breath. His mentality began to overflow. When some gravel was shot from afar again, Fang Ping's mentality suddenly activated and began to control these gravel, shooting it instantly at the place where the Rose City Lord was hiding. Bang! The gravel shot, crashing into some walls. In the corner, Rose King's expression was dark, Motherf asterisk cur. They were already so far away. How could they still have such great power? When those people were fighting, they controlled their strength to the limit. Logically, at this distance, the gravel should not have any strength left. No, they should not even be able to shoot over here. Glancing at the few rank 7 and 8 martial artists in the distance, Rose King snorted softly in her heart. Obviously, among these people, some of them did not have good control of their strength, causing it to be difficult to retract and unable to control their strength. Thinking of this, Rose King felt a little helpless. Although the bounded zone was very big and even ran through the entire 11 southern territories. Here, however, was the area where the border wall was the weakest. Otherwise, he really wanted to just leave. As for opening the border wall, he did not necessarily need to rely on the restricted area and the people from Star Town. Since he dared to come to the bounded zone, naturally, he was also confident. But, even if I can go in, it's best to kill them. Rose King thought of these in her heart, her eyes dark. If these people did not die, then he would not be able to open the border wall. Even if he opened it, these people would all come in, and he alone was not their match. Now, it was also an opportunity, a very good opportunity. These people did not know that he had come in. As long as both sides fought until their energy was depleted, and the undying god could not recover, that would be the opportunity to kill everyone in one fell swoop. These rank 9, relying on physical strength alone, were not much weaker than rank 7 and 8. But that was for rank 7 and 8. He was also a rank 9, and now in peak condition. When that time came, it would not be up to them. Killing these people, not only could he increase his chances of entering the bounded zone, but he also had the hope of monopolizing the true king's remains and entering the true king realm with peace of mind, without worrying about being disturbed. Fight, fight, all of you will die later. Just as Rose King was thinking of these, a few gravel shot over again, piercing through some walls. Bastard! Rose King cursed in her heart. The place he chose was very far away from there. Logically, it should not be affected. Moreover, this dilapidated city was very big. Why did it always affect here? Ever since the resurrection passageway opened this time, he had not been successful once. Rose King almost wanted to kill someone, and something that made him want to kill someone even more happened. Right at this moment, a huge rock shot over. Seeing this scene, Rose King's expression changed slightly. She carefully extended some mentality, not daring to extend it too far, afraid of attracting attention. Extending this wisp of mentality, she carefully controlled the flying boulder, not letting the boulder hit the house. When the boulder landed gently, Rose King breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the distance was quite far, and the other party did not release the undying god on a large scale. After all, releasing mentality indiscriminately here could easily cause a counterattack from the sealed zone. There were also space-time cracks high up in the sky, so it was easy to be affected. Under such circumstances, the probability of being detected from a distance of thousands of meters was not high. Inside the wall, Fang Ping cursed under his breath. Then, his eyes lit up, he gritted his teeth and said, "Chaos. I'll see if you die or not." As soon as he said that, Fang Ping's mentality suddenly erupted completely, controlling a small rock to shoot out. This time, it was not aimed at Rose King, but at the two rank 7 martial artists who were fighting not far away. The small rock shot out, heading straight for the two of them. The two people who were fighting felt the rock's attack and were slightly stunned. Then, both of them shouted at the same time, "Who's there? There's still someone here." As soon as the words came out, Yang Daohong and the rest also paused for a moment, then their mentality spread out rapidly in all directions. This time, Rose King, who was hiding in the distance, really wanted to curse. What was going on? Was there someone else here? But at this moment, he could not care about these things. These rank 9 martial artists' mentality began to sweep around. He could not hide. Without waiting for them to discover him, Rose King soared into the sky and quickly fled into the distance. In this situation now, if he appeared here, it was hard to explain. Both sides might join forces to kill him. As soon as he appeared, Yang Daohong's expression changed, and he bellowed, "City Lord Rose. Bamboo Life, it's you, bastard." Taimu's expression was also livid, extremely furious. Bamboo Life was actually hiding here, disobeying the restricted zone's order. His purpose did not need to be guessed. He even had the idea of killing all of them. "Yang Daohong. Kill him first." At this moment, Taimu did not have the slightest hesitation, immediately beginning to cooperate with Yang Daohong. This kind of rank 9 who betrayed the restricted zone could not be allowed to live. Yang Daohong's expression also changed, but he humphed and said, "Star City will not interfere in your own matters." "Idiot, do you want to see both of us suffer? Don't even think about it. Even if we really give it to this traitor, we will not give you the chance to have another true king in the land of rebirth. If we kill him, we can still continue to fight. If not, I will join forces with him to kill you first." Although that was what he said, Rose King was here. His betrayal was already obvious. Joining forces with Rose King would be even more dangerous. After hearing that, Yang Daohong's gaze moved slightly. Without hesitation, he shot out instantly. The next moment, the 3 rank 9 great chased after Rose King at the same time. As for the remaining rank 7 and 8 martial artists, they were still fighting. Even Fang Ping was dumbfounded by this strange scene. What a strange scene. Rank 7s and 7s from Star City and the restricted zone were fighting, but the rank 9s from both sides were joining forces to kill another catacomb city lord. If this scene was told, perhaps no one would believe it. Old Wang was also dumbfounded. After being dumbfounded, he could not help but scold, "You're too risky." If Rose King could really hold it in just now, it was hard to say whether he would have discovered Rose King first or both of them first. Hiding the aura did not mean that there was no trace left at all. At least, if one really carefully identified the mentality imprint on the stone, whether it was Rose King's or not, those powerhouses would be able to tell. Of course, under such circumstances, martial artists who carefully identified it were probably also very few. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was completely gambling. Fang Ping did not utter a word. He was gambling. Ever since he entered the catacombs, he had been gambling. There was nothing much to say. In the distance, there was already an explosion of extremely powerful energy waves. The rank 9 powerhouses should have caught up with Rose King. After all, they were not far apart. Rank 9s were so far away, they could even fight across the air. Fight, it's better if they're both crippled." Fang Ping muttered in his heart. He did not move, continuing to put the stone. The more chaotic it was, the more opportunities there were. Even if the people from Star City were involved, Fang Ping could not do anything. he still could not control the actions of these high-ranked powerhouses. Even Fang Ping was thinking that it would be best if both sides were crippled. If the people from Star City knew that he was here, he did not know what they would think. If they were both crippled, he would step forward to resolve the situation and take the initiative. When the time came, he would annihilate the people from the catacombs and knock these fellows out. It should not be considered cheating, right? In the dilapidated city, the sound of battle roared. Even if everyone tried their best to control it, at the moment of life and death, who cared if they would attack the sealed boundary? They could not wait to attack the sealed boundary and perish together with the enemy. After entering the bounded zone, whether it was the people from Star Town or the restricted zone, the rank 9s still wanted to live, but the rank 7s all knew that the chances of walking out alive were not high. Even if they did not die here, if they really entered the bounded zone, they would most likely die. How could it be so easy to reach a place where even the absolute peak had fallen? How many people who had cultivated to this level could not see through it? They were fighting fiercely, but Fang Ping's face was pale. Wang Jinyang's face was already extremely stiff. Less than 100 meters in front of the wall, 2 rank 7 martial artists were fighting to the death, such a close distance, almost right in front of them. For high-ranked powerhouses, this distance was really not considered far. Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang did not dare to move. These martial artists had not reached the point where they were half dead yet. Now was not the time to take advantage of them. Just as the 2 rank 7s were about to reach the wall. In the distance, Rose King roared angrily, shouting, "Do you really want to perish together with me?" At this moment, everyone felt a strong life aura rising. In the next moment, Rose King, who was initially a little dispirited, recovered in an instant, reaching peak, or at least peak energy. Rose King, who was initially besieged by the 3 of them, suddenly erupted. Her divine sword unleashed an incomparably powerful force. With one slash, the 3 rank 9 powerhouses were sent flying backward, crashing into countless broken walls. Bamboo life. Taimu's cold voice rang, saying coldly, "How dare you betray King Song?" "Divine General Taimu, I have no intention of betraying." "Alright, then let's join forces and kill Yang Daohong." "Bamboo life, you said you did not betray. Resurrected martial artists are our great enemies. Are you going to refuse?" Yang Daohong said faintly, "City Lord Rose, do you believe this? Whether you betray or not, it's a good thing for us humans. If you really leave the restricted zone camp, we humans will not make things difficult for you in order to have one less enemy. Instead, we hope that you can live longer. And people like Taimu will let you live. Rose City Lord, why don't you and I join forces and exterminate the people from the Forbidden Zone?" The Rose King released her life energy and absorbed a large amount of life essence to restore her peak battle power. At this moment, she was no longer a target for them to kill. The few people who were fighting to the death just now stopped instantly and began to plot against each other to rope in the Rose Queen. Yang Daohong's words were more convincing than Taimu's. As soon as Yu Ming heard that, she smiled sweetly and said, "Bamboo life, there's an old saying in the land of rebirth. Those who are not of the same race must have different intentions. You're a citizen of God's land and a city lord. You've killed countless resurrected martial artists. How can the land of resurrection tolerate you?" Taimu also said in a deep voice, "Zhu Ming, you haven't made a big mistake yet. As long as you help me kill the people of Star Dominion City, I swear that as long as you leave this bounded domain, I will never report what happened today to Monarch Song." "Me too." Rose Queen seemed to be in a dilemma, but she was laughing coldly in her heart. "Do you think I'm 3 years old?" Among the 3 parties, he had the weakest foundation. If he did not become a true monarch, even if he made it out alive, he would definitely die. The land of rebirth would not let go of an executioner who killed a large number of their martial artists and destroyed their city. In the restricted area, he had traversed the land of Far West and exposed his whereabouts. With Monarch Song's personality, he would definitely kill him. If he did not become a true monarch, he would either stay here forever or die. If he wanted to survive, the only way was to kill everyone present. Rose King's gaze swept across the 2 parties. There were 3 rank 9s. Even if he had a large amount of life essence in his body, it would be difficult for him to kill all 3 of them. He had to first unite with one party and kill them. Only then would he have the chance to eliminate them. Was it to unite the resurrected martial artists, or were they from the restricted area? Rose King's gaze swept across the few of them. Suddenly, he moved and charged toward the enchanting woman. Yang Daohong did not wait for him to speak and charged toward Tai Mu. There were 2 rank 9s in the restricted area. Moreover, their combat strength was not at its peak. Kill them first. Tai Mu was not surprised, but he was still furious. He roared, "Bamboo life, are you really not going to think about your children? Life and death are decreed by fate." Rose King responded coldly. Catacomb City lords usually had descendants in the restricted area. They were roped in and also hostages. However, since he had taken this step, he was already prepared. If his children and grandchildren in the restricted area died, then so be it. When he became a true monarch, he would give birth to descendants who were more talented. Rose King, who was at his peak, was extremely powerful. Yu Ming was no match for him at all. These Catacomb City lords, especially those who faced humans on the front line, might not have the highest realm, but they definitely did not lack combat experience. Although there were battles in the restricted area too, battles between the 2 factions and the people of Stellar Sky City often broke out. However, there were not many instances of life and death battles. The ones who truly faced life and death were still the frontline city lords like them. Every human powerhouse, some old and severely injured rank 8s, and some desperate rank 9s, in the last moments of their lives, the first people they wanted to take away were these people. Although Tiannan Catacombs had only been opened for a few years, Rose King did not lack this kind of combat experience. The enchanting woman, Yu Ming, was not in peak condition to begin with. She had been in the bounded zone for a very long time. Previously, she had fought with Yang Daohong, who was at his peak for a long time, and just now, she had fought with Rose King for a long time. After a few times, her condition had slipped to the lowest point. At this moment, facing Rose King, who was in peak condition, after a few exchanges, her chest was pierced by Rose King's sword. Yu Ming's face looked somewhat ferocious as he roared, "Bamboo life, don't you dare! Idiot!" Rose King did not pay attention to her at all. At this time, they had completely shed all pretense of cordiality. There was no such thing as not daring. Just as Yu Ming roared, Rose King's body suddenly expanded. Rose King, who was originally about the same size as a normal human, became a giant in the blink of an eye, 6 to 7 meters tall. This expansion was not for the sake of doing useless work. Rose King, who had a huge body, also had a huge increase in strength. With one sword, she sent Yu Ming flying, and her speed was also extremely fast. Almost at the moment when Yu Ming was sent flying, Rose King's body was like a phantom, instantly appearing in front of her. She once again raised her sword, lifting Yu Ming up a bit. At this moment, Rose King erupted with all her strength, one sword after another. Every sword was lifted up, and Yu Ming was hit higher and higher. Tai Mu, who was fighting with Yang Daohong, saw this scene and roared, "Crack!" Rose King was hitting Yu Ming towards the space crack high up in the sky. It involved space. Even if it was a level 9 expert, once he was trapped in the space crack, he would definitely die. Yu Ming naturally knew Rose King's goal, but she was indeed not Rose King's opponent. At this moment, Rose King was forcing her to retreat towards the space crack, and she could not fall at all. Looking at the waves coming from above, Yu Ming's heart palpitated, and her face was extremely ferocious. "Damn it, you guys forced me. You guys forced me to do this." At this moment, Yu Ming was completely crazy. Originally, when she was arranged to come to the bounded domain, she was unwilling. However, with 3 level 9 experts accompanying her, and Pine Monarch promised to take back the real monarch's remains, he would choose one of them to walk the real monarch's path. This kind of temptation was extremely great. But Taiyu died before she could see the remains. Yu Ming even betrayed Pine Monarch and wanted to kill her. Yu Ming was unwilling and hysterical, and screamed, "If you want to die, then let's die together." When a woman went crazy, she was more terrifying than a man. At the moment when Yu Ming screamed, the few level 9 experts felt a strong sense of crisis. Tai Mu's face changed dramatically. With a roar, he forced Yang Daohong to retreat, and flew away from Yu Ming without looking back. At the same time, Rose King's face also changed dramatically. He was naturally confident that he could kill Yu Ming, and he was even confident that the other party could not attack the sealed domain. Yu Ming was not in his peak state, and it was completely impossible for him to escape from his control and perish together with him. Even if Yu Ming self-destructed, it would be the same. But at this moment, Yu Ming did not self-destruct. A half-real, half-illusory little pine tree appeared in front of him out of thin air. It was not a divine weapon, nor was it a mentality materialization. The half-real, half-illusory little pine tree was like a living thing, and there was even a human face on its trunk. Zhu Ming? At this moment, the half-real, half-illusory little tree actually spoke. Rose King's face changed dramatically, and he turned around to leave. The little tree did not care about him, and only looked a little regretful, and murmured, "I haven't gone in yet." The small tree seemed to be very disappointed when it murmured. And under the situation where he did not move at all, an extremely terrifying mentality attack suddenly broke out from all directions, and attacked him. In the sky, the previously lifeless space crack actually began to fall, and cut towards him. Underground, the sealed domain burst out waves of seemingly substantial mentality attack. The entire dilapidated city seemed to have come to life. Attacks from all directions were aimed at the little tree. And Rose King and the other level 9 experts were near the little tree, and these attacks also covered them. Tai Mu, who was the first to escape, roared angrily, "You're crazy. They still haven't left the sealed domain. Is Yu Ming crazy?" The enchanting woman laughed sharply. "If you want to die, then die together, die together." The moment her voice fell, a pitch-black crack almost without her having any reaction, swept across the top of her head. The next moment, half of Yu Ming's head disappeared, completely disappeared. Ah! A shrill scream resounded through the entire bounded domain, and a crack swept across, followed by several more cracks. Every time it swept across, a part of Yu Ming's body disappeared. Until now, Yu Ming was still not dead. In front of him, a mentality condensed into Yu Ming's figure, and he said sharply, "Die together. All of you, die." The next moment, Yu Ming's mentality poured into the scimitar in his hand, and then, the mentality and the scimitar converged, bursting out a radiance like that of the sun. The scimitar did not attack Rose King. Instead, it attacked Tai Mu, who had escaped the furthest, and was about to leave the covered domain. Tai Mu was about to go crazy. "Yu Ming!" Tai Mu let out a furious roar. This woman actually wanted to drag him to die together. Why, at this moment, Tai Mu really could not accept it. "All of you, die, ha ha ha." A distorted laughter burst out from the scimitar, and a moment later, a deafening explosion was heard. Below Tai Mu, an extremely powerful mentality attack burst out again, mixed with the explosive power of a 9th-grade divine weapon and a 9th-grade expert's mentality. In the blink of an eye, Tai Mu's flesh and blood splattered, and his body exploded, completely covered by the energy radiance and mentality. At the same time, Yang Daohong and Rose King were also facing an incomparable crisis. Streaks of black cracks silently swept past the two of them. The appearance of the cracks was silent and could not be detected at all. Yang Daohong was caught off guard, and his right foot was suddenly swept past. In an instant, his right foot disappeared, as if it had never been there. Yang Daohong's heart palpitated, and he hurriedly flew out. As for Rose King, she was also panicking at this moment, and she roared continuously. Not only did she not avoid the mentality attack, but she also took the initiative to run underground. The air was more dangerous than underground. Although the mentality attack was dangerous, no matter how dangerous it was not as dangerous as being in the air. Rose King's flesh and blood exploded, and golden blood spurted out from her 7 orifices. The divine longsword emitted an intense light, forcefully slashing the mentality attack that had materialized. These few people were not the main target of the cracks and the mentality attack. They were just collateral damage. All these attacks were aimed at the little pine tree in the air from the beginning to the end. At this moment, the little pine tree expanded against the wind, instantly turning into a towering giant tree. On the tree trunk, an old face appeared, looking at the boundary wall from afar, sighing softly. "What a pity. Still can't see what's going on?" As soon as he finished speaking, the big tree's branches whipped at the void, and the surrounding mentality attack was instantly shattered and dissipated, and the big tree became even more illusory. Looking at the boundary wall from afar again, the big tree suddenly extended infinitely, and a branch quickly whipped at Yang Daohong, who was about to escape. Yang Daohong's face was pale, and he could not restrain his anger. There was a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. The next moment, a huge word appeared in front of him: suppress. The huge golden word floated in the void and began to suppress everything, including the falling spatial cracks, the underground mentality attack, and suppressing the illusory big tree. Ha ha ha. Is that all the old ghost from Star Cluster City can do? On the trunk of the big tree, the old man revealed a mocking expression and muttered, "Then don't even think about entering." As soon as he said that, the illusory big tree erupted with an earth-shattering aura that soared into the sky. At this moment, countless pitch-black cracks appeared in midair. These cracks descended almost instantly. In an instant, the big tree disappeared, the golden suppress word flickered for a while, and the golden light became weaker and weaker. Soon, the suppress word was enveloped by countless cracks, and it disappeared without a trace. When the big tree and the suppress word disappeared, the ancient city quieted down. Just like it had been for thousands of years, it was dead silent. In the forest of death, countless demonic beasts and demonic plants had already begun to flee when the big tree appeared and the cracks descended. Some fled to the farthest part of the boundary, while others fled toward the forbidden sea. Outside the boundary, on the other side of the Imperial Sea Mountain, an incomparably huge figure appeared. Its eyes were like the sun as it looked at the boundary, as if it could see through everything. In the Imperial Sea Mountain, Commander Li did not reveal his fiend godlike body. Instead, he stood proudly in the void and looked at the boundary as well. He muttered, "Did we fail?" In the distance, the huge figure seemed to have heard his words. It was unknown whether it was mockery or disappointment, but it said in an extremely complicated tone, "It seems that those people don't approve of you. How laughable and pathetic, Netherworld King, in the end, it's all in vain. I really want to see the moment when you feel hopeless and helpless, ha ha ha." Li Zhen looked into the distance and said indifferently, "Even if I die, I'll bring a few with me. King Song, I'll definitely bring you along. Do you dare to take the gamble?" The figure paused for a moment and sneered. After a while, the huge figure disappeared without a trace. Li Zhen did not care about him, but there was still some disappointment in his eyes. They failed. Star Town City was not able to enter the inner area, and the sealed realm did not give Star Town City a chance to enter the inner area. Sigh. With a sigh, it left his body and dispersed. The opening of Tiannan's catacombs did not achieve their expectations in the end. Not only did they not get back Patriarch Yang's remains, but they also failed in this attempt. When would Tiannan's boundary land be opened? Boundary land, ancient city. In the city, the tallest wall still collapsed with a loud bang. Among the rubble, Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang looked like they were dead, crushed by countless rubble, motionless. Even though the few rank 9s were not here, even though those attacks were not aimed at them. However, that kind of power that could destroy everything, that doomsday-like attack, even if it was just a little aftershock, had shattered Fang Ping's mentality countless times. Fang Ping did not die, but he felt that he might as well be dead. At this moment, his thoughts were intermittent. The feeling of emptiness made him feel as if he was imprisoned in the world's cage, completely isolated from this world. Recover. Recover mentality. The only thought that remained of his consciousness was to recover his mentality. Recover. His mentality began to recover. However, his consciousness still did not return. The huge ancient city seemed to be lifeless at this moment, as if everyone had died. The emptiness was frightening. Fang Ping did not know how much time had passed. Maybe it was just a few seconds, maybe it was a long time. Just as his consciousness was about to dissipate, a ray of light appeared before his eyes. In the next moment, Fang Ping, who was among the rubble, opened his eyes. In front of him was a huge energy sun. The night had passed. At this moment, Fang Ping's only thought was, had the night of last night passed, or had God knows how many nights had passed, the great battle earlier had happened at night. Now, it was daybreak. Fang Ping's eyeballs turned. From the corner of his eyes, he saw Wang Jinyang, who was also buried. As if he was not breathing. Was he dead? Fang Ping suddenly had such a thought. This time, did he still lose the gamble after all? Fang Ping did not expect that the apocalyptic scene would appear in the end. Was the rank 9 still alive? Were the other rank 7 and 8 still alive? Were Zhang Qingnan and the rest still alive? The explosion this time affected a wide range. He did not know where Zhang Qingnan and the rest were brought to. If they were nearby, with those people's strength, they might be dead already, right? Twisting his head with difficulty, Fang Ping wanted to raise his hand subconsciously, only to realize that this time, he had really become a skeleton. His flesh and blood had exploded to the point that there was almost nothing left. When the materialized mentality aftermath attacked, Fang Ping was the one who resisted it forcefully. The strong mentality pressure crushed his flesh and blood, and his brain exploded. At this moment, Fang Ping had a slight impression of it. His flesh and blood had exploded at that time. It was even more serious than the last time. Old Wang, this time, Fang Ping did not shout out. He realized that he could barely speak. There had never been a time when he was injured to this extent. He almost did not feel that he was still alive. Realizing that he was in this state, Fang Ping was a little self-deprecating. He had overestimated himself, actually wanting to be the Oriole. He thought that these rank 9s would go according to his plan. When those rank 9s were far away from this place, he calculated that these people would fight until they were exhausted. Maybe 1 or 2 would die. Then, he could show off his skills and be the fisherman. However, Fang Ping did not expect that just a trace of the aftermath would almost kill him. A fisherman with no ability, Fang Ping laughed at himself in his heart. He turned his body over with difficulty. His skeletal arm gently pushed Wang Jinyang, who was covered in blood. Was he really dead? While pushing Wang Jinyang, Fang Ping recovered his vitality. Although his mentality had recovered, at this time, Fang Ping still had a splitting headache. Even his memory was a little messed up. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Ping's skeletal arm suddenly felt a slight vibration. Fang Ping's heart jolted. He managed to regain some clarity and continued to push Wang Jinyang. Don't push, Fang Ping, whose vitality had recovered, could barely speak now. He said bitterly, not dead? Almost, Fang Ping said no more. He began to use his vitality force to repair his body. It was good that he was not dead. If a martial artist did not die directly and was hanging on, then there was still hope. What he was afraid of was that he would die directly. Then, everything would be over. Vitality force was consumed rapidly. His dull golden bones began to regain their luster slowly. His broken internal organs were forcefully pieced together. His flesh, however, could not be regenerated anymore. Beside him, Wang Jinyang's body was also emitting a faint golden glow. Fang Ping wanted to rub against him, but seeing old Wang's weak look, his heart beating only after a while, he decided not to. If he did not have enough imperishable substance, old Wang could not recover himself. If he rubbed against him, then this fellow would be finished. While healing his injuries, Fang Ping forced himself to think. Were they all dead? Forget about the few rank 9s. Perhaps they were all dead. After all, the power that erupted at that time was simply too terrifying. It was like the end of the world. But the few rank 7s here might not be dead. Fang Ping did not die. He even managed to protect old Wang. Although it had something to do with his mentality constantly recovering, rank 7 and 8 powerhouses had stronger mentality than him and were more resilient. They might not necessarily die. On both sides of Star Town and the restricted area, there were a total of 4 rank 8s and 7 rank 7s. However, 2 rank 7s had self-destructed as soon as they arrived. One restricted area rank 7 brought Zhang Qingnan and the rest to God knows where. At that time, there were 4 rank 8s and 4 rank 7s in the battle. Among these 8 people, some might have died. But Fang Ping felt that there should be others who were still alive. Although these people had been fighting for a long time and were not in peak condition, if Fang Ping and I were lying in this pile of rocks, I'm afraid we would have been discovered long ago. But even if they're not dead, they're probably about the same as me. Otherwise, if old Wang and I were lying in this pile of rocks, I'm afraid we would have been discovered long ago. Although both of them were covered in rubble, if one were to look carefully, they would still be able to be seen. And now, the night had passed. No one came. Those who were still alive were probably in a terrible state. Just as Fang Ping was still thinking about these, a hoarse voice suddenly rang out from the side. Yang Daohong, Tai Mu, you guys are really lucky. This was the voice of the Rose King. The next moment, Yang Daohong's voice rang out too. He was out of breath, panting, saying, "City Lord Rose, no matter how much life essence you have, you've hurt your foundation. It's hard to recover. Don't tell me you want to kill us? At least I'm stronger than you guys, cough, 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 bamboo life. You want to kill me? Aren't you afraid that I'll summon Pine King's immortal deity too? You're about to die, yet you still dare to talk big." The Rose King sneered. If Pine King really wanted to split two immortal deities, he would have been killed by the true king of the land of rebirth a long time ago. "Do you really think I'm an idiot? Try it then. Try it then." As soon as she finished speaking, an explosive sound rang out. The Rose King attacked. At this moment, Yang Daohong and Taimu had a tacit understanding. They attacked the Rose King at the same time. The three of them started fighting again. Not far away, Fang Ping popped out his half-destroyed head. He stared at it for a while and shook his head slightly. These people were really energetic. They were injured to this extent, but they were still fighting. Yang Daohong was missing an arm and a leg. He could not even float. He was beating the Rose King with one hand and one leg. Taimu was in an even worse state. Half of his head was gone. He was also missing an arm, and he was kicking the Rose King. As for the Rose King, he was slightly better. At least his body was intact. However, he forced his way into the ceiling boundary's attack range. His mentality was almost completely obliterated. At this moment, his face was as pale as a sheet. Yet, he was still laughing loudly and attacking the two of them. He was miserable, but these two fellows were even more miserable. The three rank 9 powerhouses were like street thugs now. They punched and kicked. They did not even use their weapons. Their mentality was depleted. The divine weapon had been blown to God knows where. Without mentality, a divine weapon was just a slightly sharper weapon. It was more worthwhile to just hammer the other party to death. The three of them were fighting fiercely. Fang Ping did not look at them. Instead, he turned his head and took a look. Not far away, a few golden skeletons stood up. As expected, there were still rank 8 powerhouses. However, out of the 4 from earlier, only 2 were left now. The remaining 2 were either dead or had not recovered. For a moment, Fang Ping could not tell which of the 2 golden skeletons were from Star Town and which were from the restricted area. Everyone had used up all their energy, HP, and mental power. Without these characteristic auras to distinguish them, he could not tell anything from the golden skeletons alone. The most important thing was that their clothes had long been destroyed. Fang Ping was not too familiar with them. How could he tell who was who? Fang Ping could not tell who was who. The 2 golden skeletons seemed to be at a loss too. They stood tens of meters away from each other, not moving for a moment. Then, the 2 skeletons looked at Fang Ping. At this moment, although Fang Ping was still hiding his aura, this skeleton that was also golden was still very eye-catching. Who was this person? 2 of the 3 skeletons looked at each other. Fang Ping did not move. He wanted to see if these 2 fellows could recognize that he was a living person. Not far away, the 3 rank 9s were still fighting. On the other side, the 3 skeletons did not start fighting. They were probably not fully conscious. They were in a stalemate for a while. After a long time, the 2 golden skeletons probably recognized each other's identity. In the next moment, the 2 golden skeletons started fighting. As for the one on the side, it seemed to be dead. He did not care about it for now. This also meant that the 2 were not from the same family. However, when the 2 of them fought, it was also skeleton against skeleton. Clashing sounds were heard. Fang Ping really could not recognize who was from Stellar Sky City. Who is who? After a while, Fang Ping glanced at the skeleton on the left suspiciously. Don't ask him why he would be suspicious if his face was broken. Fang Ping did show a suspicious attitude. The one on the left looked a little like Liam O. He had seen Liam O a few times. He even had close contact with him in MCMAU. The skeleton on the left, with its flesh, looked a little like Liam O, right? After a while, Fang Ping confirmed it. The one on the left was Liam O. As the 2 started fighting, some dim imperishable matter began to appear. This thing could also be used to distinguish auras. The skeleton on the left was Liam O. Fang Ping could not be bothered with the one on the right. At this moment, the two skeletons had very little imperishable matter. It was not golden, but dark gold. It seemed a little sparse. Too much imperishable matter had been consumed. This also caused both of them to be unable to recover their flesh. They could only continue fighting in this state. They've already become skeletons, but they're still fighting with such vigor. Sigh. Fang Ping sighed in his heart. He began to watch from the side. This time, he was prepared to watch the show until the end. Now, it seemed like a rank 8 had died. Now that he had a golden skeleton, no one would care about him. He could openly watch people fight. 3 rank 9s and 2 rank 8s. The fight was vigorous. If they had energy and mentality, when these people fought, it would actually be more magic damage. But now, it had become physical damage. The collision of skeleton against skeleton, the collision of flesh against flesh. Even if they were all heavily injured, the fight was still extremely intense. Even at this stage, these people were still extremely powerful. Fang Ping watched for a while. He had a rough idea in his heart. According to this stance, he had a chance against the rank 8s. However, the 3 rank 9s at the side. Fang Ping felt that it might be difficult. Even though these 3 rank 9s were fighting to this extent, their abilities were still extremely terrifying. Their physiques had reached a terrifying realm. Fang Ping felt that even if he coordinated celestiality and used the chaos vanquishing saber, he might not be able to kill the other party. If we continue to fight until his body collapses, then I'll probably be able to reap the benefits. Fang Ping prayed in his heart. However, when he saw the rich life force on Rose King's body and that it was still recovering, Fang Ping felt like dying. Damn, how much life essence did this guy hide? How much did they consume? Rosette Queen continuously consumed her life essence to heal her wounds. The more she fought, the braver she became. Among the 3 of them, Taimu's injuries seemed to be the heaviest. Even though he was the first to run, he was tricked by Yu Ming and almost died. At this moment, seeing that bamboo life was becoming more and more courageous, Taimu roared in anger, Yang Daohong. If I die, you won't have it easy either. Kill him. Yang Daohong did not look too good. Taimu shouted angrily again, you want him to exhaust me to death? Fine, then let's die together. As he said this, Taimu actually stopped attacking Rose King and attacked Yang Daohong instead. Yang Daohong's expression was ice cold. Suddenly, he let out a cold roar and a large amount of golden blood spurted out of his mouth. Yang Daohong spat blood as he roared, stop him. Seeing this, Taimu seemed to heave a sigh of relief. He gritted his teeth and began to fight with Rose King, even though his flesh was collapsing again and again. Rose King's expression was ugly. He stared at Yang Daohong for a while, but he did not really understand what he was trying to do. People from Star Town rarely appeared in the small domain. In terms of familiarity, she was not as familiar with him as Taimu. At this moment, Yang Daohong kept spitting blood. The golden blood gathered in the air. Then, Yang Daohong dipped his finger in the blood and began to draw. In the blink of an eye, a suppressed word appeared. Seeing this word, Rose King's expression changed drastically. He did not forget how terrifying it was when this word appeared beside Yang Daohong. Even the space cracks were suppressed, if it were not for the fact that there were too many cracks at the end and Pine King's immortal deity deliberately messing around. Perhaps that suppress word could really suppress the rebellion of the sealed world. How can this be? Rose King shouted angrily. How could he still write this word? However, the next moment, Rose King's expression calmed down a little. He grabbed Taimu and tore off his remaining arm. Throwing it to the side, he said coldly, just SOSO. The word that Yang Daohong wrote did not have the invincible aura that could suppress everything. Yang Daohong did not utter a word. At this moment, both of Taimu's arms had completely disappeared. Seeing this, he roared, quick. Yang Daohong, don't force me. Yang Daohong was deliberately stalling for time. Hearing this, Yang Daohong's expression changed. He snorted coldly again, and the suppressed word instantly condensed into a line. Then, it broke through the air and appeared in front of Rose King. Rose King was already prepared and immediately retreated. But at this moment, Rose King's expression changed. The suppressed word instantly magnified countless times and directly covered him. What is this? Rose King was shocked and angry. This word was like a huge net, covering him in an instant. The moment he was covered, Rose King found that his movements were a little sluggish. Even the energy in his body seemed to have stagnated. Idiot! Taimu sneered. How could the ultimate technique created by the 13 true monarchs of Stellar Sky City be so easily broken? At this moment, Rose King was constantly bombarding the golden word. Although the golden word was trembling, it still pressed down. Taimu, let's do it together. Yang Daohong's face was as white as a sheet. He shouted, quick. Taimu snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. Losing his arms didn't affect his movements at all. In the next moment, Taimu jumped onto the golden character and kicked down with all his might. The golden character pressed down faster and faster, starting to push the Rose King downwards. The energy crystal ground started to crack. At this moment, Rose King knew their goal. This word could not suppress him to death. They wanted to blast him into the sealed world. His spiritual energy was depleted. Once he was attacked by the sealed world again, his spiritual energy would be completely obliterated. Even if he was still alive, he would be a walking dead man. Dream on. Rose King roared. His life essence was consumed like it was worthless. Energy was condensed to the extreme, bombarding the golden word again and again. Yang Daohong's face turned paler and paler. Golden blood gushed out of his mouth, spraying toward the gradually dimming suppress word. As his blood flowed in, the suppress word exploded with intense golden light once again. Taimu, on the other hand, riveted with all his strength. His legs turned golden, and together with Yang Daohong, he suppressed Rose King. At this moment, Fang Ping was dumbfounded. What was this? Combat technique? Secret technique? Did Star City have this move? Using blood to write a word could suppress a rank 9. Rose King's mentality was depleted, but his energy was always full. He was not in peak condition, but he was still half a rank 9. How could he be suppressed by a word? Also, F***ck, Rose King was so extravagant, his life essence was almost seeping out of his body. That was not all. F***ck, this guy actually spewed out a stream of fountain of life. Then, the fountain of life exploded under his control. Boom, an explosion was heard. The golden word began to show signs of cracking. Yang Daohong. Taimu roared again. If this went on, Rose King would break free. Use destroy. Taimu knew Yang Daohong very well. At this moment, he started asking Yang Daohong to change his move. Yang Daohong's expression was extremely ugly. He said angrily, mentality has been depleted. I can't use it anymore. Taimu said angrily, then we'll wait to die together. As long as Rose King broke free, with his current condition, he could kill both of them. Yang Daohong glanced at Taimu and said coldly, then we'll die together. At this time, you still want to hide a backup plan. If you die, then so be it. Taimu's expression was uncertain. Then, he gritted his teeth. Suddenly, a short axe appeared in front of him. Seeing this, Yang Daohong sneered. This guy said that his mentality was depleted, but in reality, he still had the strength for one last attack. He and Rose King's mentality were really depleted, but Taimu was not. This guy was at the periphery earlier. Although his injuries were also very serious, they were slightly lighter than theirs. Even the divine weapon could still be used. Once the divine weapon appeared, Yang Daohong said coldly, if I can't kill him in one move, shove it in and self-destruct. Taimu's expression was ugly. He growled, self-destruct? If you withdraw the suppress word, I'll die too. As he spoke, Taimu shouted, you come up too. Let's suppress him together. Yang Daohong's expression kept changing. But soon, he leaped into the air and flew onto the golden word. Seeing him come up, Taimu felt more at ease. He didn't care that he had no arms. He used his mentality to control the short axe to fly down. At this time, there were no restrictions. As soon as his short axe appeared, Rose King was already frightened and started to fight with all his might. Blow after blow was sent out. The golden word dimmed and cracked. Even through the words, Yang Daohong and Taimu kept coughing up blood. Explode. Yang Daohong shouted, ordering Taimu to self-destruct his divine weapon. Taimu's face was ashen. He didn't say anything. When the divine weapon fell under the suppress word, Taimu roared and the divine weapon glowed with brilliant light. Rose King roared and gathered a large amount of life essence in his hands. This time, it wasn't to heal or recover from his injuries. Instead, it was mixed with the imperishable substance and started to erase the violent energy on the divine weapon. Even though he was madly erasing the violent energy, the divine weapon had an owner. Taimu controlled the self-destruction, so he couldn't stop it. Feeling danger approaching, Rose King was enraged. He suddenly stopped attacking the divine weapon. Instead, his body swelled into a giant. His arms exploded and he clenched his fists, punching towards the suppress word. One punch, another punch, the two people above had already coughed up blood. Their bodies were also starting to explode. Boom, just as Rose King's suppress word started to shatter, the divine weapon self-destructed. Ah! A scream rang out. This time, the range of the self-destruction was very small. It only happened within the area covered by the golden word. The ground collapsed and a crystal-like barrier of the ceiling realm appeared. The divine weapon's self-destruction was compressed into this small area. In an instant, it caused a fierce counterattack from the ceiling realm. From afar, Fang Ping wanted to vomit blood as he watched. There was no other reason. Rose King, this old fellow, was attacked by the materialized mentality. When his body was destroyed, the life essence flowed around his body like water. It consumed the life essence madly to heal his injuries. However, the life essence could replenish energy and heal injuries. It had the function of reviving the dead. However, it was not very helpful for the recovery of mentality. As for the ceiling realm, it was mainly a mentality attack. Rose King's injuries were healing. However, his face was getting paler and paler. His eyes were starting to lose focus. Rumble, after a series of explosions, it finally ended. At this time, the golden word had already disappeared. Underground, in the deep pit, Rose King was blasted out. Golden blood flowed continuously from his 7 orifices. It was as if he had lost his life. Beside him, Yang Daohong and Taimu were not much better. Their faces were as white as paper. Their eyes were dull. These rank 9 have so many killer moves. This time, the counterattack was controlled within the suppression area of the golden word. It had nothing to do with Fang Ping and the others. However, Fang Ping was still a little shocked. Rank 9. Sure enough, they were not just for show. These guys were not dead yet. How many times had they been attacked? His trump cards came one after another. Do they still have killer moves? What else can they do? Fang Ping was still thinking about this problem. The 2 golden skeletons next to him stopped fighting. They ran toward Yang Daohong and the others together. Both of them passed by Fang Ping. However, they did not have time to deal with their compatriot. They ran toward the rank 9s without looking back. When the 2 golden skeletons ran over, Liemo started attacking Taimu. The other one attacked Yang Daohong. Fang Ping watched for a while. He was a little sure that these guys had probably reached their limit. Now, the 4 of them were in a chaotic battle. They were really using their bones and bodies to collide with each other. The key question was, did no one care about Rose King when the 4 of them were in a chaotic battle? He was not dead. Rose King was indeed not dead. However, rank 9s had their own judgment. Rose King might not be dead, but his mentality was almost completely obliterated. This guy was no different from a living dead. Kill the ones who were still conscious first. 2 cripples and 2 skeletons were fighting fiercely. After a while, 2 more golden skeletons ran over from afar, charging toward them. Rank 8 was not dead. In the beginning, everyone was still fighting. When the other 2 golden skeletons joined the battle, the few of them fought even more fiercely. However, the next moment, 2 people and 4 skeletons stopped moving at the same time. In the distance, Fang Ping's golden skeleton was still there. Everyone was stunned. Motherf asterisk Kerr. Was it an illusion? What was going on? Why was there an additional rank 8? The 2 people and 4 skeletons opposite looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping also looked at them. He was also very speechless. I thought that 2 of them were dead. That's why I stayed here to watch the show. I didn't expect that they were still alive. Everything was fine. He could not just leave like that. Initially, everyone did not seem to care about him. Fang Ping was ready to retreat into the gravel. He did not expect to be discovered. At this moment, the scene was extremely strange. Yang Daohong and the others were about to break down. Who the F***ck was this? Why was there an additional golden skeleton? Had it been there all along, or had it just appeared? No, this was not a golden body powerhouse that had been dead for a long time. There was still some flesh and blood on its body. Its head was not completely smashed either. The most important thing was, that fellow's eyeballs were still there. Motherf***, they were staring wide open. Damn it! Taimu roared furiously. In an instant, he distanced himself from everyone, he even distanced himself from the two skeletons beside him. At this moment, too many doubts arose in his heart. The two people beside him. Were they really the two subordinates? 5 golden skeletons, there was an additional one. Who was real and who was fake? The skeleton in front, was it alive or dead? If it was alive, why did it not have any aura? If it was dead, why did everyone feel that it was still alive? This strange atmosphere lasted for a while. Yang Daohong's expression kept changing. He asked coldly, "Who are you, sir?" Hearing that, Taimu swept a glance at Yang Daohong. Yang Daohong coldly snorted and said, "He's not someone from Star Town." Next to Yang Daohong was a skeleton that Fang Ping identified as Liu Mo. After staring at Fang Ping for a while, suddenly, blood and flesh began to appear on the skull. Then, blood and flesh appeared on half of the skull. Then, Liu Mo, who had been silent all this while, said in a slightly hoarse voice, "You are." There was a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Liu Mo thought of someone, Fang Ping. Fang Ping could restrain his aura and forge his golden bones. Many of the higher-ups didn't really care about this, and there weren't many people in Stellar Sky City who did. He had been to MCMAU, though. He knew Fang Ping. But this was the domain of a domain, this was an extremely dangerous place. Even a 9th grade expert would die in this domain. Even a peerless expert had fallen. How could Fang Ping be here? How could this be? Fang Ping was only rank 5. No, I heard that he was already rank 6. He was only a rank 6. How was it possible for him to pass through thousands of miles of the catacombs territory, and even pass through the Forbidden Sea to arrive here? That was impossible. Liu Mo was a little doubtful and uncertain. Yang Daohong glanced at Liu Mo, but Liu Mo didn't say anything else. He really wasn't sure who was opposite him. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was still motionless. He wanted to try and see if playing dead would still work. The scene continued to be strange. After a moment, Taimu said coldly, "Yang Daohong, since he's not from Stellar Sky City, let's join forces and kill him." At this moment, everyone's combat strength was at its lowest. A rank 8 powerhouse was enough to change the current situation. The best way to deal with this kind of uncertainty was to kill him. At this moment, Fang Ping opened his mouth. His mouth opened and closed, his voice hoarse, "You, trespassed, Mausoleum Cave, deserve to die." His words were incomparably vague. The two words Mausoleum Cave were clear. This time, Yang Daohong's expression changed drastically because Fang Ping was speaking in Mandarin. Of course, it was very vague, even more so than speaking with a carrot in his mouth. But he still heard the two words Mausoleum Cave. "Senior," Yang Daohong was just about to speak when Fang Ping stood up. Without another word, he started attacking a rank 8 skeleton in the restricted area, his mouth shouting vaguely, "Kill." Seeing this, Yang Daohong roared, "Kill these guys." Liu Mo was a little dazed, but since Yang Daohong had said so, Liu Mo and the other person did not hesitate. 2 skeletons quickly began to surround and kill another rank 8 powerhouse in the restricted area. Yang Daohong, on the other hand, was excited to the point of madness, and began to attack Taimu in a frenzy. Taimu was also extremely shocked, yelling angrily, "Tai Heng, do it. Tyson, don't kill him. Don't kill him." He was talking about Fang Ping. There were actually living people in the bounded area. There were actually living people in the bounded area. This sentence, Taimu repeated in his heart countless times. There were actually living people here, not native monsters and plants, but living people. This was too shocking. If King Song knew about this, he would probably join forces with various kings and enter this place personally. It was not a big deal that they could not seize the true king's remains. As long as they captured this person, the credit would not be less than seizing the true king's remains, maybe even greater. This was a big deal that could shake the entire restricted area. Something big had really happened. In this boundary that had been sealed for countless years, there were actually living people. Maybe they were living dead, Taimu added in his heart. However, regardless of whether they were living or living dead, the other party still had intelligence, and that was enough. This time, the people on both sides went crazy. Fang Ping was also scared to the point of wanting to run. Mother **Ker, the way these people looked at him was too scary. I was just saying it casually, and you guys took it seriously? Did the ancients speak the same way we do? I just wanted to prove that I might be the ancestor of mankind, so that the people of Star Town would not kill me. I did not expect that even the people of the restricted area would go crazy. I seem to have forgotten, these people also know Chinese, maybe half-baked people would be more likely to believe it. Fang Ping was trembling a little. These guys' gazes were too evil. But then again, the rank 8 skeleton that was fighting him did not seem to dare to be too ruthless, being timid. For a moment, Fang Ping did not use celestiality or other powers, only relying on his skeletal frame to fight evenly with the other party. He was fighting evenly here, but on the other side, the other rank 8 in the restricted area was not the same. What Taimu meant by fighting, was that he meant to perish together. This rank 8 called Taiheng attacked both of them without fear of death, the golden color on his body getting thicker and thicker, so thick that, after a while, a loud bang was heard. They self-destructed. These restricted area powerhouses self-destructed like it was a game, even more ruthless than humans. The underground sealed boundary was bombarded once again. Boom, Liamo and Taiheng were already severely injured. At this moment, a brilliant golden light erupted. The next moment, 2 skeletons flew out, motionless, as if they had lost their lives. At this moment, everyone's mentality was depleted. Mentality attacks were the most terrifying killing moves. The other party did not want to live anymore, specifically attacking the sealed boundary. If they did not self-destruct, they were not prepared to live. Taimu did not care about this, neither did Yang Daohong. These 2 rank 9s were also fighting crazily, flesh and blood flying everywhere. One had lost a hand and a leg, the other had lost both arms. Right now, it was a competition of toughness. They were really using their skulls to hit each other, golden blood splattering everywhere. It was a tragic sight. Both of them roared madly as they fought. Taimu, ask your people to stop. Yang Daohong, back off, or else, if we can't get it, don't even think about getting it. Damn bastard, that's my human ancestor, don't you dare. Although both of them were clamoring, they were fighting really ruthlessly, really viciously. At this moment, Fang Ping was silent. If he gave himself away now, he would be beaten to death by both of them. That should not be wrong, right? The battle was still ongoing. The 2 rank 9s were really fighting with their lives on the line, even beginning to overdraft their imperishable substances to forcefully heal their injuries. As for Fang Ping, seeing that the rank 8 did not seem to dare to use too much force, he attacked with all his might. Although he did not use vitality force, in terms of bone structure, although Fang Ping was not as good as a real rank 8, the gap was not too big. The other party had also fought for a long time, being overcautious. Under Fang Ping's frenzied attacks, the fight was spectacular. Both of them seemed to have some attitude of dawdling. This kind of battle went on for a very, very long time. So long that Yang Daohong and Taimu were almost turned into skeletons. At this point in the battle, both of them were still evenly matched. Fang Ping was a little speechless. Yang Daohong was quite arrogant when he came, prepared to fight 1 against 3. In the end, he fought Taimu and ended up like this. Fang Ping did not know that Yang Daohong's confidence in fighting 1 against 3 was related to that suppress word. It was different from King Pine's immortal spirit. Once King Pine's immortal spirit appeared, it would definitely be attacked. As for his suppress word, if he was not tricked by King Pine, even if it appeared in the sealed realm, as long as he was careful, he would not be attacked. This was Yang Daohong's trump card, that was made by Polaris City's Paragon ancestor. It was much stronger than what he made. Releasing a little of its power was enough to suppress a rank 9. Of course, this was prepared to be used after entering the bounded realm. The key was still the Paragon's corpse. Who knew, in the end, it would be tricked out in advance. Without this thing, Yang Daohong was not much stronger than Taimu. Both of them had fought hundreds of times in 60 years. It was enough to prove a lot of things that they did not die. Both of them fought until the end. Their speed slowed down, and their injuries became more and more serious. Fighting here could not replenish their consumption. They would only get weaker as they fought. At this time, both of them thought of the same thing. In the next moment, both of them attacked Rose King, who was lying on the ground. There was still a lot of life essence in Rose King's body. The energy stones could not keep up with their consumption speed. Only life essence could. Before this, both of them were actually prepared to wait until the winner was decided. Then, they would snatch it and recover their injuries. But now, until now, there was still no winner. Then, it would depend on who got the life essence first. The one who recovered their consumption would be the winner. The two of them circled around the Rose Queen and once again engaged in a life and death struggle. The Rose King, who was on the ground, was also affected by the two of them. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere, but he was still unconscious. Evidently, the previous mental attack had caused a fatal effect on him. As they fought, Fang Ping also noticed that the rank 8 skeleton opposite him was starting to lose its strength. Everyone didn't want to maintain their skeletal state like this. This was a sign that their injuries were extremely severe. Even the imperishable substance wasn't enough to restore their flesh and blood. When they were seriously injured, the longer they stayed, the weaker they would become. The rank 8 on the other side was weakened. Yang Daohong and his brother were also weakened. Seeing this, Fang Ping finally breathed a sigh of relief. In this state, if he used celestiality and mentality outburst, these guys might not be his match. He glanced at Taimu out of the corner of his eye. He was going to beat this guy to death later. Yang Daohong was not easy to deal with. If he killed him, that would be too inhumane. There were not many rank 9 humans. If he killed him, that would be a sin. If he did not beat him to death. Fang Ping shuddered. When he returned to the human world, Yang Daohong would definitely know that he had tricked him. If that happened, wouldn't he come to MCMAU to settle the score? Was there anyone in MCMAU who could be his match? Old Wu had a divine weapon. He also had a genuine rank 9 divine weapon. Most likely, he couldn't beat him. What should he do then? Fang Ping was still thinking about these when the rank 8 on the other side suddenly unleashed an outburst. A blow sent Fang Ping flying. Fang Ping wanted to fly up and fight again. In the next moment, Fang Ping could no longer fly up. It was as if he had fallen apart, lying on the ground, unmoving. The Rose King, who was initially like a dead person, suddenly exploded at this moment. With a loud roar, the energy in both his fists shook the heavens and the earth. When both fists came together, they enveloped Yang Daohong and his brother. Go to hell. Rose King's expression was ferocious. He hammered his fist down viciously. Boom, the sound of an explosion rang out instantly. The two half-skeletons were almost completely smashed. Rose King leaped into the air, throwing a punch at the rank 8 who was still fighting with Fang Ping earlier. This punch smashed the other party's skeleton directly. The bones scattered all over the ground. Rose King glanced at the motionless Fang Ping. He frowned slightly and did not look at him anymore. The other party's ability was average. He could not even defeat a rank 8 who was extremely weak. He was very weak. Even if he was in disguise, he did not care. At this moment, Rose King's face was deathly pale. His body was also covered in golden yellow bloodstains. When the two rank 9s were fighting beside him earlier, he did not move at all. He did not even put up any defense. He was also severely injured. More importantly, his mentality was about to be completely obliterated. But he still waited for the opportunity. He waited for the opportunity when the two of them were extremely weak. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he finally became the final big winner. The two who were blasted away crashed into countless energy crystals, collapsing weakly on the ground. Taimu was in slight disbelief. He was also a little unwilling. He trembled and said, How could it be? Rank 9 powerhouses were not fools. If they were not sure of Rose King's state, they would not have fought to the death just to let him take advantage of it. Rose King's mentality had been obliterated. This was something that the two rank 9s had confirmed. He was just a living dead, even if his flesh had existed for thousands of years, so what? However, they did not expect that Rose King's mentality had not been obliterated. Why was that so? Rose King had been sullen since the opening of the Tiannan catacombs until now. At this moment, he walked toward the two of them while coughing blood. He laughed and said, "It has indeed obliterated my immortal god. But so what? In these 200 years, it's not like I did not get any good stuff. Green jade bore fruit 30 years ago." Cough, cough, cough. Taimu, you didn't expect this, did you? How could it be? Taimu was extremely unwilling. He muttered, "Bear fruit. Even if it could bear fruit, why would it give it to you? Why not? We've been together for 200 years. I've already promised her that when I become a true king, I'll help her materialize and become an immortal couple." As soon as he said this, even though Yang Daohong and Taimu were facing a life-threatening crisis, their expressions were extremely strange. Taimu did not say anything. Yang Daohong mocked, "Immortal couple? Monster plants. Do they have genders? City Lord Rose. What a joke. Ha ha ha. You actually want to, ha ha ha. What a joke." Yang Daohong was laughing so hard that he could not catch his breath. This was as unreliable as a human marrying a dog as a wife. No, there were male and female dogs. Monster plants did not even have a gender. The key was, until they reached the absolute peak, a monster plant was still a monster plant. Even if they reached the absolute peak, the so-called materialization was not the transformation into a human. It was just like Pine King's immortal god, where a human face would appear on the tree trunk. In other words, it was just a facade, but it could speak. It would not be like now, where they could only communicate with mentality. Of course, Pine King was not a monster plant. What appeared before was only the materialization of his mentality. It did not mean that he was a monster plant. Rose King's eyes were cold. He said lightly, "It's okay. I don't mind a dying man laughing at me." Behind him, Fang Ping did not laugh. He only glanced at Rose King. Dylan's died because they talked too much. Aren't you afraid that these two rank 9s will explode and kill you? However, Fang Ping felt a headache coming on. This fellow was alive again, after so many twists and turns. Did he have to pretend to be a coward again? Even if he pretended to be a coward, he would still be in trouble later. If Rose King was in this state, he would probably be killed with one punch. Would a mentality attack work? Just as Fang Ping was thinking, Rose King did not waste any more words. He threw a punch, sending both of them flying dozens of meters away again. Their bones began to crack. These two people really did not have the strength to fight back anymore. Rose King knew Fang Ping better than him. Could it be that everyone was like him, with this life-saving treasure? This was not cabbage. Some rank 9 monster plants bore fruit, some did not. Originally, roses only bloomed but did not bear fruit. In the end, 30 years ago, the rose spent most of its energy and life essence to condense a fruit, which was for him to save his life. 30 years ago, Rose City had already received news from the restricted area that they were going to open the Resurrection Passageway in the 11 southern territories. Once the Resurrection Passageway was opened, according to the locations of the passageways opened in other territories, Rose City might be the first line. Faced with such danger, the rose did not care about the consequences, only then did it bear this fruit. His bamboo life had this kind of opportunity. Could it be that these two also had it? Rose King did not care about these. He continued to attack, again and again, again and again. Rank 9 powerhouses were hard to kill, especially now. He could not erase the other party's mentality, nor could he erase the other party's imperishable substance. He could only rely on breaking all of their bones to kill them. The bones of the two rank 9s began to crack. Yang Daohong could still speak at this moment. He looked in the direction where Fang Ping was, his eyes revealing a hint of sorrow. He let out a long howl toward the sky, smashing his head into the ground. In the next moment, he was sent flying by a kick from Rose King. If he wanted to touch the sealed world, he would have to see if there was a chance. After kicking the other party, Rose King seemed to remember something. He suddenly sneered, picked up the two of them, and was about to throw them high up in the sky. There was a space rift high up in the sky. He almost forgot about this. This was the best way to kill. Just as he was about to throw them, Fang Ping began to consider whether he should attack. Yang Daohong was a rank 9 powerhouse after all. It was not worth it to die here just like this. Fang Ping did not want to fight him head-on. He was only thinking if he should bombard the sealed world with mentality and let the sealed world retaliate. However, if he did that, the probability of Yang Daohong dying together with him was not small. Of course, at this point, whether he lived or died depended on his luck. Just as Fang Ping was about to act, the sealed world retaliated. In an instant, an intense mentality attack erupted from under Rose King's feet. Ah! Rose King screamed. This time, he did not even have time to defend. Fang Ping was stunned. What now? Rose King was still screaming. The two broken skeletons in his hands seemed to have died completely, and he threw them aside. In the distance, a figure walked out of the ruins slowly. He looked at Rose King, chuckling. King, it's me. Qing Hong, Rose King's eyes were dim. At this moment, he was extremely unwilling, even more unwilling than Tai Mu and the rest. They had fought until now, and they had used all their trump cards. In the end, he actually fell in the hands of his own people, Qing Hong, the second batch of rank 7 martial artists from Rose City who escorted human martial artists to the boundaries. The rank 7 that Tai Mu and the rest left behind was him. Because he was from Rose City, Tai Mu did not really trust him. During a battle, an unfamiliar rank 7 was not enough to make them feel at ease. And because of this, this person actually escaped from the previous few battles and did not die. King, I didn't expect it to be like this. Commander Qing Hong sighed and said softly, for monarchs, for venerables, I didn't expect, the one who survived in the end is me. Qing Hong's face was flushed. He could not help but look greedy, murmuring, so many divine weapons, your monarch's divine weapon, Yang Daohong's monarch's divine weapon, rank 8 divine weapons, rank 7 divine weapons, and, your heart core, their heart cores and brain cores, including your flesh and blood, bones, and, the fountain of life in your body. King, I want to enter the king's territory too, build a city that belongs to me, call myself a king, perhaps, I can enter the boundaries and find the remains of a true king. King, I don't want that either. As Qing Hong spoke, he did not move forward. He was worried that Rose King still had the strength to attack. Qing Hong unleashed his mentality again and began to attack the ceiling boundary. The drama played out one scene after another. Even Fang Ping was dumbfounded as he watched. Rose King schemed against Yang Daohong and the rest, but in the end, he was schemed against by his subordinate. In the end, so many high-ranked powerhouses were taken advantage of by this rank 7. Qing Hong attacked the ceiling boundary. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices. His mentality was exploding. He could not avoid those explosive mentality attacks. But he did not care. After killing all these people, he could think of a way to enter the boundary's inner area with the benefits. He could also think of a way to leave this place and fly far away. Rank 7 was not too eye-catching. After the repeated attacks, Rose King's mentality had long been depleted. He only relied on the rank 9 divine fruit to maintain his mentality. However, at this moment, after being attacked repeatedly, Rose King was really going to die. Rose King was unwilling, angry, and in disbelief. Too many emotions made him explode. He defeated everyone. Seeing that victory was at the last step, a nobody that he had neglected and disregarded actually schemed against him. After thinking about it, in the end, he had made a wedding dress for others. Qing Hong. An extremely unwilling and sorrowful cry sounded. In the next moment, Rose King, who was on the verge of death, widened his eyes and stared at Qing Hong, or, in other words, behind him, behind Qing Hong, a golden skeleton floated in midair, tiptoeing, or perhaps in an extremely wretched manner. It was holding a broadsword and aiming at Qing Hong's head, getting ready to slash down, and Qing Hong knew nothing. That skeleton, an unfamiliar rank 8 powerhouse, a rank 8 from the boundaries. Rose King's thoughts were already in a mess, but it did not stop him from thinking about it. Qing Hong, was he going to die? this B***** schemed against him, and in the end, he made a wedding dress for others. At this moment, Rose King only felt that it was funny. He only felt that it was infinitely funny and pathetic. So many people died here, lost their lives, schemed against all living beings, and in the end, fell into the hands of an unknown skeleton. Rose King's expression was too complicated. It was so complicated that Qing Hong chuckled and said, "King, rest in peace. When I enter the king realm, I will help you take care of the guardian." Ha, ha. This intermittent laughter came from Rose King's mouth. He saw it, he saw the broadsword falling. He saw that the saber was filled with the boundless power of heaven and earth, and it fell silently just like that. Qing Hong, this traitor, only cared about bombarding him with the immortal deity. How stupid, how funny, how sad. Boom, a huge explosion sounded. Qing Hong was only an upper stage rank 7. Upper stage meant that he had not honed his skull. In this place full of golden skeleton martial artists, a martial artist who had not honed his skull was hit in the head by a broadsword filled with close to 100 celestiality. One could imagine the consequences. His head exploded instantly, until death. Qing Hong did not know what happened. Ha ha ha. Rose King was still laughing maniacally. In the next moment, the skeleton continued Qing Hong's work, using his mentality to bombard the sealed boundary. However, Fang Ping had learned from the previous two's lessons. While bombarding, his mentality swept everywhere. He was lacking in everything but mentality. Explode, anyway, he had long lost consciousness from the explosions. The pain was almost gone. It was better than being killed by someone's scheme. He not only bombarded Rose King's side, but also Yang Daohong and Tai Mu's side. He did not even spare the few rank 8 skeletons that had fallen to the ground, bombarding everywhere. Fang Ping's mentality was constantly being crushed, but Fang Ping did not care, continuing to bombard. He did not even spare the people of Star City. Of course, the bombardment strength was slightly lesser. Who knew if these people would suddenly explode and kill him at once? Even if he really killed these people by mistake, Fang Ping might blame himself, but he would never regret it. Without him, these people would still be dead. With him around, these people might not die, but at least he had to ensure that the other party did not have any strength to fight back. Trespassing into the heavenly court, all of you deserve to die. Disturbing the heavenly emperor's slumber, unforgivable. In the past, even the demon emperor did not dare to trespass here. All of you deserve to die. Rose King's dim gaze revealed an extremely shocked expression. Demon emperor. Heavenly emperor. Heavenly court, shocking inside story involving the demon emperor era, involved the boundaries, involved the sinking of God continent, involved too many shocking inside stories that disappeared in history. Unfortunately, he did not have the chance to ask, to understand. With infinite regret, the next moment, Rose King's gaze dimmed completely. The life force on his body was still circulating, but his mentality was completely extinguished. If no one touched his body now, perhaps thousands of years later, Rose King could also come back to life and live again. Beside him, Tai Mu's skeleton moved slightly, as if he had heard the news too. At this moment, he was still alive. However, not long after, Tai Mu also fell into a dead silence. Perhaps, he felt regret too. What exactly happened during the Demon Emperor era? This was a top secret that not even many people in the restricted zone knew about, and those who knew were not people they could see. Even the two kings who knew the inside story, whether they were still alive or not, was still a question. The opportunity to unveil the mysterious veil was right in front of him, but he would never have the chance to know. There were definitely many regrets. Yang Daohong, on the other hand, hadn't moved at all. Perhaps he was already dead. Fang Ping did not care whether they were dead or not. He continued to attack. If he had to come back to life again, he couldn't afford to lose. In the end, Fang Ping was completely dazed. How many times had his mentality exploded during this trip to the catacombs? 30 times, 50 times, or more, who cares, as long as he doesn't die. While he was in a trance, Fang Ping slashed with his saber. Beside his ear, there seemed to be a series of shouts coming from a faraway place. Fang Ping! Fang Ping, stop! Fang Ping, wake up! Stop! Fang Ping, you don't want the loot anymore? You've destroyed the divine weapon and the life essence. Fang Ping, your parents and sister are waiting for you to return. Fang Ping's cloudy eyes regained some clarity. Wang Jinyang's face appeared before his eyes. Old Wang, are they all dead? Dead, they're all dead. Oh, keep the things well, hide immediately. Be careful of the monster plants and beasts coming back. I don't know if they're dead or alive. Remember to find their corpses to confirm their deaths. Fang Ping spoke intermittently for a while. Then, his vision went black and he fell into a coma. Wang Jinyang held him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This guy was still thinking about these things at a time like this. He looked at the skeletons, corpses, golden bones around him. Wang Jinyang felt like he was still in a dream. Motherf *Ker, he had healed himself. He crawled out from the rubble and saw Fang Ping attacking the sealed boundary continuously. Below the ground, there were golden bones everywhere. Wang Jinyang was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? These people did not seem to have died in the big explosion earlier. There were many traces of battle later on. How did they die? He was in a daze when he healed himself earlier. He was not really conscious. The only thing he knew was that Fang Ping was not dead. Not only did this guy not die, but he seemed to have become the final winner. In a desperate fight between a group of rank 7, 8, and 9 powerhouses, Fang Ping actually won in the end. Wang Jinyang still could not believe it. The darkness lasted for a long time. Fang Ping did not know how long he had slept and how long he had been unconscious. When he woke up again, the sky was still bright. He did not know if it was the arrival of a new day or if he had just fallen asleep. You're awake? Beside him, Wang Jinyang's hoarse voice rang. Fang Ping opened his eyes. At this moment, Fang Ping was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. There was no part of his body that did not hurt. He wailed, City Lord Rose has life essence, why didn't she give it to me? It was too painful, his head was about to explode. His body was about to explode. In short, it was so painful that Fang Ping wanted to roll on the ground. Wang Jinyang said helplessly, I can't break his flesh. I can't extract life essence. His words were full of sorrow. He really could not break it. Among all the rank 9s, only Rose King's flesh remained intact. Moreover, it was always in the period of abundant energy. His condition did not deteriorate. The only flaw was that his mentality was obliterated. After Wang Jinyang healed himself, he entered peak rank 5. However, even if he was peak rank 5 and picked up a divine weapon and hacked for a long time, he still could not break Rose King's flesh. If he could not break the flesh, how could he extract life essence? As soon as he said that, Fang Ping was stunned. He endured the pain and said, can't break the flesh? Nonsense. Wang Jinyang said weakly, I don't have celestiality. Do you think it's possible to break a rank 9's flesh with vitality force? Besides, in this place, every bit of vitality I expend means a bit less. I don't dare to exhaust all of it. If I can't break it, I didn't try. Luckily, you're finally awake. At this moment, Fang Ping remembered the purpose of entering the catacombs this time. He said immediately, Instructor Zhang and the others. Wang Jinyang sighed softly. I found them, but they're all unconscious. Out of 6 people, 4 are dead. Only my instructor and another rank 6 martial artist are still alive. I'm not too familiar with them, but their mentality suffered heavy damage. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for them to recover. As he said that, Wang Jinyang gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, Fang Ping. I know that Instructor Li was also injured by a rank 9's mentality. He couldn't recover. Later, you helped him recover. If Wang Jinyang was too embarrassed to continue, if his injuries were really the same as Li Chongqing's, then the life essence consumed would not be a small amount, and it might not even work. Back then, old man Li's mentality was really broken and rebuilt. Whether his mentality recovered because of the life essence or something else, that was uncertain. Letting Zhang Qingnan do the same thing was definitely not reliable. The probability of him dying was even higher. Zhang Qingnan did not have a semi-golden body. Therefore, perhaps consuming a large amount of life essence might not be useful. Moreover, the life essence was still in the rank 9 powerhouse's body. It was also uncertain how much was left. These were all Fang Ping's. Wang Jinyang had never thought of occupying them. He was not that kind of person. If he really thought about it, perhaps when Fang Ping was unconscious, he was the biggest winner in life. Fang Ping patted his shattered skull, saying weakly, "We'll talk about this later. I'm about to die. Since Instructor Zhang's mentality is only injured, then don't worry about it for now. Think of a way to revive me first." Having said that, Fang Ping struggled to stand up. He looked around and frowned, saying, "Why are we still here? Don't talk about it. Don't leave this place no matter what. Because of the great battle here, there are many rank 9s. In addition, there have been many counterattacks from the sealed world. That's why. The monsters and plants don't dare to come here for now. Other places are full of monsters and plants. I went out to take a look. There are many of them." Wang Jinyang was helpless too. He was ready to leave with his men. In the end, he had not gone far when he was scared back. This place was too dangerous. Fang Ping said nothing more. He looked around and saw a pile of golden skeletons not far away. He asked, "Are there still people alive?" Wang Jinyang shook his head. "I don't know. Whether these people are dead or not, I can't release my mentality, so I can't feel it. Even if they're not dead, I can't do anything to them. Without mentality suppression, I can't kill these people, even if they're the living dead." These words made him sad again. It was fine if he could not break a rank 9's torso. He could not even cut a rank 8 skeleton. If he really unleashed his full strength, he might be able to cut it. However, if he broke a skeleton, his vitality would probably be depleted. Having said that, Wang Jinyang's expression was solemn. "You killed the people from Star Town as well?" Fang Ping said innocently, "Don't wrongly accuse me. Am I that kind of person? They fought on their own. It has nothing to do with me. After that, I saw that they were all dead. When the sealed boundary erupted, it's not like I can control the direction. It's an all-encompassing attack. If someone was still breathing and I killed them by mistake, then there's nothing I can do. I can't control this. When that happens, if they don't die, I'll be the one who dies." Wang Jinyang frowned. "I know. But if this gets out, I'm afraid Star Town won't let this go easily." Fang Ping felt a headache coming on. "There's nothing I can do. What can I do about this?" As he said that, Fang Ping shook his head. "Forget it. I'll try to see if there's anyone alive first." Having said that, Fang Ping walked forward and started activating the storage space. Some golden skeletons, including the Rose King's corpse, were put into the storage space. Underground, however, there were still a few skeletons left. They're really not dead, they're not dead even after all this. These fellows' vitality is terrifying. Fang Ping was shocked. The survivability of rank 8 and 9 powerhouses was too strong. At this moment, there were still 2 golden skeletons underground. There was no Yang Daohong. Yang Daohong was really dead. Fang Ping was actually a little upset. He did not know if Yang Daohong was killed by himself, or if he had died when the Rose King attacked, or if he had died when Qing Hong attacked. But no matter what, Yang Daohong was indeed dead. Even his skeleton had been put into the storage space by Fang Ping. The 2 who were alive were the other 2 rank 8s in Star Town. Both of them had been sent flying by the rank 8 self-explosion. After that, there were no signs of them. When Fang Ping attacked the sealed boundary later, although he had also attacked them, the attack force was not too strong. Both of them were actually not dead. Liamo and this one are still alive. Unbelievable. As Fang Ping said that, he felt a headache coming on. But it's hard to tell if they're dead or alive. Should I leave them here or bring them back? If I bring them back, it'll be hard to explain. The rank 9 Yang Daohong was dead, the few rank 7s were completely annihilated. The remaining 2 rank 8s were also beaten into this state. It was hard to say if they could recover. If they brought them back, it would be hard to explain if they could not survive. If they survived, it would be hard to explain. Fang Ping's head hurt. Wang Jinyang frowned slightly too. After a while, he said, "What should we do?" "I don't know." Fang Ping sighed. "Kill them to keep them quiet." 2 rank 8s. They're considered the high-end combat strength of mankind. But, why should we kill them to keep them quiet? Fang Ping said gloomily, I didn't kill Grandmaster Yang. Wang Jinyang frowned. You think that way, but they might not think the same way. Fang Ping rubbed his chin. Thankful that it was a little uncomfortable. He gave up on rubbing his chin and said, let me think about the situation. These two fellows were blasted away not long after I appeared. At that time, Grandmaster Yang was still fighting Taimu one-on-one. Logically, he shouldn't have thought of me. But, Fang Ping said a little sheepishly, but I said something. These fellows might have treated me as a living person from the bounded domain. Do you think they'll kill me if they know the situation? Wang Jinyang's head hurt. This fellow, that's enough. Too lazy to say anything else, Wang Jinyang said in a low voice, that's nothing. In order to save my life, what's wrong with saying something? Did they see you attacking the sealed world and bombarding those rank 9s? No. That's good. Wang Jinyang breathed a sigh of relief. He exhaled and said, then it's not a big problem. Grandmaster Yang and Taimu fought each other, and both of them died in battle. Fang Ping coughed dryly. It's more complicated than that. Both of them fought until they were half dead. Rose City Lord faked her death and resurrected, killing both of them. Then, a Rose City Commander-in-Chief appeared and killed Rose City Lord. Then, I killed that Commander-in-Chief. This is the real situation. Wang Jinyang was dumbfounded. So complicated, this was a chain of events, and in the end, Fang Ping had the upper hand. If that was the case, Wang Jinyang said immediately, that means that Grandmaster Yang died in the hands of Rose City Lord. This is also the truth. You didn't attack Grandmaster Yang directly, did you? No. His body is still here. As long as we bring it back, everyone will be able to see how he died. It has nothing to do with you, so we don't have to worry. Fang Ping sighed. I'm just afraid that those paragons will go crazy. They might not care about this. They might even want us to pay with our lives. Old Wang, this is a little tricky. Tell me, should we, cough, you know what I mean. Wang Jinyang said in a low voice, although it's a little risky. Fang Ping, killing 2 rank 8 human powerhouses. After all, the Patriarch of Star City has been suppressing Imperial Sea Mountain for humans for hundreds of years. It's better not to do this. Before this, Old Wang was worried about Star City's attitude. Now, however, knowing the real situation, Old Wang changed his attitude. He continued, if the paragons can't even distinguish between right and wrong and insist on finding trouble with us, then they'll die. Wang Jinyang frowned slightly. I know, but we can't afford to gamble now. Fang Ping, we're here. Although only the 4 of us know, besides, my instructor is here too. Don't tell me that even my instructor. As soon as these words came out, Fang Ping remembered instantly. Yes, Zhang Qingnan and the other rank 6 martial artist were still alive. Unless, they killed both of them to silence them too. Otherwise, the news of them coming to the bounded zones could not be kept a secret. Since it could not be kept a secret, Fang Ping suddenly cursed, it has nothing to do with me in the first place. At least I saved 2 rank 8s. If the paragons really want to find trouble, unless they kill me directly in the human world, I'll hide in the catacombs and hide my aura. Sooner or later, I'll fight them to the end. Wang Jinyang laughed. There's no need to be so pessimistic. Actually, even if you say you killed a rank 9, no one will believe you. Fang Ping said gloomily, but I'm really going to say that I killed a few rank 9s. 3 in the restricted area, 1 in Rose City. This time, I killed 4 rank 9s and a bunch of rank 7s. Are you asking me to hide the news? Wang Jinyang said casually, no, you can say whatever you want. The key is whether everyone believes it or not. If you bring the skeletal remains back, other than the rank 7 that you killed, it's not like we can't find out how the others died. That makes sense. Fang Ping was a little embarrassed. Yes, he really thought too much. Rank 9s. In the eyes of the rank 9, these people would not be able to break their defense even if they just stood there and let them hack at them. Even if Fang Ping had celestiality, he could not hack at a living rank 9. If he hacked at a rank 9, maybe he would be shocked to death in the end. No one would believe this boast if he boasted it out. But it was true, the Rose City Lord died in his hands. At least he was still alive at that time. Taimu was also alive, still breathing. He really killed these two rank 9s, but if he said it out, only a ghost would believe him. Old Wang, I really killed two rank 9s. I believe you, Wang Jinyang said, then said helplessly, it's useless for you to tell me. It'll only work if others believe you. Motherf asterisk cur, no one believes the truth. What the hell? Fang Ping felt like vomiting blood, however, in the next moment, Fang Ping did not care anymore. He quickly ran toward a place not far away, picked up a long sword on the ground, and said ecstatically, the Rose City Lord's divine weapon. Wang Jinyang followed him, saying, I found a total of 4 divine weapons, just 4? Fang Ping looked over hurriedly. On the ground, there were still 3 divine weapons thrown on the ground like scrap metal. Old Wang was not in the mood to clean them up at all. If Fang Ping did not insist that he clean them up before he fainted, he would not even bother to look for them. Just 4. Wang Jinyang shook his head, saying, for some people, when they die, if the divine weapon is not outside but inside the Sanjiao gate, then it's gone. There's no other way. The divine weapon was hidden in the Sanjiao gate. Once the person died, the divine weapon was not placed outside, then it would disappear along with the Sanjiao gate. This thing was very mysterious. Moreover, this time, among the rank 9 powerhouses, Taimu and Yuming's divine weapons had both self-destructed. Fang Ping suddenly thought of Yang Daohong's divine weapon. As expected, there was still a rank 9 divine weapon that belonged to Yang Daohong underground. In that case, he had obtained 3 divine weapons, a rank 9 long sword, a rank 8 broadsword, and a rank 7x. As for the Li Mo duo's divine weapons, they seemed to have kept them themselves. Otherwise, they were lost. If they had kept them, then they could not be found in the Sanjiao gate. At this moment, Fang Ping was both disappointed and pleasantly surprised. He was disappointed that the other divine weapons had either self-destructed or disappeared along with the person's death. He was delighted that the rank 9 divine weapon of the city lord of Rose City was not kept in the Sanjiao gate. This was also related to the fact that his mentality had perished and could not be kept away. Otherwise, if he had lost this rank 9 divine weapon, he would really regret it to death. As for Yang Daohong's divine weapon, it looked like a spear but was not. It was a little similar to a halberd. It should be a unique weapon. If he really did not kill them to keep them quiet, this thing would have to be returned to Star City. He would not be able to get it. There are only 3 divine weapons. What a pity. Fang Ping was full of regrets. He thought that he could at least get 7 or 8 this time. After that, Fang Ping continued to look for other gains. A large number of energy stones, all of them high-ranked. These people had brought a lot of energy stones when they entered the bounded zones to replenish their consumption. The quality of the energy stones used by rank 9 powerhouses was really high. Fang Ping suspected that they had reached 95% purity and above. During the battle, these things were scattered all over the ground. Old Wang only picked some up casually. He did not really look for them. In fact, there were still many scattered in the city. And the one in front of him was at least a few dozen caddies. These things were valuable goods. 2 rank 8 skeletons and a rank 8 golden body. They can be worshipped as gods. A rank 9 skeleton. Fang Ping did not count Yang Daohong. He was talking about Ironwood. He did not count Rose King either. Rose King's physical body was intact. The use of such a rank 9 powerhouse's corpse was immeasurable. It was very rare for humans to kill a catacomb's rank 9. In other words, it was almost impossible to get a complete corpse. Not only that, there was still a large amount of life essence sealed in Rose King's body. As for the exact amount, it was not clear yet. An unknown amount of life essence, 3 divine weapons, a few dozen caddies of rank 9 energy stones, a rank 9 skeleton, a complete rank 9 corpse, 2 rank 8 skeletons. Fang Ping calculated for a while and said, no, at least the corpse is useful. Do you think powerhouses can open a dead person's Sanjiao gate? If they can, then there must be divine weapons. I don't know. Wang Jinyang shook his head. He could not help but say, "Are you still not satisfied? Why do you need so many divine weapons? You have all the rank 7, 8, and 9 divine weapons." Nonsense. The more of these things, the better. Who would complain about having more? Having said that, Fong Ping released Rose King's corpse. Looking at Rose King, who seemed to be in a deep sleep, Fong Ping could not help but say, "This guy. Do you think he can really be resurrected?" "I'm not sure." Wang Jinyang shook his head, frowning. "Can catacombs martial artists who die in the catacombs be resurrected too? His body is still very complete. It's just that his mentality is dead. If new mentality is born in this corpse, do you think he can be resurrected? Will you give him this chance?" "Of course not," Fong Ping said, gritting his teeth. "This guy drinks life essence like water and wastes it casually. I don't know how much of my life essence he has wasted. I'll kill him even if he's resurrected. Stand aside. I'll break open his body and take it out to see how much is left." As he said that, Fong Ping picked up the rank 9 long sword in his hand. Celestiality emanated and he slashed, bang, with a loud bang, Fong Ping flew backward. Rose King's corpse had a small cut, but it healed in an instant. Fong Ping was dumbstruck. He was already dead, yet he could not cut it. It was not that he could not cut it, but the life essence in his body was still flowing away. It was actually repairing his flesh. Motherf asterisk cur, how much was this wasted? No. I have to break it open and take it out as soon as possible. Otherwise, it'll really be all gone. Fong Ping's flesh twitched painfully. Although he did not have much flesh left, the pain was excruciating. What was in his hands was flowing away continuously. How could he endure it? This was money. Its value was immeasurable. He had not even repaired his own flesh. Was it not a waste to repair a dead person's flesh now? Without another word, Fong Ping began to condense a large amount of celestiality. Since his flesh was gone, he did not have to worry about his flesh collapsing anymore. Fong Ping began to slash wildly. The sound of metal slashing could be heard continuously. Beside him, Wang Jinyang shook his head as he watched. The sorrow of the weak, who would believe you if you said you killed a rank 9, Fong Ping had even condensed celestiality. That was why he could break the defense. His bone marrow force penetrated his body. He could probably break the defense, but he might not be able to recover as fast as the other. Ignoring Fong Ping, old Wang walked to the side. His teacher was still there. Looking at the unconscious Zhang Qingnan and the other rank 6 martial artist, Wang Jinyang sighed softly in his heart. "Teacher, oh teacher, do you know that this time, for you, a certain someone has tricked a large number of high ranks to death? His combat strength is almost on par with 2 royal cities' high ranks." Ancient city. Fong Ping slashed and slashed wildly. Finally, he managed to open a hole in Rose King's chest. Although there was a hole, the flesh was still healing. It was terrifying. Inside Rose King's body, there was a green emerald-like crystallized body. At this moment, this crystallized body was like a deflated balloon, constantly losing life essence. When Rose King was alive, she could still use mentality to seal it. Now that she was dead, it was still fine inside her body, sealed by the rank 9 impermeable body. Now that there was a hole, the speed of leakage was obviously increasing. There was originally no energy around Fong Ping. Now, it was densely packed with energy. Roar. A monster's roar was heard. Fong Ping's expression changed. In the land of boundaries, energy was what monsters and plants valued the most. At this time, the leakage of energy was so severe that the monsters that had gone far away started to become restless. Fong Ping hurriedly took out a huge bottle made of energy crystals from his storage space. He grabbed the green crystallized body and stuffed it into the bottle. As soon as the crystallized body entered the bottle, it quickly turned into a liquid-like substance. Moreover, it was still coming out and spreading. Fong Ping hurriedly took out a few more energy crystal bottles. These things were not too valuable. Before he came in, he had prepared a lot of them. It was not that he had specially prepared them to store life essence, but that he had kept them in reserve. Whether it was life essence or some energy fruits, storing them in this thing could ensure that the energy would not spread to the maximum. As he stored them, Fang Ping said ecstatically, "I'm rich. I'm really rich. So much life essence." Although this crystallized body looked like it was only the size of a fist in Rose King's body, when it turned into liquid, it filled up 3 whole bottles. Beside him, Wang Jinyang's attention was also attracted. He could not help but ask, "How much is there?" He had never seen so much life essence. Last time in Nanjiang's catacombs, Fang Ping got a small drop. He, Qin Fengqing, and the others were dying to have it. Now, it was more than a small drop. As he said that, Wang Jinyang could not help but ask, "Why did City Lord Rose bring so much out? Don't tell me she took out all her belongings?" Fang Ping was overjoyed. He could not help but scold, "This fellow used at least half." Fang Ping was extremely indignant about how wasteful the Rose King was. When this guy was fighting others, he used them without holding back at all. He was even more wasteful than Old Manly last time. He was too extravagant. Despite his scolding, Fang Ping still shook his head and said, "I don't think it's everything. There's still quite a lot in Rose City. Didn't Rose City say that it had been around for 200 years, even if some were used up in the beginning and some later on, it's still more than that." Fang Ping weighed the 3 big bottles in his hands. Excluding the weight of the bottles, the life essence was about 150 caddies. 150 kilograms was only 75 kilograms. Even though the Rose King had used up a lot of it, it was only about 300 to 400 kilograms. The last time Fang Ping went to gigantic Willow City to steal life essence, he did not steal much. He only stole a few hundred caddies. The history of gigantic Willow City did not seem to be as long as that of Rose City. In that case, Rose City should have more history. Of course, there was also the possibility that Rose City would use it a lot over time. However, in Fang Ping's opinion, Rose City definitely had up to 1,000 caddies of life essence. The City Lord of Rose City probably did not take it all away. After all, the rank 9 plant monster needed it too. Fang Ping did not know that the Rose King had indeed taken it all away. The huge Rose City, after accumulating for so many years, indeed only had this much life essence. This was not the accumulation of 200 years, but the accumulation of 30 years. The life essence from before was used up 30 years ago. In the end, all that was exchanged for was a fruit. A fruit that could save a rank 9's life. After mentality was extinguished, swallowing this fruit could allow one to live again. An energy fruit like this could not even be called an energy fruit. It was a real divine fruit. When mentality was extinguished, even if it was a rank 9 powerhouse, it was almost certain death. Even a peerless powerhouse would not be able to save them. However, the Rose King came back to life under such circumstances. This was still within the boundaries. If it was in the outside world, the effect might be better if the Rose King digested this divine fruit. Using more than 100 years of accumulated life essence in exchange for a chance to save one's life was something any city lord would be willing to do. In reality, almost no one could do it. If a rank 9 plant monster condensed such a divine fruit, its vitality would also be greatly damaged. In these 30 years, the Rose in Rose City had actually spent a long time healing. The speed at which it condensed life essence had slowed down. A part of it was used to heal itself. Naturally, Fang Ping was not aware of all this. He did hear the City Lord of Rose City mention this, but Fang Ping did not think much about it. He also did not know what it meant for a rank 9 monster plant, a monster plant that only bloomed but did not bear fruit, to condense a life-saving fruit. If he knew, Fang Ping would probably continue to hack the corpse in front of him 1,000 times. An immeasurably valuable divine fruit was eaten by this fellow just like that. At this moment, Fang Ping did not have time to think about this. He was calculating how much wealth he could earn this time. The official price of life essence was 10 million per gram. Of course, that was only the official price. Last time in Nanjiang catacombs, Fang Ping was left with more than 200 grams of life essence, which increased his wealth by 1.2 billion. The value given by the system was about 5 million per gram. As for the actual amount, although Fang Ping later exchanged some from the officials, because there was no increase in wealth, the system also did not calculate wealth for him, so he really did not know how much it was worth. However, 5 million per gram was probably not much of a difference. This time, he obtained about 75 kilograms. Fang Ping almost swallowed his saliva. How much was this? 5 billion per kilogram. Did that not mean about 375 billion? So much. In addition to the 3 divine weapons, a rank 7 divine weapon would be worth between 10 to 15 billion. A rank 8 would be at least 30 to 50 billion, a rank 9 would be even more expensive. Under normal circumstances, no one would sell rank 9 divine weapons. It was also impossible to buy them. A rank 9 divine weapon needed to kill a rank 9 monster plant monster, and it had to be intact. In this world, other than those at the top, how many people could do it? Its value was probably hundreds of billions. In this way, the 3 divine weapons would probably be worth 150 billion. This was not all. Rank 9 skeletons, Rose King's corpse, rank 8 skeletons, these things were hard to calculate. Dead people, the system actually did not count as value. Just like when Fang Ping dug out the catacombs martial artist's energy heart, it did not count as wealth. However, since he sold it, it was counted as money. When he was in Magic City catacombs, Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing worked together and dug out the martial artist's heart. However, Fang Ping did not want it, throwing it all to Qin Fengqing. Rose King and Taimu's skeletons, such rank 9 corpses, if sold, would probably fetch a high price, right? Even if these skeletons were not included, just the life essence and divine weapons alone would be worth more than 500 billion, and these energy stones, although there was not a lot, it was about the same as the ones Fang Ping blew up previously. There were definitely more than 10 billion, however, at this moment, Fang Ping did not really think much of it. Could 10 billion or so be considered money? This time, the harvest was incomparably huge, calculated in hundreds of billions. 10 billion. Fang Ping felt that there was no need to care about this small change. I'm rich, I'm rich. Fang Ping laughed so hard that his teeth were about to shatter. However, after laughing, Fang Ping still frowned slightly. The system did not add his wealth. This meant that the system had always believed that he was not out of danger yet. Fang Ping could understand. The bounded domain was indeed extremely dangerous. Not far away, there were many monsters and monster plants guarding. The Forbidden Sea was also full of danger. He still had to think of a way to cross the far west land and a few royal cities to go back. Previously, when he destroyed that small city, it could quickly calculate his wealth. That was because at that time, Fang Ping and the others had the ability to get out of danger and return to Sky South City, back to the human world. Now, it might not be the case. If that's the case, Fang Ping looked at his skeleton, suddenly having a headache. Should he still heal his injuries now? If he healed his injuries, if he used up his life essence now, the system would not calculate his wealth later. During the dangerous process, the items that were used up were not counted as wealth. However, if he did not heal his injuries, his current state was actually very bad. Even if he used up his wealth to repair his body, his state was still very bad. The worse the injury, the greater the danger. However, if he used it now, then he would lose a lot of wealth. Fang Ping thought about it and sighed. He still made up his mind. No matter how much wealth he had, he needed to be alive to spend it. Recovering to his peak state was what he needed to do now. In his situation, he did not need to use up too much life essence. He was only recovering to half a golden body, not a true golden body. Is 1 caddy enough? 500 grams, might not be enough. At most, 2 caddies, 1,000 grams, the official price was 10 billion. The system calculated that his wealth was about 5 billion. This little bit less. Fang Ping did not think it was a big deal. Anything less than 10 billion was not considered a lot. Thinking of this, Fang Ping looked at Wang Jinyang and said, "Old Wang, I'll heal my injuries first. Help me keep an eye on things. If there are monsters coming, leave in time." Right now, this was the safest place. Many rank 9 powerhouses had fallen. The sealed world had exploded. Such an aura still lingered. Those monsters and monster plants did not dare to come over. If they left this place, it might be even more dangerous. Wang Jinyang nodded. When he saw that Fang Ping took out a lot of life essence, he felt a little sorry for Fang Ping. This guy, he was really generous. As for himself, he did not need it. Previously, he was injured quite badly. He had used up a lot of his imperishable substance. His injuries had mostly recovered. Fang Ping did not think much about it. Wang Jinyang had some ideas now. He might have been more than rank 8 in his past life. Rank 8 imperishable substance was also limited. Otherwise, Liu Mo and the rest would not have been fighting in the form of skeletons. It was because the imperishable substance had been used up. As for him, his injuries were actually very serious. He had used up a lot of imperishable substance. He was also injured quite badly last time. During this period, he had also used the imperishable substance to cultivate. The consumption was also not small. He had not reached rank 8. Right now, he could not replenish the consumption of imperishable substance. After using so much, Wang Jinyang did not feel that the imperishable substance was going to be depleted. This meant that in his past life, he was stronger than a rank 8. Rank 9, or stronger, he was not sure about this now. Fang Ping said that he was above the top. Wang Jinyang did not know whether what he said was true or not. It was hard to tell the truth from this guy's words. This time, Fang Ping spent a lot of time healing. And the consumption of life essence was more than he expected. When he used up 1 kilogram of life essence, Fang Ping's flesh had actually been reborn. However, Fang Ping realized that his half-golden body could continue to become stronger. It was similar to Old Man Li's state last time. Perhaps, this was also an opportunity to break down and build up. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. In for a penny, in for a pound. He simply used up another 1 kilogram of life essence for his flesh to absorb. His half-golden body's golden glow was originally very dim, incomparable to Li Hansong's. Even if Fang Ping had reached rank 6 and Li Hansong was only rank 5, Li Hansong's half-golden body was still more resplendent than his. That also meant that it was stronger. However, when Fang Ping used up so much life essence, his golden body began to shine brightly. When Fang Ping opened his eyes and stopped, Wang Jinyang said attentively, "Your golden body seems to have become stronger." Fang Ping revealed a look of joy. He grinned and said, "The money this time was not spent in vain. It has indeed become stronger. Previously, I was easily beaten into a skeleton. Even the aftermath could beat me into a skeleton. Now, it's hard to say. The strength of a rank 7 martial artist's physique might not be comparable to mine. Although it's not a real golden body, I feel that it's much stronger than before." It was not a feeling, but a fact. At this moment, Fang Ping's data changed again. Wealth, 86. 2 billion, converted, vitality, 7,600 calories, 7,800 calories, mentality, 380 Hz, 940 Hz, bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%, storage space, 100 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 10,000 wealth/minute, plus 1, 100,000/minute, or a simulation, 100,000 wealth/minute, plus 1, 100,000/minute, 7,800 cal vitality. Over at the Forest of Death, Fang Ping had seen the data once. His vitality upper limit was only 7,088 calories. Recasting half-golden body actually increased his vitality upper limit by more than 700 cal. This also meant that his body's strength was much stronger than before. As for the Sanjiao Gate, it was still not closed. Closing a gate meant a return of mysterious energy, which would continue to increase his body's strength. A rank 6 powerhouse's limit was 10,000 cal vitality. Fang Ping suspected that he could reach 10,000 cal very soon. Not only his vitality, but after his mentality was shattered countless times, there was also a small increase. Although it was not much, it was still an increase. The shattering of his mentality was a little similar to MCMAU Powerhouse's training in the pressure room. It was crushed by a stronger mentality pressure, and then an even stronger mentality was generated. His golden body was stronger, his vitality increased, and his mentality increased. This also made Fang Ping forget the displeasure of consuming life essence. Consuming 2 kilograms meant that the system had reduced his wealth by at least 10 billion. However, his state had reached its peak. Other than the slightly exploding feeling in his head, the pain in his body had disappeared. Fang Ping still felt refreshed. Thinking of this, Fang Ping suddenly said, "We've been here for at least 2 days and 2 nights. This was determined by the consumption of wealth. His energy shield was always open. The two of them consumed 6 million wealth in an hour, which would be more than 100 million in a day. Fang Ping spent some on healing himself, some on fighting, condensing celestiality, and recovering his mentality. He had a rough estimate of these expenses. Previously, when he expanded the storage space, he still had 87 billion wealth. The aura shield had cost at least 2 to 300 million wealth to match. 2 days and 2 nights was not considered too long. This meant that during the rank 9 battle royale, the outburst of the boundary zone, and him and old Wang being buried under the rubble, only 1 night had passed, not a few days. April 26, Fang Ping and the others entered the Tiannan catacombs. Now, it should be the 29th, and it was almost night time. After this night, it would be the 30th. This was Fang Ping's 5th time entering the catacombs. Other than the first time where he followed Tang Feng for a few days with the purpose of familiarizing himself with the catacombs, this time seemed to be the longest Fang Ping had ever stayed in the catacombs. Now he was still in the boundary zone, and he did not know when he could return. His injuries recovered. Fang Ping looked at the 2 skeletons on the ground, then at the 2 unconscious rank 6 martial artists beside them. Frowning slightly, Fang Ping said in a low voice, "This time, it's a little troublesome." There were 4 more people. Although he could not tell if the 2 rank 8s were dead or alive, they were still alive. It was not very convenient to move around while bringing these people along. Fang Ping looked at Wang Jinyang and asked, "Do you still think of a way to enter the inner area?" In the distance, the tall and towering boundary wall separated the boundary zone from the sealed boundary zone. In the outer area, other than some monsters and plants, and some dilapidated historical sites, there were no other benefits. What Fang Ping harvested now were only the outsider's belongings. In the boundary zone, he had gained nothing. He could not even dig out that broken monument. The rank 7 bloodthirsty tree monster was also a defective product killed by someone else. Hearing Fang Ping say that he wanted to enter the inner area, Wang Jinyang smiled bitterly and said, "Fang Ping, forget it. Even Absolute Peak has fallen over there. Now that the instructor has been found, we should think of a way to go back. Besides, we can't enter anyway. The people from the restricted area have stayed here for such a long time, and they still can't enter. Can we open the boundary wall? I've taken a look. The boundary wall seems to be more dangerous than the sealed boundary underground." Fang Ping naturally knew these, but he still said with some regret, "Since we're already here. Sigh, to be honest, I'm really curious about what's inside the boundary zone. Also, this seems to be an ancient ruin of the humans. Say, inside, are there any living people? Even our ancient humans are living inside? Why did the Yang family's elder ancestor run into this place all of a sudden? Before this, he said it was to cross boundaries. It seemed like the 10 southern territories were in danger. But to cross boundaries, not to go outside, but to go to a boundary zone full of dangers, was it necessary? These absolute peaks, rank 9, all yearned to enter the boundary zone. The more they thought about it, the more secrets there were. Besides, according to speculation, there are 108 small territories, and 108 boundary zone. Are every boundary zone the same? What are the boundary zones overseas? We have human ruins here, and it seems to be Sino Nation human ruins. What about those overseas? Could it be that too? Or is it that only the Tiannan catacombs is a little special? Fang Ping said, "These people from the restricted area captured Instructor Zhang and the others, and kept whipping them. It seems like it was to open the boundary wall. Could it be that only us humans can open the boundary wall? Is it all humans, or just anyone? Whipping them should be for vitality outburst. Could it be that only vitality force can open the boundary wall?" Seeing that he began to analyze, Wang Jinyang really had a headache. He coughed lightly and said, "Fang Ping, we're only middle ranks. I'm only rank 5, and you're only rank 6. Isn't it too early to think about these things? Why not wait until we reach rank 7, then think of a way to explore the secret?" At this moment, after finding Zhang Qingnan, his only thought was to go back as soon as possible. He had already achieved his goal. As for what was inside, he was not interested in the Absolute Peak's remains. So what if they found the Absolute Peak's remains, Could it make them become absolute peak from rank 5 and 6 in a day? This place was too dangerous, so dangerous that these rank 5 and 6 martial artists were gambling with their luck and lives every second here. A little carelessness and that would be death. They did not even have the strength to fight back. While both of them were talking, a series of monster roars suddenly sounded from the periphery. That kind of roar was not fear, nor was it restlessness or anger, but a feeling of excitement. Roar. The roars came one after another, spreading for thousands of miles. The bounded domain was like a straight line, spanning across the entire territory. From the southernmost Forbidden Sea all the way to the northernmost Imperial Sea Mountain was where the bounded domain was located, dividing this territory into small territories. At this moment, the long bounded domain was filled with the roars of monster beasts from all directions. Even the monster plants were also making strange sharp cries. The entire bounded domain began to get excited. Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang were as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Wang Jinyang's face was a little pale. How many monster beasts and monster plants? The bounded domain was not big. Although it was very long, it was only a line. Compared to the far west, the bounded domain was not worth mentioning. However, on this small line, just the kind of roars they heard alone were no less than 100. Hundreds of high-ranked monster beasts. It was comparable to the number of high-ranked monster beasts in the entire far west. It was too scary. Wang Jinyang looked at Fang Ping. Although he did not say anything, his meaning was unmistakable. Are you sure you want to continue staying here? Once the dangerous aura here was eliminated, then next, it might be the monster feast time. Fang Ping swallowed his saliva. He was also a little frightened, but he still could not hide his doubts. He asked curiously, what's wrong with these monsters? They're suddenly so excited. I don't know. As Wang Jinyang was speaking, the next moment, both of them were shocked. The boundary wall in front, although it was originally like a crystal, it was not transparent. However, at this moment, the boundary wall fluctuated slightly, like ripples on water. Gradually, it began to become a little transparent. When this giant screen-like boundary wall began to become transparent, the roars of those monsters became louder. Fang Ping, on the other hand, widened his eyes and muttered, "Heavens! Heavenly Court! Heavenly Court!" Wang Jinyang also muttered, as if he was talking in his sleep, "Immortal Palace." On the opposite side of the translucent boundary wall, they could vaguely see a boundless, majestic building complex floating in midair. That faintly discernible posture added a sense of mystery and immortality. The boundary wall was still rippling slightly. It had not opened yet. In the inner area, it seemed like it was drizzling, misty. When the raindrops that might or might not be drizzling landed, the boundary wall suddenly shook violently. Immediately after, an extremely dense wave of energy surged out from the boundary wall. At this moment, Fang Ping seemed to have guessed something. He said in shock, "That's energy liquefaction. The energy in the inner area has liquefied. It's too saturated, and it's spreading out through the boundary wall. This is the immortal world." Could it be that the energy of the sealed world is actually all absorbed by the inner area? The immortal palace that extends thousands of miles, liquefied energy. How much energy is this? Fang Ping's shock could not be any greater. Wang Jinyang was also completely stunned. Energy liquefaction. In order to liquefy the energy, Qin Fengqing spent 5 to 6 caddies of rank 9 energy stones, but only a little bit of energy was liquefied. And now, what did they see? They saw the inside of the faintly discernible boundary where the immortal palace was. Energy fell like raindrops. The energy was so dense that this huge boundary could not withstand it, and it was releasing energy outside through the boundary wall. Go to the boundary wall. Fang Ping growled, grabbed the 2 golden skeletons and ran far away. Wang Jinyang also gritted his teeth, picked up his teacher and ran over there with another person. He wanted to cultivate. On the other side of the boundary wall, the liquefied energy was actually seeping out. This was simply the immortal world, if he entered the inner area to cultivate. Wang Jinyang did not even dare to think about it. This was not much weaker than Fang Ping's baths using life essence. Other than not having the effect of restoring vitality like life essence, both were actually liquefied energy. In a situation where there was no injury, using life essence to cultivate or using liquefied energy to cultivate was essentially the same. At this moment, besides being excited, Wang Jinyang could not help but feel a little greedy. Actually, he was very good at controlling these external desires, but looking at the faintly discernible boundary of the immortal palace, Wang Jinyang really felt that he could not control it anymore. What kind of place was the boundary wall? How was it formed? If one could enter, did that not mean that one could always cultivate in the energy essence? Also, what kind of place was the immortal palace? Were there still people inside? If one took over a boundary wall, if there was no one inside, did that not mean that countless people could enter and cultivate inside, cultivating in this kind of liquefied energy field? Even a pig could cultivate to become a rank 6 demon pig, right? Top powerhouses probably did not enter here for this energy. Could it be that there was something better inside? No, there definitely was. That majestic and magnificent sky palace. What exactly was inside? At this moment, Wang Jinyang could no longer stay calm. Fang Ping could not stay calm either. Boundary wall. Boundary wall. He believed what that fellow Qin Fengqing had said. Through the boundary wall, he seemed to see a golden spring pool. Could it be a pool formed by imperishable substances? No, that was not a pool, that was a huge lake floating in the air. Boundary wall. What kind of place is this? Fang Ping roared in his heart. He even wanted to pass through the boundary wall and enter directly. However, the moment he approached the boundary wall, Fang Ping felt a strong sense of danger. He quickly suppressed these thoughts. The boundary wall's attack was still there. He could not enter, a treasure mountain was right in front of him, but he could not reach it. He could only look at it helplessly. This kind of torture was simply more painful than turning into a skeleton. Ah! Fang Ping was in excruciating pain. Since he could not enter, there was nothing he could do. He could only sit cross-legged at the periphery and start cultivating frantically, cultivating with liquefied energy. Although the energy coming from the boundary wall was slightly thinner, it was still close to liquefaction. The feeling of energy penetrating his body made Fang Ping feel extremely good. No wonder there were so many high-ranked monsters and monster plants here. If this situation happened frequently, one day of cultivation might be equivalent to a few years in the outside world. In this place where there was no energy, Fang Ping had been wondering if these monsters had come from the Forbidden Sea. Now, he knew that they were really indigenous creatures of the sealed world. Wang Jinyang watched for a while. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged and started cultivating. Zhang Qingnan and the other rank 6 martial artist were also put aside by him. Although these people were unconscious, being hit by this kind of liquefied energy was also beneficial. When a martial artist reached their rank, the celestial bridge would automatically absorb energy. Wang Jinyang did not care about this anymore. He had just broken through to peak rank 5 and had yet to start locating and materializing the Sanjiao Gate. Now, however, Wang Jinyang felt that maybe he could consider entering rank 6. The locating and materializing of the Sanjiao Gate did not have much to do with energy. However, in this environment, it was easier for martial artists to sense the location of the Sanjiao Gate. Although they could not enter, they could take the opportunity to enter rank 6 quickly. As for the monsters and monster plants in the boundary zone, these monsters and monster plants were all rushing to the vicinity of the boundary wall. No matter how many monsters and monster plants there were on a daily basis, none of the monsters attacked at this time. The energy tide only came once every few months. This was also their only chance to cultivate. The day of the energy tide was also their day of peace. Right now, everyone was cultivating. No monsters had the mind to care about others. While Fang Ping and the rest were cultivating crazily. The edge of the Forbidden Sea. Qin Fengqing and Fang Ping rushed for 2 to 3 days before they arrived at the Forbidden Sea tributary. Looking at the small river in front of them, Qin Fengqing had smashed the stone dozens of times without any movement. He could not help but ask, "Ironhead, didn't you say that this place is extremely dangerous? Why is there no movement at all?" Li Hansong shook his head. "How would I know? Do we cross the river?" Li Hansong was speechless when he saw Qin Fengqing walking towards the river even though he said that. He whispered, "Be careful. If we fly into the middle of the river and a high-ranked monster appears, we're done for." Qin Fengqing thought for a moment, then suddenly lifted a huge rock and smashed it into the lake. The lake was still quiet. Qin Fengqing shrugged and said, if the high ranks are provoked by us like this, why aren't they attacking us? His patience is too good. I don't think there are any demonic beasts in the water. Seems like it. The two of them were not too familiar with the Forbidden Sea. However, they had already caused such a huge commotion, yet there was no response at all. The possibility of a demonic beast being here was not high. Seeing this, the two of them no longer hesitated and flew towards the other side. Just as the two of them reached the other side of the river. At the bottom of the Forbidden Sea's tributary, the bottom could not be seen. The stone that Qin Fengqing had just thrown had landed on the head of an incomparably huge sea monster. However, at this moment, the demonic beast did not have the mind to care about the two ants above it. The surface of the Forbidden Sea was calm. Currently, there were waves of golden water flowing under the surface. The golden water flowed out from an unknown place and flowed into the Forbidden Sea. Currently, there were more than 100 water monsters gathered at the bottom of the small tributary. The weakest was rank 7. The stronger ones were all rank 9. At this moment, these monsters were greedily absorbing the golden substance that flowed out. The golden substance that flowed once every few months was the main reason why they gathered here. The Forbidden Sea was vast and boundless. It was unimaginable for a small tributary to have a large number of rank 9 monsters. However, there were tributaries like this in the vicinity of many boundaries. There were a large number of rank 9 monsters. These monsters were waiting for an opportunity like this. When the golden substance flowed, as long as it was not a high-ranked monster or a human flying over their heads, these monsters would not bother about it. Usually, they had nothing to do. Since the food under the water had been eaten, they would just drag some food to eat. Now that there was something better to eat, who would want to eat those ants? As for the dozens of stones that Qin Fengqing had thrown down and hit 4 or 5 monsters, the monsters did not care. It was light and did not feel anything. If they had the time to eat those ants, they might as well ignore it. Qin Fengqing, who had flown to the other side of the river, did not know about this. After flying past the Forbidden Sea tributary, Qin Fengqing looked back and mumbled, I worried for nothing. This is too easy. Li Hansong was also at a loss. He was prepared to run away in case of a monster ambush. In the end, nothing happened. When he saw the forest in front, Qin Fengqing said cautiously, this is the forest of death. It's very dangerous. He had heard Pudgy Jiang mention something about it. After crossing the river, it seemed like the forest of death was there. Anyway, it was very dangerous. Pudgy Jiang did not know exactly how dangerous it was. Damn Fatty said that the Forbidden Sea tributary is extremely dangerous, even more dangerous than the forest of death. But now that the tributary is completely fine, is the forest of death really dangerous? Qin Fengqing was starting to doubt Jiang Chao's words. Are you kidding me? Also, the energy here is very rich. Qin Fengqing greedily absorbed the overflowing energy. He said joyfully, we're here. The energy is indeed rich. At this moment, Li Hansong, who was at the side, did not speak. Instead, he stared above his head. Qin Fengqing said a few words. Seeing that he did not speak, he tilted his head and looked at him. Seeing that he was staring above his head, he also looked up. There was nothing above his head. But in the sky ahead, there seemed to be a palace building faintly appearing. Qin Fengqing took a look and swallowed his saliva. He said in surprise, a remnant of the domain zone? I don't know. I didn't see anything on the other side of the river just now. Once I came in, I saw it. Li Hansong was also very surprised. He said strangely, it's only 1,000 meters away. Did it just appear, or can't we see it from the other side? How would I know? Qin Fengqing also did not know much about this place. The sky above the Forbidden Sea was densely covered with spatial cracks. Looking at the domain zone from the other side, almost nothing could be seen. The space was in chaos. Seeing a corner of the palace in the distance, Qin Fengqing said excitedly, stop looking. Let's go and see if it's a treasure. Hearing this, Li Hansong followed and passed by the forest of death. It was incomparably quiet, there seemed to be no life here. The two of them walked cautiously at first. Then, they started running. Even when they started running, no demonic beasts or demonic plants appeared. Qin Fengqing was completely relieved. As expected, damn fatty did not know much. What danger my *SS. There was nothing, not even a rat. They ran. When they ran out of the forest of death, Qin Fengqing stared at the buildings that appeared in the sky far away. He said in shock, Is this the heavenly court? Boundless majestic buildings floated in the sky, they spread out for thousands of miles. The two of them were not in the same place as Fang Ping. They were walking at the edge of the Forbidden Sea, which was nearly 100 miles away from Fang Ping. At this moment, the two of them were not in the mood to care about where Fang Ping was. Qin Fengqing and Li Hansong stared at the buildings in the sky in a daze. After a moment, Qin Fengqing felt Li Hansong tugging at him. He murmured, "What's up, Iron Head? You don't regret bringing you here this time, do you? We're going to be rich." Old Qin, Li Hansong was shivering. His voice was trembling. He did not even dare to speak. His voice was so low that it could not be heard. He tugged at Qin Fengqing once again. Seeing that he was about to speak, Li Hansong covered his mouth immediately. He stretched out his hand and pointed into the distance. The two of them had been looking at the sky earlier. Their attention was attracted by the majestic buildings in the sky. However, at this moment, Li Hansong pointed straight ahead. His body was trembling. Qin Fengqing followed the direction of his finger and looked, then he began to shiver. Motherf***, that scared the hell out of me. There was no dilapidated ancient city here. There were only some messy gravel. There was nothing to hide in front of them. About 3,000 to 4,000 meters away from them, underground, every 1,000 meters, there was a huge monster beast or monster plant lying on the ground cultivating. How many were there? Qin Fengqing swept his gaze across. He could see about 7,000 to 8,000 meters. There were close to 10 monsters and monster plants, and this was not all. In the areas where his vision was blurry, he could also see some towering monster plants or incomparably huge monsters. Gulp, Qin Fengqing swallowed his saliva, trembling slightly. Motherf***, this was a gathering of monsters and monster plants, so many, because he had passed through the Forbidden Sea and the Forest of Death. He thought that there was nothing here. Who knew that all the monsters and monster plants were here? It was too scary. Iron Head, what should we do? Qin Fengqing stuttered. He was not afraid of death, but it did not mean that he was looking for it. There were so many high-ranked monsters. They were definitely high-ranked. He was sure that he could not be wrong. If he was discovered, he would be dead meat. Li Hansong was also extremely nervous. Then, he suddenly scratched his head and said, This place, why do I feel a little familiar? At this time, while Li Hansong was looking at these monsters, he could not help but see the floating palaces. He said with some suspicion, Old Qin, this place, I think I've been here before. Qin Fengqing, who was already prepared to run away, stopped in his tracks when he heard that. He swallowed his saliva again and said, You've been here before? This is your first time here, could it be? Li Hansong murmured, Heavenly Court? Is this my northern general's residence? He looked at the residence that seemed to exist alone in front of him, a little lost. This place really felt a little familiar to him. Of course, he was sure that he had never been here before and had never seen these before. But it just felt familiar. He thought about what Fang Ping had told him. Could it be that he was looking at the Northern General's residence now? Northern General's residence. Qin Fengqing was almost stunned. Don't joke with me. Could this really be Heavenly Court? This was Li Hansong's hometown? No, Li Hansong suddenly frowned and said in a low voice, It doesn't seem like it. I feel like I might have been here before, but this isn't my home. Qin Fengqing looked at him blankly. How could you tell? Also, if this wasn't your home, then whose home was it? No, this wasn't your home in the first place. Just because you said it was yours, it was yours. Just as Qin Fengqing was feeling suspicious, Li Hansong suddenly said in his sleep, I'm guessing, could this be the Southern General's residence? Old Yao's residence? This is Tiannan. This is also the south of the Tiannan catacombs. It's all in the south. Maybe this is Old Yao's home. I might have been here before. Then the Northern General's residence, could it be in the north? As he spoke, Li Hongzong looked toward the north. The north was where Mount Imperial Sea was. Could it be that his residence was in the north? Was Heavenly Court in the catacombs? Could it be that the southern general was fighting in the Forbidden Sea in the south, the northern general was fighting in the Forbidden Sea in the north? Was the southern general more powerful or the northern general more powerful? The Forbidden Sea seemed to be more dangerous than the Forbidden Sea. Could it be that he, Li Hongzong, was not as strong as Yao Qingjun in his past life? At this moment, these extremely strange thoughts floated in Li Hongzong's mind. The southern general and northern general must be very powerful. Then, was there a western general and eastern general? If there was, it didn't seem like much. Fighting in the small territory next to it, this strength didn't seem to be enough, right? This was the southern territory. Could it be that this wasn't the Heavenly Court, but simply a southern general's residence? Did that not mean that this was all Yao Qingjun's old home? Li Hongzong had countless doubts again. Then, he said in a daze, should we go to old Yao's house? Qin Fengqing wanted to curse. So, you've already assigned everything? First your house, then Yao Qingjun's house. Why not mine? Too lazy to bother with this guy. Qin Fengqing carefully glanced at the beasts in front of him. Suddenly, he frowned and said, Ironhead, look. Are those beasts cultivating? It seems like there's energy seeping out of that transparent wall, the sealed world. At this time, Qin Fengqing sobered up and quickly made a judgment. This is the sealed world. They can't enter. Ironhead, you said that this is either your house or old Yao's house. Then this sealed world might be the anti-theft door you made. Do you have the key to your own anti-theft door? Li Hongzong said in distress, it might not be my house. I feel that it's old Yao's house. Even if he has the key, will old Yao give it to me? Why don't we go to the north? Maybe that's where my house is. I'll go open the door. This guy really wanted to try opening the door now. Maybe he really made the anti-theft door himself. Open the anti-theft door and go back to my hometown. Maybe there's something good there. Hearing this, Qin Fengqing said softly, why don't you try opening the door here? Anyway, didn't you say that you might have been here before? Maybe you stole the key to old Yao's house? I'm not that kind of person. Li Hongzong was displeased. Why would I do such a thing? Then maybe you two were close and he gave you the key? That's true. Li Hongzong thought about it and suddenly shook his head. No, there are so many watchdogs at the door. I don't dare to go. There were demon beasts and demon plants everywhere. He really didn't dare to go. Now he even wanted to leave. Qin Fengqing curled his lips and mumbled, look, those demon beasts and demon plants are not moving at all. And the energy there is so thick. It's almost comparable to energy essence. There's still a gap between the two demon beasts, 1,000 meters away. Tai 2, why don't we sneak over and take a look? Maybe we can directly open the door and enter. We've encountered all kinds of danger along the way, why don't we? Qin Fengqing gritted his teeth and said, I'll take a loss and lure away a demon beast. You go and try opening the door. I'll come back after you've opened the door. Li Hongzong was stunned, this guy really wasn't afraid of death, there were so many demon beasts here. Once he lured the whole body and caused so many demon beasts and demon plants to riot, even 10 Qin Fengqings would be dead. Seeing that he was silent, Qin Fengqing said enviously, what do you say? Bring me to your house. No, to old Yao's house? Don't worry, I'll just take a look. I'll come out after cultivating for a while. Li Hongzong said with a headache, it might not be our house. Maybe, it's old Wang's house, maybe it's Fang Ping's house, or someone else's. Back then, the 108 generals of the Heavenly Court. Qin Fengqing was speechless. Whose house was it? Before he could ask, Li Hongzong murmured again, that's right. Fang Ping said 108 generals of the Heavenly Court. 108 territories. Could it be that each territory is a mansion? What Fang Ping said is all true, that's right. How can the Heavenly Court be so small? Even if it's the Heavenly Court within 1,000 miles, the Heavenly Palace is too small. If it's 108 mansions, it'll be normal if they're the general's mansions. Then, where's the Heavenly Court? Thinking of this, Li Hongzong suddenly looked up at the sky, then looked at Mount Imperial Sea in the north, murmuring, could it be? Could it be that the 108 generals' mansions surround and protect the heavenly court? If the 4 territories in the north, south, east, and west are circular and all surround Mount Imperial Sea, then inside Mount Imperial Sea is the heavenly court. Speaking of this, Li Hansong was stunned. Back then, the heavenly court had set up its headquarters in the restricted area. Then now, could it be that the people in the restricted area were living in the heavenly court back then? Or perhaps, the catacombs was where the heavenly court was back then? The more he thought about it, the more shocked Li Hansong was. He wanted to know what had happened back then that caused the heavenly court to fall apart and the 108 generals to die in battle. At this moment, he really did not consider that Fang Ping was fooling him. Everything that Fang Ping said had been verified. He said that they were powerhouses who had come back to life. This was true. He said that the storage ring existed, and that he and his people still had these things. It was possible that they were inside his gate of life. He said that there were 108 generals in the heavenly court. Now, there were 108 small territories and 108 territories. There were also incomparably huge mansions that appeared in the territories. It also corresponded, everything was true, the heavenly court really existed. Li Hansong was still shocked, still at a loss, still in shock. Qin Fengqing could not hold it in anymore. He scolded in a low voice, "You might as well just say that the catacombs are yours. The possibility is very high." Li Hansong looked serious. The possibility was really very high. Qin Fengqing was about to break down. He scolded again, "Stop talking nonsense. You're already dead. No, you're already dead in your past life. When you're dead, everything is confiscated. No matter who these things belong to, it's first come, first served now. Do you want to try going in?" Li Hansong hesitated for a moment. He glanced at the monsters around him. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go and try. Keep the commotion down. These monsters seem to have entered a deep level of cultivation. Don't lure them away to avoid adding to the trouble. Let's try, just try. If we can't get in, then we'll give up. Don't force your way in. The anti-theft door that we set up back then must be very strong." "Shut up." Qin Fengqing felt uncomfortable. What did he say? Did it really become your house, and the anti-theft door that you guys set up? "I was just saying it, and you took it seriously?" Li Hansong said no more. Forget it. Whether it was his house or Old Yao's house, or the homes of other generals, he would give it a try. Anyway, he really felt that this place was a little familiar. The two of them said no more and carefully moved toward the boundary wall. Within 1,000 meters, there were 2 high-ranked monsters. At such a short distance, the two of them could not hide their vitality force. They might have been discovered already. But these monsters did not move at all. Maybe, it would be fine. Both of them were extremely afraid. However, looking at the boundary wall, energy was even leaking out. Like water. Both of them were extremely envious. After going through so much trouble to come here, they should at least give it a try. Ancient City. The Xianxia gate above Fang Ping's head was frantically consuming energy to close its door. It would be a waste not to use energy that did not cost money. He had no way of collecting the energy that had spilled out. Otherwise, Fang Ping would have tried to see if he could bring it back and turn it into high-ranked energy stones. While he was consuming energy to close the gate, Wang Jinyang was also rapidly locating the Xianxia gate. Or rather, Wang Jinyang did not even bother to locate it before the Xianxia gate was found. Peak rank 5 martial artists would usually spend a lot of time searching for the Xianxia gate. Even Fang Ping had previously spent 7 days and 7 nights on the sea in order to materialize the Xianxia gate. As for Wang Jinyang, in this energy-rich environment, the Xianxia gate even seemed to be squeezing outwards on its own. Wang Jinyang was very surprised. This was too easy to find, was it not? Or could it be that he had materialized it once in his past life, and this was just a kind of revival? He did not know, but it did not stop him from materializing the Xianxia gate. Just as Fang Ping was still closing the door, 3 gates suddenly appeared above old Wang's head. Fang Ping woke up with a start, then, a shocking scene unfolded before them. The speed at which the 3 doors appeared was extremely fast. Appearing in this space from another space was almost as easy as drinking water, unlike Fang Ping, who seemed a little constipated. What shocked Fang Ping even more was, one of old Wang's Sanjiao gate was sealed. Yes, it was sealed. The moment it was materialized, it was even a little transparent. Just like Qin Fengqing, Fang Ping also saw something inside. Fang Ping looked at old Wang with a dazed expression. Mother **Ker, he really resurrected with a treasure. Wang Jinyang was also looking above his head at this moment, mumbling, this is a sealed life gate? Fang Ping's expression was strange. He said, Old Wang, we're rich. Wang Jinyang ignored him and continued to materialize the Sanjiao gate. After a while, the Sanjiao gate was completely materialized. At this moment, mysterious energy began to feed back to his body. Something that made Fang Ping even more depressed happened. At this moment, old Wang's body actually showed signs of turning into a light golden color. Mother **Ker, what was going on? You guys are too shameless. I've cheated for so long and consumed countless resources. I've even consumed a large amount of life essence and immortal substances to forge a half-golden body. Are you guys going to forge a half-golden body straight away? Shameless. Fang Ping cursed under his breath, cheating. Even if he cheated, he had worked hard and struggled. He had been beaten into a skeleton many times. Lao Wang was too shameless. Iron Headley was the same. After cultivating for a night, Iron Headley had a half-golden body. Old Wang, materialize your Sanjiao gate, and you'll have half a golden body. Was there any justice in this world? There was no justice in the world. Luckily, old Wang did not have golden bones. Otherwise, Fang Ping would have beaten him to death. As for Li Hansong, he had not tempered his bone marrow yet. Even if these two fellows were rank 6, they still had a slight advantage over him. In addition, their mentality was average, which made Fang Ping feel slightly better. Otherwise, he really wanted to strangle these fellows to death. After a while, Wang Jinyang's energy feedback ended. He lowered his head to look at his body, and then at the Sanjiao gate above his head that had yet to be retracted. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said, I can't open it. It can't be opened? I can't push it open. At this moment, Wang Jinyang could no longer maintain his composure. He frowned and asked, what's inside the life gate? How would I know? Fang Ping had just said that when he suddenly coughed softly and said, it could be a storage ring, a divine weapon, or a cultivation combat technique or something. Of course, it could also be imperishable substances or something else. I can't see too clearly. What about you? Wang Jinyang gave him a look and asked, your life gate is open, right? Cough, cough, cough. Fang Ping chuckled and said, it's normal. Everyone has their own path of resurrection. Wang Jinyang ignored him. In the past, he felt that Fang Ping's words were 30% false and 70% true. Now, it was 10% true and 90% false. It was fine to just listen to it, but not take it seriously. He continued to stare at his Sanjiao gate for a while. Beside him, Fang Ping suddenly said, you've sealed a gate. Doesn't that mean your realm is higher than mine? At this moment, Fang Ping thought of the main point. Then, as the martial arts university's #1, wouldn't I fall behind? Wang Jinyang looked at him. After a while, he said, the sealing of the life gate doesn't seem to bring me much benefit. Also, it can't be opened. This could not be opened. Opening it by force would not work either. This might not be a good thing. At least when they were fighting for their lives, others could open a sealed gate. He could not. Then, his explosive power would be slightly weaker than those of the same rank. Of course, they had a huge advantage. If others really opened 3 gates, they would not have the upper hand. After Wang Jinyang said that, Fang Ping thought for a while and said, if it can't be opened. Maybe one person's strength is not enough. Old Wang, are you afraid that if you open it, you won't be able to seal it? What do you mean? What I mean is, I'll help you. Both of us will push open your life gate and take a look. Maybe we can get what's in your life gate. What I'm afraid of is that once it's opened, it can't be sealed. Then, it'll be troublesome. I even suspect that if we really open it by force, it will cause a huge loss of your vitality. Then, it'll be over. After all, you're an old antique, you're not? Fang Ping was speechless. Why are you interrupting? Why do you care whether I am or not? Ignoring him, Fang Ping continued, what I'm saying is, I can disguise your aura and use my strength to help you open this gate. Wang Jinyang said again. Previously, you said that you can't disguise a human's aura. Only a bloodline descendant. That's why you said that Qin Fengqing is your bloodline. Now, you can do it again? Fang Ping's embarrassment turned into anger. He said exasperatedly, Old Wang, since when did you learn to talk nonsense? This guy was very quiet before. Now, he talked too much nonsense. He even picked on Fang Ping's loopholes. I'm talking about serious matters. Important matters. It's related to your identities. Can you not interrupt me? Wang Jinyang did not say any more. This guy. He really did not speak the truth, lies, super big lies, that guy Qin Fengqing was almost fooled into believing it was true. Now, this guy was overturning his own words. This made Wang Jinyang very tired. This guy Fang Ping, in the future, he should just listen to the opposite of what he said. Of course, serious matters were more important. After hearing that, Wang Jinyang said, your aura disguise is just a disguise. The source is still different from mine. Can you really touch my Xianxia gate? Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. I said it's a disguise, but it might not be a disguise. Maybe you can disguise it until it's real? Do you want to try? Tell me. I'll go in and take a look. Wang Jinyang thought about it and nodded. Alright, we can try. Even if there's no way to seal it, it's nothing. After hearing that, Fang Ping did not delay any further. He began to disguise Old Wang's aura. Very soon, his aura was the same as Old Wang's. However, only he could feel it. Wang Jinyang could not. Fang Ping's energy shield was still open. After disguising his aura, Fang Ping's hand emitted a weak gush of vitality force and shot it toward the life gate above Wang Jinyang's head. Ding, a low, inaudible sound of collision was heard, as if it came from another space. Fang Ping's gaze moved. He was slightly excited. He said in a low voice, I can do it. Wang Jinyang was also a little shocked. Could this guy really do it? How was it possible? Then his aura disguise. This was not even disguise anymore. If this guy looked exactly like him, would he not be a living copy of himself? The aura of the origin could also be disguised. How could it be? Wang Jinyang's head was as big as a cow's. Who was Fang Ping, exactly? Just as he was thinking about this, Fang Ping suddenly coughed softly. Actually, my aura disguise is only effective on people I know. Back then, I intercepted a part of your life origin. Get lost. Old Wang scolded him directly. Motherf asterisk cur, still trying to lie to me. Fang Ping pursed his lips. It's up to you to believe it or not. Forget it, I don't care anymore. I'll try to push it. You use your strength too. Let's work together to push it. Alright. Both of them did not waste any time. They began to gather their strength and pushed the sealed door together. However, after pushing for a while, even using Fang Ping's mentality, it was still useless. The door did not budge an inch. Sensing all this, Fang Ping shook his head. No, the difference in strength is too big. Maybe I can only do it after my mentality materializes. But it's almost there. My mentality is about to materialize. At this time, both of them stopped cultivating. Cultivating here was very fast, and there was plenty of energy too. However, both of them mainly had to seal the Sanjiao gate. For all ranks of martial artists, the energy requirement for rank 6 was actually the smallest. Rank 7 needed a lot of energy to hone their skulls. Rank 8 needed to hone their golden body. Currently, rank 9 was unclear. As for the other rank 1 to rank 5, those who honed their bones would hone their bones, those who honed their organs would hone their organs. Only rank 6 did not need that much. Of course, there were still many benefits to cultivating with such a high concentration of energy. The closing speed was also slightly faster. However, Fang Ping himself was rich. He had a lot of life essence, so he did not put his heart and soul into cultivation. Compared to energy, Fang Ping was more curious about this palace inside the boundary zone. What exactly was this place? Fang Ping was still thinking if he should try to go in and take a look. In the end, before he could move, the boundary wall suddenly trembled. The next moment, inside the boundary wall, an extremely powerful aura rose. Even through the boundary wall, this incomparably powerful aura was projected. Fang Ping was suppressed to the point that he could not breathe. As for the monsters and plants near the boundary wall, they were all howling in fear, fleeing toward the periphery one after another. Fang Ping was stunned for a moment. He said in surprise, "There's someone inside?" "No, it doesn't seem like pressure." Wang Jinyang was also stunned for a moment. Then, he hurriedly picked up Zhang Qingnan and the other person, saying nervously, "Let's leave this place first." Fang Ping also picked up the two golden skeletons. Just as he was about to leave, he turned back to look inside the boundary wall to see what was happening. However, the next moment, Fang Ping was stunned. Fang Ping kicked Wang Jinyang, turned his head and said, "What's that?" Hearing that, Wang Jinyang also turned his head to look. When he saw inside the boundary wall, there seemed to be two figures flying toward them. He was also stunned. Was there really someone there? However, it did not seem like they flew out. Why did it feel like they were thrown out? Moreover, as these two figures got closer and closer to the boundary wall, why did it feel a little familiar? Fang Ping also felt a little familiar. At this moment, Fang Ping held back his palpitations, stopped, looked again for a moment, and said with a dazed expression, "Iron Head and Qin Feng Qing. It's them. How can this be? Why are these two fellows here?" Both of them looked at each other, stunned. In the next moment, these two figures that stunned them were already close to the boundary wall. Boom boom, two consecutive explosions were heard. Then, Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang saw on the boundary wall, two figures slipping down from the boundary wall in midair like mud. When they slid to the bottom, Fang Ping could even see the two people's faces in extreme pain. At this moment, the boundary wall wriggled, like vomiting, squeezing the two out directly. Li Hansong was still a little dizzy. He wanted to cry but had no tears. "It's not my house. We entered the wrong place." Having said that, Li Hansong suddenly leaped up vigilantly. When he saw Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing staring at him with an extremely strange expression, Li Hansong was also shocked. "Why are you guys here?" Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing were not rare in the boundary wall, but why were they in front of them? Beside them, Qin Fengqing, who was dizzy from the fall, also stood up at this moment. He saw stars and said, "Iron Head, didn't you say this is your house? If not, then why is old Yao's house so brutal?" As Qin Fengqing said that, he also saw Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing, looking embarrassed. Then, disregarding the presence of the two people, he picked up the thing in his hand and started eating. Fang Ping watched for a while and could not help but ask in shock, "You're eating dirt? Why, you want it too?" Qin Fengqing looked alert. Then, he quickly ate most of the dirt in his hand and said immediately, "There's no more. I've eaten it. My saliva is all on it. Don't even think about it." Fang Ping's face darkened. Only a ghost would want your dirt. However, Fang Ping still could not hold it in. Full of doubts, he asked hurriedly, "Why are you guys here? And you even entered the boundary wall." "Right, what happened to you guys? It seems like you were thrown out by someone? What was that explosive force just now? Was it a person? Was there someone inside? It's a long story." Li Hansong sighed and briefly explained for a while. At last, he said, "Then, I tried, and I really squeezed in. However, just as I squeezed in, that bastard Qin Fengqing grabbed me and followed me in. I didn't even have time to react before I was grabbed by something. Then we were thrown out." Li Hansong sighed. "This isn't my house. We entered the wrong door. We're probably not welcome. Is there someone inside?" Fang Ping asked hurriedly. Li Hansong shook his head. "I don't know. Anyway, I was caught and thrown out the moment I entered." Beside him, Qin Fengqing answered, "It doesn't seem like a person. It seems like..." Qin Fengqing did not know how to describe it. After a while, he said, "I can't describe it. It feels a little like a dead thing." "Oh right." As he said that, Qin Fengqing said with some shock, "When I was thrown out just now, I think I saw the Yang family's old ancestor." "You saw it?" The other three were very surprised. Qin Fengqing nodded. "Really? When I was thrown out, I was thinking if I should grab something and bring it out. In the end, I saw a person kneeling at the Sky Palace's main entrance. I don't know if it's the Yang family's old ancestor. It should be him. Fatty Jiang has the portraits of the 13 old ancestors. These people's outfits have been drawn. I think they look a little like him. Fang Ping said in surprise, kneeling? Not dead? Qin Fengqing shook his head. I don't know if he's dead or not. Anyway, there's no movement. Maybe he's dead. It's normal for the dead to kneel. But it's strange. How did he die at the main entrance? As he said that, Qin Fengqing said again. Iron Head and I were directly sucked into the Sky Palace in the sky and then thrown out. We didn't die. How did he die? As he spoke, Qin Fengqing continued to eat the soil. Fang Ping watched for a while and was speechless. You're still eating? Duh. Qin Fengqing said gloomily, this time, the only thing I got from entering here is this handful of soil. I grabbed it when I just came out. You don't say, it's really good stuff. It's really delicious. It's rich in energy. I feel like my body has become stronger. It's good stuff, a divine item. As Qin Fengqing said that, he quickly ate the rest of the soil. He said happily, not bad. I didn't return empty-handed. Fang Ping, this thing is really strong. I feel like it's even stronger than the life essence I consumed last time. I feel like I'm about to break out of the soil and be reborn. This is definitely not soil. It just looks a little like soil. Fang Ping stared at him for a while. After a while, he murmured, you're not just feeling it. You've really broken out of the soil and sprouted. Old Qin, don't tell me that the soil you grabbed is specially used to plant medicinal herbs. What do you mean? Qin Fengqing touched his head. As a result, he was stunned. On his head, it had begun to sprout. No, it was growing hair. It grew faster and faster. After a while, his long hair reached his waist. The few of them looked dazed. Fang Ping thought for a while and looked around. In a crevice, he found a stalk of tenacious grass. Then, Fang Ping plucked the grass. While Qin Fengqing was still in a daze, he stuffed the grass root on his head. And this stalk of grass began to grow very quickly. The few of them were completely stunned. Qin Fengqing's face darkened. He grabbed the grass and threw it aside. Then, he said somewhat speechlessly, what kind of soil is this? The effect is too good. This time when he entered the bounded zone, he did not get anything. He only grabbed a handful of soil and came out. In the end, it actually made him sprout. Everyone was also extremely speechless. This guy did not bring anything when he entered the inner circle. He only brought this back, and it actually made people germinate. Wang Jinyang looked for a while and seemed to understand. He laughed and said, the energy inside is too rich. Fang Ping, you saw the energy rain earlier, right? The soil inside must be extremely rich in energy. Maybe it's even mixed with a little vitality. It's not strange for it to break out of the soil and sprout. Qin Fengqing did not care about this. He only said unhappily, it's still growing. Mother **Ker, I'm done for. My whole body is growing hair. How long will this take? He looked like a savage. His eyebrows, beard, and hair on his body were all growing hair. Fang Ping stared at his crotch for a while and could not help but laugh. Who knows how long it will take? You eat everything. He did not continue talking about this. Qin Fengqing would not die anyway. Fang Ping said again, this place doesn't seem to allow us to enter. Iron Head went in and was thrown out too. Could it be because he did not meet the requirements? Or is there another reason? The key is that both of you are actually not dead, that's strange. Fang Ping was confused. These two fellows did not die even after messing around. They were even thrown out alive. What was the reason for this? Li Hansong could actually go in. Iron Head can go in. Fang Ping said suddenly, I can too. They all looked at him. Wang Jinyang seemed to have thought of something. He frowned slightly and said, don't try anymore. It's too dangerous. You were thrown out just now. If you mess around again, you might be killed. Fang Ping could change his aura. Perhaps he could change into Li Hansong's aura and blend in. However, Li Hansong himself was thrown out. If he changed into Li Hansong's aura, it would probably not be any better. Thinking of this, Fang Ping hurriedly asked a few more questions. When he heard Li Hansong's judgment that this was either his house or Yao Qingjuan's house, Fang Ping was speechless. I was just saying. Did you take it seriously? But then again, it was really possible. Now that Li Hansong was thrown out, did it mean that this was Yao Qingjuan's house? As for old Wang, he did not sense anything. It should have nothing to do with him. Fang Ping pondered for a moment and began to change his aura. This time, it was not Li Hansong's but Yao Qingjuan's. When he changed his aura, as long as he had seen it before and was weaker than him, he could imitate it. After imitating Yao Qingjuan's aura, in the next moment, Fang Ping was about to try squeezing toward the boundary wall when Wang Jinyang suddenly growled, "Go." Without another word, Fang Ping turned around and ran. He had just left his original spot when the boundary wall took the initiative to release a mentality attack to attack him. However, it was only an attack and dissipated quickly. It was not the kind of relentless attack that targeted the catacomb's peak. Sensing this scene, Li Hansong said in a daze, "It's not old Yao's house. It seems like he's not on good terms with old Yao. He's been dead for so many years. He still remembers old Yao's enemy. It seems like he's purposely chasing people away, yes, the kind that was purposely chasing people away." It was as if he did not welcome this fellow. Everyone was speechless. Could it be that this was the house of Yao Qingjuan's enemy? He's my friend, old Yao's enemy. He's not familiar with old Wang. Li Hansong said with a headache, "Fang Ping, do you still remember these?" Fang Ping did not utter a word. Nonsense. What did he know? Ignoring him, Fang Ping shook his head and said, "Forget it. I can't go in. I'll go back and see if there are any other resurrected martial artists. I'll disguise my aura and try again next time." After he said this, the others did not have much of a reaction. Qin Fengqing waved his saber to cut off the threads of affection while saying faintly, "You said that disguising aura can only disguise bloodline descendants. Fang Ping, is old Zhao also your grandson?" Mother **Ker, you're lying again, this bastard, is there any truth in his mouth? Earlier, old Wang had also questioned him. Fang Ping's answer was not smooth. This time, with experience, Fang Ping said without hesitation, "Nonsense. Back then, they were all my subordinates. Before they died, in order to find them, I intercepted a part of their life origin. Of course, I can disguise them." Regardless of whether they believed him or not, Fang Ping said as he walked, "I can't go in this time. If I have the chance, I'll come again next time. Or I can go to other territories to try. It's time to go. The aura here is almost gone. If I don't leave now, I won't be able to leave anymore." Earlier in the Sky Palace, a powerful aura had erupted, scaring away those monsters. If they did not leave now, when these monsters came back to their senses, the aura here would also be washed away. Those few people would be in trouble. The others did not object, but Qin Fengqing still said regretfully, "I only ate a handful of soil. What a pity. Fortunately, I didn't encounter any danger this time. If there's a chance, I'll come again next time." Now that he said that, Fang Ping remembered. These two fellows could not conceal their aura. How did they cross the Forbidden Sea? He asked casually. When he found out, the two of them flew in directly. Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang were speechless. They did not die. These two fellows' lives were not ordinary. At this moment, Fang Ping was also suspicious. Could it be that his previous guess was right? If the commotion was not big, they would be fine. After asking a few more questions, when he heard that Qin Fengqing had smashed rocks many times without any monsters attacking, Fang Ping felt that this was not because the commotion was not big. When the two of them came in, the energy tide erupted. Could this be the reason? Without thinking about this, Fang Ping prepared to leave. As for the territories, he would come again when his strength was stronger. The Sky Palace, the thing that threw people out, the absolute peak of death, there were too many secrets that could not be unraveled because of his strength. Why would humans appear in the catacombs so early? What was the relationship between Li Hansong's group and these territories? Why did the absolute peak ancestor die after entering here? Even Qin Fengqing, the fellow who followed them in, did not die. How could the Yang family's ancestor die? From the situation of these two people being thrown out, the thing inside did not seem to want to kill everyone. I won't come back again, Fang Ping murmured. Beside him, Qin Fengqing, who was still growing hair, also said at the same time. Eating a handful of soil had almost the same effect as a large amount of life essence. Did that not mean that after eating all the soil here, he would be rich? P.S. After thinking about it, I think it's better not to enter the territories now. I overturned some of the original content. These few chapters may have some contradictions. It's too early. The trip to the territories has ended here. Sorry. Tributary of the Forbidden Sea. Following the eruption of the force in the inner boundary, the energy tide at the boundary wall also stopped. Seeing that Qin Fengqing and Li Hansong were about to fly over casually, Wang Jinyang and Fang Ping each kicked the two of them back. Qin Fengqing was trimming his hair while saying angrily, "What are you doing now? I was flying well, and now I'm kicking people again. Are you bullying me?" The four people here, except for him, were all rank 6 now. At this moment, Qin Fengqing was feeling inferior. After a trip to the bounded zone, he ended up eating dirt and did not get any benefits. He was already depressed. Now that he was kicked by Fang Ping, he could not help but be angry. Fang Ping ignored him. Wang Jinyang said helplessly, "Don't mess around." Previously, Rose City Lord brought a few high ranks to cross the river. In the end, a rank 8 and 2 rank 7s died. How is that possible? Before Qin Fengqing could finish his sentence, his face stiffened instantly. At this moment, Fang Ping was throwing stones. As soon as the stone was thrown, it shattered instantly. Fang Ping threw for a while more before the river surface calmed down. However, this time, Fang Ping did not go there. He continued to walk downstream, saying as he walked, "Both of you are extraordinarily lucky to be able to come here alive. There are countless rank 9 monsters underwater. It might have something to do with the energy tide eruption, or else you would have been dead long ago." Wang Jinyang added, "There are space rifts in the sky. Don't fly too high. If a rank 9 is cut by the space rifts, they will die too. Be careful of the monsters from Wanyao Mountain." A rank 9 monster rushed over from Wanyao Mountain earlier. Be careful of the people from the restricted zone too. 3 rank 9s died in the restricted zone this time. Maybe the peerless powerhouses will come in person. Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang spoke one after another. Li Hansong and Qin Fengqing were stunned by their words. Was it that strange? Rank 9s were as many as dogs. Along the way, they did not even encounter a rank 8, much less a rank 9. Instead, they encountered a rank 7 monster that chased them until they fled. According to Fang Ping, these two fellows encountered a large group of rank 9s? At this moment, Li Hansong still could not forget the bounded zone. He also wanted to clarify these things, so he hurriedly asked about their experiences. After Wang Jinyang roughly explained the situation, Li Hansong was dumbfounded. These two fellows have encountered so many things. Furthermore, Lao Wang's door of life was also sealed. With this in mind, Li Hansong suddenly said, "Old Wang, this place isn't our home. Tell me, where is our home? If this is my friend's home, then you say that the domain in the east, or the domain of the 10 southern regions, is my home?" Wang Jinyang stopped in his tracks. Did Tai Tu really believe that they lived here? He even said the words "my home." It could be seen that he believed it without a doubt. Wang Jinyang was speechless. Fang Ping grinned and said, "There's no rush. We'll find it sooner or later." 108 territories. We've only reached 1 territory. There are still 107 more. As he said that, Fang Ping frowned slightly and said, "Speaking of which, I'm afraid some of our old brothers' houses have been raided." Li Hansong hurriedly said, "Was it raided?" "Yes." Fang Ping nodded and said, "People from the restricted area, or us humans, have entered the domain. I feel that they are quite familiar with these places. This domain in the Tiannan catacombs is probably one of the stricter ones. The power of the sealed boundary is very strong. Even the top powerhouses have a hard time breaking it. However, it may not be the same for other places. Otherwise, if we really don't know anything, everyone won't understand the domain so well. Didn't they say that they ate dirt babies? Jiang Chao, that guy who has never been to the domain, has some understanding of this. This kind of understanding, of course, comes from Suppressing Star City. I suspect that one of Suppressing Star City's top powerhouses has also entered the domain. It's not the Yang family's patriarch, but someone else. Right, didn't you say that Commander Li has also entered the domain before? Therefore, it must be that someone's house was raided. Li Hansong was a little upset when he heard that. He gritted his teeth and said, "My home won't be raided too, will it?" As the two of them spoke, Wang Jinyang said with a slight headache, "Both of you, don't talk about my home or your home. This topic is over. Right now, everything is unclear. The palace in this place stretches for thousands of miles. Are you sure it's someone's mansion?" He still did not quite believe it, such a huge group of palaces that stretched for thousands of miles. What kind of concept was this? The domain was very long. The exact width was not clear, but even if it was only 1,000 meters wide. In reality, it could not be that wide. That would be too out of place. Perhaps even a 10,000 meters wide was not considered much. Calculating it this way, the domain's area was at least a few thousand square kilometers. Magic City, on the other hand, was only a few thousand square kilometers. A domain's size was comparable to Magic City's. This was a person's mansion. Wang Jinyang actually did not believe it. If this was true, then what kind of power and influence did those people have back then? He did not believe it. Li Hansong retorted, "Then why can I enter this place?" "You can't? Logically speaking, we're both resurrected ancient martial artists. If we live together, then if I can, you can too." Wang Jinyang was speechless. Alright, Ironhead had completely fallen into his own fantasy. His perception had deviated. No matter what was said now, he would not believe it. Except for Fang Ping. Even if Fang Ping's words were full of loopholes, as long as he poked him in the head, Ironhead would not care about these loopholes. Wang Jinyang was too lazy to continue. After walking for a while, he looked at Fang Ping and asked slightly uneasily, "There are so many people, can we cross?" Now, it was not just the two of them. There were 4 of them, plus the 4 living dead, so there were 8 of them. Fang Ping thought for a while and said, "How about this, I'll fly to the middle of the river later. Each of you will carry 1 person. After the 2 in front have crossed the river, the ones behind will cross." His system, or concealing, increased by 10 times with 1 more person. If he carried the remaining 7 people together, that would be 100 billion per minute. Fang Ping's current total wealth did not even reach 100 billion. He would go bankrupt in less than a minute. Of course, with Li Mo, these 2 rank 8s, he could not conceal his aura. Fortunately, these 2 people were almost completely dead now. Before this, Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang both thought that they were completely dead. If it was not because the storage space could not be stored, Fang Ping would also think that they were dead. In this state, they were no different from dead people. Fang Ping felt that it did not matter if he did not conceal his aura. Since Fang Ping said so, everyone had no objections. Wang Jinyang brought his teacher, Li Hansong brought another rank 6 martial artist, and Qin Fengqing brought 2 skeletons and began to prepare to cross the river. Old Wang and Ironhead had no problems crossing the river, it was extremely smooth. When it came to Qin Fengqing, this fellow's hair continued to grow wildly halfway. He did not even have time to trim it, and his hair actually dragged into the water. When the hair fell into the water, there was movement in the water instantly. Fang Ping saw it and swung his saber over in time, cutting off his hair. After that, there was a ripple on the water surface, and the hair quickly disappeared on the water surface. This time, Qin Fengqing was so scared that his face turned green. He dared not make a sound, quickly flying to the other side of the river with the 2 skeletons. When Fang Ping flew over, Qin Fengqing was about to cry. He said gloomily, "What the hell is this soil? My hair is growing too fast." "How would I know?" Fang Ping was too lazy to say more. He frowned slightly and said, "Everyone, now we need to think about how to go back. There are too many people. I can't help everyone conceal their auras. In this case, we can't go through the land of the far west. The only way is to go through the edge of the Forbidden Sea." "Ironhead, did everything go smoothly when you came here?" Li Hansong said immediately, "It was quite dangerous. We encountered a rank 7 monster in the sea, and it even chased us for a while. However, we discovered the whereabouts of those people from Star Town City. They were in front, and they took care of some dangerous places. We followed their route and arrived here. However, now that a few days have passed, even if the monsters in some places have been killed, it may not be safe. Beside him, Wang Jinyang was not as nervous as he was. He took out a token from his chest pocket. The word subdue was printed on it. He said, "This should be the token with the peerless aura that you deduced earlier, Fang Ping. I found this at the battle scene in the city. It might be useful." Fang Ping picked up the token and glanced at it. After a while, he shook his head and said, "It's better than nothing. It might be useful, but it should be ineffective against a rank 9. They probably used the small tree and the word suppressed to cross the Forbidden Sea." At this moment, Fang Ping already knew how these high ranks crossed the river. With those things, the rank 9 monster would be sensitive and would not dare to attack them. Previously, he thought that the monsters under the water were stupid and would be scared off by a little aura. A rank 9 was a highly intelligent being. Now, it seemed that the other party was not stupid. Those two things were really enough to suppress and kill them. High-ranked monsters still had a sense of danger. The stronger they were, the more they could sense it. As he said that, Fang Ping said, "Then we'll go to the edge of the Forbidden Sea. I was planning to go back and blow up another city, but let's forget about it now. There will be another chance next time. This time everyone has gained something. Old Wang and Ironhead have also reached rank 6. Maybe the three of us can try to break through to rank 7 when we go back." Rank 7, that's still too early. When Li Hansong heard this, he was still very surprised. Fang Ping was very confident. He had already sealed a door, but he did not think about achieving rank 7 quickly. Fang Ping, on the other hand, dared to think about it. Fang Ping laughed. "That's not for sure." This time everyone entered the catacombs together. Everyone knew his secret of disguising his aura, so there was nothing to hide. When they got out, they would try to seal the door together. If 3 rank 6 martial artists worked together, their speed should be extremely fast, right? Even if Old Wang and Ironhead sealed 3 doors, they still had to think of ways to train their mentality. He did not need to. Fang Ping felt that he could seal 2 doors at most, and then he would be able to materialize his mentality. When the 3rd door was sealed, maybe he would directly enter rank 7 and become a Grandmaster-level powerhouse. As they talked excitedly, Qin Fengqin continued to cut off his hair and said gloomily, "What about me?" "You." Fang Ping glanced at him and said with a faint smile, "I think the effect of this handful of soil is not bad. If you go back and hone it for a while, your meridians might be able to be reconstructed and enter upper stage rank 5. After a year or two, entering rank 6 before the age of 30 is not bad." Qin Fengqin was unhappy, but he did not say anything. Fang Ping ignored him and said cautiously, "Let's go. We have a lot of people. Be careful." As he spoke, Fang Ping took out a set of armor from the storage space and put it on himself. He also took one for Li Hansong and said, "Let's disguise ourselves as catacombs martial artists and escort them. It will save us some trouble." Everyone looked at Fang Ping. This guy had a lot of tricks. Not only that, Fang Ping also took out a blanket and wrapped the 2 rank 8 skeletons in it, so that the golden bones would not be seen by others and cause trouble. The rank 8 golden bones were also good stuff. If the catacombs martial artists saw them, they might also be tempted. However, Fang Ping and the rest did not know that there were not many high-ranked martial artists in the catacombs at this time. The Battle of Tiannan City had killed and injured a large number of catacombs high ranks. The high ranks who entered the bounded domain were also all dead. When they entered the bounded domain, the battle in Tiannan City was still ongoing. Today, in the 10 cities of Tiannan catacombs, other than the standard mining area with a high rank guarding, there were almost no living rank 7 or 8 powerhouses. In just a few days, Tiannan catacombs had entered the high ranks nirvana period. Just as Fang Ping and the rest were rushing in the direction of Tiannan City, Nan Yingyue and the rest had just finished a big battle. 22 rank 9s in the catacombs, plus 3 in the restricted area, a total of 25 rank 9 powerhouses. Before Fang Ping and the rest entered the bounded domain, 5 people were killed. In the bounded domain, including Rose King, the catacombs, and the restricted area, a total of 4 rank 9s died. The remaining 16 rank 9s were also in a mess. Rose guarded the dilapidated city, not going anywhere, not leaving either, just staying there. The 2 kings of Monster Feathers City had also retreated, without any news. Nan Yingyue and the rest also realized that previously, they had planned to kill Rose, but now they did not care about that fellow at all. That fellow did not participate in the battle at all. Even if a battle broke out at its doorstep, as long as it was not involved, no matter how fierce the battle between both sides was, it would not move. Killing a rank 9 also came with a price. Since the other party did not move, plus the city lord of Rose City whose whereabouts were still unknown, Nan Yingyue gave up on the idea of killing Rose, and turned her attention to the 12 rank 9s who had gathered together. As for the rodent king who left earlier, Nan Yingyue and the rest were now in a daze. Not long after the rodent king returned, there was a riot in the far west. 3 great rank 9s of Wanyao Mountain rushed out, meeting the rodent king who had just returned. Both sides did not speak at all. Or rather, the few demon kings of Wanyao Mountain did not have the mood to care about the rodent king at all. When they met the rodent king, they wanted to kill him by force. The rodent king could not restrain his anger. He wanted to ask about the situation, but the other party completely ignored him, beating him until his brains were splattered. Not only that, there were 2 more demon kings of Wanyao Mountain who went straight to Rose City, fighting with Rose who had been silent all this time. They fought until the sky was dark and the earth was dark, with no thought of mercy. The paragon opposite Imperial Sea Mountain had spoken once, but the demon kings of Wanyao Mountain pretended not to hear it, and even some demon kings went to the Forbidden Sea to ask for help. In the Forbidden Sea, some monsters could not communicate, but some could. In the coastal area, there were some forbidden areas that also had communication with Wanyao Mountain. At this time, Wanyao Mountain did not trust King Pine at all, and did not dare to go to the Forbidden Sea Mountain to ask for help. Instead, they wanted to go through the Forbidden Sea, go to other areas, enter other small regions, enter other true kings' territories, and then go to the Forbidden Sea to ask for help. Rose King even said that the divine weapon made by the Catacombs City Master came from the Forbidden Sea Mountain, and Wanyao Mountain did not know if the demons in the Forbidden Sea knew. But no matter what, the area under King Pine's jurisdiction was problematic and dangerous. These demon kings were clear about this. Taking advantage of the fact that King Pine was restrained by the true kings of the Land of Rebirth, they first killed King Pine's wings, and at the same time, went to the Forbidden Sea Mountain to ask for help. This was also the Demon King's strategy. Therefore, the situation in the catacombs was a mess. Nan Yingyue and the others surrounded the 12 rank 9s. On one hand, Wanyao Mountain was besieging Rose, and on the other hand, they were besieging the Rodent King. This was because the Rodent King was a king's territory at the edge of the far west, and both sides did not have a good relationship. Previously, because of the Forbidden Sea Mountain, both sides reached an agreement. But now, the people in the Forbidden Sea Mountain broke the agreement first, and the myriad Demon Mountain's demon kings did not care anymore. Revenge first. At this point, the chaos in the Tiannan catacombs was beyond imagination. King Pine, who was opposite Imperial Sea Mountain, spoke a few times, but it did not work. This true king powerhouse also did not speak anymore. As for whether he was angry or indifferent, no one knew. The demons of each region could establish their own mountain gate and establish the Forbidden Sea Mountain. Naturally, they were not completely without foundation. There were true king demons in the Forbidden Sea Mountain, and there were quite a few of them. This was the root of the Forbidden Sea Mountain's existence. The group of myriad Demon Mountain's demon kings did not care. They caused such a big commotion, with the intention of luring the Forbidden Sea Mountain's true king out. Without the true king stepping forward, the myriad Demon Mountain's demon kings were also worried that they would become the city lord's divine soldiers sooner or later. Everything they did now was to save themselves. The group of demon kings had even made up their minds that if they could not invite the demon clan true king this time, they would seek refuge in the Forbidden Land near the Forbidden Sea. At most, they would not return to land, and the true king would not dare to trespass the Forbidden Sea. And all of this, Nan Yingyue and the others knew nothing. Even Li Zhen from Imperial Sea Mountain did not know what was going on. The Absolute Peak would not enter the Tiannan catacombs. This was agreed upon by both sides. Everything depended on the strength of both sides. In the Tiannan catacombs, there were 25 catacombs rank 9s and 12 humans. They were already at a disadvantage. The humans' absolute peak bet on the two different hearts of Tiannan. Unexpectedly, things developed 100 times more smoothly than expected. Unforeseen events, one after another. Until now, the combat strength of both sides was completely equal. 10 against 10, the catacombs had lost another 2 rank 9s, the 2 rank 9s from Monster Feather City were directly ignored. These two had made up their minds not to step forward. As long as they did not attack their lair, then they could do as they pleased. As for the humans, although 2 rank 9s were also seriously injured, they still had the strength to fight. Both sides actually went from 2 to 1 for the rank 9s. When they returned to the passageway again, Nan Yingyue was both excited and confused. Looking into the distance, Rose City was still fighting. She could not help but ask, what are the myriad Demon Mountains Demon Kings trying to do? Now, 5 of the myriad Demon Mountains Demon Kings had made their move. 3 were besieging the Rodent King in the far west, while 2 were besieging the Rose Flower across several cities. This situation made everyone dumbfounded. Beside her, the heavily injured Minister Wang smiled bitterly and said, could it be that there's a demon spy in Myriad Demon Mountain too? This was a joke. The illusion came from Magic City Catacombs Jiao. Everyone knew that there was a demon spy in 100 Beasts Forest during the turmoil in Magic City Catacombs. Now that there were also problems in Tiannan Catacombs Forbidden Lands, Minister Wang could not help but crack a joke. Tiannan Catacombs Forbidden Lands were not as numerous as Magic City's catacombs. However, Far West's Myriad Demon Mountain was powerful and also a powerful force that could not be ignored. Previously, everyone was worried that the Forbidden Lands would also make a move. They did not expect that the Forbidden Lands would indeed make a move. However, they were not targeting them, but the catacomb cities. This was really surprising. Minister Wang was joking. On the other side, Wu Quishan, whose face was deathly pale, laughed and said, it's hard to say. Do you guys think that there's a catacomb spy? I haven't seen the Rose City Lord. Maybe he went to the far west. If he shows his divine weapon in the far west, then everything now can be explained. Does the Rose City Lord have a divine weapon? Everyone was puzzled. In Magic City, the Skygate City Lord had a divine weapon. Everyone knew this. However, no one knew whether these Catacomb City Lords had a divine weapon or not before they used it. The Rose City Lord had fought with them for a long time and did not show his divine weapon. It was hard to say whether he had one or not. Besides, the other party went to the far west to show his divine weapon. Could it be that he really wanted to be a catacomb? I don't know if he has one, but the possibility is not low. The average city lord may not have one, but the number 1 city lord who fought us head-on probably has one. But he doesn't have to go to the far west to use his divine weapon. Is he that stupid? Someone laughed. Why would he go to the far west to use his divine weapon? Was there something wrong with the Rose City Lord's brain? Nan Yingyue suddenly said, that's not necessarily true. Rose City has been destroyed. If the Rose City Lord wants to take the dead end that others have taken, it will be difficult. However, there is a chance in Tiannan Catacombs now. As soon as this was said, everyone reacted instantly. Some rank 7 and 8 did not quite understand, but the rank 9 more or less understood. Zhang Weiyu frowned and said, you mean, he went to the western bounded domain? The possibility is not small. Nan Yingyue nodded and said, there is hope to become the top there now. At this point, it may not be impossible for him to gamble on this opportunity. If that is the case, it is not surprising that he attacked in the far west and even exposed his divine weapon. Maybe he wants the restricted area's top demon race to hold back the catacombs' top human race, to buy him some time. Nan Yingyue made some judgments. If the Rose City Lord really wanted to gamble on this opportunity, then he had to be careful of King Song sending people into the bounded domain to cause trouble for him. At this time, if he provoked the demons and King Song to war, then he would have time. This was not impossible. They talked for a while, and Nan Yingyue said again, ignore them. This is also our chance. Since Rose City was destroyed, the situation has changed completely. If the Rose City Lord really lured out Thousand Demon Mountain, then the cause is also because of Rose City's destruction. The key to the battle lies in this. You guys say that the city's destruction was really done by Fang Ping and the others. If it is true, where are they now? It had been a few days. Rose City was not too far away. Logically speaking, if they were still alive, they should have returned after the royal city was destroyed. If they did not return for a few days, the chances of them coming back alive were very slim. The turning point of the Catacombs War this time was the destruction of the royal city, which triggered a series of unforeseen events. As soon as Nan Yunhua said this, the three MCMAU grandmasters fell silent. It had been 3 days since the royal city was destroyed. No, it was almost dawn now. When the sky brightened, it would be the 4th day. In 4 days' time, if Fang Ping and the others were really at Rose City, with their strength, they could walk back a few times. The CCMAU grandmasters also kept quiet. Li Hansong went with them. The situation was so chaotic. A few middle-ranked martial artists went and did not return. Who knew if they could come back? These few days, while everyone was fighting, Wu Quishan and the others also took the time to look around Rose City. But they found nothing. However, they did not really find nothing. In fact, they were now certain that Rose City was probably destroyed by Fang Ping and the others. In Rose City, Wu Quishan found some traces of a tunnel. Digging tunnels in the catacombs. There were not many who were familiar with this. The catacombs' own people would not do this. This time, other than the grandmasters, only Fang Ping and the others came in. Obviously, it was those guys who dug it out. But where were they now? Wu Quishan and the others were still thinking. Nan Yunhua suddenly sighed softly. It's a pity that our injuries are also very serious and we have consumed a lot of energy. Otherwise, with our peak combat strength, we can kill at least 3 to 5 of them 10 against 10. Or even kill them all. With her and Zhang Weiyu's strength, they could at least hold back 4 rank 9s. Wu Quishan could also hold back a weak one at his peak. The remaining 8 rank 9s and 10s of rank 7s and rank 8s could probably kill all of them if they surrounded and killed 5 rank 9s. However, up until now, their vitality had been greatly depleted. On the other hand, on the catacombs side, other than the rose flower and the monster plant that was killed earlier, there were still 3 rank 9 monster plants left. Now that these rank 9 monster plants were facing a life and death situation, their life essence was open for the other rank 9s to use. Nan Yunhua and the others who had their vitality greatly depleted did not have the upper hand against these rank 9s who had recovered from their injuries. Instead, they seemed to be at a disadvantage. If they continued to fight like this, it would be hard to say who would win and who would lose. This time entering the catacombs, they had also brought a lot of recovery items, including life essence. However, the government did not store much. After so many years, it had actually been depleted. After a few battles, it had long been used up. If they did not want to lose too many rank 9s in this Tiannan battle, perhaps it would come to an end soon. Even if the situation was extremely favorable to them now, there was no way to continue fighting. What a pity. It was not only Nan Yunhua who sighed. The other rank 9s also felt that it was a pity. They had the heart to kill the enemy, but they were powerless. If they really killed these rank 9s, Sino Nation's 23 catacombs and Tiannan catacombs would be completely pacified. Without the high-ranked catacombs, would they still be a threat? On the contrary, without the high-ranked catacombs, they would only become the humans' main training camp. When that time came, this place could even become the main battlefield for middle and low-ranked martial artists. It would no longer be the current situation where middle and low-ranked martial artists were like cannon fodder in various catacombs. Now, the situation was chaotic. In various catacombs, middle-ranked martial artists even found it difficult to walk out of the city. The opportunities to obtain training were getting fewer and fewer. If this went on for a long time, human middle and low-ranked martial artists would not have the opportunity to gain experience. Could it be that they could really rely on hard cultivation to become high-ranked? The night passed quickly. Dawn came. It was already April 30th, the 5th day since everyone entered the catacombs. After 5 days and countless battles, even the 2 top-notch powerhouses, Nan Yunhua and Zhang Weiyu, were exhausted and heavily injured. Looking into the distance, at the city behind Rose City. There were still 10 rank 9s gathered there. As for rank 7 and 8 martial artists, there were not as many as rank 9s, only 7 or 8. Nan Yingyue recovered slightly from her injuries. Her gaze was firm. Everyone, now that things have come to this, even if 1 or 2 of us fall, we must kill a few more rank 9s to achieve our goal. There were still 10 cities in the catacombs. They were not considered forbidden lands now. There were 13 rank 9s alive. They must kill at least 3 more, including Rose Flower. This way, in order to defend those giant mines, Tiannan catacombs would not see any rank 9s in action in the future. Although they could not completely pacify Tiannan, at least they could defend Tiannan catacombs without the presence of rank 9s. Having said that, Nan Yingyue suddenly looked at Wu Quishan. After struggling for a moment, she said, "Vice-Chancellor Wu, how about you and Vice-Chancellor Bai team up and stop a rank 9? Vice-Chancellor Bai was CCMAU's vice-chancellor. He was also a peak rank 8 powerhouse. However, both of them were severely injured now. Facing a rank 9 who was still in good condition, both of them might fall in this fight, and the probability was very high." Wu Quishan nodded slightly. Next to him, a white-haired old man also nodded. Now that things had come to this, they could only go all out. They could not kill rank 9s, but rank 9s could. That was why they kept one rank 9 occupied. The other rank 9 powerhouse could go and kill other catacombs rank 9s. Beside them, Lu Fengru's eyes were red. After struggling for a moment, she said reluctantly, "He has already killed 3 rank 8s and stopped rank 9s several times. You still want him to die? This was suicide." Wu Quishan had used up all his imperishable substances since the start of the fight. If he fought a rank 9 again, he would definitely die. Wu Quishan shouted softly, "Shut up." Then, he looked at Nan Yingyue and smiled. "Don't worry. Old Bai and I will do our best. We won't let the other party leave our battlefield." CCMAU's old vice-chancellor also said softly, "It's worth it to kill a few more rank 9s. A few rank 7s and 8s died in exchange for half of Tiannan's catacombs being leveled. It was indeed worth it." Moreover, both he and Wu Quishan's imperishable substance had been used up. Their path to rank 9 might have already been severed. He was not the only one. Many of the rank 8 powerhouses present felt the same way. A rank 8 powerhouse was very strong, but also very weak. The imperishable substance was the foundation of their strength. The strength of the golden body was closely related to the imperishable substance. The rapid recovery of his injuries and the endurance of his battle prowess were also related to the imperishable substance. Even after being seriously injured and on the verge of death, he was still able to maintain his powerful battle prowess. But its weakness was also very obvious. His imperishable substance had been used up, and his foundation had been damaged. The road ahead was practically cut off. Both vice-chancellors of famous schools were prepared to stall a rank 9 with the determination to die. This made everyone present uncomfortable. At this point in the battle, the rank 7 martial artists were almost powerless to fight anymore. Rank 9 martial artists had their own missions. Only a few rank 8 martial artists working together could stall a rank 9. Wu Quishan and Vice-Chancellor Bai were currently the strongest among the remaining rank 8s. They could only rely on them. Beside them, Chen Yaoting took a light breath and smiled. "Count me in. It shouldn't be a problem for the 3 of us to stall the other party." Old Chen Yaoting's current injuries were extremely serious, but he was still smiling. "Why? Are the 2 of you looking down on me?" On the other side, Minister Wang, who was even more seriously injured, suddenly spat. He gritted his teeth and said, "Our martial arts university's 3 vice-chancellors are going. As the leader, I'll bring you guys along, you can forget about it." Wu Quishan found it funny. "It's a good thing that you don't add to our troubles when you go." Minister Wang was really miserable. His strength was not as good as Wu Quishan and Vice-Chancellor Bai's. His previous injuries were already extremely serious, and now he was hanging on by a thread. He might not be any better than Liu Mo and the rest. Liu Mo and the other became skeletons because they could not recover in the bounded domain. In reality, their injuries might not even be as serious as these few now. The deathly stillness in the later stages was also caused by their mentality falling into a semi-dormant state. As the few rank 8s discussed, the rank 9 powerhouses were also discussing in low voices which powerhouses to kill this time. It was best to kill one person in each city. This way, the remaining rank 9 would go back to defend the city and not come out. Previously, everyone had always been executing this strategy. As for killing 2 rank 9s in a city, if they really killed 2 rank 9s, maybe a rank 9 from the restricted zone would come and take advantage of it. However, if they only killed one person, if the rank 9 from the restricted zone wanted to take advantage of it, it would have to depend on whether the remaining rank 9 agreed or not. Not everyone could own the royal city's giant mine. These guardian monster plants and beasts, as well as these city lords, had actually fought for it and schemed, including the support of their backers, before they became city lords. This even included reaching a consensus with the Guardian clan. This was also an extremely important point. Over at Tiannan City, they were already prepared to fight to the death. At the edge of the Forbidden Sea, Fang Ping and the rest were also fleeing frantically, escaping from the pursuit of a rank 7 monster. After escaping danger, Qin Fengqing looked sorrowful. He was really starting to lag behind. In the past, his speed was not slow, not slower than Iron Head. Now, Iron Head had advanced to rank 6. If he unleashed his full power, he could not catch up at all. In the face of pursuit, it was Iron Head who dragged him along. This made Qin Fengqing very hurt. His only advantage had completely disappeared. Not to mention compared to Fang Ping. This fellow Fang Ping had too many tricks up his sleeves. His speed had long been much faster than him. When they were almost in the direction of Tiannan City, Fang Ping suddenly stopped in his tracks, muttering, "Do you guys think, should we go back quietly this time, or go back with great fanfare and boast about our achievements? Make a fortune quietly." Qin Fengqing gave such an answer without even thinking. The harvest this time was great, including him and Li Hansong. When the city was destroyed previously, the harvest was all with Fang Ping. Wang Jinyang said softly, "Make a big commotion. We can't keep a low profile at this time. The more we keep a low profile, the more troublesome the matter in Stellar Sky City will be. Only with great fanfare would they appear to have the confidence. If they kept quiet, it would be easier for problems to arise." Fang Ping nodded. After thinking for a while, he said, "The key is the spoils of war. Do you guys think we should take them all out? Keep some of them." Wang Jinyang thought for a while and said, "Keep some of the life essence. However, we can take out the Rose City Lord's corpse. After all, a rank 9 corpse is actually not that useful to us. However, for rank 8 powerhouses, it has a lot of reference value. Maybe we can study it and make preparations for rank 9. Especially this kind of complete corpse, it has a lot of reference value for rank 8 powerhouses. A complete rank 9 powerhouse corpse with flesh and blood intact, only mentality gone. This kind of corpse had a lot of reference value for rank 8 powerhouses." Fang Ping thought for a while, nodded and said, "Indeed, I can't use it now. I heard that Wanshan Temple has a rank 9 powerhouse's heart core. At that time, I thought it was amazing. Now, it seems like it's just average. How about this, I'll take out all the powerhouse's corpses this time, including the 2 rank 7 monster plant corpses. I'll bring the energy stones and other things. These high-ranked powerhouses won't be interested in them. As for the life essence, how much do you think is appropriate?" "Just 30 to 50 caddies will do," Wang Jinyang said casually. Beside him, Qin Fengqing was stunned for a moment. He asked, "How much?" 30 to 50 caddies. Qin Fengqing looked at old Wang for a while. After a while, the corner of his mouth twitched. "Old Wang, are you kidding me? 30 to 50 caddies, did your family's life essence count by caddies?" He really did not know that Fang Ping had gotten his hands on life essence. Was old Wang starting to learn how to brag now? Fang Ping ignored him. He thought for a while and said, "In this battle, I'm afraid many grandmasters were injured. I don't need to talk about the others, but for the few grandmasters in MCMAU, I have to bleed a little. In the future, when I have a use for it, I have to take some out, so that I won't appear out of nowhere and attract attention later on. I'll take 1 bottle then." There were 3 big bottles of life essence. Each bottle was about 50 caddies. Fang Ping used a little of one of them. At the thought of this, Fang Ping took out a huge bottle. This was the bottle that he used a little. Not even 1/3, even if he shared some with everyone when he returned this time, he would still keep more than half for himself. Seeing Fang Ping take out such a big bottle, Qin Fengqin gulped, then coughed dryly and said, "Such a big bottle. You didn't bring anything in before, idiot, didn't we destroy a small city?" Fang Ping's face was full of disdain. The catacombs also had energy crystals to make these utensils. There was no doubt at all. Qin Fengqin was actually not here for this. He coughed dryly and said, "What I mean is, you can divide it into many small bottles. I have a lot here, I'll help you fill some." Such a big bottle, how much life essence, this guy Fang Ping, he definitely did not take out all of it. He was really rich beyond measure, thinking of him. Qin Fengqin continued to trim his hair, his face mournful. "I only ate a handful of dirt." Fang Ping ignored him. Then, he took out the corpses of Rose City's city lord, Tai Mu, Yang Daohong, and the others, including some human remains that he collected earlier. Besides that, he took out the corpses of the rank 7 monster and the bloodthirsty tree monster. This time, Qin Fengqin and Li Hansong were really drooling. This guy's harvest was too big. After that, there were a few dozen caddies of high-ranked energy stones, as well as a large number of middle-ranked and low-ranked energy stones, and some weapons, energy fruits, and the like. Other than the life essence, Fang Ping kept most of it. He did not keep much of the other things. Then, Fang Ping took out a large number of animal skin bags, filling 3 to 5 bags for each person. In the end, Fang Ping lamented, "It's not good to publicize the storage rings. When the government develops storage rings one day, or when other people use storage rings, it won't be so troublesome." Today, storage rings were still legendary artifacts. It was hard to say whether there were any at the top. If Fang Ping really did not hide it, it would be troublesome. If powerhouses took a fancy to it, or if the top came to ask for it, where would he get a storage ring for them? After packing everything, Fang Ping glanced at everyone and said with a smile, "Let's go. When we go back this time, I guarantee that everyone will be shocked." Tiannan City. Everyone had also discussed their strategy and decided on their opponents. Lu Fengre looked at Wu Quishan, her eyes red. She wanted to speak a few times, but she did not know how to say it. Because of what happened to her daughter, she hated Wu Quishan for many years. However, when Wu Quishan exposed his divine weapon in the Magic City catacombs and even spread the news that he once passed through Skygate City as a rank 8, the hatred in the past had long dissipated. It was not that he did not care about his daughter's death. He just did not say it and did it quietly. It was not easy to bury the hatchet, but now, Wu Quishan went to fight a rank 9 with a seriously injured body. Could he still come back alive? Her father was missing, her daughter was dead, and even her husband was ready to die. Why did it turn out like this? Lu Fengre wanted to cry, but she could not. She did not want to cry in front of everyone either. Ever since the death of her daughter, she had never cried again in her life. Wu Quishan glanced at his wife and chuckled. "In this life, the first half of my life was carefree, and the second half was sullen. I'm old now, it's time for me to shine." Before his daughter died, he, Wu Quishan, lived a carefree life. He entered rank 7 early and became a grandmaster powerhouse that everyone admired. His wife was also a powerhouse, and he had a grandmaster father-in-law. Everyone envied his happy family. At that time, there were only 3 grandmasters in MCMAU. Huang Jing had not become a grandmaster yet. The old vice-chancellor had always favored him. He had said long ago that he would take over MCMAU. Becoming the vice-chancellor of one of the big 2 was also an extremely high position. In those years, Wu Quishan really felt that he was living a comfortable life. Even if the threat of the catacombs was still there, he did not feel too much pressure. However, everything changed after that trip to the catacombs. In the next 10 years, he did not live a happy life. Today, he had killed 3 rank 8s and resisted a rank 9. Perhaps this was the most glorious moment of his life. The only regret was that he could not avenge his daughter and left his wife alone. "Live well." Wu Quishan hugged Lu Fengre lightly and said softly, "Live well. Don't make me worry." Quishan, Lu Fengre's eyes were bloodshot. After a long time, she said, "I'm sorry." Do we still need to say these things between husband and wife? Wu Kuishan smiled and was about to kiss her forehead. At this moment, Nan Yunyue suddenly raised her eyebrows and said, "Wait." Everyone who was about to leave stopped in their tracks. Wu Kuishan could not kiss her. He turned his head and glanced at Nan Yunyue. "I'm saying goodbye to my wife. Can you not interrupt the atmosphere?" Nan Yunyue was the first to notice the problem. Zhang Weiyu quickly looked toward the Forbidden Sea in the south and asked curiously, why did they come back from there? Why did these guys come back from the Forbidden Sea area in the west? As soon as he said that, Zhang Weiyu suddenly shook his head. Rank 9 powerhouses all started shaking their heads. Nan Yunyue also rubbed her temples and said uncertainly, that is. Rank 9? Rose King's corpse was brought out. A complete rank 9, even if dead, some characteristics still existed. Not to mention, because of life essence, Rose King's body still had a lot of energy sealed in it. Even if Fang Ping made a hole in it, it healed quickly afterward. A rank 9 corpse like this, and it was so close, it did not feel much different from a living person. When Nan Yunyue said this, Zhang Weiyu said nervously, "Is this, alive or dead?" A living rank 9 was captured by a few middle ranks. What a joke. If he died, that would be even more confusing. These guys, where did they get a rank 9 corpse? I think, it's dead? Nan Yunyue was not too sure. Not dead. This energy fluctuation did not seem like a human martial artist. Could it be that this rank 9 had gone crazy? Or was he running toward them? The key was that this energy fluctuation was a little familiar. In the next moment, both of them looked at each other. Rose City Lord, these two rank 9s were the first to realize that something was wrong. Soon, the other rank 9s also realized that something was wrong. Then, Wu Kuishan and the others also felt the problem. Wu Kuishan said in a daze, "Fang Ping and the others, what's going on?" Not long after, everyone saw Fang Ping and the others in the distance, and from afar, Fang Ping roared, "MCMAU Fang Ping, leading martial arts university students, killed 4 rank 9s, countless high ranks, destroyed a royal city, to celebrate humanity." Everyone, at this moment, everyone only had one thought. Motherf asterisk Kerr, would it kill you not to brag? There were close to 100 grandmasters here, and there were even a lot of rank 9s. You, a Motherf asterisk King rank 6, bragged in front of so many of us, aren't you afraid of being beaten to death? However, wait until they saw the things they were carrying. Some grandmasters opened their mouths wide. Who was that? Rose City Lord, and 2 rank 7 demon corpses. Furthermore, they were carrying so many bags of all sizes. Just how many things had these few brats robbed? Robbing was not the problem was that they actually brought it back. After all, in the catacombs, bringing things back was the biggest difficulty. They were still in shock when Fang Ping and the others had already rushed over. From afar, Fang Ping threw the Rose King's corpse far away. There was a rumble. The heavy corpse, like a living person, sat cross-legged in front of everyone. A few rank 7 grandmasters subconsciously took a few steps back, then their faces flushed red. Motherf asterisk Kerr, so embarrassing, they were actually scared. This was not the end. After throwing the Rose King's corpse, Fang Ping also threw Taimu's skeleton. Everyone's pupils shrank. Another rank 9, after that, Fang Ping threw the 2 rank 8 skeletons, a few rank 7 corpses, including the one he had killed. Finally, without waiting for everyone to ask, Fang Ping took out Yang Daohong's skeleton from his back, sighing, "Grandmaster. Yang Daohong has fallen in the bounded domain. This student is incompetent, unable to save High Grandmaster Yang, only able to save 2 rank 8 grandmasters, who were also severely injured. Bounded domain. High Grandmaster Yang has fallen." This time even Nan Yunyue and the others were stunned. They were not surprised that Yang Daohong had fallen, but that the people of Polaris City were prepared to die before they entered the catacombs. Everyone was prepared for this. Nan Yunyue was even more shocked. Where did these little bastards say they went? Bounded domain. Traversing half of the catacombs, a few middle-ranked martial artists went to the bounded domain where even the top powerhouses would fall. Most importantly, a few of them came back alive. They brought back the corpses of 2 catacombs rank 9, brought back Yang Daohong's remains, and even brought back countless spoils of war. Were these guys joking? Or were their eyes playing tricks on them? At this moment, no one made a sound. They did not know what to ask. Beside them, Minister Wang murmured, "The life essence is really going to fall." Before he finished speaking, Nan Yunue, Zhang Weiyu, and the other rank 9 suddenly set their sights on the big bottle that Fang Ping was carrying on his back. At this moment, Nan Yunue's eyes were like sharp swords, shining brilliantly. That was really emitting golden light. This was not a joke. But very soon, Nan Yunue withdrew her gaze, looking at Yang Daohong's corpse, her gaze slightly complicated, sighing softly. The Yang family still failed? Yang Daohong had fallen, the remains of the top powerhouse could not be retrieved. Compared to Yang Daohong's fall, this matter was more serious. Once a restricted area powerhouse, thinking of this, Nan Yunue suddenly looked at Taimu's corpse. Was the restricted area powerhouse still alive? At this moment, Nan Yunue was somewhat unable to suppress the impulse. There were too many doubts, so much so that even a top rank 9 powerhouse like her wanted to grab Fang Ping and start asking questions. As for Yang Daohong, in the catacombs, dying in battle was the norm. As for how to settle him, arrangements would naturally be made after the war was over. Not only Nan Yunue, at this moment, almost 100 grandmasters were staring at the few people in front of them. What exactly happened? How was Royal City bombed? Where did these rank 9 corpses come from? Being stared at by nearly 100 grandmasters, Fang Ping coughed softly, preparing to gather his thoughts. At this moment, the grandmaster's eyes sharpened. Cut the crap and get straight to the point. Forget it, he would not wait any longer. Nan Yunue could not stay calm anymore. She asked directly, "Rose City, did you blow it up?" Fang Ping's expression was solemn. He said immediately, "It was a student. In order to blow up Rose City, a student almost died in Rose City. In the end, the heavens did not destroy us humans, and we survived." Get straight to the point. Ahem, it's like this. After we left this place that day, we went to Moon Laurel City in order to look for Teacher Zhang and the surviving human warriors. After we destroyed Moon Laurel City, we received news that some human warriors were imprisoned in Rose City. Fang Ping began to talk tirelessly, describing how dangerous it was. "I used a trick to lure the giant horned beast in Half Moon Lake to attack the city, then sneaked into the Royal City's giant mine, killing many rank 6 martial artists, including peak martial artists. In the end, I took the tens of billions of high-ranked energy stones that I had accumulated and self-detonated my mentality, detonating the giant mine." Seeing that none of the grandmasters said anything, Fang Ping repeated, "This time, I used up tens of billions of high-ranked energy stones, and even half of my golden body was destroyed." Wu Quishan coughed softly and said, "Go on, we got it. The credit for blowing up the royal city will not go to you." Fang Ping grinned at old Wu. They were family, after all. These tens of billions had to be compensated to him. Nan Yunue and the rest looked unfriendly. Was this the time to care about this? Fang Ping did not continue the topic of tens of billions. He continued, "Then, Rose City Lord and the others returned. In a fit of rage, Rose City Lord led the remaining high-ranked martial artists and chased me all the way to the bounded domain." Wait. Nan Yunue was confused. "They chased you all the way to the bounded domain?" Fang Ping said without batting an eyelid, "Yes. At that time, we were going to Iris City to blow up another royal city. I don't know how we were discovered by the Rose City Lord, so we ran in the direction of the bounded domain. Midway, we lured a high-ranked beast to attack the last royal city in the far west." Nan Yunue was stunned. Li Daong couldn't help but ask, "Teeth City?" "That's right. He lured a few high-ranked demonic beasts to attack the city, and then lured the Rose City Lord into a fight with the demonic clan, drawing out the rank 9 demonic beasts of the myriad demon mountain. After that, Rose City Lord fought with the other party and revealed her divine weapon. The demonic beasts of the myriad demon mountain left angrily. I think something will happen." Everyone was stunned once again. Was this the reason why the Wanya Mountain, Na City, and Rose Flower were at war? If that was the case, in this battle, Fang Ping had restrained many rank 9s, 2 from Rose City, 1 from Tooth City, and 2 who were killed by them when Royal City was bombed. This could be considered Fang Ping's credit. That was to say, these middle levels had pinned down 5 level 9 experts this time. It was not only about the 5 rank 9s, but also the beasts in the Forbidden Land. At this moment, everyone wanted to shout, "Nonsense." But when he thought about the series of events that had happened before, it was all true. Royal City had been bombed, and the Rose City Lord had disappeared. Now, she was dead. The Tooth City was indeed rioting, the myriad demon mountain had indeed made a move, connecting Fang Ping's words together. There was no problem with the logic. All the doubts had been explained. However, these fellows were only in the middle ranks. How did they escape the rank 9's pursuit and cause so much trouble? A large group of grandmasters was currently in a daze. Zhang Weiyu hid his urge to gulp and said in a muffled voice, "Continue. What happened after that?" After that, I went to the bounded domain. The Rose City Lord chased after me all the way. Along the way, the people he brought with him were all killed. When I reached the bounded domain, I realized that there were actually 3 rank 9s in the Forbidden Land. Then, I lured both sides into a chaotic battle. The Rose City Lord and the people from the Forbidden Land had a great battle. Of course, the people from Star Town were there too. It was a 3-way battle. In the chaotic battle, the Rose City Lord played dead, then resurrected and killed Tai Mu. It's this skeleton that I brought back. High Grandmaster Yang was also killed by the Rose City Lord at that time. After that, there was still a rank 7 martial artist alive in the bounded domain. He ambushed the Rose City Lord. In the end, I ambushed the rank 7 and killed him. That's all. Everyone began to shake their heads. Mother Kerr, why did it feel like they were listening to a heavenly book? Nan Yinhua took a deep breath and said, "You can actually escape the rank 9's pursuit. You can hide your aura." What about Li Hansong and the others? They walked to the edge of the Forbidden Sea. I lured the Rose City Lord away alone. This time, Fang Ping did not claim credit. This was what everyone had agreed on beforehand to not expose some of his secrets. They walked to the edge of the Forbidden Sea and went to the bounded domain. They didn't die. Someone could not help but whisper, "These kids, how tough were their lives." Fang Ping was chased by a rank 9. He did not die. He even schemed against these people and became the final winner. The other 3 people walked to the bounded domain from the Forbidden Sea and actually did not die. One had to know that even a rank 9 powerhouse would be in grave danger if they went there. Yang Daohong could go there safely this time because the rank 9s had gathered here. Otherwise, Yang Daohong could forget about passing through the thousands of miles of catacombs easily. And now, these people had done it. What was even more awesome was that they were all alive. Not only were they alive, but these spoils of war, the harvest was so huge that everyone was shocked. And this was only what they saw. There were many things that these people did not see. Nan Yinhua sorted out her thoughts and murmured, "In other words, in the end, not only did you bring back Liu Mo and Wang Jinyang, but you also rescued the captive." Wang Jinyang's instructor? Rescued everyone from the hands of many rank 9s? Nan Yinhua felt that this was the biggest joke she had ever heard in her life. If Fang Ping was a peerless powerhouse, she would believe it. But this kid was only a rank 6, Fang Ping said with a serious face. "Yes, but this time I also suffered a heavy loss. Not only did I blow up tens of billions of energy stones, in order to restore my half-golden body, I used up tens of billions of life essence. Mayor Nan, although I know that the government is in a difficult situation, and I can forget about the credit, but this time the loss. Do you think the government can compensate me a little?" Nan Yinhua said nothing, Zhang Weiyu said nothing. Minister Wang could not help but ask in a sharp voice, "How much life essence did you use to restore your half-golden body?" "More than 4 caddies. Doesn't the government charge 10 million per gram? More than 20 billion? More than 4 caddies." Minister Wang rushed out suddenly with his crippled body. He grabbed Fang Ping and roared, "You, a rank 6, in order to restore your flesh, you spent more than 4 caddies of life essence? Look for me. No, look for a rank 8, rank 9 is fine too. I can even use imperishable substances to restore your body. You, kid, spent more than 4 caddies of life essence to restore your half-golden body?" He was about to explode. He was not the only one who was about to explode. Everyone else was about to explode too. Even Nan Yinhua felt a little inferior. Mother Kerr, she had entered the catacombs and fought with rank 9s countless times. She was beaten until her flesh and blood flew everywhere. She had spent less than 500 grams of life essence in total. She could not help it. She was too poor, when they entered the Tiannan catacombs this time, they took away almost half of the government's reserves, about 10 caddies or so. However, the few rank 9s were all-consuming. Rank 8s and rank 7s would also need to consume a little when their lives were in danger. Even if they could not recover completely, at least they would not die immediately. With so many people using it, only she and Zhang Weiyu were strong and needed them. That was why both of them used so much. What about Fang Ping? He was a rank 6 martial artist. He was not even dead yet he actually spent 4 to 5 caddies of life essence to restore his body. How extravagant, how wasteful. Being stared at by everyone, Fang Ping said dryly, this is my spoil of war. I'm injured. It's okay to use a little, right? A little? Nan Yingyue did not want to talk nonsense. She went straight to the point. How much do you have left? Fang Ping felt a little uncomfortable under her scorching gaze. He glanced at Wu Quishan. Wu Quishan licked his dry lips and said, how much left? Not much. Fang Ping picked up the big bottle beside him and said softly, just 40 caddies, less than 50 caddies. Caddies? Beside him, the rank 9 Li Daong looked like he was crying and laughing at the same time. He glanced at the dazed Minister Wang. Yes, he really did not know shit. His rank 9 status was wasted. When people used life essence, it was really measured in caddies. Just 40 caddies. Listening to him, I thought it was 40 caddies. Even if it was 40 caddies, that was still a lot. Okay, this rank 6 martial artist in front of them told them that he held back a large number of rank 9s, blew up the royal city, wiped out the rank 9 in the forbidden zone, and did not let the other party take away the Paragon's remains. If that was the case, the purpose of the Tiannan catacombs mission this time was almost completed. And the one who completed all these missions was not them, but this kid. How ironic, how sad. The rank 9 powerhouses looked at each other. After a while, Nan Yingyue did not care about this anymore. She looked at the bottle in Fang Ping's hand and said with a slightly wavering tone, Fang Ping, these life essences. Fang Ping did not wait for her to finish. He immediately said, Minister, I snatched this by risking my life. Of course, I, Fang Ping, am not the kind of person who does not care about the big picture. Although I almost died many times, since I brought it back, if everyone needs it, then I will definitely support it. In this way, the official price is 10 million per gram, and there is still a price but no supply. Martial artists, after all, no one can be that selfless. I'll give everyone a discount, 8 million per gram, selling 20 caddies to the public. As for the money, it's okay. I trust all the grandmasters. It won't be too late to give it to me after we get out of the catacombs. Even if you don't give it, write an IOU. I don't mind if I don't want it. The main thing is to keep it as a souvenir. Everyone was stunned. This kid actually started a business? Many people had not reacted yet. Minister Wang said quickly, I'll buy 4 caddies, 2 kilograms, 16 billion. Write an IOU. Shameless. Many people cursed in their hearts. This guy was really shameless. Without waiting for the others to speak, Nan Yingyue said quickly, no, the life essences need to be used together. Everyone knows what I mean. Right now, we need this urgently. As for the money, Nan Yingyue looked at Fang Ping and said, 20 caddies is not enough. At least 30 caddies. According to what you said, 120 billion. Of course, it's not that the government can't afford this amount of money, but at this point, it's useless. Fang Ping, we can use divine weapons. Before she finished speaking, Fang Ping casually threw a few divine weapons on the ground. He chuckled and said, rank 9 divine weapon longsword, rank 8 divine weapon broadsword, rank 7x. Other than the longsword, everyone can buy the rest if you want. Of course, I'm not collecting money now. Whoever wants. He was still talking when Lu Fengru stepped forward and picked up the 3 divine weapons without a word. Then, she retreated. Fang Ping was stunned. Oh my god, you're robbing me? You're robbing my divine weapons in front of so many people? Nan Yingyue and the others did not say a word. Divine weapons. He had a complete set of rank 7, 8, and 9. Some rank 9 grandmasters wanted to take back the divine weapons in their hands. Embarrassing, too embarrassing. Some of them used rank 8 divine weapons. Some used rank 7 divine weapons. Everyone looked at Fang Ping with sharp eyes. They really wanted to rob him and be done with it. However, there were nearly 100 grandmasters here. It was better not to think about it. If everything this kid said was confirmed, he would be the biggest contributor to the Tiannan catacombs. Robbing Fang Ping would be a big deal. But they really wanted to rob him. Nan Yunyue took a deep breath and said, "Then we'll write an IOU first. We'll talk about your request after we leave the catacombs." Fang Ping, what do you think? No problem. Fang Ping agreed readily. Nan Yunyue and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, everyone was in urgent need of life essence now. Logically, they could just expropriate Fang Ping's. However, if they really did that, the hearts of the grandmasters present would probably turn cold. Everyone contributed when they needed to and died when they needed to. However, if even their own things could be forcefully expropriated, then what was the point of everything they did? Therefore, even if these people could crush Fang Ping to death with a snap of their fingers, no one dared to rob him. If Fang Ping did not agree, then there would be trouble this time. Fortunately, this kid knew what was good for him. Just as Nan Yunyue was thinking, Fang Ping said with a smile, 30 caddies of life essence, 120 billion. Mayor Nan, Guardian Zhang. You guys represent the government. Logically, I shouldn't be so snobbish. After all, it's all for the sake of humanity. But, can you guys take a look and sign this? Is it appropriate? Having said that, Fang Ping fished out a pen and paper that he had prepared earlier from his chest and scribbled a few strokes. If he did not write an IOU, he was afraid that his wealth would not be counted. Until now, the system had not calculated his wealth. Fang Ping did not know what was going on. Was it not safe enough now? No matter what, he had to put the bill first. Otherwise, he would cry himself to death if it was gone. As for giving the life essence to the government, he had actually prepared it. As soon as he saw these grandmasters' tattered clothes and their guts were in tatters, Fang Ping knew that he would have to spend the life essence this time. Under the current situation, he had no choice but to give it. Nan Yunyue and the others might not rob him, but Wu Kushan was here. No matter what, he would make Fang Ping hand it over. If Fang Ping really did not have it, then so be it. If he had it, then he would not take it out. Theoretically, the many grandmasters who had died in battle had nothing to do with Fang Ping. However, everyone had their own selfish motives. They would probably hate Fang Ping to death later. If he was hated by so many grandmasters, Fang Ping would not be able to survive in Sino Nation anymore. Nan Yunyue was also straightforward. Without another word, she signed on the IOU. Zhang Weiyu and Li Daong also signed at the same time. The 3 rank 9 grandmasters represented the government's action this time. 120 billion to buy Fang Ping's 30 caddies of life essence was worth it. As for the payment, the government could afford it. This thing could not be bought with money, but the possibility of the final transaction using money was not high. Of course, Fang Ping did not lack things like divine weapons and energy stones. As for what the final transaction would be, Nan Yunyue and the others did not care. It had nothing to do with them. Let the central government worry about it. Fang Ping put away the IOU happily and said, "Then the divine weapon," Lu Fengru said sinisterly, "it's not for sale." A rank 9 divine weapon longsword. She was very tempted, but she knew that this little bastard had probably prepared it for Li Chongqing. A rank 8 broadsword. Lu Fengru felt that she could replace her rank 7 broadsword. As for Fang Ping, she could not use it anyway. She could just keep borrowing it. There was no need to worry when there were too many debts. Speaking of divine weapons, Nan Yunyue thought for a while and said, "How about lending these 3 divine weapons to us first? They are not consumables. When the war is over, we will return them." Fang Ping nodded and said, "No problem." As he said that, Fang Ping took out Yang Daohong's divine weapon and said, "This is High Grandmaster Yang's divine weapon. Let's let Chief Nan handle it. This time, we can only bring these back." Nan Yunyue took Yang Daohong's divine weapon, sighed softly, and said nothing more. The next moment, she looked at Lu Fengru. This time, Lu Fengru did not waste any time and threw a few divine weapons to Nan Yunyue. Although the divine weapons were not condensed by herself, in addition to the fact that she had just gotten them, they were not very suitable. However, with the divine weapons in hand, her combat strength would more or less increase. Moreover, 2 rank 9 divine weapons would be extremely effective if they were given to the remaining rank 8 martial artists. After getting the divine weapons and life essence, Nan Yunhua did not ask in detail. It was not too late to ask later. The most important thing now was to restore combat strength. 30 caddies of life essence was more than what they brought. It was even comparable to the government's entire reserve. All rank 9s have priority to use it. Restore combat strength, Nan Yunhua said. The few rank 9s looked at Fang Ping impatiently. Seeing that, Fang Ping walked to Qin Fengqing's side and rummaged through the big bag he was carrying. He found many small bottles and began to distribute the life essence. Seeing that, Qin Fengqing said in a low voice, 100 million per bottle. Fang Ping curled his lips and said indifferently, ask Chief Nan and the rest for it. It's not for me to use. Qin Fengqing shut up instantly. Damn, I dare not. Fang Ping quickly distributed about 30 caddies of life essence. Martial artists were still confident in weighing. These life essences were quickly distributed by Nan Yunhua to the rank 9 powerhouses. 10 rank 9s, all of them were injured. 30 caddies might not be enough to restore all combat strength, but it was almost enough. As for the other rank 7 and 8, there was no need to rush to restore at the moment. However, it was still good for peak rank 8 Wu Quishan to recover some of his injuries. Just as Nan Yunhua was about to give some to Wu Quishan, she suddenly glanced at Fang Ping. That kid still had more than 10 caddies in his hands. Giving some to your vice-chancellor should not be a problem, right? Save as much as you can. Nan Yunhua thought so and did not say anything for a while. It was not a matter of money to give to Wu Quishan. The kid still had a lot of it in his hands, and they did not have enough now. Moreover, Wu Quishan's injuries were extremely serious. He could not recover even if he had less. While Nan Yunhua was still thinking, those rank 7 and 8 grandmasters were staring at Fang Ping with envy. Minister Wang deliberately revealed his broken body. The last time he went to MCMAU, that kid Qin Fengqing did this too. Fang Ping should at least give him a token, right? Last time you were in Sun City, kid, I provided you with imperishable substances. Qin Fengqing, that kid did the same too. Fang Ping did not look at him. Minister Wang waited for a while. He walked up to Wu Quishan. Fang Ping circled Wu Quishan and looked at him. After a while, he said, Vice-Chancellor, your injuries are extremely serious. Wu Quishan did not speak. Lu Fengre gritted her teeth and said, very serious. At least more than 10 caddies of life essence. Fang Ping let out a sigh. His injuries were really serious. I have about 15 caddies left. Vice-Chancellor, I'll sell you 13 caddies. Friendship price. Just give me 50 billion. Of course, you don't have money. Write an IOU. Before Wu Quishan could speak, Minister Wang said, I don't want that much. Give me the rest. I'll write an IOU too. Fang Ping ignored him directly. He said, Instructor, you and Instructor Tang's injuries are not light either. Oh, old Chen too. There's only 1 caddy left. Is it enough for the 3 of you? How about this, each of you write an IOU of 2 billion. Friendship price. Lu Fengre looked at him with a black face. You want me to write an IOU for you? Fang Ping looked innocent. He had no choice, the system did not settle the bill for him. If he did not write an IOU, what would he do if he lost it later? This bottle was exchanged for an IOU of 176 billion. That was more than what the system had given him. If the IOU was not calculated later, he would go and collect the debt himself. At least he had proof. Wu Quishan glanced at him and smiled. Are you sure you want to lend me so much life essence? You have to know that you can get these things. You don't always have this kind of opportunity. Fang Ping said softly, it's okay. There are many of these things. I'll go out later. Maybe I can get a few more caddies back. Now, they were all used up. They were used up faster than he had expected. When he returned, he might have to take out another bottle. Old Wu did not say a word when he heard him talking about life essence as if it was mineral water. When Fang Ping handed over the IOU, old Wu did not waste any time and signed it. Lu Fangru glared at him with a black face. When she saw that Fang Ping really wanted her to sign, she was furious. He was his instructor. Could he not sign it for 2 billion? Tang Feng, on the other hand, was straightforward. He signed it. If he did not sign it, there would be a pack of wolves waiting at the side. Qin Yaoting was also very straightforward. In reality, there were only 3 of them. The 2 rank 7s were fine. He probably could not recover, but it was better than now. Soon, Fang Ping wrote the 176 billion IOU. The life essence was used up. Minister Wang and the others watched with bitter expressions on their faces. When the old vice-chancellor of CCMAU looked at Li Hansong, he looked sad. Look at the MCMAU students. Wu Quishan, that poor bastard, where did he get the 50 billion to pay back the money? Was this not a student's gift to the vice-chancellor? Li Hansong, this kid, also went for a stroll. They came back with divine weapons and life essence. This kid, didn't get anything at all? There was, and a lot of it. However, looking at the energy stones, metal weapons, and cups on Li Hansong's back, the vice-chancellor of CCMAU was mentally and physically exhausted. People were afraid of comparisons. Wu Quishan, this guy, was almost dead. Now he was drinking life essence like water. The old man could only watch helplessly. Before this, he had sympathized with Wu Quishan. He was almost 20 years younger than him, and he was going to die with him. Now, everything was fine. The rank 9s were recovering their combat strength. Wu Quishan was also recovering quickly. The imperishable substance that had disappeared was starting to recover. Sympathize with him? Now, he should sympathize with himself. The rank 9 powerhouses were recovering their combat strength. Wu Quishan and the others were also recovering. The others who did not get the life essence could only be full of envy and helplessness. In the battle, it still depended on these powerhouses. The life essence was limited. If they could not get a share, they could not blame anyone. As for Fang Ping, he did not leave a big bottle for himself. What else could he say? Minister Wang's eyes were also full of bitter tears. He had said it as if it was true. Fang Ping, this kid would at least get some for him. In the end, he did not even get a strand of it. At this moment, Fang Ping also remembered that Minister Wang seemed to have sponsored him with the imperishable substance. He leaned over and whispered, Minister, this thing is nothing. I'll get some more later. I'll give you a discount then. Minister Wang felt much better. However, he could not help but curse in a low voice, this thing is nothing? Forget it. I don't want to talk about it anymore. These dozens of caddies of life essence might be enough to completely change the situation this time. Also, this matter was not over yet. There were too many unforeseen events this time. He still had to interrogate this kid later. In the end, Minister Wang took a look at Yang Daohong's remains and sighed softly. Indeed, he had to get to the bottom of it and give Stellar Sky City a reply. As for Liu Mo and the others, they did not care much. It was fine as long as they were not dead. They did not expect them to recover and participate in the battle now. They would leave it to Stellar Sky City to handle later. They did not have the conditions to rescue them anyway. After more than half an hour, Nan Yunyue and the others had finished their cultivation. Many of them glanced at Wu Quishan, who was still absorbing the life essence. They were a little jealous. Motherf *Ker, he was doing better than them. With such heavy injuries, they thought that Wu Quishan was waiting for death. In the end, he had not even left the catacombs, and his injuries were almost healed. Then, they looked at the Rose City Lord's corpse not far away. It was whole. Nan Yunyue and Zhang Weiyu went up to check and confirmed that it was only mentality that had died. A rank 9 powerhouse's corpse like this was enough to make all the rank 8s jealous. They had killed so many rank 9s, but what was left were just some incomplete skeletons. At this moment, everyone could not help but glance at Fang Ping and the others. Before this, the rank 6 Fang Ping was still quite famous in martial arts universities. However, in the whole country, especially in the eyes of the rank 9s, not many people paid much attention to him. If one was not rank 7, rank 9 powerhouses would not have the time to care about you. Now, however, this kid was their lucky star. If it were not for the tight time and the wrong place, a few rank 9s would have come up to build a relationship with him. Who knew when this kid would make a fortune again? That could save their lives. Not only Fang Ping, but many others also looked at Wang Jinyang. Look, a martial artist who had been trapped in the catacombs for a few years could be found. If they had a student like this, they would really wake up laughing even in their dreams. These kids, in order to find someone, they had done so many earth-shattering things. A large number of rank 9s had died, but a rank 6 instructor had been found. Although the probability of recovery was not high, being alive was the biggest comfort. Of course, there were some things that everyone did not ask in detail. Some of the things that Fang Ping had said earlier were actually very vague. These kids had a lot of secrets. Being able to survive this time, and with such results, they were afraid that the summit would be shaken. Since Wu Quishan was still recovering, Nan Yunue and the others were not in a hurry to find those city lords. The few rank 9s were now staring at Fang Ping like tigers watching their prey. All of them were staring at him. Fang Ping's little heart was thumping wildly. Why are you all looking at me? I've already given everything away. Are you not happy that I made an IOU and want to find trouble with me? The silence lasted for a while. Nan Yunue wanted to say something but stopped. After a while, she could not help but say, Kid, don't take risks in the future. When you reach rank 7, how about you specialize in stealing life essence for the government? Cough, cough, cough. Fang Ping almost choked to death. How could you say something like that? Nan Yunue saw this and said seriously, Sino Nation doesn't lack a rank 7 combat strength. Your use is not in direct combat. I heard that you stole from the Nanjiang catacombs before. How about this, next time we'll enter those catacombs high ranks and lure the rank 9s away. You specialize in this. Fang Ping's expression darkened. Then, Fang Ping touched his chin and muttered, I can consider it, but I can't specialize in this. When I need it next time, we can work together. Nan Yunue thought for a while and said, that's true. It's fine if you do it once or twice. If you do it more often, the restricted zone might alert those city lords and monster plants. Instead, you have to be careful of them ambushing you. At this moment, Nan Yunue felt that this kid Fang Ping was very important, even comparable to a rank 9. Thinking of this, Nan Yunue said again, how about this, you and the others, including the injured, retreat first, the war was about to start. If it spread here and killed Fang Ping, it would be an incomparably huge loss. This was a human, stealing machine, based on his ability to conceal his aura and sneak into the royal city's giant mine. Nan Yunue felt that this kid Fang Ping needed to be protected. Nan Yunue was still talking when Li Daong suddenly revealed a wolf-like expression and said with a face full of smiles, Student Fang Ping, have you considered going to the military department after graduation? No, you can do it now. If you go to the military department, there's still an empty deputy minister in the logistics department. If you go there, Deputy Commander Li Zhang Weiyu frowned and said unhappily, the military department should not use public resources for private purposes. As he spoke, Zhang Weiyu looked at Fang Ping and said, ignore him, Fang Ping. You can consider coming to the House of Guardians, Great Grandmasters. Minister Wang, who was at the side, interrupted and said quietly, this is someone from the Ministry of Education. The war is not over yet. Aren't the Great Masters a little too hasty to say this now? After all, he was the deputy minister of the Ministry of Education. If Fang Ping was really poached away, even Minister Zhang would have to settle the score with him. Just look at MCMAU and you'll know, what were MCMAU's conditions now? Everyone had a divine weapon, and that was not enough. This time, they might have to replace it. Every divine weapon was a treasure. MCMAU's situation was different. Li Chongqing might have to exchange for a rank 9 divine weapon. Wu Quishan was also a rank 9. Lu Fengru could probably exchange for a rank 8 weapon. The others did not have to worry about divine weapons either. Even if there were a few more grandmasters, it would be enough. In addition, looking at the energy stones, energy fruits, and the life essence that bastard Wu Quishan drank like water, these conditions. His family could only afford to have a king city mine. Also, when he saw the Rose Queen's corpse, Minister Wang suddenly grinned. Fang Ping, have you considered selling the Rose City Lord's corpse? Fang Ping had not uttered a word. When Minister Wang asked about this, he immediately asked, "How much? 5 billion?" Fang Ping's expression darkened. Did he think he had never seen money before? Was Fang Ping such a poor person? Were you trying to dismiss a beggar? Minister Wang was also a little embarrassed. He did not have money. Even if Fang Ping said to write an IOU, it was not something that anyone could write. What if he could not pay for a random promise of 30 to 50 billion? Old Wu had written an IOU of 50 billion. That was something he could pay. A rank 9 divine weapon was more than 50 billion. Fang Ping himself was also judging that an IOU that exceeded his ability should not be counted. Otherwise, if he asked Qin Fengqing to write an IOU of 1 billion, would he not be rich? Whether the IOU was counted as wealth, he would have to look at it later. If it was not, he would ask Old Wu to pledge his divine weapon to him, and he would lend it to him. This should be possible. That was what the divine weapon did last time. Fang Ping was still thinking about this when he suddenly thought of something. He opened his mouth and said, "Was Rose Flower killed?" "No." When Fang Ping heard that she was not killed, he suddenly said excitedly, "Really? I heard that the Rose City Lord and Rose Flower had an affair." When these words came out, everyone was stunned. Are you King kidding me? Not only these rank 9s, even those rank 7s and 8s came. There was gossip. At this moment, everyone's mood was much more relaxed. Their rank 9 combat strength had recovered, and their numbers were not less than the other parties. Now was also the safest time since they entered the catacombs. At this time, of course, they had to listen to this kind of gossip. Seeing that these grandmasters were also gossiping, Fang Ping quickly said, "It's true, these two really had an affair. Right, grandmasters, do you think it would be useful to tell Rose Flower now that the people from the restricted area killed the Rose City Lord?" At this moment, the few rank 9 grandmasters' eyes moved. However, very soon, Nan Yunue frowned slightly and said, "Rose Flower is being besieged by the Demon King of Myriad Demon Mountain." Fang Ping's eyes lit up even more. Then they have a common enemy. If we go and report the news now, will these guys attack the people from the restricted area together? No, the people from the restricted area are all dead. Nan Yunua's eyes were burning. You don't understand. The 11 Southern Territories is King Pine's territory, and the Monster Plant clan here is considered King Pine's people. The martial artists from the restricted area are actually King Pine's people. The people from the restricted area are dead, but the Monster Plant clan is not dead yet. Now, there are still 10 rank 9s left. Among them, there are 3 from the Monster Beast clan and 7 from the Monster Plant clan. These 7 from the Monster Plant clan are actually still very difficult to kill. But if Rose Flower and the 2 Demon Kings also start attacking the other party, then it will be 13 against 10. We are already stronger than them. Nan Yunue was a little restless. She stood up and paced for a while, muttering, "How can we make Rose Flower believe that the Rose City Lord died in the hands of the restricted area powerhouses?" Having said that, she went to look at the corpse again. Suddenly, she looked at Fang Ping and said, "Fang Ping, lend me the corpse." Fang Ping immediately said, "Minister, it's best not. If they see the corpse, the other party will go crazy. Maybe they will attack our people. Besides, nothing can actually be seen from the corpse. The injuries have all recovered." Fang Ping thought for a while and said, "Actually, we don't need the Rose City Lord's corpse. Let's say that the people from Polara City came back and saw it. Do you think it will believe it?" At that time, the people from the restricted area did attack the Rose City Lord. They even said that he was a traitor. I think the probability of Rose Flower believing it is still not small. Oh right, at that time, the Rose City Lord also said that he had consumed a fruit borne by Rose Flower. After his mentality died, he was resurrected. I think this is also considered a secret. Rose Flower should know about it. This information is enough for it to confirm that the Rose City Lord is really dead. When Fang Ping said this, Nan Yunue said in shock, "You mean, his mentality died once, and he was resurrected?" Yes. Fang Ping did not quite understand the meaning of this, but the few rank 9s were extremely shocked. A rank 9's mentality could be resurrected after dying. This was practically a miracle medicine. Previously, Fang Ping said that the Rose King and Rose Flower had an affair. Everyone was a little skeptical. How could it be? but now, Nan Yunue believed it. Everyone believed it. To bear such a heaven-defying miracle fruit, the price that the rose flower paid would not be small. Would a monster plant treat a city lord like this? This was simply inconceivable. No wonder, it didn't leave. Nan Yunue murmured. Even if that flower was in an extremely dangerous situation right now. Not only was it facing 10 human rank 9s, there were also 2 demon kings attacking it. Even so, it did not leave. Even so, it did not ask for help from others because it was unwilling to reveal the whereabouts of the Rose King. If it did not say, those people were also unwilling to help it. Otherwise, there were many rank 9s in the catacombs. The 2 demon kings from Myriad Demon Mountain might not be able to do anything to it. A flower could actually develop feelings, even if it was a rank 9, a monster plant was a monster plant. It had no gender, no feelings. This was a monster plant, even demon beasts had more emotions than demon plants. If it was said that humans and monsters liked each other, everyone would still believe it. Now, it was actually a monster plant and a city lord who liked each other. In the next moment, Nan Yunue frowned and said, I'm afraid that it will vent its anger on us. No, we are originally enemies. Nan Yunue suddenly thought it through. It was worth a try. Rose King was originally their target to exterminate. Now, whether or not it vented its anger on humans, it would be the same. However, if the other party really believed that it was someone from the restricted zone who killed the Rose City Lord, it might play an important role. In a situation where the absolute peak did not appear, a rank 9's betrayal would have a crucial impact. Perhaps, this time, they could really completely pacify the Tiannan catacombs. At the thought of this, Nan Yunue looked at Wu Kuxian. At this time, Wu Kuxian's dim golden body glowed with light again. Seeing this scene, Nan Yunue's expression was overjoyed. She said immediately, Vice-Chancellor Wu, it's good that you've recovered. Let's discuss it. Perhaps this time, we can really pacify the catacombs. Pacifying a catacombs was something that had never been done in 100 years, even during the capital city catacombs battle, only 2 royal cities were leveled. Now, under the circumstances where the losses were not too heavy, there was actually hope to pacify the catacombs. Joy for humans, joy for Sino Nation, Fong Ping's congratulations for humans might really be said out loud. The few rank 9s, including those rank 7 and 8 grandmasters, were all excited and crazy. Pacifying the catacombs was a great achievement. They had pursued and fought for their entire lives. This time, there was finally hope to witness this scene. Victory! Sino Nation will win. Humans will win. The grandmasters cheered one after another. If this battle was really successful, it might not be enough to change the entire situation of the human race. However, it would definitely give hope to some of the pessimistic human powerhouses. There was still hope for us humans, pacifying the catacombs with 100 grandmasters mobilized and less than 20 deaths. How inspiring! Excitement was one thing. It was not yet time for complete success. Everyone suppressed the excitement in their hearts. One after another, the grandmasters gathered together and began to discuss strategies. Very soon, Nan Yunue's fighting spirit was high. She said excitedly, everyone, this battle is of great importance. Right now, the timing, geographical, and human conditions are all on our side. The other party does not know that we have recovered. She was still boosting the morale. When she was done, Fong Ping suddenly popped up and said, Chief Nan, the life essence belongs to Rose City Lord. Nan Yunue frowned slightly. Then, she smiled and said, it's okay. We will pretend to be weak first. Once Rose City falls for our trap, we will wait for an opportunity where both sides are injured and destroy the other party together. If it doesn't fall for our trap, then we will destroy the other party together. Don't worry. We will not use our full strength. If we control it, Rose City will not be able to sense our aura. The life essence that Rose City condensed itself could still be sensed. It had not been fully digested. However, as long as it was restrained, it would be difficult for the other party to sense it. In short, according to Nan Yunue, Rose City would definitely die. No one was prepared to let it go just because of its love. A crazy rank 9 without any scruples staying in the catacombs would only add to Tiannan's troubles. Moreover, Rose City was also the main culprit that destroyed Tiannan City 2 years ago. A rank 9 like this could not be left alive. After Nan Yunhua finished speaking, she looked at the few of them and some seriously injured grandmasters. All of you, go back. Everyone did not say much. They were all burdens now. It might be better for them to leave. Fang Ping saw that everyone was ready to depart. After some thought, he suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "Wait for me for a while." Having said that, Fang Ping restrained his aura. The next moment, he soared into the sky and disappeared. He flew far away, out of everyone's sight. Even the rank 9 could not find him. Nan Yunhua looked surprised. This was the first time she saw Fang Ping restraining his aura. The previous few times, Fang Ping did not restrain his aura because he was afraid of being accidentally injured. Fang Ping suddenly disappeared. Logically speaking, if a rank 6 martial artist asked them to wait, probably no one would care. However, Fang Ping was a demon. He asked everyone to wait, and everyone was willing to wait. Fang Ping did not know how far he flew. Very soon, he came back with a small bottle. Everyone's expression changed. Fang Ping said from afar, "I was going to leave some for Dean Li, so I didn't bring it. I was going to go back." Sigh, forget it. Dean Li's personal matters are small. Humanity's matters are more important, for Sino Nation, for humanity, for all the grandmasters. I can only ignore Dean Li. Fang Ping's face was full of sorrow. He descended from the sky and handed a small bottle of life essence to Nan Yunhua. With a face full of reluctance, he said, "Here's 10 caddies of life essence. Everyone, feel free to use it. If you're injured, don't hesitate." As he said that, Fang Ping handed over another piece of paper. "Department head, please sign this." Previously, everyone was touched and shocked. This brat actually hid 5 kilograms of life essence and really used it like water. However, when Nan Yunhua saw the IOU, she did not know whether to cry or laugh. It was a good thing. Fang Ping was really generous to the extreme. After all, it was just an IOU. Who knew if they could get any benefits? However, the key was that he was awe-inspiring righteousness 1 second and moved everyone. The next second, he handed over an IOU. Was it appropriate? Speechlessness was one thing. This was a life-saving treasure. This much life essence might be able to save a rank 9's life. Nan Yunhua did not delay. She signed immediately. Beside her, Zhang Weiyu and Li Daong did not need Fang Ping to say anything. The 3 parties had already signed. Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief and took back the IOU. It was only 40 billion. He did not take their high prices. He was being kind. Let's go. The next moment, 10 rank 9s, 8 rank 8s, and more than 40 rank 7 martial artists soared into the sky one after another, disappearing in front of them. Now, these were the only people who still had combat strength. Out of the 100 grandmasters, 18 had died in the battle earlier. Another one died later. This was because they did not participate in the rank 9 battle. This time, 19 grandmasters had died in the battle in Tiannan. There were still about 80 people alive. Among them, about 20 people really did not have any combat strength left, including Minister Wang. His injuries were really serious. It was much worse than Wu Quishan's. After seeing these people leave, the people who stayed behind all clenched their fists, looking nervous. Sino Nation could not afford to lose this battle. To put it more seriously, humans could not afford to lose. If they lost in the end, something would happen to these grandmasters. The whole world would be in turmoil. Minister Wang stared into the distance for a while. Suddenly, he looked at Fang Ping and said, "Kid, how much more did you hide?" "Mother **Cur, I said no more just now. Go out and take a stroll. 10 caddies, how could it be so complete? Do you think we're all stupid? How much more did you hide? I'm so seriously injured, and you don't even say to give me a little. Are you worthy of my imperishable substance? Are you worthy of the 5 divine weapons I helped you swindle from Star City? Does your conscience not hurt? I'm dying. Forget about my intestines, even my internal organs are almost emptied. Even my golden bones are obliterated. Do you have the heart to not give me a little?" Fang Ping still had a small bottle in his hand. Everyone saw this, but no one said anything. Seeing Minister Wang roaring, Fang Ping said casually, "There's really not much left. It's just a few caddies. We have to leave it for Dean Li. His vitality is constantly fading." As he said that, Fang Ping added, "Minister, are you stupid? This time all the rank 9 powerhouses have recovered, helping the government save a lot of life essence. Later on, when heroes like you go out, then the shares that were originally given to them will all be yours. Do you still need to act pitiful, spend money? No matter what, you're still a rank 8 golden body, the head of a department, and the deputy too. No matter what, you have to protect your life, right? I'll give everyone a little more now. Actually, all of you have profited. When we go back, you can definitely get a little more." Minister Wang pondered for a moment, suddenly speechless. Motherf asterisk Kerr, what you said made so much sense. To think that he had even planned for this, not only him, but the others also did not know whether to laugh or cry. It made sense. The government still had a lot left. If they really went out this time, if everyone's injuries were urgent, they would more or less get some. After a while, everyone walked to the passageway. But no one went in. Minister Wang looked around and said, "If the other party really reaches here, and Chief Nan and the others are still here, we will evacuate in time. If, when that time comes, it's the same whether we go out or stay here. When that time comes, we still have a fighting chance." Minister Wang's tone was slightly joking earlier, but now it was sonorous and forceful. If they really fought until here, Nan Yunue and the others would all die. Then their fighting chance would be to self-destruct. There were still close to 20 grandmasters here. If they really self-destructed together, every one of them would be killed. Seeing these grandmasters' tragic words, Fang Ping could not help but complain, "We'll win for sure, unless the absolute peak attacks. If the absolute peak attacks, self-destructing will be useless." The grandmasters who were a little tragic just now all looked gloomy, glaring at him without saying a word. Fang Ping did not care. He said casually, "If I get more life essence next time, I wonder if I should hold an auction and sell some. This is too much, I can't use it all myself." As soon as he said that, everyone stopped glaring. Everyone also had the ability to change their expressions. This kid was the god of fortune. In the future, there might be a day when he would need something from him. Aside, Qin Fengqing's eyes were red with envy. He said in a low voice, "This guy, the circle has changed." He was starting to mingle with grandmasters. This time, Fang Ping could be considered to have officially entered the grandmaster circle, even if he was not a grandmaster. He looked at the few of them. Before Qin Fengqing could react, a few grandmasters walked over and greeted Wang Jinyang, asking about his instructor's physical condition. As for Li Hansong, CCMAU's Su Zhan was also severely injured and was asking Li Hansong questions. Only no one paid attention to him. Qin Fengqing stood there alone. He had an urge to cry. This was too realistic. These 3 guys were already mingling in the grandmaster circle, but he was still treated as a child, a little brat. No one was willing to play with him. "You'll regret this." Jokes aside, everyone was still extremely nervous in their hearts. The stakes of this battle were too great. Even if it seemed like they had the upper hand, was there really an advantage? Behind Rose City, there were still 10 rank 9 powerhouses. In Rose City, there were still 2 Demon Kings and Rose Flower. In the northeast, there were still 2 Demon Feather City Kings who had not come. In the west, there were still 1 Demon King and 3 Demon Kings. Other than the 10 Demon Kings who had gathered together, there were still 9 rank 9 powerhouses in the catacombs who were uncontrollable factors. Would these humans and demons intervene during the war? No one could be sure. Although Myriad Demon Mountain and these people were fighting fiercely, who would know what the demons were thinking? The catacombs martial artists used divine weapons, and so did the humans, although humans would not take the initiative to provoke the Forbidden Land. That was when they were weak. If humans really destroyed the catacombs martial artists, would they continue to be like before, not daring to provoke the Forbidden Land demon clan? Therefore, no one could guarantee the attitude of the 5 demon kings at this moment. Although the 2 king realms of Monster Feather City had been holding up all this while, would they continue to hide when they saw that the catacombs powerhouses were about to be wiped out? Nan Yunue and the others said it was easy. In fact, letting Fang Ping and the others leave first meant that they were uneasy. Otherwise, with the 10 rank 9 humans and the many rank 7 and 8 powerhouses, it was enough to destroy the 10 rank 9 powerhouses on the other side. As the human powerhouses headed in the direction of Rose City, the powerful vitality force of so many people even formed an incomparably thick blood-red pillar in the catacombs. The 2 demon kings who were fighting with the rose flower instantly stopped their movements. Dozens of miles behind them, the remaining 10 catacombs rank 9 powerhouses also soared into the sky, their expressions ugly. In the northeast, Demon Feather City's Peacock Demon and a Crown City Lord also flew above the city. Somehow, these humans and demons had a premonition. The war was coming, a war even more tragic than before was coming. In the past few days, excluding Rose King and the others who died in the boundary zone, the catacombs had already lost 7 rank 9 powerhouses. Humans, on the other hand, only lost 1 rank 9. In just a few days, the number of rank 9s who died in the Tiannan catacombs was more than double digits. Tiannan City and 5 rank 9 died in the boundary zone. How many people were going to die this time? The ruins of Rose City. The corolla of the rose was already broken. The golden torso was also dim and lifeless. Without the life essence, without the royal city's giant mine, he was first besieged by human experts, and then by 2 demon kings. If not for the demon plant's strong vitality and the rose flower's own strength, it would have died long ago. Even so, at this moment, the rose was a little powerless. Looking to the west, the bamboo life had yet to return. Could he come back? The rose flower did not know. It only knew that it might not be able to wait for its bamboo life to return. When Nan Yingyue flew over alone, the 2 demon monarchs roared. The rose continued to remain silent. Nan Yingyue didn't care about their reactions. From a distance, she slowly said, "Rose, are you still waiting for City Lord Rose to return?" The 2 demon kings and the rose had no intention of communicating with Nan Yingyue. They would communicate with each other, but they would not communicate with the martial artists of the Land of Rebirth. This was also the norm. Nan Yingyue didn't mind and continued, "Rose City Lord is already dead. He died in the domain." Boom. The dilapidated city was covered by a powerful mentality pressure. Some of the broken fences and broken walls instantly turned into powder. The rose began to become irritable. "He's already dead. After taking the life-saving divine fruit you gave him, he still died. He was killed by a restricted area martial artist called Taimu. A restricted area martial artist called Yu Ming used the Pine King's mentality to destroy his mentality. After he died and came back to life, Taimu destroyed his mentality for the second time, completely killing him." Boom boom boom. A series of explosive sounds rang out. The next moment, the rose soared into the sky, about to rush toward Nan Yingyue. Nan Yingyue shouted, "We didn't kill him. Although we really want to kill this culprit who destroyed Tiannan City." This time, the rank 9 powerhouse from Polaris City also died. As she spoke, Nan Yingyue thrust out her palm, forcing back the wild rose flower. She shouted once more, "The reason I said all of this is to tell you that the City Lord of Rose City has died in the domain zone. We do not want another 9th grade enemy to appear at this time. Rose Flower King, as long as you don't help the Pine King bloodline participate in this battle, we can spare your life." Boom boom boom, a series of mentality fluctuations stirred the void, causing it to tremble. The rose did not listen, nor did it want to listen. It only knew that bamboo life was dead and would never come back. The other party even knew about the divine fruit. This was a secret that belonged to it and bamboo life. No one knew. Now, the martial artist who was reborn knew. His bamboo life had died in the domain, even though it had been prepared for this the moment bamboo life left. When it really happened, the rose flower still went crazy. 200 years ago, the young man from the restricted area told it at first glance that he would help it materialize if they became true monarchs together. Materialization. This was the path that all demon plants pursued. After materialization, it no longer needed to use mental strength to communicate. With that unclear mental strength, it was very difficult to smoothly communicate with people. It could only express some general meaning. After materialization, it could communicate with people as it pleased. After materialization, it could be like the Pine King, materializing a spiritual body. It would no longer be trapped in its massive main body, and even its movements would be extremely inconvenient. It also wanted to traverse thousands of mountains and tens of thousands of rivers, to walk everywhere, to look around. Even if the condensed spiritual body could not last long and was like an illusion, it didn't matter. In the past, its only thought was to step into the true monarch realm. However, after living together for 100 years, the rose suddenly discovered that it had other thoughts. Although it had intelligence, it had no emotions. It did not know what this feeling was, only that it was too wonderful. It was so wonderful that it was willing to condense a divine fruit for bamboo life that was extremely harmful to itself. But now, the martial artist who was reborn in front of it was telling it that bamboo life had died. Died in the domain land, and even the divine fruit could not save his life. The rose madly attacked Nan Yunue. Nan Yunue's expression was calm, and he blocked again and again. He did not strike ruthlessly. He continued, "Rose, do you really want to fight to the death with us? The Rose City Lord was not killed by us. We humans are weak, and we do not have the strength to go to the domain land to kill the other party. You should know this better than us. The Rose City Lord went to the domain land without permission, and has already touched the bottom line of the Forbidden Area and the Pine King. Even if he is not killed this time, the Pine King will not let him go. I hope that the Rose City Lord is alive more than you. If he is alive, he may create some big trouble for the Pine King. A traitor of the Forbidden Area, this is extremely rare." Nan Yunue said one sentence after another. While blocking the others' attacks, he said indifferently, "In fact, many people have guessed that the Rose City Lord has betrayed them and gone to the domain land. Otherwise, you were besieged by us, besieged by the Demon King of the Forbidden Area. You are all of the Pine King's bloodline, so why didn't those people come to save you? No one is a fool. The Rose City Lord disappeared, and the Demon King of the Forbidden Area came to attack, and only to kill you. Everyone knows what happened, so, the people of the Monster Plant Clan will not save you, and the people of the Monster Life Clan are also watching the show. If you don't believe me, ask the two Demon Kings if they know that the Rose City Lord went to the domain land." The Rose Flower did not ask, and did not need to ask. Long before the Demon King of the Forbidden Area attacked it, it already knew what had happened. The bamboo life had been discovered by the Demon King of Myriad Demon Mountain, and perhaps a divine weapon had been used. Over at Skygate City, the Skygate Tree did not know that the Skygate City Lord had a divine weapon, but in Rose City, the Rose Flower knew. "Rose, you want to die, and we also want you to die, but do you really want to fight to the death with us? You must know that people have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Before the Rose City Lord died, he most likely did not want to kill us human warriors. Who do you think he wanted to kill? I don't know where Tai Mu, Yu Ming, and the others are right now, and I don't know if they are still alive or not. City Lord Rose is careful and cautious, sneaking into the domain. You don't have to worry about them, and they are just Prince Song's subordinates." On the side, the two Demon Kings who had been vigilant suddenly stared at Nan Yunue. They understood what the other party meant. The resurrected martial artist actually encouraged the Rose Flower King to find King Song for revenge. The other party's words were very clear. He was directly telling the Rose Flower King that if he wanted revenge, if he wanted to die, he should go find King Song. Nan Yunue did not hide her thoughts. In fact, for these rank 9 demons, it was more appropriate to say some things directly. Although they were intelligent, if he said it in a roundabout way, the other party might not understand. The Rose Flower King's attack gradually weakened. Joy flashed in Nan Yunue's eyes, but quickly disappeared without a trace. She continued, "King Song is an absolute powerhouse. You will only die if you go, but the 11 southern regions is King Song's territory. If he loses the 11 southern regions, even King Song will probably be reprimanded by the other absolute powerhouses of the Forbidden Area. Perhaps, he will even be suppressed. If you lose your current power, even King Song will hold you accountable. This is probably the only way you can take revenge. Rose, in this battle, whether we die or King Song's people die, you will not survive. The humans will not give you a chance to live, and the Forbidden Area will not. Only death awaits those who betray you." Nan Yunue spoke a lot, and the Rose Flower King suddenly quieted down. In the next moment, the Rose Flower King exploded with an even more powerful attack. Nan Yunue frowned and struck out with her palm. With this strike, the Rose Flower King suddenly uprooted from the ground, instantly turning around and flying backward. Nan Yunue frowned slightly. Was it going to fight a bloody battle with King Song's people, or was it going to contact the other party and prepare to fight to the death with the humans? Nan Yunue could not judge the thoughts of this demon plant that had developed human emotions. The Rose Flower King left, and the two demon kings did not chase after it. The two demon kings had also heard that the Rose City Lord was dead. Since she was dead, killing the Rose Flower was not the most important thing. Before this, the two demon kings had surrounded and killed the Rose Flower King. In fact, their main purpose was to lure out the Rose King. Now that things had come to this, the two demon kings looked at Nan Yunue warily, then slowly retreated, preparing to leave. Nan Yunue did not care, and said in a clear voice, "As long as Wanyao Mountain does not make things difficult for us humans, the land of the far west is Wanyao Mountain's territory. We humans will never set foot there." After throwing these words, Nan Yunue did not care what they thought. In the next moment, Nan Yunue's figure moved, and she quickly chased after the Rose Flower. Behind her, the other human powerhouses also quickly followed, killing into the distance together. The great battle broke out very quickly. Hundreds of miles away, Fong Ping and the others could only feel the soaring vitality and violent energy fluctuations. They knew nothing else. This kind of waiting was the most torturous. Everyone's expression was extremely solemn. The fluctuations of the great battle were getting more and more intense. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar sounded. Minister Wang's face was pale, and the others looked nervous too. Self-detonation, such intense energy fluctuations, it was definitely a rank 9 self-detonation, whether it was a human rank 9 or a catacombs rank 9, when someone self-detonated, it was a dead end that would only be chosen at the last moment of the battle. A roar sounded, and in the next moment, another earth-shattering roar sounded. Another rank 9 had self-detonated. Everyone's face turned even paler. Was it a human or a catacombs powerhouse? The distance was too far. Even if everyone present was a rank 8, they could not clearly distinguish it. In a faraway place, vitality was mixed with celestiality and energy force. It was very difficult to distinguish who had died. Fong Ping took a deep breath, muttering, "It must be a catacombs rank 9. Our abilities are stronger than theirs, and the other catacombs rank 9 don't seem to have gone over." No one responded to this. Even if it was a catacombs martial artist self-detonation, a rank 9 powerhouse's continuous self-detonation, the destructive power was also extremely strong. The rank 9 was still fine, but could the other rank 7 and 8 martial artists escape from such a self-detonation crisis? No one knew. Everyone could only wait. Minister Wang suddenly felt a little angry, glaring at Fong Ping fiercely. He was angry that Fong Ping did not give him the remaining life essence. Otherwise, he could have joined the battle now. Instead of waiting and watching here, Fong Ping did not care about him. In fact, he was already regretting giving Lu Fengru and Tang Feng the life essence. Wu Quishan was a peak rank 8, armed with a rank 9 divine weapon. He still had the confidence to protect himself. The others could not. If he knew this would happen, he would not have given it to them and let them heal. These people's injuries were not light, maybe they could stay. Although this was a selfish thought, Fong Ping felt that MCMAU had done everything it should in this catacombs trip. It was not a big deal that the two rank 7s did not participate in the final battle. However, now that they had all gone, Fong Ping could only pray that everyone could return safely. The battle lasted for a long time. It was so long that Fong Ping and the others were about to collapse. It was at this moment, far away from Imperial Sea Hill, a destructive force seemed to have erupted. The next moment, a voice that shook the void came from Imperial Sea Hill. "Enough." This voice was not spoken by Li Jin. The catacombs' pinnacle powerhouses were furious. At the same time, Li Jin's voice came, with a thick smile, saying loudly, "The Battle of Tiannan is over. I'll be waiting for you to celebrate." Obviously, Nan Yunue and her party had a good battle result. However, the summit of Imperial Sea Hill might have reached an agreement. The Battle of Tiannan lasted for 5 days and officially came to an end. The conversation between these two pinnacle powerhouses could be heard by the martial artists who released their mentality. As for Wang Jinyang and the others, they did not hear it. However, as Minister Wang and the others showed joy on their faces, even these few people could feel the deep joy. "We won. We won. Ha ha ha, we won, we won." At this moment, the grandmasters at the passageway entrance were all excited and emotional. Some even had tears streaming down their cheeks. They finally won, although they did not know what the outcome of the battle was. If the pinnacle was furious, the outcome would not be too bad. Everyone was crazy with excitement. Then, even if everyone was injured, they did not care and ran into the distance. The others were coming back. They wanted to know the outcome of the battle, the casualties. They wanted to know everything. Looking at these grandmasters who were as excited and joyful as children, Fang Ping and the others exchanged glances and laughed. Compared to these grandmasters, their feelings were not as deep. They were still young and had not entered the catacombs many times. They did not have much experience either. However, some of these grandmasters had fought for their whole lives and had experienced too much pain. Almost all the grandmasters present had relatives and friends who died in the catacombs. This time, he had finally killed to his heart's content. Everyone was cheering and jumping for joy. Everyone was extremely excited. In the distance, a group of people appeared. In the distance, the grandmasters were returning, bathed in blood. From afar, everyone saw Nan Yunue carrying a gigantic monster's corpse in her hands, flying over with flight step. Military Department Deputy Commander-in-Chief Li Deong's voice was like a bell, announcing the victory from afar. Sino Nation has won the Battle of Tiannan. Humans have won. Congratulations to Sino Nation. Congratulations to humans. Long live victory. As soon as these words came out, everyone was excited again. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was looking around. Soon, he saw Wu Quishan, who was bathed in blood. He also saw Lu Fengru, who was holding Wu Quishan's hand, her face pale. He also saw Tang Feng, whose chest was pierced, staring at the vice-chancellor and his wife. He wondered if Big Lion was blaming the two for showing off their affection. Similarly, Fang Ping also found Qin Yaoting. However, Qin Yaoting's condition was terrible. Both his arms were gone, he had not fully recovered from his injuries, and now even his golden body was shattered. However, he was still alive. Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. Rank 8 powerhouses could regrow broken limbs. As long as a large amount of imperishable substance was used up, Qin Yaoting could still recover. However, seeing his golden body dim and his imperishable substance depleted, Fang Ping began to wonder if he would have to bleed again. If he relied on himself to recover, the recovery of imperishable substance would be extremely slow, especially in this kind of situation where it was depleted. Most of his acquaintances were alive. This made Fang Ping breathe a sigh of relief. However, it was not that there were no losses. Fang Ping looked at them one by one, his expression changed slightly. So many people besieging 10 catacombs rank 9s. Nan Yunue and Zhang Weiyu were the kind who could fight 1 against 2. In other words, so many people besieged only 6 rank 9 martial artists. Unexpectedly, there were still losses. It was normal for accidents to happen in a battle against rank 9 martial artists. No matter how big the advantage was, it did not mean that they were safe and sound. As everyone returned, Li Deong began to tell everyone about the battle. This battle actually exceeded our expectations as well. When Li Deong said these, he could not help but glance at Fang Ping, smiling. The news you brought back was indeed successful. Minister Nan was just trying. I didn't expect Rose to change sides in the end. Nan Yunue said softly, it's not change sides. It's just that it doesn't want to live anymore. Honestly, it was beyond my expectations. According to them, Rose had retreated to the catacombs rank 9 team. At that time, everyone really didn't guard against it. The powerhouses of the Land of Rebirth were here. Who would have thought that there would be internal strife at this time? Because no one was on guard, when Nan Yunue and the others arrived and began to fight, the Rose Flower suddenly launched a sneak attack on one of their own, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Nan Yunue and the others were somewhat prepared, but the people from the catacombs, especially those from the Monster Plant clan, were completely unprepared. Ran 9, rank 9, Fang Rose, Roin, Rose, Fang, and Fang, and Red. Fang, and Fang Uniware. Ran 9 stage. After killing one person, the others were on guard against it. It could not kill again, so it was extremely decisive. It rushed into the battlefield of a rank 9 and self-destructed. It did not deliberately avoid humans, and it would not do so. Both sides suffered heavy injuries from the explosion. However, the humans had more rank 9s than the other party. Very soon, someone stepped forward. The martial artist who was seriously injured by the rose flower self-explosion also self-detonated under such circumstances. With 1 defection and 2 rank 9s killed consecutively, the humans' chances of victory were quickly established. After listening to them, Fang Ping said with a sigh, "I didn't expect her to be a sentimental flower." Nan Yinhua shook her head. Perhaps it doesn't understand anything at all. In the end, a monster plant is a monster plant. No matter how high its level is, its intelligence is limited. I think that the city lord of Rose City has been deceiving it all along. The rose flower was very strong. In other words, it was the strongest among all the rank 9 monster plants. Unfortunately, when he condensed the divine fruit back then, his vitality was greatly damaged. After that, it had been besieged, unable to heal its wounds. Its wounds had not healed, and the Rose City Lord might have taken away all of its life essence. If the Rose City Lord really loved it, she would not have taken away all of its life essence and left it here. I'm afraid I've already given it up when I left it behind. As soon as he said that, Lu Fengru interrupted, "All men in the world are like that." These 2 female powerhouses actually had the time to feel emotional at this time. Fang Ping was a little speechless. He looked at Wu Kuxian sympathetically, then asked hurriedly, "Mayor Nan, what's the outcome of the battle this time?" Nan Yinhua's face lit up. She said, "Other than the rose flower, we killed a total of 7 rank 9s. There are only 3 left, only 7? Fang Ping glanced at everyone. The rank 9s seemed like they could still fight. Why did they let those 3 go? Not only Fang Ping was puzzled, but Minister Wang and the others also looked at everyone. Nan Yinhua shook her head. "We can't kill anymore. King Song is already extremely angry. If we continue killing, he might tear up the agreement and step into the Tiannan catacombs. When that time comes, it will cause a battle of the pinnacle." After saying that, Nan Yinhua continued, "This time, if we include the 2 from Rose City, we killed 16 out of 22 rank 9 city powerhouses in the Tiannan catacombs. This is already the most dazzling battle in 100 years. At this moment, in the huge Tiannan catacombs, there were only 6 rank 9 city powerhouses left. As for the 2 from Monster Feather City who did not participate in the battle, they actually became the city with the most intact combat strength." Zhang Weiyu was also full of smiles. "If we count it this way, this time, 19 rank 9s died in the 11 southern territories. Even if the catacombs have more rank 9s than us, it's not unlimited. They are really everywhere. Other than the 11 southern territories, there are only 8 divine generals under King Song's command." "Mayor Nan, there are 8, right?" Nan Yinhua nodded. Seeing that some people were puzzled, she explained, "Divine generals are the rank 9 powerhouses who are directly under those pinnacle powerhouses. King Song is standing behind the 11 southern territories. He has 8 divine generals under him. This time, 3 died. I'm afraid he's not having it easy either. Most of the time, the rank 9s in the cities actually don't completely obey these pinnacle powerhouses." Everyone nodded and did not ask in detail. After this battle, 19 rank 9s died in the catacombs. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Today, among the remaining 10 royal cities, many cities did not even have a single rank 9s. Not only that, some cities simply only had 1 or 2 rank 7s left. On Sino Nation's side, 2 rank 9s died in the battle, including Yang Daohong who died in the boundary zone. On the other hand, many rank 8s died, a total of 7. As for rank 7s, 5 died in Star Town alone. Other than the people in Star Town, there were also 14 people who died here. Although the battle results were glorious, after this battle, Sino Nation also suffered heavy losses. Among those who died, there were even 4 martial arts university vice-chancellors. Speaking of these battle losses, everyone also put away the excitement from before. Now that the battle was over, everyone also had time to think about these things. The atmosphere was slightly gloomy. Nan Yinhua, on the other hand, did not dwell too much on these things. She smiled and said, "After this battle, if there are no accidents, Tiannan catacombs will enter the era of no higher ranks. No, there are still. Before Fang Ping could finish, Nan Yunhua said, the remaining rank 9s will not leave the royal city in the future. Also, the royal city will not be destroyed. Fang Ping frowned. Nan Yunhua said again, this is actually also a kind of unspoken rule. Previously, when you blew up Rose City, it was actually also an accident. Under normal circumstances, the royal city will not be destroyed, and we will not deliberately attack the royal city. Of course, when there is an all-out war, there is no need to care about this. For example, previously in Capital City, this time in Tiannan. However, when this kind of all-out war ends, we will not deliberately target the royal city anymore. This is because the royal city is involved in more things. Once it is completely destroyed, the peerless powerhouses will even tear up the agreement and attack. Today, the Monster Plant Clan powerhouses are dead or injured. Out of the 6 rank 9s who are still alive, only 2 are from the Monster Plant Clan. The Monster Plant Clan originally had 6 cities, now there are 5 left, at least 3 empty. King Song will be in trouble in the future. In order to fight for the control of these royal cities, he may get into huge trouble. Even in the restricted zone, the royal city giant mines are not everywhere. In order to fight for the ownership of the royal city, I am afraid there will be chaos. But no matter what, Tiannan rank 9 will not leave the city anymore, and rank 7 and 8 martial artists have been killed by us this time. At this point, Nan Yunhua smiled and said, that is why I said that Tiannan catacombs will enter an era where there are no high ranks. Beside her, Zhang Weiyu added, not only this trouble, I am afraid the monsters in the Forbidden Land will also cause trouble. These rank 9s not only have to guard against us, they also have to guard against the monsters in the Forbidden Land. It is inevitable that rank 9s will not appear. In this way, Tiannan catacombs had really entered a period of peace. Although they did not completely kill all the rank 9s, with Tiannan's current situation, if they dared to start a war between rank 9s, they would really be digging their own graves. So, are we going back now? We are going back. Li Daong said, since the commander asked us to go back, then don't enter Tiannan catacombs in the near future. I am afraid there will be some changes in the catacombs. But don't worry, Mount Imperial Sea is still guarded by Paragon. Paragon can't intervene, and the remaining rank 9s won't dare to break the passageway. We will continue to guard outside. After a while, we will come in and build the city again. In the future, we will not take the initiative to attack anymore. After entering the period of dormancy of the high ranks, the human high ranks would not take the initiative to attack. In this way, Tiannan did not need to leave too many high-ranked martial artists, which could reduce a lot of pressure. In 23 catacombs, leaving 1 rank 9 here would probably be enough. It would not be a problem to leave none of the other rank 7s and 8s. How many years has it been? Finally, the trouble in Tiannan catacombs has been solved. Everyone was sighing, but they were also extremely happy. Just when they were excited, Fang Ping coughed softly and said, that Chief Nan, you should return the divine weapon to me, right? Nan Yunua's face fell. At this time everyone was excited, happy for Sino Nation. Could this kid not be so snobbish? But then again, this time in Tiannan catacombs, Fang Ping's credit was too big, not to mention other things. Rose City's 2 big rank 9s were considered to have died in his hands, at least indirectly. And Rose Flower killing a rank 9 was also considered to be his credit. Previously when Royal City was bombed, killing 2 was also counted. These rank 9s who were killed later could actually be considered to be Fang Ping's credit. After all, if he had not bombed the city, there would still be a huge gap between the 2 sides' strength at that time. Not only would Nan Yunhua and the others not have the hope to kill the enemy, but the possibility of being eventually dragged down by the catacombs would be higher. Monster plants had life essence, more or less. Since Fang Ping had spoken, Nan Yunhua was also too lazy to say anything more. She gave a look. In the crowd, a few rank 8 grandmasters were a little reluctant. When they took out the divine weapon, they kept staring at Fang Ping. Would this kid say, forget it, I'll give it to you guys? Of course, everyone knew that the possibility of this was so small that it was negligible. In fact, as they expected, Fang Ping was straightforward. He put away his divine weapon directly, his face full of joy. After the joy, Fang Ping could not help but frown. Now, he was completely safe. The system had also calculated his wealth points. But there was a problem, a very serious problem. Previously, he had taken out about 55 caddies of life essence in total. It did not calculate his wealth points because the difference was too big. In that case, the IOUs could not be counted as wealth points, he had to make them pay back the money. Thinking of this, Fang Ping glanced at Nan Yunyue and the others. The officials owed him 160 billion, Old Wu owed him 50 billion, for Lu Fengru and the others, 6 billion was just a fraction. Fang Ping did not care too much. Looking at the spoils of war that Nan Yunyue and the others brought back, Fang Ping realized that the spoils of war that these people brought back were really miserable. In total, there was a rank 9 monster beast, the only complete rank 9 monster beast. This was also a rank 9 monster beast killed by a few people in the later stage. The monster beast did not have time to self-destruct. As for the others, they killed more than 10 rank 9 monsters. Not to mention complete corpses, almost nothing was left of the monster plants that were killed. Most of the monster beasts that were killed also self-destructed. As for the Catacomb City Lord, some incomplete corpses were brought back. Hundreds of grandmasters went to war, but in the end, they only brought back a rank 9 monster beast corpse, a few rank 7 and 8 monster beast and monster plant corpses. Calculating like this, the harvest was 200 billion, they still had to pay him 160 billion. Fang Ping felt that it would not be too much of a problem to exchange for these gains with the IOUs now. Hundreds of grandmasters, all working for him. Naturally, Nan Yunyue and the others did not expect that Fang Ping was now planning to chase the debt. The divine weapons were returned, and they did not stay for long. In the next moment, Nan Yunyue said loudly, "Bring the remains of our comrades and go home." Triumph. Everyone cheered one after another, each of them happy like children. The moment he stepped into the vortex, Fang Ping did not care about Tiannan catacombs anymore. Instead, he looked at his own data, wealth, for 85 billion, converted, vitality, 7,800 calories, 7,800 calories, mentality, 880 Hz, 940 Hz, bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%, storage space, 100 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 10,000 wealth/minute, plus, aura simulation, 100,000 wealth/minute, plus, his wealth had increased by almost 400 billion, it was about 45 kilograms of life essence. Fang Ping roughly calculated that if it was 5 million per gram, that would be 225 billion. 3 divine weapons, 1 rank 7, rank 8, and rank 9. The rank 9 was worth 100 billion, the rank 8 was worth 40 billion, and the rank 7 was at least 10 billion. That was 150 billion. A rank 7 monster beast, complete, was worth at least 10 billion. A rank 7 tree monster with a broken core was worth less than 10 billion, but it was worth 5 to 6 billion. That would be 390 billion. The remaining 10 billion were other miscellaneous gains, such as the energy stones from the domain zone and so on. The life essence and powerhouses corpses that were loaned out were not counted as wealth. A 216 billion IOU. If I really get the money, that would be 700 billion. Plus 2 rank 9 corpses, 2 rank 8 golden skeletons, and some rank 7 too, but not too valuable. Fang Ping calculated and had the urge to gulp. Trillions seemed to be right in front of him. Before entering the catacombs, he was worried that he would not get anything in the catacombs because he was so close to reaching 100 billion. He lied and deceived people, only then did he set up the platform and earn some wealth. Now that he thought about it, 10 billion wealth was nothing. The key is still the problem of getting the debt. Fang Ping frowned. The government owed him 160 billion. Could he get it, pay? The government might not pay. When the time came, it was still possible to give him some good things to choose from. But could the things they gave be worth that much? Could they make up for his wealth? Also, Old Wu. He asked him to mortgage the rank 9 divine weapon to him. What would Old Wu do? Would he hit him? Also, what should he do with the rank 9's corpse? Sell it. If he sold it, others might not be able to afford it. Moreover, Wu Quishan was a rank 9. Old Manly was also a rank 8. A complete rank 9 corpse still had a lot of reference value. Sigh, my head hurts. Fang Ping sighed. But very quickly, he cheered up. This time, he had earned a lot from the catacombs trip. Hundreds of billions of wealth aside, the things were all here. This was equivalent to a trip to the catacombs, earning trillions. Fang Ping was dazed. I'm too amazing. I, a rank 6, earned about 500 grandmasters' money. Just look and you'll know. This time 100 grandmasters went down, and many of them died in battle. Only then did I earn more than 200 billion. Other than the top grandmasters, all of Sino Nation's grandmasters went down to the catacombs. Even if they came down once, their final harvest would at most be about the same as his. In that case, the capital city catacombs battle back then might not even be as much as his harvest this time. The more he thought about it, the more Fang Ping felt that he was too amazing. He did not even think that because of him, he had saved the entire human race. Just for this alone, the government should reward him with tens of trillions. However, I'm afraid I can't keep the remaining life essence. Fang Ping felt a little helpless as he thought about it. Old Manly needed to use it. Chen Yaoting and the others who were injured also needed to use it. They were all considered as his people. Also, Teacher Wang Jinyang might need to use quite a lot too. Previously in the bounded territory, he was unconscious. Old Wang did not have any evil intentions. Those harvests were all handed over to Fang Ping. He did not even ask for a share. Wang Jinyang felt that he did not put in any effort from the beginning to the end. He was also too embarrassed to ask. Fang Ping needed wealth, but he did not say that he would share it with him. However, the other party's teacher was unconscious. He had life essence and did not bleed at all. He was also too embarrassed. Forget it. Let's talk about it when we get out. Fang Ping shook his head, not thinking about this anymore. In the passageway, it was extremely quiet at this moment. After leaving the war-torn Tiannan catacombs and entering the passageway again, everyone felt a little sad when they saw the bloodstains left behind. In this battle, more than 20 Grandmaster powerhouses had died. As for Sino Nation, there were only so many Grandmasters in total. Their losses were also incomparably heavy. Not to mention, among those who died in the battle this time, some were their friends, old friends for decades. The catacombs had suffered heavy losses this time. However, the catacombs had 108 territories and restricted areas. After calculating, the losses on both sides were probably about the same. Inside the passageway. At the end of the passageway, a person from the military was waiting. When he saw Nan Yunue and the others, he exited the catacombs immediately. Fang Ping was stunned when he saw this scene. The others did not think much of it. Qin Fengqing chuckled. They have a messenger. In other words, they did not give Fang Ping a chance to show off. Fang Ping glanced at him and sneered. What does it have to do with me? Do you think I'm showing off? What a joke. Do I need to show off? I've made a great contribution in the Tiannan catacombs. As he said that, Fang Ping looked at Li Daong. Commander Li, can the military department give me the highest level of honor medal? No problem. Li Daong agreed readily. Fang Ping said again, can you tell the entire military that I'm the recipient of the medal? No problem. Li Daong nodded again. Fang Ping was satisfied. He glanced at Qin Fengqing and sneered. See? Do you understand? Qin Fengqing said nothing. F***ck. He had nothing to say. To the military, it was just giving out medals. It was not a difficult thing to do. Fang Ping had indeed made a great contribution. If they gave this kid more medals and he did not want to pay, the military could give him a whole basket of medals. 160 billion, thinking about it, Li Daong and the others were starting to feel a headache for the central government. This debt was not easy to pay. Of course, it had nothing to do with them. They were only in charge of fighting. When they exited the catacombs, as expected, the soldiers outside already knew that they were coming out. When they saw them coming out, cheers came one after another. They were out. Since they were out, it meant that the situation in the Tiannan catacombs was stabilized. Moreover, Nan Yunue brought out a huge monster carcass. It was a monster carcass. If it was a monster plant, unless it was chopped off, a rank 9 monster plant might not even be brought out in one piece. Victory! Victory! The high-pitched cheers spread further and further. A few grandmasters who stayed behind hurriedly flew down from the surrounding valleys. Then, there were no cheers, no questions. A few grandmasters were extremely solemn. They crossed their chests with their right hands and shouted, "Humans will win." Around them, thousands of martial artists in military uniforms appeared one after another and performed a martial arts salute. Military salutes were for ordinary people. Martial artists had to perform martial Dao etiquette. This was the greatest form of respect. At this moment, some of these military martial artists were excited, and some had tears streaming down their faces. In the past 5 days, everyone was worried, perturbed, nervous, and even a little desperate. On the second day after Nan Yunyu's group left, some of them entered. When they saw the human skeletons in the tunnel, many people cried bitterly. It was just a 1,000-meter-long passageway, yet many grandmasters had shed their blood. At one point, he thought that only a few people had returned, or even, all of them had been annihilated, but at this moment, seeing so many grandmasters return alive, everyone was excited and excited. They were back, even if there were fewer people, at least so many had returned. Their return also meant that the situation in the Tiannan catacombs had stabilized. As these people were cheering, Nan Yunyue suddenly looked into the distance. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared in front of them. It was not Li Zhen. Li Zhen was still guarding the North Lake catacombs. Zhang Tao was here, a peerless expert rushed over at the first instant. "Minister Zhang." "Minister." Everyone greeted him. Zhang Tao smiled and nodded. As he smiled, his voice grew louder and louder. "Good job. Sino Nation martial artists are all sons and daughters of heroes." Zhang Tao laughed out loud. The next moment, a large amount of golden substance emerged from his body. These golden substances instantly rushed toward the injured grandmaster powerhouses. Someone hurriedly said, "Minister Zhang, you can't do this. This is nothing." Zhang Tao laughed and said, "All of you are well, living well. Living until the day the catacombs are destroyed, until the day our Sino Nation martial artists practice martial arts only to strengthen their bodies." Ha ha ha. Compared to Li Zhen's reticence, compared to Li Zhen's indifference, Zhang Tao looked much more cheerful. He looked like he was in his 40s or 50s, but in reality, he was already over 80. For a powerhouse like him, if he really wanted to, he could even reconstruct his flesh and return to his youth, no matter how young he was. A large amount of imperishable substance emerged from Zhang Tao's body, helping everyone to heal. For a peerless powerhouse, perhaps this was nothing. But everyone knew that no matter how strong a peerless powerhouse was, the imperishable substance would not be unlimited. However, as Zhang Tao smiled, he felt slightly strange. The injuries did not seem that serious. Moreover, the ones who were seriously injured were the rank 7 and 8 martial artists. The rank 9 martial artists were not as seriously injured. While Zhang Tao was still puzzled, Fang Ping and the others were staring at this peerless powerhouse. This was the first time they had seen a living peerless powerhouse. Although they had seen Zhang Tao on TV, they had never seen him in person. Not to mention Li Zhen. They did not even know what Li Zhen looked like. This commander-in-chief of the military department was very mysterious and low-key. Of course, they still had a photo of Li Zhen, but the photo was blurry. Fang Ping had seen it once before, but now he had no memory of it. Fang Ping and the others looked at Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao noticed their gazes and looked at them too. However, as he looked and looked, Zhang Tao suddenly looked at Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong, a strange expression on his face. He nodded slightly but did not say anything. Then, he looked at Fang Ping, a slightly strange expression in his eyes, but he did not say anything either. Finally, he looked at Qin Fengqing, who was still staring at him. This time, Zhang Tao spoke, a slightly strange expression in his eyes. "You have been to the bounded zone before?" "Huh?" Qin Fengqing was at a loss. Then, he nodded immediately and said excitedly, "Minister Zhang, I've made a great contribution this time. I went to the bounded zone." Zhang Tao did not seem to care about this. Instead, his expression kept changing. he said, you went in? This time, it was Qin Fengqing's turn to be surprised. How did you know? Did you eat something? Beside him, Fang Ping interrupted, Minister, he ate a handful of soil. Soil? Zhang Tao's expression became more and more strange. After a while, he chuckled. It's not soil. It's not soil? Qin Fengqing's eyes lit up. Minister, could it be a treasure? Zhang Tao nodded slightly. Then, he did not know what to say. After a pause, he said, there are benefits. The benefits are not small. It might be beyond your expectations. Qin Fengqing was overjoyed. Was it true? Even the peerless powerhouse said there were benefits. This was too awesome. He was still excited. Fang Ping noticed that Zhang Tao's gaze was not quite right. He could not help but ask, Minister, that handful of soil, what is it? There's no soil inside the bounded boundaries, Zhang Tao replied softly. Seeing that many people were looking at him, he paused again and said, there's only flesh and blood. A lot of flesh and blood. There's high-ranked flesh and blood, peerless flesh and blood, and even, some mysterious things. It's a meat grinder, a millstone. Back then, there were countless deaths and injuries. At this point, Zhang Tao stopped talking. Instead, he looked at Qin Fengqing and said, I hope there's no harm. You can't eat these things indiscriminately. Qin Fengqing's expression changed. What did he mean? He understood what he meant. So, what he ate was not soil, but the flesh and blood of ancient people from who knew how many years ago. This was even harder to accept than eating dirt, although he yearned to become stronger. When he thought of the things he ate might be those messy things, Qin Fengqing suddenly felt a little nauseous. He really did not feel anything about eating soil. Zhang Tao ignored him. He looked at Qin Fengqing again and smiled faintly. You can actually go in. Interesting. He did not say much. Instead, he stared at Qin Fengqing for a while. Qin Fengqing thought about it. In the end, he did not say that he followed Tai Tu in. It was hard to say. As for peerless people like Zhang Tao, it was hard to say whether they knew Tai Tu and the others' identities. However, Zhang Tao nodded at them earlier. Maybe he knew better than they did. In reality, Tai Tu and Old Wang did not know. They only knew that Fang Ping said they were heavenly quartz generals. As Zhang Tao spoke, he did not look at the young people anymore. Instead, he looked at Nan Yunue and the others. I already know what happened. Everyone has worked hard this time. This time, you have pacified the Tiannan catacombs. Humans will not forget you. Sino Nation will not forget you. Generations after generations will not forget you. This time, Sino Nation will celebrate together. We will also hold a state funeral for all the heroes who died in the battle. Everyone, it's not convenient to tell the outside world now. Dozens of grandmasters died in this battle. One day, we will definitely not forget you. So many grandmasters died in this battle. If the news leaked out, it would probably cause turmoil in the world. No matter how great the battle results were, it would still cause a violent turmoil. The names of the grandmasters who died in the battle this time would not be erased from the ranking list. They would have to wait for a period of time, slowly, one by one. Everyone understood this. No one said anything. The imperishable substance that gushed out of Zhang Tao's body had also disappeared. After all, he was only one person. Even if he was a peerless powerhouse, he could not be used as a supply machine of imperishable substance. However, everyone's injuries had indeed recovered a lot. At this time, Zhang Tao did not continue to waste time. He said, everyone, rest for a while. When Commander Li comes out, Commander Li and I will celebrate for everyone. Two peerless powerhouses holding a celebration banquet for everyone together was also extremely important. Fang Ping saw that he and Nan Yunue were about to leave. He could not help but whisper, the government owes me 160 billion. I don't know if they can pay me back, Zhang Tao really did not know about this. Hearing this, Zhang Tao was slightly stunned. He looked at Nan Yunue. Nan Yunue nodded slightly. After thinking for a while, she said, I'll explain to you later. This time, the Tiannan catacombs were pacified because of this kid. Is that so? Zhang Tao did not know about this. He only knew that in the Tiannan catacombs, Nan Yunyue and the others had killed a large number of catacombs powerhouses. They killed so much that King Pine was furious. He almost tore up the agreement and barged into the Tiannan catacombs. They killed so much that he wanted to go in and have a good fight. As for the specific inside story, the peerless powerhouses were not gods. They could not observe and probe every scene that happened in the catacombs all the time. They did not have this ability. However, owed this kid 160 billion, Zhang Tao had a slight headache. This was not a small number. This time, it was really a headache. Zhang Tao did not ask in detail. It would not be too late to ask later. This time, he wanted to leave again. Fang Ping suddenly mumbled, I self-detonated tens of billions of energy stones and blew up the royal city. I don't know if the government will bear the responsibility. You blew up the royal city? Zhang Tao knew about the royal city being blown up. But, this kid did it? Zhang Tao felt like he was listening to a joke. Fang Ping saw that he was not talking about the main point. With a simple and honest look, he said softly, about 50 billion energy stones. I spent more than 20 billion to heal my injuries. About 70 to 80 billion. Including that 160 billion, it's less than 250 billion. Also, cough cough, our vice-chancellor was also injured in the line of duty this time. I don't know if this 50 billion can be reimbursed. Martial arts universities belong to the Ministry of Education. Sigh, 300 billion of expenses. Zhang Tao was having a headache now. What a joke. He owed this kid 300 billion all of a sudden. Beside him, Qin Fengqing and the others were also dumbstruck. Are you crazy? You even dared to extort a peerless powerhouse? 160 billion had become 300 billion in the blink of an eye. Don't think that just because Zhang Tao is easy to talk to, you can bully an honest person. He can drown you with just one spit. Beside him, Wu Quishan was also speechless. That was enough, but then again, he was injured in the line of duty. Could this debt be reimbursed? He thought about it. Unless he confiscated the rank 9 divine weapon, otherwise, he could forget about it. His quasi-rank 9 divine weapon had been condensed to rank 9. It was already a great deal. Strictly speaking, if it was according to the distribution of merits, he would not be able to get so many things, including the other 2 rank 7s in MCMAU. Rank 9 divine weapons were not cabbages. Rank 7s were more common. Rank 8s were rare. Rank 9s were almost non-existent. This time, including Yang Daohong from Polaris City, there were 12 rank 9 powerhouses who entered Tiannan catacombs. Not all of them had a rank 9 divine weapon. There were actually only 4 people who really had rank 9 divine weapons. Nan Yunyue, Zhang Weiyu, Li Daong, Yang Daohong. Some of the others were still using rank 7 divine weapons. Zhang Tao suddenly did not want to talk anymore. He did not want to pay attention to Fang Ping either. He looked at Nan Yunyue and said, tell me the specific situation first. The central government is still waiting for a reply. Okay. Nan Yunyue did not say much. After giving some instructions, she left with Zhang Tao. Regarding Tiannan catacombs, not only Sino Nation, but the whole world was watching. Of course, the news that they had pacified Tiannan catacombs had already spread. Before they came out, some peerless powerhouses had already leaked the news to the outside world. King Song was furious. He almost fought with Li Zhen at Mount Royal Sea. Those peerless powerhouses had sensed it. After Zhang Tao and the rest left, the grandmasters also needed to heal and recover. They dispersed, but they did not leave Tiannan. Over at Tiannan, they still needed some people to stand guard in the short term. They could only leave after the matter was over. They had all left, but Wu Quishan and the rest did not leave. Wu Quishan seemed to have just noticed Qin Fengqing's crazy hair. He could not help but feel an urge to facepalm. This kid, what did he eat randomly? An amalgamation of flesh and blood. These guys, why did they eat whatever they could get their hands on? Qin Fengqing felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze. He mumbled, even the peerless powerhouses said it was good stuff. Wu Quishan was too lazy to talk anymore. He looked at Fang Ping and said, the few of you can't leave this time. When Minister Zhang understands the inside story, he will probably ask you some questions. Wait here. Also, tell me the details later. Fang Ping nodded. As for how much to hide, he would talk about it later. After thinking for a while, Fang Ping asked, Vice Chancellor, if I let you use the Rose City Lord's corpse, can you achieve rank 9? How can I be so sure about this? Wu Quishan shook his head. He glanced at the Rose City Lord's corpse that Fang Ping had placed on the monster's corpse. He thought for a while and said, the path a rank 9 martial artist takes is different. It can only be used as a reference. Also, the catacombs martial artist's cultivation path is slightly different from ours, but it will definitely be of some use. How about the school spending 300 billion to buy this corpse? Fang Ping said and immediately added, I'll even add on some extras. I'll give you the rank 9 ironwood for free, 2 sets of rank 8 golden bones for free too. At this point, Wu Quishan suddenly frowned and said, don't talk about this. People from Polaris will be coming soon. You guys have to tell me in detail about High Grandmaster Yang's death in battle. It might even involve some things about the peerless powerhouses. It's best if you don't hide anything about this. Do you understand what I mean? He knew that these few brats had a big secret. Those things that Fang Ping had said earlier, he must have hidden something. The key was that Fang Ping had better be honest about some things that involved the peerless powerhouses. Otherwise, even if he had made a great contribution, it would be troublesome if this matter was vague. As for the matter of Yang Daohong's death, Wu Quishan did not think too much about it. Even if he knew everything, he would not care. When powerhouses fought, as long as they did not kill their own people on purpose, it was inevitable that they would accidentally injure their own people in battle. There were times when rank 9 powerhouses like Nan Yunwei hurt their own people in battle. If they died, it could only be considered bad luck. Wu Quishan and Fang Ping were still talking. In a military base outside the passageway, Nan Yunwei and the others had also reported the matter in detail. Zhang Tao's gaze was a little strange. He said, I see, but Zhang Tao looked slightly doubtful. After a while, he said, Fang Ping doesn't seem like a resurrected martial artist. Nan Yunwei was stunned. She said in surprise, he isn't a resurrected martial artist? As one of the 3 ministers, her position was equal to Zhang Tao's. There were some secrets that she knew as well. She had always thought that Fang Ping was a resurrected martial artist. Zhang Tao was a little uncertain. He was also a little puzzled. He said in a low voice, he doesn't look like one. Although his performance is very similar, I have a feeling. Forget it. There's no need to look into this too much. As for Li Hansong and Wang Jinyang, they are indeed resurrected martial artists. I can feel this. Moreover, both of them are probably in the stage of official resurrection. Also, Zhang Tao paused. Also, these 2 people, no, including Yao Qingjun and the others, why did they only revive now? Zhang Tao was a little puzzled again. After a while, he said, I'll go ask someone later. I don't know if it's because they were too weak back then. Nan Yunwei nodded. Maybe. These few people's performance was a little strange. I didn't even think that they were the same group of people back then. They seemed to be a little different from before. I thought there was really a mutation. Zhang Tao smiled bitterly. I didn't think too much about it. Who knew that they would only revive now? I thought there was no one else. After saying that, Zhang Tao added, forget it. Don't be too concerned about this. Although these people have revived, after their ability reached rank 7 or 8, it's extremely difficult for them to improve. Sigh, humans actually don't lack these things. Zhang Tao shook his head and did not continue. He paused for a moment before saying, when the people from Star City come later, ask for information. Also, see if you can confirm these people's identities. Got it. Nan Yunwei replied. She could not help but ask, is Fang Ping really not a resurrected martial artist? I'm not too sure. You know, I don't really care about these things. I'll ask when Li Jin comes back. Nan Yunwei said, still not quite believing it. She said, he's not a resurrected martial artist. How can his cultivation speed be so fast? And this kid, to be honest, is a little strange. Even Nan Yunwei said so. Zhang Tao was a little interested. After thinking for a while, he smiled. Let's wait and see. Cultivating fast doesn't mean that he's a resurrected martial artist. Maybe he's really the wave of the times. He's a little lucky. Nan Yunhua chuckled. Are you talking about yourself? Zhang Tao laughed, then regained his composure. He said softly, sooner or later, I'll have to go there again. After so many years, we still can't figure out who killed that monster plant. There are more secrets in the catacombs than I thought. Nan Yunhua did not say much. That year, the monster plant fell from the sky. Until now, Zhang Tao still could not figure out who killed it. However, this matter was actually not too important. At least, there were no problems over there. That was enough. A rank 9 monster plant was not an absolute monster plant. Nan Yunhua felt that there was no need to investigate further. If it was an absolute monster plant, then it would be really terrifying. After saying this, Zhang Tao thought of Qin Fengqing. How did that kid get in? Could it be that there was also a loophole in the Tiannan catacombs? The people from Star Town came very quickly. One rank 9 powerhouse had fallen, all 5 rank 7s had fallen, and 2 rank 8s were also seriously injured and dying. Such a loss was unbearable even for star-suppressing city. When Fang Ping and the rest came out, the sky was almost dark. The people from Star Town came just as the sky turned dark. This time, it was not just 1 or 2 people. When Fang Ping and the rest were still sorting out their loot or healing their wounds, Wu Quishan's eyebrows twitched slightly, saying, Star townspeople are here. As expected of the force that has suppressed Mount Imperial Sea for hundreds of years. 2 rank 9s. It was not just 2 rank 9s, this time, Star Town took it very seriously. Other than the 2 rank 9 powerhouses, there were also 11 high-ranked powerhouses, a total of 13 people. All 13 families in Star Town had sent people. When Nan Yunhua saw so many people, her eyebrows twitched slightly. It seemed that Star Town really took this matter very seriously. It was probably not just because of the fall of the rank 9. More importantly, it was probably the bounded domain, including the problem of the Yang family's old ancestors' remains. Seeing the people, Nan Yunhua nodded slightly, smiled and said, Family Head Su and Family Head Wei have arrived together. Let's go in and talk. Before the 2 rank 9s could speak, a young man in the crowd said with red eyes, Chief Nan, my grandfather. Nan Yunhua glanced at the young man, sighed softly in her heart, and said, Family Head Yang has indeed fallen. His remains have been temporarily placed at the military department. Grandfather is really gone. The young man's eyes were red. Not only his grandfather, but the old ancestor had fallen first. The Yang family's greatest strength was gone. However, the Yang family's old ancestor was not very close to them, and their contact time was also very short. When the Yang family's old ancestor fell, the young man only felt that the sky had fallen, and he did not feel much sorrow. However, Yang Daohong was his grandfather, who had doted on him since he was young. He did not expect his grandfather to fall this time. Other than his grandfather, among the 5 rank 7s who had fallen this time, 3 of them were Yang family members. There were not many Grandmaster powerhouses in Star Town. Each family had a paragon old ancestor and a rank 9. A few families did not even have a rank 9. Rank 7 and 8 powerhouses, each family had 4 or 5 people, and some even had 5 or 6 people. This time, the Yang family could be considered to have been completely destroyed. Currently, in the huge Yang family, the only Grandmaster level powerhouses were the young man in front of him and an 8th tier golden body powerhouse. Out of the 13 families in Star Town, the Yang family had completely withdrawn from the stage of history. Grief welled up in the young man's heart. Even though he was already a level 7 expert, he was still in tears. The Yang family was really finished. In just a few short years, all the experts had fallen, hundreds of years of glory had been destroyed today. At this moment, the young man was sobbing uncontrollably as sorrow welled up in his heart. A level 7 expert was crying in front of everyone. Everyone in Suppressing Star City had complicated expressions on their faces. Before he came here, he still had a sliver of hope, but now, that hope was completely shattered. Yang Daohong had not been able to find the remains of the Yang family's old ancestor, nor had he been able to walk the path to the pinnacle and rebuild the Yang family. Without Yang Daohong and the others, even if the people of Suppressing Star City didn't take advantage of their power to bully the Yang clan, without the support of the apex ancestor, who would provide the Yang clan with cultivation resources, a martial artist's cultivation resources, other than themselves, would be provided by their family for free. The Yang clan might still have some savings, but with so many grandmasters dead in battle, the source of many things would be cut off. The young man choked for a moment, but quickly regained his senses. He said bitterly, "Elder Nan, can you bring me to see my grandfather and the others?" "Yes, everyone, please come with me." Nan Yinhua did not say much. She led the group toward the base not far away. When they entered the base, the perimeter was strictly guarded. There were even a few grandmasters keeping watch in person. The people of Suppressing Star City looked around for a moment and felt slightly heavy. Here, there were not only people from Suppressing Star City who had died in battle, but also the bodies of other grandmasters who had died in the catacombs this time. Patriarch Su, who was also Su Zisu's grandfather, said with a heavy expression, "How many people have died this time?" Axe King died in battle, 7 golden body powerhouses died in battle, and 14 level 7 powerhouses died in battle. As soon as this was said, Su Haoran could not help but sigh and said no more. Next to him, Wei Yong, the Wei family's patriarch, an old man of short stature, also sighed repeatedly. In the past 2 years, more and more high ranks have died in battle. This time, more than 20 grandmasters had died. Last time in the Magic City catacombs, many grandmasters had also died. They were said to be old grandmasters, but the oldest was only 100 years old. After that, when the Nanjiang catacombs opened, another few grandmasters had died in battle. In Capital City, grandmasters had also died in battle. And all this had happened in about a year's time. In total, almost 40 grandmasters had died in battle in Sino Nation. How many grandmaster powerhouses did Sino Nation have in total? At this rate, in a few years, all the Sino Nation's high ranks would be dead. Wei Yong's words made Nan Yunhua's expression change slightly. Then, Nan Yinhua said in a sonorous tone, "We have no regrets even if we die. At the very least, Tiannan catacombs won't be able to start a full-scale war with Sino Nation in the short term. Capital City's catacombs have also been half pacified. In the past 100 years, many people may have died in these 2 years, but the results are still visible. As long as we don't give up and keep fighting, one day, we can kill until those catacombs martial artists are terrified. We can kill until they no longer dare to invade our human world." As soon as she said this, everyone was stunned. No one said anything else. Nan Yinhua was one of the strongest powerhouses in the current generation. Even the powerhouses in Stellar Sky City had long heard of her name. Among the 3 ministers, Li Zhen was the iron-blooded one, both internally and externally. Zhang Tao was the one who appeased internally but was iron-blooded externally. As for Nan Yunhua, her strength was the lowest. She did not seem to have a strong presence, but the 3 ministers were of the same lineage. This woman was also an iron-blooded rose, a master who killed people like flax. Everyone stopped talking. Very soon, they arrived at a hall. 6 people died in Stellar Sky City. However, they only brought back the corpses of Yang Daohong and a rank 7 martial artist. As for the others, some died at the edge of the Forbidden Sea, some self-destructed, and some did not even have their bones left. They could not bring them back. When he saw Yang Daohong's broken skeleton, the young grandmaster of the Yang family burst into tears, choking with sobs. Su Haoran and Wei Yong, the 2 rank 9s, went forward to check. After a while, Su Haoran said in a low voice, "He went through many fierce battles when he was alive. His golden body has been extinguished. Not only had his mentality been extinguished, but even his golden body had been extinguished." It could be seen that he had fought to the end and exhausted everything. Wei Yong nodded. Glancing at his severed arms and legs, he solemnly said, "They triggered the spatial crack above the sealed world. Old Yang knows how dangerous that is. It seems like Prince Song's people triggered the spatial crack. How hateful. Sooner or later, we will kill them all." Su Haoran coldly snorted. After a while, he looked at Nan Yunhua and said, "I heard that old Yang was brought back by a few youths. Elder Nan, is it convenient for us to ask for some information?" Nan Yunhua nodded and said, "Yes, then I will go find them first. If there is anything you need, I can arrange for it." "Many thanks." As soon as Nan Yunhua left, Su Haoran said, "Do you think Old Ancestor Yang. Before he finished speaking, Wei Yong said in a low voice, "We will know if we ask." "Right, Liu Mo and Jingyu are still alive. We will go see them later. I wonder how their injuries are. I'm afraid it's not good." Su Haoran shook his head. In fact, he had already sensed the existence of the two. They were not far away. However, the two of them were no different from dead people. The few of them did not speak anymore. They did not care about the Yang family's use anymore and began to visit Liu Mo and Jingyu. In the room where Fang Ping and the others were, Nan Yingyue had personally come to find them. As soon as she entered the door, she said, "Fang Ping, you guys come with me. People from Stellar Sky City are here." Fang Ping was slightly nervous, but he was not too uneasy. He nodded and said, "Okay. Are we all going?" Nan Yingyue glanced at Qin Fengqing and the others, nodded and said, "Let's go." Qin Fengqing has also entered the boundary zone's inner area. There are some questions we would like to understand. Beside her, Wu Quishan stood up and followed them outside. Nan Yingyue saw this and did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Vice-Chancellor Wu, there is no need to be so nervous. This is a military camp. Minister Zhang has not left yet. Moreover, Stellar Sky City is not an enemy. We are just asking about some information." Wu Quishan said lightly, "As MCMAU's Vice-Chancellor, do I not even have this little right to know?" This, Nan Yingyue was just about to speak when Fang Ping said, "If I don't say it now, I will have to explain it to the Vice-Chancellor later. Minister, let the Vice-Chancellor come with us." With a peak rank 8 powerhouse watching over them, Fang Ping felt more at ease. Wu Quishan was not weak. Even if Stellar Sky City's powerhouses had rank 9 divine weapons, they might not be able to do anything to Old Wu. Moreover, Old Wu was a peak rank 8 powerhouse with hopes of achieving rank 9. He was also a member of the Ministry of Education, a true pillar of strength. If the people from Stellar Sky City really had any ideas, Minister Zhang would not sit idly by if Old Wu came forward. Seeing Wu Quishan's insistence, Nan Yingyue did not say anything else. She led the few of them to the conference room. More than 10 minutes later, Fang Ping saw the people from Stellar Sky City. Not only these people, but Zhang Weiyu from the House of Guardians, Li Daong from the Military Department, and Minister Wang from the Ministry of Education had also arrived. It felt a little like a tripartite trial. As for Fang Ping and the others, they sat below. When the people from Stellar Sky City arrived, they stood up and bowed slightly, not saying much. Su Haoran glanced at them. The first person he looked at was not Fang Ping, but Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong. With a thoughtful look on his face, he said, "You two are Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong?" "Yes." Both of them replied at the same time. Su Haoran turned his head and glanced at Wei Yong. Wei Yong thought for a moment and said, "According to the records, a total of about 70 to 80 people were destroyed that year. It's not a large number. Plus, we can already confirm some of their identities. If there are any special characteristics, we should be able to find out." Su Haoran nodded and said, "Then we'll go back and look into the information in detail." After the two of them finished talking, he saw Li Hansong and the others looking at him. Su Haoran said, "The resurrection of martial artists is not nonsense. It's true. Actually, you are not the first batch of martial artists to be resurrected, but..." Wei Yong continued, "However, it seems that not everyone can be resurrected. Now that we have come into contact with a batch of experts who have been resurrected, we discovered that the resurrection actually only occurs during a certain period of time. In other words, when a large number of experts die at the same time, and these experts die too many, only then will there be signs of resurrection. Back then, because your group encountered some unforeseen events, there were many casualties. Over the years, there had been signs of resurrection. Of course, not everyone could come back to life. Some people didn't have any remnants of their imperishable substance, so they died for real, or their spiritual force was completely extinguished, and they might not be able to come back to life. There's a group of experts among them that are much stronger, so there's still a trace of hope." After saying that, Wei Yong looked at the calm Wang Jinyang and Lu Yu. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "Aren't the two of you surprised or curious?" The two of them didn't seem too surprised. No, they weren't surprised at all, it was too calm. Old antique was an old antique. Even though he had been reborn, he was still as calm as ever. Li Hansong was too lazy to say anything. I already knew. Not only did I know, I even found my hometown. Fang Ping had already told you everything you said. What's there to be surprised about? Wang Jinyang thought for a while and said, Hi Grandmaster, are there still many people like us? Not too many. So far, we've discovered a total of more than 30 people. The rest might have been completely extinguished. Su Haran explained, some of these people have returned, and some are still staying in Star Town to concentrate on cultivating, waiting to recover. Returned? Wang Jinyang looked surprised. Wei Yong smiled and said, let's not talk about this for now. It might not be good for others to know. Both of you, after this is over, you can come to Star Town for a trip. Li Hansong looked at him, a little surprised. Both of us? What about Fang Ping? Wang Jinyang, on the other hand, looked like he had expected it. He was not surprised. Fang Ping's gaze moved slightly. Seeing that Nan Yunue and the others did not seem to have any intention of stopping him, he thought for a while and said in a low voice, Hi Grandmasters, I'm also a resurrected martial artist. Can I go with you, Su Haran looked dazed. Wei Yong, on the other hand, was a little confused. He looked at Fang Ping carefully for a while and said uncertainly after a while, You're also a resurrected martial artist? Yes. Wei Yong looked at Su Haran. Su Haran stared at Fang Ping for a while and said uncertainly, I don't have a clear feeling. The resurrected martial artists we've come into contact with, how do I put it? There's more or less a different feeling. Fang Ping chuckled. There's no need to hide this from both of you. I've also started to recover continuously. If not, there's no need for me to fight to be a resurrected martial artist. It's meaningless. He did not have to pretend to be one. The point was, if he did not pretend to be one, how could he explain the problem of his cultivation being so fast? It did not matter to an absolute powerhouse like Zhang Tao. Fang Ping also did not know that Zhang Tao felt that he was not a resurrected martial artist. However, to others, if Fang Ping was not a resurrected martial artist, he would have a big problem. The resurrected martial artist was the best protection. If you resurrected, I resurrected too. It was understandable that I was stronger, cultivated faster, and had more techniques. Although Su Haran was not too sure, after thinking about it, his granddaughter had mentioned Fang Ping before. Last time, Jiang Chao and the others lost 5 divine weapons. They had also done some research on Fang Ping. Now hearing Fang Ping say this, Su Haran pondered and said, maybe we're blind. How about this, when the time comes, the few of you can go to Star City together. The elder ancestor might return from Mount Royal Sea. After he said this, beside him, Qin Fengqing rolled his eyes and said, Grandmaster, I'm also a resurrected martial artist. Resurrected martial artists did not seem to be in danger, otherwise, there were people from all 3 departments here. Even if others did not say anything, the Ministry of Education might come forward to say something. But now, none of the people in charge of the 3 departments said anything. This meant that there was indeed no danger, perhaps there were great benefits. Fang Ping and the other 2 fellows had already sneaked in. He wanted to sneak in too. As soon as Qin Fengqing said this, Nan Yunue suddenly glared at him fiercely. She was actually not sure if what Fang Ping said was true, so she did not say anything. But this Qin Fengqing kid, what kind of resurrected martial artist was he? Which part of him looked like a resurrected martial artist? Qin Fengqing did not waste any more words. He directly flashed his celestial bridge, a big round ball, then, with a serious face, he said, My celestial bridge has mutated. Also, since I entered rank 2, my cultivation has been extremely fast. In less than 2 years, I'm already middle stage rank 5. Maybe soon, I'll be rank 6. My family is poor and I don't have the resources to cultivate. Just like this, I'm already middle stage rank 5. So, although I'm not sure, I think I'm also a resurrected martial artist. Fang Ping and the others were silent. You don't have the resources to cultivate, you're already middle stage rank 5 just by cultivating? Do you have any shame? However, if he really became a resurrected martial artist, he might be able to reap some benefits or learn some deeper secrets. Qin Fengqing insisted on disguising himself. If the people of Stellar Sky City really believed him, they would not care about him anymore. The two rank 9s in Star City were somewhat at a loss. They were really at a loss. Was this person the same? To be honest, in 2 years, from rank 2 to middle stage rank 5, this speed was indeed very fast. Especially in the outside world, Su Haran had a slight headache. Wei Yong also frowned slightly. This group of 4 were all resurrected martial artists? Was this not too much of a coincidence? Although he did not sense anything special, Wei Yong pondered for a moment and said, then you count as one too. Whether or not you are, when we meet the old ancestor, we might know. Qin Fengqing swallowed and said softly, then, is there any danger? Danger? Su Haran laughed. Why would there be danger? Even if you're not a resurrected martial artist, you're still a pillar of humanity. The old ancestor won't make things difficult for you. That's good, Qin Fengqing was relieved, although he was still a little nervous. When he remembered that Fang Ping and the others were there, he was not worried. If there was trouble, they would shoulder it together. Besides, it was up to him when to go to Star City. Who knew, he might be able to fish for some benefits even if he did not go. At this moment, Qin Fengqing was like a husky in a wolf pack, nervous and excited. He had snuck in the future, he could also pretend to be a resurrected martial artist. Although he felt that it was not very useful, it might be beneficial. As for the disadvantages, it was still the same saying. If the sky fell, the tall ones would hold it up. Fang Ping and the others were at least slightly taller than him. Beside him, Wu Kuxian was too ashamed to show his face. This peak rank 8 powerhouse lowered his head and did not look at anyone else. He felt a little ashamed. Good lord, the 2 MCMAU kids were really good. Qin Fengqing was definitely fooling people. As for Fang Ping. Actually, as time passed and he understood some inside stories, Wu Kuxian really had some doubts about whether Fang Ping was a resurrected martial artist. Others might not know, but Lu Fengru knew best. Fang Ping's bone marrow mutation, mentality mutation. It was her idea. Back then, Fang Ping's abnormal behavior reminded Lu Fengru of Wang Jinyang and the others. In the end, in the blink of an eye, Fang Ping mutated, he even mutated according to what she said. This was 2F** king coincidental. Lu Fengru watched as Fang Ping turned from a nobody to a special existence among mutated martial artists in the blink of an eye. If Fang Ping was said to be the same as Wang Jinyang and the others, Lu Fengru would not believe it. Wu Kuxian was still the vice-chancellor and Lu Fengru's husband. Lu Fengru wanted to protect Fang Ping, so she would more or less mention some things to him. If not, Fang Ping, an ordinary person, had shown so many abnormalities, he might have been dragged to be studied a long time ago. However, until now, Fang Ping had only brought benefits to MCMAU. He had even saved Li Chongqing. This time, he could be considered to have saved his life. These abnormalities, Wu Kuxian ignored them directly. These 2 fellows insisted on pretending to be resurrected martial artists. Let them be. Moreover, the people of Star City actually dared to invite them to Star City. This courage. Wu Kuxian felt that it was necessary to remind these 2 fellows that they still had 12 peerless progenitors. Don't go too far. After these digressions, the faces of everyone in Stellar Sky City began to turn serious. They began to ask Yang Daohong and the others about entering the bounded zone. Fang Ping answered truthfully. In fact, there was nothing to hide about what happened earlier. In Fang Ping's opinion, the only thing that needed to be hidden was the fact that Li Hansong and Qin Fengqing entered the bounded zone. However, Qin Fengqing was exposed now. Fang Ping felt that Qin Fengqing should bear it first. However, they had discussed countermeasures before. When Su Haran asked about Qin Fengqing entering the bounded zone, Qin Fengqing said honestly, at that time, a powerful force suddenly came from the inner area of the bounded zone. I happened to be near the boundary wall. Actually, I didn't go in. I just grabbed a handful and ended up grabbing a handful of soil. A powerful force? Yes, very powerful. Qin Fengqing said honestly, at that time, those cultivating monsters and plants were scared away. My legs were weak, so I couldn't run away. I almost fell, then I grabbed it. Later, I tried, but I couldn't go in. And the boundary wall started to attack me. This was the truth. he really could not go in. Without Ironhead leading the way, once he entered the boundary wall, he would be attacked immediately. Su Haoran said in a low voice, then, did you see old ancestor Yang's remains? Qing Fengqing said immediately, it seemed like there was a shadow, but it was in the Sky Palace. It was too far away, so I couldn't see it clearly. Later, the boundary wall returned to its normal state. It was opaque, so we couldn't see it either. The two rank 9s fell into deep thought. After a moment, Wei Yong asked, everyone in the restricted zone is dead? They're all dead. At this moment, the Yang family youth, who was still immersed in grief, suddenly looked at Fang Ping and said, even my grandfather and the others died. Why are you fine? How did you enter the bounded zone? In that kind of war, none of you were fine, only the people of Stellar Sky City died. Fang Ping frowned slightly and said, first, I can conceal my aura. The government knows this too. At that time I concealed my aura, so no one noticed me. Second, Wang Jinyang and the others entered later, when the energy tide erupted in the boundary wall. At that time, the war had already ended. Other than monsters and plants, there were no high-ranked living people in the bounded zone. Thirdly, I'm only a rank 6. Do you expect me to participate in the battle when the rank 9 are fighting? I've done my duty by bringing back 2 8th-level Supreme Power Masters and Grand Master Yang's remains. To put it bluntly, even if I don't bring it back, what can I do? Under those circumstances, even a rank 7 or 8 Grandmaster would have to consider whether they could safely pass through half of the catacombs, let alone me. Considering that Grandmaster Yang has just perished, I won't hold it against you for questioning my questions. But at the very least, I think it's necessary to show some gratitude. You. Yang Qing. Su Haoran bellowed, interrupting Yang Qing's words. He looked at Fang Ping and said, indeed, this matter has nothing to do with you. The fact that you could bring old Yang, Liam O, and the others back has already exceeded our expectations. But... Su Haoran paused for a moment, frowning slightly. Fang Ping, did you really not enter the inner circle? Fang Ping answered honestly, no. You didn't find Patriarch Yang's body either? No. Inner area. Has anyone appeared in the explosion of aura that you mentioned? No. When Qing Fengqing crossed the boundary wall, he only brought back a handful of soil? Yes. Su Haoran said in a low voice, you're lying. Fang Ping did not think much of it. Don't use these tricks on me. I'm not one of those inexperienced second-generation martial artists in Star Town. Whether I'm lying or not, there are so many grandmasters here. They should be clear. There's no need for me to hide anything. If I've really encountered a Paragon ancestor's body, I'm only a rank 6. What can I get? I'm a member of humanity, a member of Sino Nation. I also hope that humanity can have one more Paragon powerhouse to protect humanity. But it's true that I didn't encounter a Paragon ancestor's body. If I did, I would definitely bring it back. Whether I send it back to Star Town or the government, I won't do anything in private. I consider myself selfless. Besides, I don't lack resources. I'm also very confident in my own martial arts path. I don't think I need to walk on someone else's path, or to put it in a more unpleasant way. Since old ancestor Yang has fallen, then his path might not be the strongest path. For us martial artists, especially me, if we want to walk on the path of the strongest. I don't know what the Grandmaster is questioning, but I, Fang Ping, am destined to walk on my own path. Wang Jinyang said calmly, it's the same for us. The martial arts path has to be walked by ourselves. We can learn from others, but we can't just copy them. If a powerhouse is willing to guide us, then we'll be eternally grateful. We won't do it if we follow the path we've walked on. Humph. In Star Town, a few people snorted softly. Arrogant, walk your own martial arts path, you're not even willing to walk the path of a paragon. These words were indeed arrogant. Even if you asked all the rank 9s now, there were not many who would dare to say this. If there was a chance to become a paragon, perhaps even rank 9s would be tempted and jealous. This time, so many people in Star Town had fallen. Some people were indeed not too satisfied. A few middle-ranked martial artists were still alive, but so many grandmasters in Star Town had died. Everyone was not in a good mood. Fang Ping said nothing. These people were not in a good mood. He could not be bothered to say anything. Moreover, they still had 12 Paragon Grandmasters. They could not afford to offend them. As long as they did not cause trouble for him, they could snort all they wanted. Wei Yong thought for a while and suddenly said, "Now that the Tiannan catacombs has been pacified, Fang Ping, Qin Fengqing, are both of you willing to enter the bounded domain again? Don't worry, this time Star Town will arrange for people to protect you along the way." Fang Ping rejected him decisively, saying immediately, "It's useless for me to go to the bounded domain. I've already said, I can't enter the inner area. I converge my aura, but it's only to cover my tracks. It's useless for other aspects." As for Qin Fengqing, beside him, Qin Fengqing said straightforwardly, "It's useless for me to go. I've already said that it was because the boundary wall erupted on its own. There was an explosion of force inside that impacted the boundary wall. That's why I stuck my hand in. I'm only a rank 5. Do you want me to go to the inner area and die? If it's not difficult, then I'll do it. But this is obviously a suicide mission. Although you guys are grandmasters, you can't possibly force us to die, right?" He did not want to go either. It was too dangerous. Although it was said that the people from Star Town would protect them along the way, even Star Town itself was not confident. It was safer to follow Fang Ping and the others than to follow them. He was a rank 5. If he died, then so be it. The people from Star Town probably would not care about his life or death. It was fine when he went, but when he came back, it was useless. If he encountered danger along the way, who would care about him? Su Haoran and the others frowned. Nan Yinhua suddenly said, "It's best not to have any high ranks enter the Tiannan catacombs now. It's easy to cause King Pine's counterattack." Su Haoran thought for a moment and sighed softly. "Forget it then. But if there's a chance next time, I still hope that you guys can accompany us. After all, this concerns the fall of a paragon. There are some things that we need to understand more about." After Su Haoran finished speaking, Yang Qing, who was reprimanded earlier, suddenly looked at them and said, "Fang Ping, according to what you said, Rose City Lord, Tai Mu, and the others were heavily injured and dying after fighting with my grandfather." Before he could finish, Fang Ping interrupted him directly. Rose City Lord and Tai Mu were not killed by High Grandmaster Yang. Also, Fang Ping's expression became much colder. He said slowly, "Star Town is Sino Nation's guardian angel. I don't deny this. I have also received the protection of the elders. However, the spoils of war are clearly distributed in the catacombs. Don't you think it's a little too much to tell me all this now? If that's the case, it's wrong for me to risk my life and bring back 2 rank 8 powerhouses and High Grandmaster Yang's body? If Star Town thinks like this, I admit that I'm not as strong as them. You guys can take all the things. However, would the 12 Paragon Elders really covet the spoils of war of a rank 6 junior like me? If there's a chance, I'd like to ask in front of the elders. Is this how Star Town treats martial artists from the outside world? Is this how they treat weaklings who risk their lives to save 2 rank 8 powerhouses?" Yang Qing wanted to say more, but Su Haoran's brows were already knitted tightly. He said in a low voice, "Yang Qing, old Yang has fallen. You're in a bad mood. Say less." He knew what Yang Qing meant. Rose City Lord's body was complete. If he brought it back, maybe that person from the Yang family could try to enter rank 9. Moreover, he heard that there was a rank 9 divine weapon. Even in Star Town, a rank 9 divine weapon was rare. Yang Daohong had a rank 9 divine weapon. If there was another rank 9 divine weapon, the 2 grandmasters of the Yang family would both wield rank 9 divine weapons. Their combat strength would also increase greatly. This way, maybe they could fill the gap in rank 9. However, Fang Ping had brought back 2 rank 8 powerhouses and made a great contribution in Tiannan's catacombs this time. If Yang Qing really did this, he would offend many people, including the central government. It was not a good thing to cause a rift with the central government because of this and even arouse the resentment of 2 Paragon elders. Yang Qing fell silent again. Su Haoran did not say anything else. He looked at Fang Ping and said, "This time, you brought back old Yang's remains, as well as Liu Mo and his wife. Star Township City will not forget your help." When you've arrived at Star Township City, you'll be sure to repay your kindness. We didn't prepare anything for this trip, Fong Ping said immediately. Grandmaster, you're being too polite. Whether it's Star Town or us, there's no need to be so clear. We're all humans and Sino Nation martial artists. We're all fighting to resist the catacombs invasion. Since there's this opportunity to contribute, I, Fong Ping, will not refuse. Grandmaster Yang is in a bad mood because his family passed away. I can understand that. Thank you very much. Su Haoran did not say anything else. He looked at Nan Yunue and the others and said, since things have come to this, we can't enter Tiannan's catacombs for now. Liu Mo and the others are still seriously injured and unconscious. Mayor Nan, we'll go back now. Nan Yunue nodded. Beside her, Minister Wang said, Patriarch Su, the World Martial Arts Youth Competition is about to begin, right? Su Haoran frowned slightly. Minister Wang continued, Fong Ping and the others have stepped into rank 6 now. Their strength is not weak. This time, they've made a great contribution in Tiannan's catacombs. What the minister means is, maybe we can let them participate in the fight for the quota. Su Haoran frowned and said, Minister Wang, since Minister Zhang has spoken, then there's no problem. But the quota is limited. As he said that, Su Haoran glanced at Fong Ping and the others. What a joke, there were so many people. How could there be so many quotas? Out of the 13 families in Star Town, there were not many quotas to begin with. The central government and the military department had already divided up a few quotas. If they still had to divide it now, then Star Town might not even be there anymore. Minister Wang smiled and said, what the minister means is to let them fight for it themselves. After all, they're only early stage rank 6, but they've defeated Xianxia and the others before. Both of them were still talking. Fong Ping and the others did not know the purpose of entering the restricted area. However, seeing that the people in Star Town were so reluctant, there should be some benefits, so they did not interrupt. Previously, Jiang Chao said that their foundation was not good, so they probably did not have a chance. Now that they had made a great contribution in Tiannan's catacombs trip, Zhang Tao had noticed them and started to fight for opportunities for them. Even Zhu Feng thought that this was a good opportunity. Fong Ping felt that he might be able to get some benefits, although he had thought of sneaking in by himself. However, Mount Royal Sea was one of the restricted areas. There were countless high-ranked monsters. If he really went by himself, it would be a narrow escape, and he might even encounter Zhu Feng. Now that there was a chance to go to the restricted area openly, it could not be better. Fong Ping was actually very curious about the restricted area. Su Haoran and Minister Wang talked for a while and finally said, I still have to go back and discuss this with the other families. Minister Wang, we'll give you an answer in a few days. Okay. Minister Wang also knew that he could not decide, so he did not say much. However, since Zhang Tao had spoken up, Star Town would more or less have to give up some quotas. The people from Star Town did not obtain any useful information this time. However, Qin Fengqing had entered the inner area of the bounded domain before, which was considered one of their few gains. Although Qin Fengqing was unwilling to go to Tiannan, if Star Town really entered Tiannan's catacombs again or North Lake's catacombs, if Zhu Feng asked, Qin Fengqing would have to go whether he wanted to or not. The people from Star Town left in a hurry, taking Liu Mo and the others with them. Before they left, they once again mentioned that Fong Ping and the others should go to Star Town when they had time. Qin Fengqing waited for them to leave before suddenly cursing in a low voice, I'll take the blame for this. I think these guys will take me there sooner or later. I don't care, you guys have to accompany me, or else I don't believe these people can bring me back safely. If that happens, I'll die for nothing. He did not trust these people, after entering the catacombs, unless they followed the government's operation, a large-scale operation. Otherwise, even if they were all humans, they should not trust anyone easily. This was something that the instructors had repeatedly repeated before they entered the catacombs. If you had the ability to help someone and there were no repercussions, then you could help them. However, if you did not have the ability, or if it would endanger your own safety, then you must absolutely not help. No one knew if you met someone from an evil sect or if you met a cultivator with evil intentions. Although there weren't many of them, there were definitely some. Human martial artists who could travel alone in the wild of the catacombs were not easy to deal with. Li Hansong said apologetically that, "I'm sorry. If they really want to take you there by force next time, I'll go with them." Li Hansong was still speaking when Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. "Everyone, we'll talk about this later. As for Star Town, there's no need to take anyone there by force now. The key is still Star Town. Should we go there?" "Of course." Qin Fengqin was afraid of being taken away by force earlier, but now he wanted to reap some benefits. Wang Jinyang frowned slightly. "They said that there's still a group of martial artists who have been resurrected. Also, Star Town seems to know a lot about what happened in the past. It's still necessary to understand some of the situation. Even if we want to go, now is not the time. Right now, we're too weak and have no right to speak. If we're not high-ranked, I don't recommend going to Star Town now." Fang Ping nodded. Beside him, Li Hansong whispered, "Have the other 108 generals been resurrected too?" "Fang Ping, do you think it's possible to gather these old brothers together?" Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. "We're close, and we're about the same age. As for the others, we're not very close, at least not in this lifetime. We've never had any dealings either. It's best if you don't come into contact with them easily. Also, it's been so long since what happened in the past. Some things aren't very clear. Whether they're enemies or not, it's hard to say. Therefore, some things shouldn't be revealed to the public. For example, the Heavenly Court. These people might not know anything. Ironhead, do you remember?" At this moment, Fang Ping almost could not hold it in anymore. Damn it, there were so many martial artists who had been resurrected. Star Town knew a lot of things. Previously, he thought that no one knew. He thought that it was just Li Hansong and a few others, so he bragged a little. Now that everyone was gathered together, if it was exposed that he had been lying all this time, it did not seem to be a big deal, right? Could old Wang and the others beat him to death? However, looking at Li Hansong's honest and simple look, Fang Ping felt that when an honest person got angry, he might really beat someone to death. He had lied to him so badly that he believed everything he said. It would be strange if he did not beat him to death. What Heavenly Court? What 108 generals? How could he believe this? Ironhead was really stupid. Fang Ping felt a little helpless. He reminded him again, "Remember, don't easily expose some things, including some things about me and everything that happened in the Tiannan catacombs this time." As he said that, Fang Ping said solemnly, "Maybe, there were traitors back then. Ironhead, I only said this because I trust you. However, once I know that I, the Celestial Emperor, have also been resurrected, you have to understand that I was the leader of those people back then. Killing a leader like me will cause a heavy blow to humanity. Actually, I've always wondered why we were schemed against back then, causing us to fall." Cough, cough. Wang Jinyang coughed softly. "Alright, there's no need to talk about these things anymore. We won't mention it. We don't know anything anyway. Fang Ping, next time, forget it." Old Wang did not want to say anything more, looking at Li Hansong's attentive look and the resentful and vigilant look on his face when he mentioned that there might be traitors. Old Wang felt that this guy was hopeless. As they were talking, Nan Yunue and the others returned. Fang Ping dispersed his mentality shield. Nan Yunue and the others looked at them strangely. These guys were speaking furtively and had even activated their mentality shield. One look and they knew that they were not saying anything good. Fang Ping and the others looked calm and relaxed, as if they had not said anything just now. Nan Yunue did not say much either. She looked at Minister Wang and said, "You communicate with them. I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first." "Okay." After Nan Yunue left, Minister Wang said, "I'm afraid you all have a lot of doubts." Fang Ping chuckled. "Minister, I don't have any doubts. Anyway, I know that you definitely won't harm us. I think that the most important thing now is to solve the 300 billion debt first." Minister Wang's expression was dark. He could not help but curse in a low voice, "Stop talking nonsense. Do you believe that I won't tell Star City that you brats? No, you and Qin Fengqing are full of lies. Not a single word can be taken seriously." Fang Ping looked innocent. Qin Fengqing also looked simple and honest. What are you talking about? What nonsense did we say? Minister Wang looked at the two brats' expressions of ignorance and was speechless. My injuries haven't healed yet. Fang Ping, next time when you get your hands on life essence, lend me 30 to 50 caddies, and I'll consider introducing you to the minister. Fang Ping pretended not to hear him. Stop talking nonsense. If old Zhang did not nod, how could he introduce them? If there were no accidents, old Zhang might meet them. None of the people with the surname Wang were good people. How could they take advantage of the situation and sell favors? Shameless. In the small conference room, Fang Ping and the others met Zhang Tao again. Zhang Tao did not leave. Instead, he had been here all this time. He did not show up when the people from Star Town City came. However, the discussion between Fang Ping and the others could not be hidden from him. It wasn't just the public words they had said before. Zhang Tao swore that he wasn't eavesdropping on their private conversation. He just happened to overhear a few words. At this moment, the look in Zhang Tao's eyes was really weird. Fang Ping. MCMAU Fang Ping. Zhang Tao repeated it over and over again in his heart. What a godly man. He was filled with admiration. To be able to lie to such an extent, if he wasn't a god, then what was? Most importantly, there were actually people who believed it. After looking at Fang Ping, Zhang Tao looked at Li Hansong. That fellow, he could go back and look into it. Of all the experts who had fallen back then, he was probably the most foolish one. There was no need to go too far in trying to distinguish between them. Fang Ping and Zhang Tao felt a little uncomfortable being stared at. When they saw the strange expression on Zhang Tao's face, Fang Ping cursed inwardly. Could it be? Could it be that he heard us? Absolute pinnacle was this strong? Can penetrate my spiritual energy barrier to eavesdrop? No, the summit is so boring. Aren't you embarrassed to eavesdrop on our conversation? Now, he suspected that he was being eavesdropped. Otherwise, why would a supreme expert like Zhang Tao look at them with such an expression? Li Hansong also felt very awkward. Minister Zhang was looking at him with such a strange expression. Pity? Sympathy? Look at a fool. He didn't quite understand. He didn't understand why Minister Zhang looked at him this way. After watching for a while, Zhang Tao suppressed the laughter and pity in his heart and said, let's talk about the youth tournament first. Do you know the purpose of the youth tournament? Fang Ping thought for a while before replying. I heard it's to fight for a place to enter the restricted area. Well, do you know what the Forbidden Zone is? What is a quota? What's the point of entering the Forbidden Zone? Fang Ping shook his head. Nonsense. Why would I listen to your nonsense if I knew? Zhang Tao seemed to understand what he meant. He said with a faint smile, MCMAU specializes in producing troublemakers. It's been like this for so many years. MCMAU had a lot of troublemakers. In front of them was Wu Chuan, behind them was Tian Mu, followed by Li Changxing, and then Fang Ping's group. Thorns had never been broken. However, as they grew older, these troublemakers from MCMAU also became the pillars of Sino Nation. Wu Chuan had become the guardian of the South, Tian Mu had fought for his entire life, and Li Changxing had also embarked on the path of myriad Daos as one in order to increase his battle prowess. The word thorn was not a derogatory term. Zhang Tao liked these troublemakers very much. Otherwise, Tian Mu wouldn't have had the guts to scold him back then. Zhang Tao admired Tian Mu. Of course, Li Zhen was also a little protective, so it wasn't easy to deal with him. Fang Ping smiled sheepishly. I'm not a troublemaker. I'm just someone who specializes in dealing with troublemakers. Zhang Tao ignored him and continued, there is no point in talking about the Forbidden Zone before you obtain a spot. There is no need to know anything too early. When you really get a spot, I'll naturally inform you. The quota to enter the restricted zone was actually related to one's attainment of a high rank. That's an opportunity, a very good opportunity. It can help you quickly materialize your spiritual power, and even forge your golden body. Fang Ping was unmoved. Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong looked indifferent. Only Qin Fengqing was almost drooling. He said hurriedly, Minister, there's such a good thing. Zhang Tao suddenly thought of something. There was a strange look in his eyes as he said that rank 5s aren't qualified to participate in the youth competition. Qin Fengqing was dumbfounded. He didn't count me in. Then, Qin Fengqing said with grief and indignation, Minister, Fang Ping can externalize his spiritual power and forge his golden bones. Iron Head also has half a golden bone, and Old Wang's bone marrow is also mutated. I need this opportunity even more. These three did not have this opportunity, but grandmasters were also in the bag. He was the one who needed it. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. Zhang Tao saw that Fang Ping and the other two did not seem to be too excited. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. This kind of opportunity was exciting even to the people of Stellar Sky City. He did not expect these three to be uninterested. Thinking about it, it seemed to be the case. Now Zhang Tao was a little hesitant. Should he let these people fight for a spot? If they went, the rewards might not be that great. He was still thinking about it when Fang Ping suddenly looked pleasantly surprised. He said, "Minister, if we enter the restricted zone, do we have any agreements with the restricted zone? For example, high ranks are not allowed to attack us or something like that?" Zhang Tao heard that and chuckled. Yes. Really? Of course. Our young talents don't enter the restricted zone to die. If they die, they should die relatively fairly. Actually, this is also a kind of tacit understanding between both sides. You are some people's training stones. Similarly, you also need some training. Zhang Tao said in a low voice, "In the restricted zone, there are many geniuses there. All the geniuses in the 108 territories gather in the restricted zone. The 4 major courts also have countless geniuses." The 4 major courts? Yes, in the restricted zone, there is actually a division of forces. There are a total of 4 major courts. Zhang Tao originally did not plan to say much, but now that he thought about it, he still gave a simple introduction. Monster Life King Court, Monster Plant King Court, Monster Clan Guardian Clan, Myriad Demon King Court. Of course, actually, they don't call themselves that. This is a kind of name and division for us. From these names, you should know what forces they represent. And our enemy is actually not all 4 major courts, but the Monster Plant King and the 2 Guardian Courts. This is the main reason why humans can survive until now and not be conquered. Because these 2 major courts dare not come out in full force and fight to the death with us humans. Especially Monster Life King Court, previously fought with Monster Plant King Court for thousands of years. Both sides used to be mortal enemies. Previously, they have been sitting on top of the mountain and watching the tigers fight. However, everyone is not stupid. The battle is limited to the absolute peak. As long as we do not fight to the death, then no one else will benefit. Unfortunately, as Zhang Tao said that, he shook his head lightly. Unfortunately, in recent years, Monster Life King Court also seems to have the idea of participating in the war. The current situation is not good because of this. Fang Ping asked curiously, "Then, do the 4 major courts have a lot of absolute powerhouses?" After saying that, he said again, "Sino Nation has 14 absolute powerhouses, then how many in the world?" Zhang Tao smiled lightly. "You are only rank 6, there is no need for you to know this, but don't worry too much. When it really comes to a critical moment, we are not really decorations." Not continuing this topic, Zhang Tao said again, "If you can get a place, after entering the restricted zone, your opponents will be these people. Do not underestimate the genius martial artists of the restricted zone. You have a smooth journey in the Outland, invincible in the same rank, but that is because the martial arts environment in the Outland is not good. The geniuses have also left the Outland. The geniuses of the restricted zone are also like the waves of sand, even more cruel than humans. In this kind of elimination screening, those who survive are the true prodigy martial artists. In the past, when human prodigies enter the restricted zone, the death rate is as high as half. The human prodigy I am talking about, don't think that I am talking about the absolute descendants of Star Town." Zhang Tao said softly, "These people you met before, even rank 5s won against rank 6s, I am afraid you have underestimated the true prodigy martial artists of the human race. The central government, the military department, they all have true young powerhouses. These people are not famous, but they have been fighting all over the place. In many catacombs, their figures can be seen, but they are not famous. These people are the mainstream who enter the restricted zone. As for Star Town, actually, before entering the restricted zone, those who are selected will also go through many bloody battles before entering. You know, their foundation is there. As long as they do not lack combat experience, they will not lack anything else. These people are not really useless. Some of Star Town's geniuses are much stronger than you think, especially after entering the restricted zone. Those who survive are all powerhouses. Fang Ping nodded slightly. This was true. If Xianxia and the others were to be properly polished, they would definitely not be weak. Fang Ping was curious about whether these people were still in the restricted zone. Fang Ping asked doubtfully, these martial artists who entered the restricted zone, are they all in the restricted zone now? Some of them are still there, some of them are not. Zhang Tao chuckled. Actually, you have seen some martial artists who have broken through after entering the restricted zone. That Yangqing just now, and the few youths next to him, have all entered the restricted zone before. Fang Ping had actually guessed it too. After thinking for a while, he continued, Minister, what kind of place is that bounded zone? Bounded zone, Zhang Tao murmured in his sleep, saying softly, actually, we do not really understand the bounded zone. However, there are some legends in the restricted zone. It is an ancient ruin left behind after a great war, involving some of the past events of the ancient martial arts era. However, the ancient martial arts era has long ceased to exist. If we really want to trace it back, it is at least 2,000 to 3,000 years ago. No one knows what exactly happened in the past. Even the legendary two kings of the restricted zone do not know about this inside story. Of course, we have also entered some bounded zones before. Through some remnant ruins and information, we have also made some judgments. As they were getting excited, Zhang Tao suddenly laughed. There is no benefit for you to know about this. Let's not talk about it for now. Fang Ping and the others were about to curse. Halfway through, you stopped talking. If you are not a paragon, believe it or not, we will beat you to death. Zhang Tao chuckled. Indeed, there is no benefit in talking about it. These past events are only our own judgments. Those people back then have been completely annihilated. No one knows what exactly happened. Moreover, your strength is weak. You have not reached rank 9, not even paragon. You better not go to the bounded zone anymore. That place is more mysterious and more dangerous than the restricted zone. According to Li Zhen, some places may possibly have some great horrors. The death of the Yang family's paragon here is proof. At the mention of this, Zhang Tao suddenly felt a little unhappy. His gaze was a little cold. Fang Ping seemed to feel it. He whispered, did the Yang family's old ancestor go to the bounded zone privately? Zhang Tao shook his head. Don't ask. Again, your strength is too weak. There is no need for you to know these things. Also, if you really go to Star Town in the future, don't talk nonsense. These people in Star Town are the heroes of humanity. They are also the people we rely on. The necessary respect is necessary. Do not neglect them. However, Star Town actually has its own purpose. The reason why I am telling you all this, Zhang Tao suddenly laughed. Because you are martial arts university students. The previous batch of martial artists who resurrected actually resurrected very early. Some of them were accepted by the sections. Most of them entered Star Town. These people have a different philosophy from us. You guys are different. You resurrected late. Coincidentally, martial arts universities are rising, and you entered martial arts universities. As for martial arts university students, you can also be considered my students. Since you are my students, if you dare to have any improper thoughts, you will be deceiving your masters and ancestors. You will be punished. In short, you can interact with Star Town, but you can't be too close to them. Fang Ping and the others were a little shocked. What did he mean, Star Town was not trustworthy? What a joke. 12 paragon old ancestors, including Li Zhen, that was 13. Zhang Tao also knew that it was not very appropriate to say these things to these little fellows, but he still smiled. Don't be too surprised. I'm not saying that they are bad people. Everyone has their own selfish motives. As for Star Town, how should I put it? Now, the two guardians of the East and North, you know where they come from, right? Being able to take up the position of guardian actually means a lot. There are some things that Star Town does not completely agree on. Of course, our big goal is the same, seeking common ground while reserving differences. This is the foundation, and it is enough. However, the fall of the Yang family's old ancestor was indeed beyond our expectations. You are all elite students of martial arts universities. As for the resurrection, you may or may not care about it. Even if you are a martial artist resurrected, resurrection does not mean that you will become someone else. You are yourselves, and you are also students of martial arts universities. I actually hope that you can find your own path, and not continue walking down the old path. I heard what Fang Ping and Wang Jingyang said earlier. Very good, you have ambition. This is the current generation of martial artists. This is the new generation of martial artists. This is how the current generation of martial artists should be. If not for what they said, you and I might not have the chance to meet again. Zhang Tao said it directly. Because of what they said, Zhang Tao felt that it was worth meeting and talking to them. Although they were only a few rank 6 martial artists, those who could say something like that were either ignorant and fearless, or really had great willpower. How could the current generation of martial arts universities prodigies have such bad temperaments? That was why Zhang Tao felt that he could talk more about what they had said. Perhaps there was not enough time, but there should always be hope for the future. Zhang Tao had just praised them when Fang Ping suddenly said, "Instructor, can you teach us some powerful combat techniques or something? Or something that can quickly increase our combat strength." "Instructor, I heard that the paragons are moving big mines to their homes. Can you move one for us too?" The last sentence was said by Qin Fengqing. Both of them were climbing up the pole. "Since you said you were their instructor, then you were their instructor." Suddenly, they had a paragon's instructor. How exciting! Zhang Tao was silent for a moment, then said suddenly, "Anyway, I've fought for the opportunity for you. You just have to work hard." "Alright, I still have something to do, instructor." Fang Ping's face was full of longing. He said hurriedly, "Instructor, if I encounter some trouble in the future, such as a paragon's enemy, can I use your name?" Zhang Tao's face was blank. "I was just saying that. There were so many students in martial arts universities every year. After so many years, his students were all over the world. You're really climbing up the pole. Moreover, you're a rank 6 martial artist. If you say you've encountered a paragon's enemy, do you even have a chance to speak?" Zhang Tao suddenly did not want to say anything more. He smiled and said, "You guys go back and wait for the notice. Enter the higher ranks as soon as possible. Instructor, about my 300 billion, someone will contact you later. Also, it's only 160 billion. Zhang Tao smiled faintly. It was good to be a prick, but it was not good if the prick doubled the amount. Without waiting for them to speak, Zhang Tao's figure had already disappeared without a trace. Fang Ping and the rest did not notice how he had left at all. As soon as he left, Qin Fengqing could not help but say, "So stingy." Wang Jinyang hesitated for a moment and said, "The bounded boundaries, they." Fang Ping pressed his hands together and said calmly, "No need to look into it." This time, old Wang looked at him with uncertainty. Right now, he was a little dizzy. Zhang Tao and the rest did not seem to know much about the bounded boundaries. However, Li Hansong almost went in. No, he had already gone in. Logically speaking, if there were many resurrected martial artists, someone should have gone in, right? Or could it be that those people had never been to the bounded boundaries, so they did not know anything at all? If Li Hansong had not gone this time, Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang might not have known that the bounded boundaries and resurrected martial artists seemed to be related. Thinking was just thinking. Wang Jinyang knew that there were many powerhouses here, and some things could not be said. Fang Ping did not continue talking about this. Instead, he asked curiously, "Minister Zhang said that Polaris has its own purpose. What do you think their purpose is?" "Who knows? These paragons are very mysterious." Qin Fengqing said disapprovingly, "We can't rely on anyone but ourselves. In the eyes of these paragons, we are all dispensable existences. A few more won't make a difference, and a few less won't make a difference." What he said might not be true. Maybe he said it on purpose. In my opinion, maybe those paragons beat him up in the past, and now he's saying it on purpose. Naughty. Before he finished speaking, Qin Fengqing sank into the ground with a crack. Even his head could not be seen. Fang Ping was speechless. Zhang Tao really knew how to play, he was even eavesdropping, a dignified paragon powerhouse, a true legend, was so bored. What Zhang Tao said, what he said, Fang Ping turned his head and stopped thinking about it. Strength was king, without the strength, knowing was useless. This time, he had a deep understanding, entering the catacombs, other than hiding and gambling, there was nothing he could do. As long as he was strong, even if he did not investigate, someone would tell him everything. He could not be bothered to dig deeper into some secrets. As for the youth martial arts competition and entering the restricted area, these things had to wait. His 3 gates were not sealed. Even if he had good stuff, he could not close all 3 gates in one night and achieve high ranks. Coming out of the conference room, the 4 became 3. Qin Fengqing could not come out, and Fang Ping and the others did not have the ability to get him out. It was good to let that guy have some peace. Fang Ping said as he walked, "Iron Head, Old Wang, stay a few more days in MCMAU and cultivate together. Maybe you can help us close our 3 gates quickly." Wang Jinyang knew what he meant. He nodded and said, "Okay, but I have to go back to NMAU first." "I have to go back too." Fang Ping nodded. At this time, Wang Jinyang was silent for a moment, then said, "My teacher." Minister South helped to take a look. His mentality is indeed injured. I don't know if life essence is useful. Fang Ping, if it's possible, lend me some. How much? 5. 3 caddies. Speaking of this, old Wang was a little embarrassed. He did not want to borrow it by caddies, but he was worried that it would not be effective at all if it was too little. Fang Ping did not hesitate, nodding and saying, 5 caddies it is. There's no harm in trying. Right, has the other person's identity been confirmed? Yes, Deputy Governor Chen of Tiannan. We don't have to worry about him anymore. Wang Jinyang said, he's the government's deputy governor. The government may not be able to help him recover his mentality, but it's possible to keep him awake. As Minister Zhang said, everyone has their own selfish motives. I can only care about my teacher now. Deputy Governor Chen might be a hero, but they were not familiar with him. They did not have that much life essence to save people. Zhang Qingnan was Wang Jinyang's instructor. If it was not him, but another rank 6 powerhouse from NMAU, Wang Jinyang would not have asked. Borrowing life essence by caddies. Did they really think that this thing was free? Fang Ping did not mention saving the other person. He did not have much life essence, and it was very useful. Old Manly needed it, he needed it, and people close to him like Qin Yaoting also needed it. Even if there was more, MCMAU still had many disabled teachers. Fang Ping would not give it to an outsider even if he gave it to them. Selfless, but it depended on who he was dealing with. Did Star City not have life essence? Yes. However, they would not be willing to use it to save an outsider. 90 caddies. That's not much. I'll give Old Wang 5 caddies. As for the remaining 85 caddies, Old Chen will give some. Old Manly's vitality is depleting fast. I'll give him at least 10 to 20 caddies. I'll keep some for myself to save my life in the future. Minister Wang's injuries seem to be quite serious. Should I lend him some? Fang Ping calculated in his heart. He had already thought about it. Some of MCMAU's disabled teachers had to be saved sooner or later. He had gained a lot from this trip to the Tiannan catacombs. Fang Ping had also set his sights on Skygate City. Skygate City was about to move, and it had already begun. He had to make a trip there as soon as possible and think of a way to rob Skygate City. He could not let them escape. When the time came, the more powerhouses there were, the better. Skygate City and MCMAU really had a blood feud. For so many years, MCMAU had lost countless instructors and students in battle. Almost all of them died at the hands of Skygate City's people. Other catacombs martial artists could be ignored, but Skygate City's side should be wiped out. As for killing Skygate City's martial artists, they could only rely on MCMAU's own people. After the battle in Tiannan, the government was probably preparing to recuperate. There was not much hope of relying on the government for support. Only MCMAU could be the main force to wipe out the other party. Previously, Fang Ping had thought of a small fight, killing some people and seizing some life essence. Now, Fang Ping wanted to go straight to the bottom. Since Royal City could not be destroyed, then he would take this opportunity to rob the giant mine. Fang Ping had even thought of a scapegoat. Jiao, didn't that fellow go to Hope City to look for him last time? Very good, it would be the scapegoat. This fellow had a criminal record. Fang Ping felt that it would not be difficult to frame it. It's difficult for a school to suppress a catacomb, but it shouldn't be difficult to suppress a city, right? If Old Wu breaks through, Old Manly, spending more life essence to sustain a battle shouldn't be a problem, right? Hold back 2 rank 9s, call Old Chen or Senior Tian to hold back the rank 8. As for the other rank 7s, MCMAU is enough to kill them. Fang Ping thought about it and calculated in his heart. When the time came, it would be MCMAU's own people fighting, and there would be no need to split the spoils. They would all be his. If he called others, he would have to split the spoils with them. That would not be good. The government owes me money. I should get a treasure that can increase mentality. This thing is the most precious to me, even more precious than life essence. On Fang Ping's side, life essence was not too rare. However, after so many times, he had never seen a treasure that could increase mentality. Until now, he only knew that Monster Sunflower City's sunflower seeds could greatly increase mentality. It was a pity that he did not have the chance to seize them. Also, if MCMAU's few peak rank 16s had these, they might be able to achieve rank 7 quickly and achieve rank 7 himself. Today, there were still many divine weapons and monster corpses. They were armed to the extreme, then MCMAU would really be strong. If he was strong alone, it would not be as good as everyone being awesome. He did not even need to do anything in a fight. He could let them fight in the front while he dug directly from the back. How cool would that be? Fang Ping thought about it happily. The smile on his face was bright. That night, the Green Brilliance Mountain maintained absolute silence. With a paragon keeping watch here, in addition to wiping out more than half of Tiannan's catacombs rank 9s, at this very moment, the area around Green Brilliance Mountain was incomparably safe. The next day, May 1st, Fang Ping walked out of the room and suddenly said with a sigh, Labor Day. Is it a holiday today? Wu Quishan and the others who had just walked out of the room were in a state of confusion. Is this something you should be thinking about? No. Was this something a martial artist would consider? For people like them, there was no such thing as a holiday. It was fine when he was weak, but when he was strong, didn't you see Ju Wu guarding Mount Imperial Sea for hundreds of years? Fang Ping did not care about this. He looked around. At this moment, Qin Fengqing walked over with a sad look on her face, dragging her long hair. She mumbled, Why? Why do you always bully me? Qin Yaoting was like this, Zhang Tao was like this. It was even more so for Fang Ping and the others, the sorrow of the weak. But if so many people don't bully you, why do you always bully me? He was pressed underground for another night. Didn't he just say a few words of truth? How could someone at the apex be so narrow-minded? Qin Fengqing was indignant. He was crying in his heart, speechless. This revenge could not be avenged. He still had a little bit of confidence in defeating Qin Yaoting. Screw Zhang Tao, unless he could pick up an end grass demon plant the next time he went down to the catacombs. Its life essence could be drunk like water, and it would bear fruits that could instantly increase his mentality. At the same time, he would also be able to forge his golden body and seal the Xianxia divine fruit. In this way, he was confident that he could defeat Zhang Tao. Otherwise, don't count on it. Fang Ping and the others ignored him. Fang Ping looked around for a while and said curiously, I think I saw Old Manly just now. Did you guys see him? Wu Quishan was not surprised at all. He said casually, I saw it. It's really him? Fang Ping was stunned. He could not help but ask, what's Old Manly doing here? Wu Quishan raised his brows slightly. He could not help but say in a muffled voice, change the way you address me. *CK, have some manners, I really want to beat you to death, giving him random nicknames, Big Lion, Old Manly, what did they call him behind his back, Old Wu? White-haired old man? Or something else? Fang Ping chuckled. It's nothing. Old Manly, come out quickly. I have something good for you. Before he finished speaking, Old Manly appeared in front of everyone in a flash. Old Manly said excitedly, "Kid, you have a rank 9 god sword, right?" When I heard the news, I flew 3,000 miles in one night. Old Manly was really excited. He really could not hold it in. When these people came out yesterday, Fong Ping did not inform him, but he had been paying attention to the situation here. He was also an informant. When he found out that Fong Ping had a rank 9 divine sword, he really flew thousands of miles and rushed here overnight. Fong Ping smiled. "That's all." "What?" Old Manly screamed. Beside him, Lu Fengru said with an unfriendly look, "Li Chongqing, godly sword has nothing to do with you, right? What are you doing here?" Old Manly said righteously, "What do you know? I've thought it through. I'll be this kid's protector in the future. A protector must be strong, of course. You're no good, a puny rank 7. Are you scared out of your wits this time?" Lu Fengru's expression was extremely ugly. "I wasn't scared out of my wits, I didn't follow them at all. If I did, I would probably die. Just by listening to them, I knew how unruly these kids were." She glared at Li Chongqing with a black face. Ever since this guy went to the catacombs and recovered his golden body, he was no longer the honest and low-key Li Chongqing. Although he was arrogant in the past, his ability was average. His arrogance was only aimed at middle ranks. Now, a rank 7 had become a puny rank 7. Lu Fengru's face was black and she said nothing. Beside her, Wu Quishan said with a faint smile, "Chongqing, is myriad Dao unification really that powerful? If you have time, you and I can learn from each other? How dare you bully my wife, you must be tired of living." Old Manly could not be bothered with him. "Do you think I'm afraid of you? I'm afraid I'll beat you to death." These people were each more arrogant than the other. Fong Ping listened and did not interrupt. When they were almost done talking, he said, "My idea is to use the rank 9 god sword to exchange for that rank 9 monster. Old Manly, it's better to forge a divine weapon yourself. I just don't know if they'll make the exchange." When he said that, Wu Quishan was a little surprised by his idea, but he quickly nodded and said, "This is indeed a good idea. If the divine weapon is forged by oneself, it'll be more in line with one's requirements and easier to nurture. As for the current rank 9 god sword, the government should be willing to exchange it, but I'm afraid they'll have to add some conditions." Fong Ping said indifferently, "They still owe me 160 billion. If that doesn't work, then I'll deduct some in the middle." "Forget it, Vice Chancellor. Do you think if I give them the rank 7 tree monster's corpse and the rank 9 divine weapon, can I exchange it for the rank 9 monster's corpse? It's not a big problem." Wu Quishan thought for a moment and said with a smile, "For a rank 9 monster to forge a divine weapon, it actually only needs the heart core, brain core, and bones. The flesh and blood are not needed, but some other supplementary materials are needed. MCMAU can pay for them. As for the rank 9 monster's flesh and blood, Fong Ping, last time you used MCMAU's rank 8 monster's blood, this can be used to repay the debt." In the past, they had agreed to let this kid carry a rank 8 monster back. It had only been a few days, and he had carried a rank 9 monster back. Rank 9 monster's flesh and blood, even to people like him, was good stuff. Of course, they did not need it much. However, if they gave some to middle-ranked martial artists, the effect would definitely be amazing. They could even think of ways to extract some imperishable substances. Old Manly was also extremely excited. He nodded hurriedly and said, "Hurry up and exchange, hurry up and exchange." Forging his own rank 9 divine weapon was more in line with his wishes than a ready-made one. It was simply too awesome. A divine weapon came from the sky while he was sitting at home. Just as he was feeling excited, Fong Ping suddenly said with some hesitation, "Old Manly, you already owe me trillions. Even if you sell yourself, you won't be able to pay it back. Let me think about it." Old Manly's expression froze. There was no way he could respond. Beside him, Lu Fengru coughed softly and said, "Fong Ping, instructor, what's the matter?" "That." Lu Fengru continued to cough dryly. After she was done, she said, "I'll return that rank 7 divine weapon to you. I don't want the rank 8 one either. That rank 7 monster's corpse of yours. Can you lend it to me?" She did not want the rank 8 divine weapon anymore. she did not want to use a rank 7 broadsword either. When Fang Ping said that, she remembered that Fang Ping still had a complete rank 7 monster's corpse. It could be used to forge the divine weapon that she wanted. The one that was most suitable for her was the best. A rank 7 divine weapon was suitable for her. She could also unleash extremely strong powers. She did not really like the rank 7 saber from before. Unlike Big Lion, when his mentality materialized, he directly melted that divine weapon and turned it into his own boxing glove. Fang Ping thought for a while and said, "Instructor, even if this corpse is worth 10 billion, then you still owe me 12 billion, Lu Fengger's face darkened. She gritted her teeth and said, "Right, an IOU." Fang Ping chuckled and said, "That's fine too. In that case, I still have a rank 8 saber, a rank 7 saber, and a rank 7 axe. I don't think there's much use for having so many divine weapons." At this time, a few grandmasters passed by not far away. When they heard this, they fled in shame. They did not have the face to speak or greet him. He had so many divine weapons that he could not finish using. What else could they say? Fang Ping did not care about this. He continued to lament, "Vice-Chancellor owes me 50 billion. Old Man Li can count it as 1 trillion. Instructor, you also owe me 12 billion. Instructor Tang can also count it as 12 billion. Old Lu and Dean Huang can also be counted. Dean Huang was killed by herself. Forget it, Old Lu owes me 10 billion. Fang Ping calculated and shook his head. I don't know if MCMAU selling it to me will be enough to pay off the debt. Having said that, Fang Ping announced loudly, MCMAU is bankrupt. Insolvent, the grandmasters did not know whether to laugh or cry. If these debts were counted as public debts, MCMAU would really be bankrupt. And the creditor was this kid in front of them. Even Wu Kushan felt a little bored. He was the vice-chancellor, but during his tenure, MCMAU had gone bankrupt. That was a bitter taste in his mouth. After joking for a while, Fang Ping found Nan Yunyue, who was still busy. Hearing that Fang Ping wanted to exchange divine weapons and rank 7 monster plant corpses for rank 9 monster beast corpses, Nan Yunyue pondered for a moment and said, rank 9 divine weapons can also be modified to suit yourself. However, if you want to exchange for the monster beast corpses, you can also forge it yourself. But, you need to add something. Add more? Fang Ping was a little gloomy. She ate people without spitting out the bones. Add how much? City Lord rose, I'm not exchanging. Ironwood skeleton then. Nan Yunyue changed her words immediately. The skeleton of a rank 9 powerhouse also had great research value. Not only did it have research value, but the Ironwood's heart and brain were actually still there. Humans, whether it was the catacombs or earthlings, the heart and brain could not be used to forge divine weapons. No one knew why. However, there were many uses for it. For example, building a pressure chamber, letting some rank 8 powerhouses analyze their energy composition, or even using it as a small energy mine. These were all possible. Fang Ping frowned slightly. This thing was not counted as money. Could the value of the monster beast corpses in exchange surpass the total value of the divine sword and tree monster corpses? If it exceeded that, then it could be counted as wealth. Thinking of this, Fang Ping asked, how much is the rank 9 monster corpse worth? This is priceless. Before Nan Yunyue could finish speaking, Fang Ping hurriedly interjected, I know that these cannot be bought with money. What I mean is that there has to be a standard for judging, right? Otherwise, when everyone forged a rank 9 divine weapon, could it be that everyone hunted rank 9 monsters themselves? More than 120 billion. Fang Ping calculated. A rank 9 divine weapon added 100 billion to his wealth. The tree monster corpse was not much, only 5 to 6 billion. If that was the case, the ironwood carcass would probably be able to increase his wealth by 10 to 20 billion. However, it was better than nothing. Fang Ping nodded and said, all right, then I'll exchange. Nan Yunyue did not hesitate. This exchange was not a loss for the government. Not only was it not a loss, but it was also a profit. This kid Fang Ping was rich and overbearing. There were many things that he could not use, so it was not a big deal to take advantage of him. Soon, under the envious gazes of countless grandmasters, Old Man Li carried an incomparably huge monster corpse. so excited that he was about to go crazy. The rank 9 monster corpse was in his hands, he could forge his own rank 9 longevity sword, and it was the kind that was tailor-made. After all, the rank 9 divine weapons that some rank 9 powerhouses used were actually inherited. How could they have the habit of forging and using something that was inherited by themselves? Aside. CCMAU's old vice-chancellor's eyes were red, no, green. Wu Quishan has a rank 9 divine weapon, tailor-made. Li Chongqing has one too. Mekmao. Mekmao. The old man muttered a few words, then looked at Li Hansong beside him and said in a complicated tone, Hansong, learn to be smarter next time. It's all the same risk, your gains. Li Hansong chuckled and said, it's not a small amount, Vice-Chancellor. I earned 6 billion this time. The old Vice-Chancellor was speechless. He had never earned so much before. Beside him, Su Zhan's expression was also complicated. Li Chongqing was getting stronger and stronger. Now, he could really crush him with one finger. Thinking of this, Su Zhan suddenly gritted his teeth and said, Vice-Chancellor, this time when I go back, I want to go to Mount Imperial Sea to train. The old Vice-Chancellor did not utter a word and ignored him. He looked at Li Hansong again and said, your strength is still too low, but you've finally entered rank 6. When you go back this time, you'll be considered to have graduated. Hansong, what are your plans for the future? Li Hansong was a little hesitant. The old Vice-Chancellor looked at him for a while and suddenly said, go to MCMAU and be an instructor. Ah? Li Hansong was stunned, Su Zhan was stunned too. The old Vice-Chancellor chuckled and said, go to MCMAU and be an instructor. That place suits you better. Hansong, in CCMAU, you don't have that many opportunities, and you don't have that many like-minded comrades. CCMAU seeks stability. The you in the past was suitable for CCMAU. But now, you bunch of young people have let go of yourselves. CCMAU is no longer suitable for you, and we can't provide you with such a platform. Vice-Chancellor. Li Hansong looked conflicted and then said, I'm not going, I'm staying in CCMAU, silly child. The old Vice-Chancellor said softly, if you go to MCMAU, you'll actually be taking advantage of MCMAU, helping CCMAU to weaken their strength and consume their resources. When you've reached rank 8 or 9, you'll return to CCMAU. When that time comes, I'm afraid you won't come back. Li Hansong's face was blank. Was this how the accounts were calculated? Su Zhan also looked at the old Vice-Chancellor strangely, high, really high. If Li Hansong had really made it to rank 8 or 9 in MCMAU before coming back and getting his hands on a rank 9 divine weapon, then that would be amazing. The old Vice-Chancellor revealed a mysterious smile, but he sighed in his heart. By then, you won't be able to come back either. He was a good seedling. Unfortunately, CCMAU could not provide any more help. On the contrary, MCMAU was getting better and better. Now, people like Wu Quishan and Li Chongqing's combat strength had soared. Wu Quishan studied Rose City Lord's corpse carefully. There was still hope for him to achieve rank 9. Only with this kind of power could a prodigy like Li Hansong grow better. MCMAU's Fang Ping also treated Li Hansong differently. If Li Hansong had gone to other places or stayed in CCMAU, he would not have had this kind of opportunity. Students had graduated and grown up. In the end, they still had to walk their own path. The old Vice-Chancellor's feelings were complicated. Li Hansong, on the other hand, began to consider. The Vice-Chancellor's words made a lot of sense. Actually, he still wanted to stay in CCMAU. CCMAU had spared no effort in cultivating him. The instructors treated him well. Su Zhan, a Grandmaster powerhouse, had almost replaced his previous role as an instructor in the later stages. When he was in his 3rd year, it was always Su Zhan who taught him step by step. Now, CCMAU was weak and MCMAU was prosperous. He was also one of the few signboards that CCMAU could still use. However, when he thought of going to MCMAU, it would be more convenient for him to go to the catacombs with Fang Ping, find his home, and find his old brothers. Li Hansong felt that it was still worth considering. Fang Ping did not know about CCMAU's decision. Right now, Fang Ping was forcing Old Man Li to write an IOU. Li Chongqing was sullen and helpless. Writing an IOU. Was it necessary? It was obvious that he could not pay it back. helpless as he was, Old Man Li still wrote an IOU. 1 trillion, Fang Ping rounded it up for him, saying that he would waive a few hundred billion. These words made everyone break down. At this time, Fang Ping had so many IOUs on him that he could not remember them all. After exchanging them for this rank 9 monster, Fang Ping's wealth had indeed increased. Wealth, 500 billion, convert, vitality, 7,700 calories, 7,800 calories, mentality, 920 Hz, 940 Hz, bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%, storage space, 100 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 10,000 wealth/minute, plus, aura simulation, 100,000 wealth/minute, plus, 500 billion, a complete rank 9 monster's carcass was indeed worth more than 120 billion. This was the value given by the system, which was slightly more expensive than a divine weapon. In other words, Taimu's carcass was sold by Fang Ping at 15 billion. Now, there were still a lot of debts that had not been paid back. Fang Ping was in an extremely good mood. This time going to the catacombs, he had really earned a lot. As for Wu Kuishan, when Fang Ping asked him to use his divine weapon to pay off the debt, old Wu almost glared him to death, refusing no matter what. This made Fang Ping very helpless. He had already said that he could rent it to him again, but Wu Kuishan refused to do so. His expression was as if saying that Fang Ping should just kill him, which made Fang Ping very depressed. Of course, he could understand. Old Wu was maintaining his last bit of dignity. MCMAU's surname was almost Fang. His own life had been saved by the other party. He had nothing now, only a rank 9 divine weapon that barely belonged to him. If he mortgaged it to Fang Ping, he, the vice-chancellor, would soon become a big joke. Moreover, in his opinion, Fang Ping's mortgaging and renting it was an unnecessary move. Fang Ping could not say it out loud. If Wu Kuishan did not agree, he could not do anything. Sighing, Fang Ping was not in a hurry. Right now, 50 billion more or 50 billion less made no difference. When his wealth reached 950 billion, if old Wu did not mortgage it to him, he would ask Old Man Li to beat him up. Amidst the noise, Li Zhen arrived at noon. Li Zhen did not stay in the catacombs for long. The North Lake catacombs did not have an absolute powerhouse guarding it. However, in the West Sea catacombs in the 12 southern territories, there was an absolute powerhouse at Mount Royal Sea. Usually, Li Zhen was not in charge of guarding Mount Royal Sea. Now that the matter in Tiannan was over, he did not have to worry too much when he came out. The main purpose of the absolute powerhouse was to prevent the catacombs from suddenly creating chaos, like what happened in the Tiannan catacombs 2 years ago. As for the Forbidden Zone absolute powerhouse opposite, these people would not attack the martial artists who killed people without permission. Moreover, those absolute powerhouses would not stay near Mount Royal Sea for long. They had their own territories in the royal court and usually did not come to the outer territories. The first thing Li Zhen did when he arrived was not to celebrate. Instead, he and Zhang Tao organized a memorial service for the grandmasters who died in battle. 2 absolute powerhouses, dozens of grandmasters, thousands of military martial artists, there were not too many people. The memorial service was also extremely simple. However, this sort of memorial service was truly shocking. It also made the crowd feel even more sorrowful. At least, Fang Ping felt sad. Absolute powerhouses are stronger than I expected. Maybe they can destroy a catacomb single-handedly. But they don't dare to, they can't. Li Zhen and Zhang Tao, how are they feeling right now? In the crowd, Fang Ping looked at the silent Li Zhen and Zhang Tao, suddenly distracted. Was it indifferent, or was it anger and indignation? Their strength was unparalleled, but they could only watch these grandmasters die. Some of these people were even the disciples and relatives of the absolute powerhouses. At least as far as Fang Ping knew, Zhang Tao had children who died in the catacombs. Li Zhen, he was not sure, but he seemed to have one too. An absolute powerhouse, the guardian of mankind, a supreme powerhouse. When their children died in battle in the catacombs, perhaps they were outside, watching the scene unfold from Mount Royal Sea, watching them die. What did these people think? Because we are too weak. Because we are struggling to survive in the cracks. Blowing up the royal city, killing a rank 9. The individual gains may be great, but it is of no help to the situation of humanity as a whole. Strength is the true foundation, the absolute powerhouse. No, absolute peak can only watch helplessly as his loved ones die. No matter what they think, I can't stand all of this. I can't stand watching helplessly as my family and friends die in front of me. I have the ability to save them, but I can't. Fang Ping had gained a lot from the Tiannan catacombs trip, but he was more eager to improve his strength. He used to think that he was very, very strong now that he had reached rank 6. He was the prodigy of the generation, and he was not too far away from becoming a grandmaster. However, Fang Ping knew in his heart what he had done in this catacombs trip from beginning to end. If it were not for those grandmasters leading the powerhouses away, even if he restrained his aura, did he think he could enter Rose City? If it were not for the people of Star Town, Rose King and the others would fight each other. Would it be his turn, a rank 6, to take advantage of them? If he had the strength, he would kill these people directly. That would be his real strength. He did not have to walk on thin ice, he did not have to calculate so much. He could just push his way through. That was his confidence. Once all the human powerhouses died in battle, how many people could Fang Ping protect by restraining his aura and changing his aura? Today, it was these unfamiliar powerhouses who died here. What if it was someone he knew the next day? Why did Old Manly take the path of 10,000 Daos as one? As he thought about it, Fang Ping was a little distracted. In front of the crowd, the two absolute powerhouses seemed to be distracted too. More than 20 Grandmaster powerhouses had died in one battle. When would such days come to an end? Li Zhen thought of something and suddenly said in a low voice, "There will be a day of reckoning. I, Li Zhen, will only fight in this lifetime." Zhang Tao's expression was calm. After a long time, he said, "Don't leave this disaster to the future generations. Let us end everything. Victory!" At this moment, the two absolute powerhouses roared loudly, the amount of anger, the amount of unwillingness, grief, and indignation. Let the war end in their generation. Let the future generations no longer have to bear the blood and tears. They will only fight in this lifetime. Victory! The memorial service was also the venue of the celebration banquet. What the Grandmasters meant was that they should celebrate with their dead comrades. The so-called celebration banquet was an unlimited supply of alcohol, a mountain of aged wine. There were no dishes, only drinks. They would not stop until they were drunk. Martial artists were hard to get drunk. When one reached a high rank, there was no such thing as getting drunk. No matter how strong the alcohol was, even if one did not circulate or care about it, the semi-energy converted internal organs would dissolve in an instant. It was not the alcohol that intoxicated them, but they were intoxicated. The Grandmasters might still be clear-headed, but everyone was drunk. Some were so drunk that they let go of their inhibitions and wailed loudly. Some were so drunk that they sang loudly like a wolf howling. Drunkenness was a way to vent and a good excuse to cause trouble. Some were drunk because they were venting. Some were drunk because they wanted to cause trouble. A man with waist-length hair grabbed Fang Ping's collar and questioned him, using his drunkenness as an excuse. "Tell me, how many good things did you hide?" Fang Ping looked at him calmly. After a while, he said, "You're drunk?" "Yes. I'm drunk." "You're not sober anymore?" "Yes, I don't remember anything when I wake up." "Tell me first, how many good things did you hide?" Bang! Fang Ping punched him in the eye and said with a grin, "Since you're drunk and don't remember anything when you wake up, you definitely won't remember being beaten up, right? If you still remember, then you provoked a martial artist of a higher rank than you. You did it knowingly, so you should be beaten up even more." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping punched him again. In the end, Qin Fengqing screamed and fled in a panic. He was only curious about how many good things Fang Ping had hidden. This bastard did not follow the script and started beating him up in front of so many Grandmasters. He was too inhumane. Old Manly, who had beaten Qin Fengqing up and made it to the celebration banquet, also came over. He squinted his eyes and smiled. "Kid, tell me, how much did you hide?" Others might not know, but he knew that this kid Fang Ping had a storage ring. Knowing this kid's personality, he would not reveal everything. Fang Ping smiled and raised his chin at the two peerless powerhouses not far away. His ears twitched. Old Manly understood and chuckled. We'll talk when we get back. These people were drinking and partying. Not far away, Li Zhan and Zhang Tao were also drinking, slowly savoring the tasteless wine. After drinking for a while, Zhang Tao said, Wu Quishan has a chance of reaching rank 9. Do you want to give him a hand? Xing Kaiwan died in battle. Before that, he had been stationed in Donglin's catacombs. Right now, Wu Chuan is temporarily holding the fort, but we can't let Wu Chuan keep watch over there. Let Elder Fan go to Donglin, and Wu Kuei is on top of the mountain. Just a little more, Rose City Lord's corpse is in his hands. Let's join forces and extract Rose City Lord's origin energy to help him evolve a 9th stage Dao. What do you think? Origin not destroyed? It's not destroyed. Hearing this, Li Zhen said doubtfully, that's rare. In that case, there might be hope. However, there's no need for me to take action, right? Zhang Tao chuckled and said, isn't it easier with 2 people? Li Zhen could not help but laugh. He nodded slightly and said, then let's do it once. However, it might not succeed. Let's give it a try. We'll just put in some effort. Rose City Lord's corpse isn't ours anyway. Ha ha ha, Li Zhen could not help but laugh. A few people from the military department not far away were surprised. They did not expect Commander Li to laugh so happily. Martial artists never procrastinated when they did things. Very soon, the military department's deputy commander Li Daong walked over. He nodded at Old Man Li first, then looked at Wu Quishan and said, the commander and Minister Zhang have gone to the rest area. They asked me to ask if Vice-Chancellor Wu is interested in watching a rank 9 Dao evolution. Wu Quishan's expression changed. He said with slight surprise, the commander and the minister want to perform a Dao evolution for me? Yes, it's a good opportunity. If Vice-Chancellor Wu is interested, bring Rose City Lord's corpse along. The commander and the rest will be leaving tonight. Alright, I understand. Li Daong did not linger. He left quickly too. After he left, Old Man Li asked curiously, Old Wu, what Dao evolution? Wu Quishan wanted to laugh, but he held it in. He glanced at Fang Ping who was still in a daze. After thinking for a while, Wu Quishan said, the breakthrough from rank 8 to rank 9 is mainly due to the lack of understanding of the Dao path. Rank 9 martial artists all start to walk their own Dao path. Of course, it's just a shallow analysis of the Dao path in the beginning. However, everyone has their own Dao path. Rank 8 martial artists actually don't have any clue how to go. At this time, even if there's a rank 9 martial artist or even a paragon martial artist who can tell you how to go, it's useless to rely on words when you've reached this stage of the Dao path. If there's a rank 9 or a paragon martial artist who's willing to perform a Dao evolution for you, then you'll more or less have some realization. Fang Ping was confused. He coughed dryly and said, Vice-Chancellor, just say it. Do you want Rose City Lord's corpse? Wu Quishan did not know how to answer, but he still nodded and said, living rank 9 and paragon martial artists can also perform their own Dao paths for others. However, under normal circumstances, these powerhouses won't do this unless they're faced with the danger of dying. This kind of evolution will consume a lot of martial arts origin energy. Origin energy? Fang Ping was a little confused. This was a new term. He had never heard of it before. Wu Quishan seemed to be contemplating how to explain it. After a while, he said, actually, it's a kind of rank 9 martial artist's understanding and knowledge of martial arts. I only found out about this recently. You also know that the people in Star Town have been thinking of ways to take back the Yang family's old ancestor's corpse for this kind of martial arts origin. This kind of origin energy, you can think of it as a complete Dao path that a martial artist has gone through, from when he was weak to when he was strong. But this kind of evolution. Let's put it this way. It's cutting and not copying. Fang Ping shook his head and said, what you mean is that when martial artists perform this kind of martial arts for others, they themselves will lose this kind of martial arts knowledge reserve? Yes. Wu Quishan nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you understand. When one's martial arts cultivation had reached this stage, some things were very difficult to describe with words alone. So Rose City Lord has this kind of martial arts knowledge reserve, but after you've used it, it'll be cut into a blank document? Cough, cough, cough. You can understand it that way. Then Rose City Lord's corpse is gone? It's still there, but it's just a corpse. On the surface, it doesn't look like it's missing anything. As he said that, Wu Kuxian added, of course, there might be some unforeseen events. For example, the shattering of the heart and brain is also possible. In short, after this evolution, Rose City Lord's corpse will be similar to Taimu's corpse. Nowadays, it was extremely rare to see Rose City Lord's corpse in a complete state. However, if it was like Taimu, with only his remains left, then it would be nothing. Wu Kuxian and the others did not have any objections when Fang Ping traded this to the government as a bonus. It showed that Taimu's corpse was indeed not very useful. Fang Ping thought for a while and said, if you can evolve this kind of martial arts origin, can you enter rank 9? It's not that simple. Rose City Lord's martial arts path is not my martial arts path. I can only say that I will have a clear understanding of rank 9, and not the vague and ignorant one I have now. Do you understand? Understood. Fang Ping nodded. With an understanding, he would have a direction. If he had given him the general direction, he would at least know where to go. Right now, Wu Kuxian was still at a stage where he did not know where to go. If he had to explore it himself, it might take a very, very long time. Although Rose City Lord's path was not his path, martial arts were different paths that led to the same destination. They were all for greater strength. Martial arts was to pursue strength, and nothing else. Thinking of this, Fang Ping did not waste any time. He took out the paper and pen that he carried with him and started writing. Wu Kuxian smiled bitterly. Beside him, the other MCMAU grandmasters were also shaking their heads. This kid might as well stop practicing martial arts. He might as well open a loan shark company in the future. Soon, Fang Ping handed over the paper and pen, saying, Vice-Chancellor, my request is not high. 50 billion. Including the previous one, it's exactly 100 billion. It's roughly equivalent to the price of your divine weapon. This way, you still have the capital to repay the money. Fang Ping had calculated it clearly. 100 billion. This was roughly the price of a rank 9 divine weapon. Of course, there were high and low rank 9 divine weapons. However, rank 9 divine weapons condensed by outsiders were not suitable for everyone. This was the price. Old Wu still had the capital to repay the money. He could mortgage all the divine weapons later, just enough to repay the debt. Like a thief, Wu Kuxian looked around. Seeing that no one seemed to be paying attention, he hurriedly took the paper and pen and started writing. Soon, the signature was signed. Fang Ping kept the IOU in satisfaction, chuckling. Vice-Chancellor, Rose City Lord's corpse belongs to you. No, the martial arts origin belongs to you. The rest is still mine. Remember to repay me as soon as possible. Wu Kuxian did not know whether to laugh or cry. Beside him, Old Manly said hurriedly, Come, let's go take a look. I really don't know how to walk the path of rank 9. But I'm one with 10,000 Dao. I'm walking the path of breaking all techniques with one force. I wonder if there's a big difference? Rank 9 Dao. Wu Kuxian had no direction. Old Manly had one, no, or rather, there was only one path of 10,000 Dao 1. Cultivate the body and break the path with one force. Therefore, Rose City Lord's corpse and the evolution of the origin were not very useful to him. Old Manly did not think about this. His purpose for coming this time was for the divine weapon. A group of people quickly brought Rose City Lord's corpse to the resting area. In the small central square, 2 paragons were already waiting. Seeing that Wu Kuxian and the rest had arrived, the 2 paragons did not say much. After Wu Kuxian and the rest greeted them, Zhang Tao said, Let's begin then. But you still have to walk your own path. Don't be too deeply affected. Vice-Chancellor Wu, never fall into other people's path. Once you do, you're not him. Even if you can walk this path, you're still a weak rank 9, not a strong rank 9. These words were applicable to any rank 9. Previously, people from Star Town and people from the restricted area were fighting for the Paragon's remains. But even if they got it and walked the Yang family's old ancestors' path, it was still someone else's martial arts path. Even if they became a paragon, they were still weak. Of course, no matter how weak a paragon was, he was still a paragon powerhouse. He was much stronger than a non-paragon rank 9. Wu Quishan took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Li Zhan and Zhang Tao did not say much. Both of them started slapping on Rose City Lord's corpse. Fang Ping watched for a while. There seemed to be nothing strange. But soon, Rose City Lord seemed to come back to life. She gave Fang Ping the feeling that she had become a living person. Fang Ping was surprised. Would the evolution of a rank 9 path be spectacular? As it turned out, Fang Ping was overthinking. Rose City Lord's corpse emitted a faint glow, but it was not too obvious. At this moment, Wu Quishan released his mentality and made contact with the corpse. Seeing this, Fang Ping also released his mentality. As soon as he did so, Li Zhan gave him a look, just one look, and Fang Ping was terrified. His psychic energy was directly forced back, yes, suppressed, as if it had never been released. Li Zhan did not say anything. Zhang Tao continued to slap Rose City Lord's corpse while smiling faintly. Don't mess around. You can treat this kind of martial arts path evolution as a one-time consumable. Cut some and leave. What your vice-chancellor sees will not be complete. Oh. Fang Ping nodded immediately. So that was how it was. No wonder many rank 8s were not invited to watch the martial arts path evolution this time. It was a one-on-one kind. But soon, Fang Ping came back to his senses. His face darkened. Old Zhang was eavesdropping on them again. Was this guy really too free? Wu Quishan was the one who said cutting and copying. How could Zhang Tao coincidentally use the same analogy as Wu Quishan? Fang Ping was really speechless. He had never seen such a boring peak. No, he seemed to have only seen these two peak powerhouses, and they had just met not too long ago. Perhaps peak powerhouses were all so bored. After all, they were high up and too lonely. It was normal for them to have some fun when they had nothing to do. Wu Quishan released his mentality, as if he was accepting and watching something. Sometimes he looked confused, and sometimes he looked like he had a sudden realization. Beside him, Lu Fengru stared at Wu Quishan motionlessly, looking a little nervous. Old Manly, on the other hand, was dozing off. He did not know much about this. He thought he could see something, but all he saw was Wu Quishan's expression changing. As he watched, Old Manly said vaguely, I thought it was a movie for the masses. It turns out that this guy is watching his own private movies. Boring. As soon as he said that, Tang Feng's face turned red. Lu Fengru was also very angry. She glared at him. Fang Ping wanted to laugh too. He gave Old Manly a thumbs up. This analogy was too vivid. Now Old Wu was watching his own private movies, the kind that he did not share with everyone. It was really boring. After an unknown amount of time, the glow on Rose King's body dimmed completely. Rose King's corpse, which was like a living person earlier, did not seem to have changed much. However, in Fang Ping's eyes, it seemed like something was missing. Before this, even when Rose King was dead, it gave Fang Ping the feeling that she was asleep or meditating in seclusion. Now, however, the feeling of a living person was missing. She was like a statue. After a while, Wu Quishan opened his eyes. His gaze was extremely deep. Very quickly, he bowed to the two peak powerhouses and said softly, Thank you, Commander and Minister, don't mention it. Two peak powerhouses joined hands to evolve the martial path. What they consumed was someone else's martial arts origin. It was not too difficult. They just needed to put in a little effort. Zhang Tao said courteously, smiling, How do you feel? I benefited a lot. Wu Quishan nodded and exhaled softly, I have a general direction. I think I should be able to find my own path after sorting it out and digesting it. Since Wu Quishan said so, it meant that he still had some confidence and the embryonic form of the martial path. Zhang Tao chuckled. Li Zhan smiled a little too. Then, he regained his composure and said, This time, with Xing Kaiwen's death, Sino Nation hasn't produced a new rank 9 martial artist for the past 2 years. One death means one less. If you can enter the 9th rank as soon as possible, it will also boost the morale of the people. After returning to MCMAU, absorb and digest what you've gained as soon as possible and advance to rank 9. Li Zhan said a few simple words. Suddenly, he looked at Old Man Li beside him and frowned slightly. Li Chongqing, the path of myriad Dao unification is not easy. Although your combat strength is strong, the duration is too short. You can only explode brilliance for a moment. You once killed a rank 8 with a sword as a rank 6. I once thought that in a critical moment, perhaps you could follow my path. Now, take care of yourself. When he said that, Zhang Tao did not have much of a reaction, but Fang Ping and the others' expressions changed. What does that mean, follow your path? Just now, Wu Quishan said it clearly. Following someone else's path was cutting. If Li Zhen did not die, no one could follow his path. Even if it was similar, it was not his path. Did he think highly of Old Man Li because he wanted to be a reserve? If he died in battle, would Old Man Li follow his martial path? Li Zhen was Sino Nation's #1 powerhouse, at least his current ranking. Was even Li Zhen so pessimistic? Li Zhen did not say much. After saying that, his figure disappeared instantly. Zhang Tao smiled and said, I still have something to do too, Minister. When will the 300 billion from the government? Before Fang Ping could finish, Zhang Tao had already disappeared. A rank 9 paragon came and went without a trace. Fang Ping pursed his lips. Was he going to renege on his debt? Not to that extent, right? Fang Ping was not anxious even if he could not get the money. He looked at Wu Quishan and asked excitedly, Vice-Chancellor, are you going to enter rank 9? Wu Quishan smiled and said, I still need some time, but now I understand a little. Besides, as Wu Quishan said that, he frowned slightly and said, I didn't understand rank 9 before. Now, it seems that rank 9 and rank 6 are quite similar. What do you mean? Rank 9 is searching for a path. Searching for a path doesn't result in a qualitative change. Wu Quishan pondered and said, although rank 9 is strong, when there are many rank 8 martial artists, they can also kill a rank 9. Just like when there are many peak rank 5 martial artists, it's not a problem to kill a rank 6. It's not that there aren't powerhouses among peak rank 5 fighting rank 6. It's not rare. But have you heard of a rank 5 martial artist defeating a martial artist with mentality-vitality fusion? Paragon. In my opinion, maybe it's mentality-vitality fusion among rank 6. As soon as he said that, Fang Ping understood instantly. He murmured, I see. Mentality-vitality fusion is indeed incomparably powerful. Yes, among rank 6 martial artists, mentality-vitality fusion was also peak rank 6. However, peak rank 6 and peak rank 6 were completely different. Not to mention, compared to other early and middle stage rank 6 martial artists, Fang Ping and the others had risked their lives to join forces to kill the mentality-vitality fusion powerhouse from Moon Laurel City. From start to finish, Fang Ping had exhausted his vitality and mentality countless times. Even so, the fight was still incomparably difficult. However, in the Royal City's giant mine, facing a peak rank 6 powerhouse, Fang Ping did not spend much time to kill the other party under full outburst, although his own injuries were not light. He had even killed a weak peak rank 6 when he was a middle stage rank 5. However, at that time, if he was facing a mentality-vitality fusion powerhouse, even if Fang Ping condensed 100 celestiality, he would not be able to kill the other party. The one who would die would definitely be him. As powerful as Tang Feng was at the stage of mentality-vitality fusion, killing an early and middle stage rank 6 martial artist was too easy. Killing a peak rank 6 without mentality-vitality fusion, under full outburst, was also not too difficult. Just as Fang Ping was still thinking about these, Wu Quishan said again, the gap between Paragon and rank 9 is even bigger than the gap between mentality-vitality fusion and the average rank 6. Of course, this is only my guess, but it should not be wrong. No wonder it's always said that Paragon is the top force that can truly change the situation. Now, I can understand it. If a Paragon could only match 2 or 3 rank 9 city lords, then humans would be completely unable to contend against the catacombs. There were many rank 9 powerhouses in a catacombs. For example, here in Tiannan, including the monsters, there were 30. If a Paragon could only suppress 2 or 3 rank 9s, then wouldn't Sino Nation's 14 Paragons be equivalent to Tiannan's catacombs? Fang Ping could not help but say, back then, didn't Commander Li fight with a rank 9 and only kill one? Wu Kuxian pondered, saying, it should just be a warning, or maybe the one he killed was a paragon? Fang Ping shook his head. How was that possible? Wu Kuxian said no more, his face beaming. We can go back now. We don't have to worry about this side anymore. This time, we've gained a lot. At this point, Wu Kuxian suddenly stopped talking. He had gained a lot. He had a rank 9 divine weapon and had a direction for the path of rank 9. However, the 100 billion IOU was also like a fishbone stuck in his throat. 2nd of May. Early in the morning. Mekmao. Inside the school, someone suddenly exclaimed, what is that? Monster beast. 2 monster beasts. Run. All the students who saw it were terrified, it was too huge. Rank 7 monster beasts were already extremely huge. The hedgehog beast that Fang Ping brought back last time was 5 meters long and 3 meters tall. As the monster's rank increased, its body size would also become bigger. The rank 9 monster beast that Fang Ping brought back this time was 15 meters long. 15 meters was not too long, but the commonly mentioned 8-wheeled trucks were only 7 or 8 meters long. This rank 9 monster beast was longer than 2 8-wheeled trucks put together. It was also wider and taller. When such a huge monster suddenly appeared above their heads, many people even neglected the smaller rank 7 monster beast next to it. A monster that was longer and bigger than 2 8-wheeled trucks suddenly fell from the sky. Who would not be terrified? In the next moment, inside MCMAU, Huang Jing soared into the sky. Some rank 6 instructors also did the same. Of course, they were not too terrified. Instead, they were shocked. With one look, they knew that such a huge monster was probably a rank 9 monster beast. If Magic City was attacked by rank 9 monsters, there would be chaos. They were only shocked. What did the Vice-Chancellor and the others do? They even brought back the rank 9 monster beast's corpse. In the past, everyone would have noticed the rank 7 monster beast next to them, but now, no one was looking at it. Midair. Fang Ping carried the rank 9 monster beast, panting from exhaustion. It was really heavy. It was 15 meters long, 4 to 5 meters in height and width, and this did not include the monster's 4 short legs. This was a monster that looked like a crocodile. Its body size was probably close to 300 cubic meters. If Fang Ping's storage space could not fit it, he would not. 300 cubic meters. The flesh and bones of a rank 9 monster were not light. Even if the demonic beast had an empty stomach, the weight of this demonic beast was still around 200 tons. Fang Ping only took over after entering Magic City. Now, he was panting from exhaustion. Rank 6 martial artists were strong, but it was tiring to carry a 200-ton monster. The largest creature on Earth, the blue whale, was much larger than this demonic beast. However, the blue whale was not a demonic beast. It did not cultivate, so its bones and flesh were not as heavy as the demonic beast. The largest blue whale weighed about the same as this demonic beast. When Fang Ping carried this monster, it was equivalent to carrying the largest blue whale and flying everywhere. Just by smashing people with it, he could smash a large number of them to death. Seeing Huang Jing and the rest flying over, Fang Ping suddenly shouted, previously, I borrowed the rank 8 monster's blood from the school. Today, I'm returning it with a rank 9 monster. Only when you return what you borrowed will you be able to get what you owe. As soon as he said that, Huang Jing and the others were stunned. What's going on? The demonic beast is yours. Huang Jing stared blankly at Wu Kuxian. Old Wu, don't tease me. Isn't the rank 9 beast yours? Wu Kuxian didn't say a word. Don't look at me. It's useless even if you do. I'm still in debt. Huang Jing was instantly stunned. So, it was really Fang Ping who brought it back. What was this brat doing now? Fang Ping ignored him and flew straight down. From a distance, he tossed the monster's carcass on the ground. Boom, a loud crash was heard. The 200-ton monster crashed onto the ground. The ground cracked instantly, and the earth began to shake. Seeing this, Wu Kuxian's expression darkened. Can't you be a little quieter? Fang Ping saw old Wu looking at him and said with a smile, the school needs to be renovated. It's fine. I'll pay for it. Deduct it from my previous 10 billion debt. Just deduct it. Fang Ping looked indifferent. 10 billion was nothing. He didn't plan to ask for it anyway. Deduct it as you wish. Is it enough? If it's not enough, I still have close to 1.8 million credits. MCMAU's credits are going to be restructured soon. All the schools will be unified. His 1.8 million credits, according to Fang Ping's plan, would be converted into 3.6 million credits. One credit was equivalent to 10,000 bucks. In total, close to 50 billion in assets. It should be enough to renovate the school, right? Even if I dismantle MCMAU and rebuild it again, it would be enough. Fang Ping's face was full of arrogance. Wu Quishan and the others glanced at him. This brat was getting more and more arrogant. Unfortunately, this brat was really rich. He was rich and willful. There was nothing you could do about it. After Fang Ping finished speaking, Huang Jing asked impatiently, "This rank 9 monster is ours now?" Beside him, Old Man Li warned, "It's mine." "It's not ours." Did this brat want to snatch his monster? Huang Jing ignored him. He was still a little confused. Yes, he knew that Fang Ping and the others went to the catacombs. However, Wu Quishan was a rank 8. What was Fang Ping's rank? The last time he went to the Magic City catacombs, he brought back a rank 7 monster. Although Huang Jing was the one who killed it, Fang Ping being able to bring it back was already beyond his expectations. He did not expect it to be even more amazing this time. He brought back a rank 9 monster directly. Even Huang Jing was stunned. Not to mention the instructors, not to mention the students who were attracted. Along the way, Fang Ping and the others hurried through the night. They were suspended high in the air, so no one noticed them. However, as they passed through a few provinces, some Grandmaster powerhouses from various places still noticed them. Almost every place they went, they caused some Grandmasters to be shocked. They almost had the thought of robbing them. Now, when they arrived at MCMAU, the students were not in the mood to rob, but they were shocked and dazed. The president was amazing, even a 9th-ranked monster was brought back. One should know that in their eyes, even a middle-ranked monster was extremely powerful. Fang Ping did not care about them. He looked around and suddenly felt a little disappointed. Many people were not in school. Chen Yunqi was not here. Fu Chongding and the others were not here either. Song Yingji did not seem to be here either. These people were not in school. For a moment, there was not even someone to flatter them. The students were too busy being shocked. No one came forward to support them. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. A bunch of people with poor eyesight. At this time, the war was over. It was time to enjoy the process of flattery. Without anyone to support them, this sense of accomplishment dropped by 80% in an instant. Looking left and right, Fang Ping suddenly glanced at Qin Fengqing. Qin Fengqing saw Fang Ping staring at him. His face darkened instantly. After some thought, he stretched out a palm. Fang Ping glared at him. Qin Fengqing retracted one finger. Very quickly, seeing Fang Ping glaring at him, he immediately retracted 2 more. At this time, Fang Ping nodded slightly. Qin Fengqing saw this and was overjoyed. He immediately said loudly, "During this trip to Tiannan catacombs, President Fang and I destroyed a royal city, killed countless high-ranked powerhouses, turned the situation around in Tiannan catacombs, and helped the Grandmasters to suppress Tiannan catacombs. Students, today, we congratulate humanity, for the President, for the MCMAU Grandmasters and the President." As soon as he said this, the students seemed to have reacted. In the next moment, cheers rang out. Congratulations to the President. The President is mighty. The cheers rang out again and again. The students were wild with joy. The benefits were coming. From what President Qin said, the President's trip to the catacombs this time was a big win. A simple sprinkle of water was enough for everyone to eat until their mouths were oily. Fang Ping did not disappoint. He laughed loudly and said, "Students, you've misunderstood. This time, it's the Grandmaster's hard work. We're just the icing on the cake. However, this time in Tiannan catacombs, Sino Nation has won a great victory. This is a cause for celebration, and the whole world should celebrate. Tonight, the whole school will eat rank 9 demon beast meat to celebrate. The President is mighty." The cheers could not stop. Rank 9 demon beast meat, they had never thought of it, the whole of MCMAU was boiling. Aside. Huang Jing looked at Wu Quishan with a blank expression. He said blankly, "You. Aren't you going to say something?" Wu Quishan said impatiently, "Say what?" "He's rich and willful." "What do you want me to say?" "Besides, this kid now treats MCMAU as his personal property. He can spend as much money as he wants. If he's willing to spend, Wu Quishan can't be bothered. Not to mention, even though there were many students and instructors. However, rank 9 demon beast meat was not something everyone could bear. A small piece per person was probably the most they could bear. There were so many people in the school. It would be a stretch if they could eat 2 or 3 tons. It was such a huge demon beast. Eating some was fine. Huang Jing suddenly rubbed his forehead. After a while, he said, "Then from now on, which one of you will be the vice-chancellor?" Wu Quishan's gaze was ferocious. "Mother Kerr, what do you mean by that? You want me to abdicate?" Huang Jing saw this and did not continue to provoke him. He muttered, "This kid is a real demon. He's getting more and more demon every time. The next time he goes to the catacombs, will he be able to bring back a paragon's corpse?" He almost brought back a paragon's corpse this time. Tang Feng interrupted quietly. He said in a complicated tone, "These kids went to the bounded domain and even saw a paragon's corpse. They almost brought it back." Cough, cough, cough. Huang Jing choked badly. "I was just saying it casually. This guy actually went to find a paragon's corpse." The students' cheers lasted for a while. Finally, they stopped at Fang Ping's signal. At this time, Fang Ping walked over. He said apologetically, "Vice-Chancellor, I didn't mean it. Everyone was too enthusiastic. I didn't mean to take credit, get lost." Wu Quishan let out a humph. Beside him, Lu Fengru said lightly, "If he hasn't reached rank 7, it's useless even if you make him a figurehead. If you want to be a vice-chancellor, you need to reach rank 7 as soon as possible." Fang Ping grinned. "Instructor is right. I'll reach Grandmaster as soon as possible. My sophomore year hasn't ended anyway. I'm not in a hurry." As soon as he said this, the Grandmasters fell into silence again. Mother Kerr. My sophomore year hasn't ended, they had really forgotten about it, it was only May now. As for Fang Ping discussing becoming a vice-chancellor in front of everyone, Wu Quishan could not be bothered. When the day came when he did not owe this kid money, he would deal with him. Wu Quishan did not even have the intention to stay for long. The next moment, he left immediately. He was going into closed-door cultivation. When he came out of closed-door cultivation this time, MCMAU might produce the first rank 9 powerhouse in the history of martial arts universities. It was not that martial arts universities did not cultivate rank 9 martial artists. They only achieved rank 9 after they left school. Unlike Wu Quishan, who had been working in martial arts universities. If he achieved rank 9, he would be the first rank 9 in school. This meant that martial arts universities had officially entered the ranks of top-notch combat strength. After Wu Quishan left, the others also left. Old Manly was impatient. He carried the monster's carcass and ran. Lu Fengru did the same. She left with the rank 7 monster. When she left, she tossed the rank 7 Changdao to Fang Ping like it was a piece of junk. Both of them were going to forge their own divine weapons. Tang Feng's injuries had not healed, so he went to treat them. As soon as they left, Fang Ping automatically entered headmaster mode. Seeing that Huang Jing was still staring at the rank 9 monster in the distance, he chuckled and said, "Vice-Chancellor, did anything big happen in school these few days?" Huang Jing looked at the monster that Old Manly had carried away reluctantly. He said, "Nothing big. Magic City's catacombs was a little chaotic before, but it calmed down very quickly. Currently, Old Lu is still holding the fort there." As he said that, Huang Jing suddenly felt a little upset. F***ck, why should I tell you, Fang Ping did not feel this way. He asked again, "Vice-Chancellor, how are the other people in school who went for training?" Huang Jing glanced at him. After thinking for a while, he suddenly called out to a few people not far away, "Dean Luo, you guys talk to Fang Ping. I still have something to do." I'll leave first. After saying that, Huang Jing ran away too. He was a dignified rank 7 powerhouse. He still wanted his face. The other grandmasters had all left. He did not want to stay any longer. Not far away, Luo Yichuan did not say anything. He walked over with a smile and said, Fang Ping, at least leave some face for the vice-chancellor and the others. Fang Ping said innocently, Vice-chancellor, I didn't do anything. Besides, the vice-chancellor owes me 100 billion, Instructor Li owes me 1 trillion, my instructor and Instructor Tang both owe me more than 10 billion. I didn't ask for my debt, did I? Cough, cough, cough. This time, Luo Yichuan could not take it anymore. Was it true? If it was true, would MCMAU's grandmasters kill this kid one day to keep him quiet? Fang Ping did not care about this. He suddenly looked at Luo Yichuan, smiled and said, Congratulations, Vice-Chancellor. Luo Yichuan smiled and said, You can tell? Yes, mentality-vitality fusion. I didn't expect that in just a few days, Vice-Chancellor would have a breakthrough. It was a fluke. As Luo Yichuan said this, he was a little embarrassed. Old Chen and the others gave all their divine fruit to me alone. I consumed a large number of divine fruit consecutively before I could expel my mentality and complete mentality-vitality fusion. The most basic condition for mentality-vitality fusion was to achieve 500 Hz of mentality externalization. Second, vitality had to reach the limit of 10,000 cal. When vitality reached 10,000 cal and mentality externalization was achieved, martial artists could attempt mentality-vitality fusion to complete the transformation. Not everyone could do it. There were some people who could not integrate mentality and vitality even if both conditions were met. Lu Fengru was the standard example. If mentality-vitality fusion could be achieved, it meant that one could use vitality to nourish mentality. At that time, mentality would increase extremely quickly. Under normal circumstances, martial artists could achieve rank 7 in 2 to 3 years. Of course, this was referring to martial artists from the outside world. Actually, after mentality-vitality fusion, it was much more difficult for the martial artists in Stellar Sky City to achieve mentality externalization. Some of them had consumed too many heavenly materials and earthly treasures, so they needed a longer time to refine. Luo Yichuan was a peak rank 6 powerhouse. When the rank 6 ranking list was released, he was also on the list. Among peak rank 6, his ability was still extremely strong. However, the growth of martial artists' mentality was very slow. Luo Yichuan had been a peak rank 6 for many years until the government introduced a policy in March to subsidize peak rank 6 powerhouses with divine fruit. There were 4 peak rank 6 martial artists in MCMAU who enjoyed the treatment of 1 divine fruit per month. Now, 2 months had passed and MCMAU had obtained 8 divine fruits. These, however, were not consumed by others. They were all given to Luo Yichuan. Because Luo Yichuan was the peak rank 6 powerhouse closest to 500 Hz mentality, he had fulfilled the condition of mentality-vitality fusion by giving 8 divine fruits to himself. However, he had achieved mentality-vitality fusion. The other 3 peak rank 6 powerhouses did not have the opportunity to consume these fruits. Although there would be distribution later, he could not receive them now that he had entered this realm. Naturally, he could not return the 6 divine fruits that he owed. Fang Ping chuckled. Actually, the divine fruit isn't that valuable. It's mainly for martial artists who can't expel their mentality. Also, it's not very useful. The Dean can expel his mentality because he has been close to it for a long time. Dean Chen and the rest, even if they have the divine fruit, to reach the point where they can expel their mentality, I'm afraid it's not a matter of a few fruits. Even 30 or 50 fruits might not be enough. The government should have something better than this. I don't believe that there aren't treasures that are useful for Grandmaster level powerhouses. I'll ask around later. If there are, I'll go exchange for some. When the time comes, it's not a problem to lend some to the Dean. Luo Yichuan's expression changed. Lend, alright, he more or less understood how the Dean and the others got into debt. Fang Ping did not continue talking about this. The government would probably need some time to contact them. There was no hurry now. As he nodded at the students around him, Fang Ping asked, Dean, when will you be able to materialize your mentality? Luo Yichuan smiled bitterly. I'm not as fast as Tang Feng. He's faster because he's stronger than me. Also, it took him a year to materialize his mentality. I'm slower than him. I'll need at least 2 to 3 years. It's too late. Fang Ping shook his head. It was really too late. It would be too late to enter the Grandmaster realm in 2 to 3 years. Luo Yichuan was speechless. There's hope for me to become a Grandmaster in 2 to 3 years. How dare you look down on me, kid? Fang Ping thought for a while. We'll see. I don't have any good ideas about mentality at the moment. The only thing I know that can greatly increase mentality is probably Monster Sunflower City's sunflower seeds. Let's wait and see. When you become a Grandmaster, there will be 7 Grandmasters in MCMAU. I don't know how long it will take for Dean Chen and the rest. I said before that before graduation, there will be 2 digits of Grandmasters in MCMAU. Even including me, there will only be 8. Deans, it's better if you break through soon. Otherwise, I won't have the face to face everyone. Luo Yichuan was silent. F***ck, talking to this kid was so tiring, he finally understood what the others were thinking. This kid's tone was unbelievably arrogant when he was talking to him. 2 digits of Grandmasters? 2 to 3 years was too late? Divine fruit? Trash, every word he said was so heart-wrenching that it could burst someone's heart. Luo Yichuan did not want to say anything more. Fang Ping only asked a few random questions about what happened in the university these few days. After confirming that there was nothing major, Fang Ping did not continue the conversation with Luo Yichuan. After Luo Yichuan and the rest left, Qin Fengqing suddenly appeared and said excitedly, 2 caddies of life essence. He had helped Fang Ping earlier and had negotiated the price. Fang Ping looked at him and said blankly, are you awake? I said 20,000 just now. What 2 caddies of life essence? 20,000? Nonsense. You earned 20,000 with just 1 sentence. Aren't you satisfied with that? Believe it or not, if I offer 20,000, I can get 100 people to come and cheer for me. What more do you want? Qin Fengqing was furious. 20,000, 20,000. If I knew this, I wouldn't have licked you. Fang Ping did not care what he thought. He looked at him for a while and said in a low voice, don't let your hair grow so long all day long. It looks like a ghost. Are you trying to dress as a woman? Don't talk nonsense. It's probably caused by excess energy. Go into closed-door cultivation early and absorb and digest it. This time, you might be lucky enough to achieve upper stage rank 5. Reconstructing meridians is a work of art. There are more than 200 of them. But I see that even your hair is extremely hard. Try honing your meridians. The effect should be good. Since it's the flesh and blood of the ancients, there might be some remnants of imperishable substances. Speaking of cultivation, Qin Fengqing did not say anything else. He said, didn't I earn 3 billion? Give me all of it to life essence. Fang Ping frowned slightly. I don't have it. Help me change it. The last time I cultivated in the Celestiality cultivation room, I felt that my speed was much faster. But it hurt my internal organs. Without life essence, I'm worried. As he spoke, Qin Fengqing suddenly paused and said, Fang Ping, give me some Celestiality. Come, infuse a little into my body. Just a little less. F***ck, you want to blow me up? Qin Fengqing saw a big ball condensed in Fang Ping's hand. He was so scared that his face turned green. I want a little. What are you trying to do? Blow me up? Fang Ping scared him for a while, but still infused some into his body. After a while, Qin Fengqing's face was pale, then flushed red. Then, blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, but his face was full of joy. I see. I knew long hair meant strong vitality. I guessed it right. I don't want the life essence anymore. That handful of soil can be used as life essence too. I'm going to the Celestiality cultivation room. Don't look for me if there's nothing. After saying that, Qin Fengqing ran like the wind. This guy was ready to die. Celestiality was not something that middle-ranked martial artists could withstand. Even powerhouses who achieved mentality-vitality fusion and could condense celestiality would not dare to try it often. It was easy for problems to occur. Their bodies would collapse and their mentality would be damaged. Qin Fengqing was ready to use celestiality to hone his meridians and body. Last time, he relied on life essence to heal his injuries and saved his life. This time, he felt that the effect of that handful of soil was not bad. He did not know how long he would be courting death this time. Fang Ping did not care about him. In the school, no matter how much this guy tried to court death, he would not die for real. At this moment, Fang Ping was thinking about Xianxia and the others. When he left, Xianxia had left a step earlier, saying that she had returned to South Capital. This time, there was such a big commotion, but she did not appear. It seemed like she had not returned yet. He did not know if there was any problem. I'll give her a call later. I haven't given Old Chen the life essence yet. Your granddaughter isn't here, so there's no sense of accomplishment if I give it to you. Fang Ping muttered in his heart. Initially, he had planned to lend some to Old Chen in front of her if Xianxia was here. In the martial arts room. Inside the office. Fang Ping leaned back in his chair. He no longer had the cheeky smile on his face. Fatigue was written all over his face. He was very tired too. This trip to the catacombs had been a gamble with his life time and time again. He had been gravely injured and hovered between life and death every time. Once a martial artist entered the catacombs, their lives were no longer in their own hands. After sitting quietly for a while, Fang Ping forced himself to pull himself together and made a call. Turned off, Xianxia's phone was turned off. She must have gone to the catacombs. Old Chen had probably just returned and might not know about Xianxia. Fang Ping thought about it and did not call again. After sending a text, Fang Ping did not stay in school any longer. He wanted to go home and rest for a few days. It would not be too late for him to come back after Old Wang and the rest had settled their affairs. Bay Gardens. The villa area. Fang Ping put away his fatigue. Most martial artists went to the catacombs so that their families could enjoy peace and happiness. No matter how much blood and tears they shed in the catacombs, they were all martial arts powerhouses with unparalleled determination when they returned to the surface. No one would show despair and pessimism in front of ordinary people. This world was already hopeless enough. Why should these ordinary people, who could not change anything, be forced to endure more pain? Brother, you're back. When Fang Ping appeared, Fang Yuan, who was playing on the lawn in front of the courtyard, was overjoyed and ran over. Fang Yuan was not the only one. Fang Ping also saw Song Yingji's daughter and another girl. Fang Yuan did not hurry to introduce them to him. She looked Fang Ping up and down and said with a smile, "Brother, did you go on missions again these few days?" "Yes." Fang Ping nodded slightly and pinched her cheek. He smiled. "Aren't you going to introduce me?" Before Fang Yuan could speak, Xianxia said awkwardly, "Brother Fang." "I'm Xianxia. We met last time." Fang Ping smiled. Xianxia had gone to MCMAU's Grandmaster Banquet too. Seeing Xianxia, Fang Ping remembered that he did not see Song Yingji this time. He did not know if he went to the catacombs or was in closed-door training. He did not ask. At that moment, the girl who looked slightly older said softly, "Hello, Brother Fang. I'm Li Hongyu." Fang Yuan quickly added, "Brother, she's the one you asked me to beat up last time." Fang Ping glared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snickered and immediately corrected herself. "She's the grandniece of Instructor Li from MCMAU. She's a Year 3 student at MCMAU affiliated high school." Li Laoshir's grandniece, Fang Ping nodded slightly. He remembered now. Old man Li did not have any relatives. He was not married either, but he still had an older brother. His elder brother was not a martial artist and had passed away a long time ago. He had a nephew, but old man Li did not bring his nephew onto the path of martial arts. If it were his son, old man Li would not hesitate to bring him onto the path of martial arts. However, his nephew was his big brother's only bloodline. Once he became a martial artist, his life and death would be beyond his control. Old man Li would rather his nephew be a normal person than take care of him. His nephew was still rather resentful about this and had cut off contact with old man Li many years ago. However, Old Man Li's grandniece was rather talented. On top of that, his nephew had been holding back his anger, wholeheartedly wanting to groom a martial artist, so he had spent a lot of money on his daughter. Now, Li Hongyu, who was in year 3, had a vitality close to 150 calories. Old Man Li did not really care about it. He did not even ask about it, but Fang Ping knew that Old Man Li still cared about it. When they first went to the Nanjiang catacombs, Old Man Li had purposely mentioned this to Fang Ping to open the back door for his grandniece. If she could not get into MCMAU, she would be specially recruited. For martial artists, many of them had mixed feelings about letting their relatives become martial artists. Fu Chongding's grandfather did not let him come into contact with martial arts at all when he was young. When Fang Ping taught Fang Yuan, he also had mixed feelings and hesitated a few times. The ones who were really concerned about the path of martial arts for their children were the rank 1 and 2 martial artists. They did not know about the catacombs. They only saw the glory of martial artists and felt the privilege of becoming a powerhouse. They wholeheartedly wanted their children to become martial arts powerhouses. However, that was in the past. Nowadays, martial arts powerhouses did not care about such things. The situation was getting more and more chaotic. Nowadays, strength was the foundation, and no one stopped their descendants from becoming martial artists. These two were the descendants of MCMAU instructors. Fang Ping felt like he was looking at his own juniors. He smiled and said, "Hongyu, you're going to become a martial artist soon. Are you going to Twice Hone?" Li Hongyu was a little embarrassed. She said softly, "I'm not very confident. My father wants me to become a martial artist before Gaokao. The martial sciences exam will start in a few days, don't rush. It's still beneficial to be twice honed. As for becoming a martial artist, you can think about it after you enter a martial arts university." Fang Ping smiled and said, "Your second grandfather is now a top-notch rank 8 powerhouse. When you enter MCMAU, ask him to help you. Let's see who will be embarrassed if the descendants of rank 8 powerhouses are not twice honed." Second grandfather. At the mention of Li Chongqing, Li Hongyu's gaze was a little complicated. She had heard of her second grandfather's legend. Ever since Li Chongqing came out of the Nanjiang catacombs, Old Li was also a legendary figure. He had once conquered the world with a sword and made a name for himself. A rank 5 martial artist had obtained the title of longevity swordsman. It was not something that ordinary people could do. Later, because of his injuries, he had been silent for 10 years. He did not come out for 10 years, but when he did, it was earth-shattering. He forged a golden body and achieved rank 8. Ordinary people did not know much about it. In the circle, there was even a saying of a rank 6 sword beheading a rank 8. These legends were still very popular in MCMAU's affiliated high school. After all, this was MCMAU's territory. Nowadays, the most famous martial artists in MCMAU's affiliated high school were not the unknown paragons or rank 8 and rank 9 martial artists. One was Li Chongqing, and the other was Fang Ping. Both of them were much more famous than Wu Quishan. Fang Ping noticed the complicated tone in her voice. He smiled and did not say anything. He only lamented, "It's another year of the martial sciences exam. Time really flies." It had been 2 whole years. He had just finished lamenting when Fang Yuan suddenly whispered, "Brother." That. Fang Yuan looked uneasy. She whispered, That I signed up for this year's martial sciences exam." Fang Ping's expression changed. He frowned slightly and said, "Aren't you only in year 1? Martial arts universities are expanding their enrollment this year. Anyone who meets the requirements can sign up. I also meet the requirements. My teacher also said that I'm already an official martial artist. The requirements for cultural studies have been lowered. The main thing is still vitality." Fang Ping's expression changed. He frowned and said, "It doesn't matter if you go to a martial arts university or not. Staying in high school for another 2 years is pretty good." If she went to a martial arts university, she would officially come into contact with the catacombs. MCMAU had opened up the catacombs curriculum to the entire university. Fang Ping did not want Fang Yuan to enter a martial arts university now. Fang Yuan was 16 years old this year. Fang Ping hoped that she could enjoy 2 more years in peace. Once she knew everything about the catacombs, she would not have the same mentality as she did now. Moreover, martial arts university martial artists would enter the catacombs once they reached rank 3 or rank 2. Currently, MCMAU was even discussing that rank 1 martial artists could also enter the catacombs if they wanted to. They would not leave the city, but they would look around in the catacombs. However, would there be no danger even if they were in the city? In the catacombs, attacks on the city were common. He, Fang Ping, cultivated hard and risked his life. What was it for? Was it so great that it was for all of humanity? Even if the sky fell, there would be tall people to hold it up. He was not qualified yet. He only hoped that his family could live a better and safer life under his protection. Now, Fang Yuan wanted to apply for martial sciences. Fang Ping was in a bad mood. Fang Yuan pouted and bit her lip. She mumbled, "Brother, I'm not a kid anymore. Once I enter a martial arts university, I have to fight and carry out missions." "I know that. But I'm already a martial artist, okay?" Xiaoya also signed up this time. Teacher Song didn't say anything. Fang Ping huffed. Teacher Song is Teacher Song. I'm me. You're not allowed to sign up or take the exam. Brother. Alright, I'm tired. I'm going to rest. You guys have fun. Fang Ping did not say anything else. He went straight into the house. After he left, Fang Yuan looked annoyed. She said unhappily, "He always treats me like a kid. I'm already an official martial artist. If I go to a martial arts university, I'll improve faster and become stronger." Yuan. Xianxia comforted her softly. Big brother Fang must be doing this for your own good. Actually, when I said I wanted to apply for martial sciences, my dad didn't say anything for a few days. He was a little unhappy. Actually, my dad said before that the martial arts university students like Big Brother Fang are under a lot of pressure. Especially prodigy martial artists like Big Brother Fang. They're under more pressure than anyone else. Yuan, if you really can't do it, just forget it. Fang Yuan pouted and said angrily, "I know. The last time he went back, he was attacked. He was so badly injured. He slept in a padded jacket for so many days." Fang Yuan's eyes reddened. "I just want to enter a martial arts university as soon as possible and become stronger. At least I won't be unable to run anymore. If Dad and I weren't there last time, he could have run away." Fang Yuan's eyes reddened even more. He's always like this. He doesn't say anything, but he talks about all the good things and how amazing he is. The last time the teacher brought us to see those grandparents. Many of them were crippled. Many of them died too. Many MCMAU teachers died last year, and it's the same this year. He never talks about this when he comes back. When those grandparents found out that I'm Fang Ping's younger sister, they treated me especially well. They said that my brother brought glory to MCMAU and helped MCMAU a lot. My brother has only been in MCMAU for 2 years and he's already a rank 6 martial artist. I'm not an idiot. It won't be that easy." Yuan, beside her, Li Hongyu said softly, "Then you should talk to Big Brother Fang. I'm sure he'll understand." "He won't." Fang Yuan said angrily, "He's a male chauvinist through and through. He's enough as long as I have him. He's also a big liar. He keeps lying to me that I'm not talented enough and that I have no future in martial arts. The teacher already said that I'm talented enough to be twice honed." Xianxia and Fang Yuan could not help but laugh. Upstairs. Fang Ping shook his head lightly, the corners of his lips curling up slightly. "Stupid girl, can't you just stay at home obediently? Go shopping with your classmates and watch movies when you're free. How nice would that be? This girl wants to share the burden with me?" In any case, Fang Ping had already made up his mind. At the very least, he would not let this girl enter a martial arts university until she was 18 years old. He would wait until she was 18 years old. With him around, there would be plenty of cultivation resources for this girl. Fang Ping would rather cultivate her into a vitality martial artist. As he thought about it, Fang Ping suddenly laughed at himself. Sure enough, people are all the same. Previously, although Fang Ping did not look down on people like Xianxia, they were like flowers in a greenhouse. Facing them, Fang Ping still did not really think much of them. The ones he thought highly of were people like Wang Jinyang, people like Qin Fengqing, people who dared to risk their lives, and martial artists who fought bloody battles in the catacombs. Now that he thought about it, why did martial artists do all this? It was for the betterment of their families. Fang Ping could not bear to part with his sister. It was normal for those at the peak to be reluctant to part with their descendants. As expected, from a bystander's point of view, my mentality is not as balanced. When others look at my sister, I'm afraid they'll think the same way. Fang Ping shook his head. He knew that this might not be a good thing for Fang Yuan, but he did not change his mind. Perhaps, he could be like the people in Star Town, waiting for his sister to reach the 6th rank before letting her slowly hone her skills? If Raleigh reaches rank 6, maybe I'll reach the peak? Fang Ping calculated in his mind for a while. A smile appeared on his face. It was hard to say. After staying at home for 2 days, Fang Yuan was still sulking at him. He could not be bothered with her. The angrier this girl was, the more she liked to pout. The more she pouted, the cuter and more fleshy her little round face was. Fang Ping could not wait for her to be angry for a few more days. It felt so good to pinch it that he was so happy that he purposely provoked the girl a few times. However, the happier he was, the angrier Fang Yuan became. Even after Fang Ping left, the girl's anger had not subsided. When he returned to school, it was already May 5th. The reason why he returned to school now was because there were 2 things he had to deal with. Firstly, the government had sent people to MCMAU. Reneging on a debt was something the government could not bring themselves to do. This time, on the one hand, it was to repay Fang Ping's money, and on the other, it was to award him a medal. Fang Ping had really received an advanced honor medal, not only the medal, but there were also some other rewards. He had blown up a royal city in the Tiannan catacombs. This was a great achievement. The government could not afford to reward too many materialistic things, but some things related to honor could not be discounted. This was the first thing. The second thing was that Xianxia had left the catacombs. She had left earlier than Fang Ping, leaving Magic City on April 25th. She had only left the catacombs in South Capital today. 10 days was not too long, but it was not short either. Xianxia called Fang Ping the moment she came out of the catacombs. On the way to school, Xianxia could not contain her excitement. She said happily, "Fang Ping, I'm upper stage rank 4 now." So fast? Fang Ping was indeed a little surprised, or rather, shocked. When did Xianxia enter rank 4? It was in December during the 2nd Martial Arts University Championship. Only 5 months had passed since then. To Fang Ping, 5 months was a really, really long time. However, although Xianxia's talent was not bad, going from early stage rank 4 to upper stage rank 4 in 5 months was still frighteningly fast. CCMAU's Han Su, a true thrice-honed martial artist, seemed to still be middle stage rank 4 now, right? Xianxia heard Fang Ping's surprised tone and was a little excited. Even Fang Ping was shocked. Thinking of this, Xianxia said excitedly, "Yes, it's true. Didn't you give me some 100 honing fruits before? When I came to South Capital, my grandfather left me some energy fruits that can help me hone my organs. In the South Capital catacombs, I participated in a few small-scale hunts and fought a few times. After I digested these energy fruits, I finished honing my heart." The requirement for upper stage rank 4 was to finish honing the heart. For martial artists, honing the heart was the most difficult thing in the rank 4 stage. People like Wang Jinyang had actually stayed at middle stage rank 4 for a long time. On the contrary, after entering upper stage rank 4, they improved by leaps and bounds. This had something to do with their resurrection. Actually, it was also because the honing of the heart was completed, so the follow-up was easier. Although the 100 honing fruit and those energy fruits could speed up the honing process, Xianxia's speed from middle stage to upper stage was still too fast. Fang Ping was a little confused. So simple? The energy fruits your grandfather gave you are better than the 100 honing fruit? Was it true? Although the 100 honing fruit was not a high-ranked energy fruit, it was actually extremely rare. For rank 4 and 5 martial artists, the 100 honing fruit was the most suitable for honing their organs. Fang Ping did not expect old Chen to have an even better energy fruit. On the other end of the phone, Xianxia stammered, anyway, it's very good. The effect is very good. Is that so? Where are you now? Is your grandfather there? Grandfather is not here. Hey, grandfather, when did you come? On the other end of the phone, Xianxia looked surprised. She had just left the catacombs and her grandfather was already here. Chen Yating's face was slightly pale. He glanced at his granddaughter and said somewhat helplessly, you just left the catacombs and didn't even say to call home. You only know to call outsiders, you, he wanted to slap Fang Ping on the other end of the phone to death. There was no need to slap his own granddaughter to death. Xianxia was a little embarrassed, her face flushed. Chen Yating smiled and took the phone from her hand. Holding the phone, Chen Yating said in an unfriendly tone, I have something to do. I'll hang up first. You, kid, be careful. After saying that, Chen Yating hung up immediately. Fang Ping was speechless. Old man, you're too arrogant. Arrogant to the point that I originally wanted to help you. Now I have to reconsider. Outside the catacombs in South Capital. Chen Yating's gaze was slightly complicated. He glanced at his granddaughter and suddenly said somewhat angrily, that kid is already rank 6. He has his own trump card and his own secrets. This time, he blew up a royal city in the catacombs and killed several rank 9s. You want to learn from him too? I asked you to cultivate properly, not to send you to your death. Upper stage rank 4. For the sake of upper stage rank 4, Chen Yating was distressed and angry at the same time. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, are you trying to anger me to death? Someone punched through your heart. If old Zhang did not find you, you would have died. You stupid girl, are you trying to anger me to death? Who allowed you to act recklessly? Who allowed you to go out alone? Do you want to try shattering the other 4 of the 5 viscera next and try to enter peak rank 4 immediately? Xianxia said timidly, Grandpa, isn't that sending me to my death? I don't want to die. Chen Yating felt a splitting headache. Nonsense, you also know that you're sending yourself to your death? Seeing that her grandfather was about to explode in anger, Xianxia immediately said, Grandpa, it's all an accident. I didn't do it on purpose. Chen Yating let out a cold hump and frowned. Girl, there's no need to deliberately pursue the advancement of strength. I'm already very happy that you've become a rank 4 martial artist at this time. Don't compare yourself to those monsters. They all have their own trump cards and secrets. There are some things that you can't achieve even if you risk your life. Senior Qin doesn't. Xianxia replied in a low voice. Chen Yating was speechless. He's 2 years older than you. You also know that he doesn't have these things. Look at him. Every time he's not sending himself to his death, he's just lucky not to die. But is everyone as lucky as him? He's only middle stage rank 5 now. When you reach his age, even if you cultivate step by step, you'll almost be middle stage rank 5. But Senior Qin's talent isn't good. He's only a once honed. I'm almost thrice honed. If he's already middle stage rank 5 in his senior year, then I'll need to be at least peak rank 5 or rank 6. Grandpa, martial artists must fight. Isn't this what you said every day at SCMAU? Grandpa, I'm also a martial artist, and a middle-ranked martial artist at that. Since I'm a martial artist, then of course I have to fight. Grandpa, shut up. Chen Yating was about to explode. He said angrily, don't learn from that bastard Fang Ping. In the past, you couldn't even say a word after holding it in for a long time. Now, when I speak, you can speak better than me. Chen Yating was choking with anger, but it was Fang Ping who was angry. The only one who had the gift of the gab and could make people speechless was that brat Fang Ping. Look at how his granddaughter had been brought up, she used to be so good. Shy and timid. One look at her and you would feel pity for her. His precious granddaughter, he was afraid of being bullied. But now, he was actually lecturing him. Martial artists must fight. When I said this, your father wasn't even born yet. I don't need you to teach me. Chen Yating's injuries flared up in his anger. His face turned even paler. Seeing this scene, Xianxia was a little worried. She quickly said, Grandpa, are you hurt? I'm fine, Grandpa, your golden body seems to have dimmed. Xianxia became nervous. She suddenly gritted her teeth and said, Grandpa, did Fang Ping get life essence in the catacombs this time? Chen Yaoting was shocked. You know this too? Seeing Chen Yaoting's surprise, Xianxia beamed with joy. Grandpa, does he have more? I'll call and ask him to lend you some. You can just write him an IOU. Chen Yaoting was stunned. I've already written an IOU of 2 billion. That's not the point. Your grandpa is almost done for. At this time, when you want to borrow some life essence from that brat, your first thought is to ask me to continue writing IOUs. What are you thinking? I can't have this granddaughter anymore. Chen Yaoting's heart suddenly ached. He hasn't even said anything about dating you. You're already treating yourself as a member of the Feng family? Chen Yaoting's expression was unfriendly. He snorted coldly. Even if I die, I won't eat handouts. Old Chen was furious. If that brat really cared about you, he would have brought it up a long time ago if he still had some life essence with him. He did not even bring it up now. He, Old Chen, was also a person who valued his reputation. He was not shameless like Wu Quishan or Li Chongqing. Mekmao. At this moment, Fang Ping still did not know that Old Chen had spoken harshly at SCMAU. At this time, Fang Ping had already arrived at MCMAU's guest hall after Old Chen hung up. In the guest hall, 2 grandmasters from the government came. The military department's deputy commander Zhou and the education department's deputy minister Wang. Both of them were acquaintances. Especially Minister Wang, he was everywhere. Fang Ping suspected that this rank 8 powerhouse specialized in running errands. There were many deputy ministers in the education department. It seemed like old Wang's position was not that high. The person who received these 2 was Huang Jing. The others were either in closed-door cultivation or cultivating. Seeing Fang Ping enter the door, Minister Wang smiled and said, Fang Ping, congratulations. No, I should call you General Fang from now on. General? Fang Ping was slightly stunned. Then, he chuckled and said, Minister, it's honorary, right? Nonsense. Minister Wang did not stand on ceremony. He smiled and said, Of course it's honorary. Do you think you can lead the troops? Even so, this is the central government's recognition and affirmation of you. Do you think anyone can become a general? In the military department, it was not difficult to become a lieutenant, but to become a general, one had to make great contributions. In the Magic City catacombs, the peak rank 6 powerhouse Sima Fu who was in charge of Magic City was also a general. However, he had great authority and a high status. The nation's famous weapon could not be given out easily. It was still fine in the local areas. Many of the honorary positions of commanders and deputy governors were still given out. However, in the military department, it was true that they did not give out military achievements. Yao Qingjun and Chen Wenlong, these martial arts university students, also trained in the military department. Both of them had fought in the catacombs many times and were still lieutenants. It was still too early for them to become generals. It would take at least 3 to 5 years, maybe 8 to 10 years. As for Fang Ping, he had never gone to the military department to train, nor had he carried out the military department's missions. However, after several times of accumulation of contributions, and this time even more so, if Fang Ping was a grandmaster powerhouse now, according to the government's wishes, he would be given the rank of general. However, the rank of general was only given to grandmasters. Fang Ping had enough contributions, but his strength was slightly lacking. Finally, the government gave him the rank of general. General, a smile appeared on Fang Ping's face. Although this was not money, nor was it a material reward, there were still many benefits to having the title of general. At least in terms of seniority, the position of a general in the military was not lower than that of a provincial governor. Every general was in charge of a region. They were either the catacombs commanding general or the local military chief. Despite his joy, Fang Ping did not linger for too long. Very quickly, he let out a dry cough and said, Commander, Minister, that, before he could finish, Minister Wang looked at Commander Zhou and said with a smile, I told you that this guy is very realistic. If it were someone else, he would probably say, once you become a general, your life essence will be considered as contributions. It's possible for others, but it's impossible for this guy. Commander Zhou also laughed, but he wasn't surprised. After all, warriors were more practical. It was almost impossible to expect Fang Ping to supply those things for free just because he had a military rank. Commander Zhou didn't say much. He simply took out a booklet and said, "Money won't help much. Even if you were given 160 billion, you wouldn't be able to buy any useful cultivation resources. These are some strategic resource reserves of the government and the military. Many things are used less and less. Even we can't get more of them now. Pick some." Fang Ping, this is a rare opportunity. Minister Wang also laughed and said, "I've taken a look at the catalogue. Some of the things make me green with envy. There are many things that even I can't exchange for. Fang Ping, this is a rare opportunity. Don't miss it." Understood. Fang Ping took the booklet hurriedly. There were many powerhouses in the government. Naturally, their reserves were not comparable to MCMAU's. If he asked for money, the government might really give it to him if he asked. However, if he gave money, he might get a higher wealth value. However, Fang Ping definitely could not use money to buy some precious treasures. For example, a rank 7 divine weapon could be bought with money, but the probability was not high. Rank 9. That was impossible. It was impossible to buy with money. Not to mention divine weapons, even some precious energy fruits like the 100 honing fruit were hard to buy. It was even more so for life essence. Last time, Fang Ping had only applied for 100 grams in MCMAU's name. There were several grandmasters in MCMAU. He took the booklet and looked at it. There were pictures and text, which were quite intuitive. Fang Ping was stunned for a moment when he flipped to the first page of the booklet. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Commander, this is too." On the first page of the booklet, it was written, "Sky Splitter, rank 9 divine weapon, worth 150 billion. As for that sword." Fang Ping was the one who used it to exchange for the monster's corpse. Commander Zhou chuckled. "It's up to you whether you want to exchange for it or not. Others don't even have the chance to get it. Rank 9 divine weapons are not for sale. There's a precondition that must be met before you can exchange for them. Previously, the precondition for some rank 9 divine weapons was to kill a catacombs rank 9. For you, we've already waived these preconditions. Actually, many people have their eyes on this sword. The reason why it's on the catalog is mainly because you snatched it. We're just giving you a chance. If you don't want it, we'll be more than happy to do so." Commander Zhou was not lying. Countless people really had their eyes on the rank 9 divine weapon. Today, there were a total of 32 rank 9 powerhouses on the ranking list. Axe King had fallen, and Yang Daohong was not on the list. Other than the 4 paragons, the remaining 28 rank 9s only had 7 or 8 people with rank 9 divine weapons. There were still a large number of rank 9 powerhouses without rank 9 divine weapons, including Wu Chuan. Commander Zhou also mentioned Wu Chuan on purpose, chuckling. "Guardian Wu from the House of Guardians knows that you exchanged this sword with the military department. I heard that he's looking for an opportunity to snatch you. You'd better not exchange for this sword." Fang Ping was dumbfounded. He said dryly, "Guardian Wu didn't say that, did he?" Wu Chuan was a guardian. "How could he say that?" Minister Wang chuckled. "He really said that. Kid, take it easy. He really wants to snatch you. I'll tell you in advance. If he snatches you, we won't be responsible. Guardian Wu can be considered an MCMAU person. If he snatches you, that's your internal matter. If your vice-chancellor stands up for him, we won't be responsible." Fang Ping pursed his lips. If Wu Chuan dared to snatch him, he would let the MCMAU grandmasters gang up on him. MCMAU was not afraid of him. However, Old Wu was considered half one of them. Fang Ping felt that before he robbed him, he would not look for trouble with him for the time being. He did not continue the conversation. Fang Ping would not exchange for a rank 9 divine weapon. Only an idiot would exchange for it. He had no use for it anyway. Void-piercing swordsmanship, Commander Li Zhen's original creation. Ultimate origin skill. Value, 100 billion. This was the exchange item on the second page. Fang Ping glanced at it. His gaze was unfriendly. He looked at the two grandmasters and gritted his teeth. Grandmasters, what do you mean by this? Minister Wang did not bat an eyelid. Commander Zhou coughed softly. Ultimate origin skills are top-notch combat techniques that can only be created by rank 9 and ultimate martial artists. Normal combat techniques can be provided to high-ranked powerhouses for free. However, this combat technique will not be leaked to the public. It's very important. Commander Li's self-created ultimate skill is renowned throughout the world. Even the Catacombs' ultimate peak is coveting it. Once the sword is unleashed, all gods and Buddhas will be destroyed. Even in Sino Nation, there are only a few people who have learned Commander Li's ultimate skill. Normally, it's not even open to anyone. This time, Commander Li took into account your outstanding contribution and specially opened up the access. Otherwise, forget 100 billion, even if it's a trillion billion or 10 trillion, we won't exchange this ultimate skill to the public. Minister Wang acted as if he did not hear anything. He stared at the ceiling and said, Li Chongqing has taken the path of 10,000 Dao becoming one. His time is limited. It's not a good idea to create his own combat technique. He needs to accumulate it for many years. He's just entered high rank. Although he's not weak, he doesn't have a good set of combat techniques to complement it. In fact, his strength is limited. However, if there's a self-created ultimate skill at the ultimate peak, created by a top-notch powerhouse among the ultimate peak and also a sword Dao powerhouse, then his strength will increase greatly. What if I don't exchange it? Fang Ping said angrily. Instructor Li's increase in combat strength is also for Sino Nation and for mankind. There's no reason to charge for it. Commander Zhou coughed softly and said, Fang Ping, ultimate skills are self-created by rank 9 powerhouses after all. It involves some deep secrets of the martial arts path. This is also his personal property. If you really don't want to exchange it, then no one will force you. You can ask Li Chongqing to go to the government to get some common mentality combat techniques for free. These are free of charge. Combat techniques. When one reached a high rank, they would not use those common combat techniques anymore. The so-called mentality combat techniques were combat techniques that could combine mentality and vitality to maximize the outburst of celestiality. MCMAU had some of this. The government would also provide some to Grandmaster powerhouses free of charge. There were also some Grandmasters who would create their own combat techniques that were suitable for them. However, this also required the accumulation of time and a deep understanding of martial arts. As for the rank 9 powerhouses' combat techniques of the origin, because it involved some of their own martial arts path issues, under normal circumstances, they would not be leaked. No matter how selfless they were, some things still needed to be set up with some obstacles. If the top powerhouses of the catacombs found out about the leaking of ultimate skills, they might find some flaws in the powerhouse's martial arts path and target them. Just like what Commander Zhou said, there were not many people in the entire Sino Nation who had been awarded Li Jin's ultimate skills. Moreover, they were all absolutely trustworthy people. Including Commander Li Daong from the military department, they were only awarded after making many great contributions. This time, it was actually Li Jin's idea to appear on the register. He wanted to give it to Li Chongqing. It just so happened that the government still owed Fang Ping 160 billion. Li Jin also took advantage of the situation and made some arrangements. Saving a little was still a little. This kid Fang Ping was richer than a rank 9. He did not need so much for the time being. Fang Ping's expression was unpleasant. He gritted his teeth and said, I'm not exchanging for this. He could even guess what the government was thinking. After Old Man Li's 10,000 Dao became one, his vitality depleted quickly. Where would he have the time to create his own combat techniques? It was already his limit to create a set of mentality combat techniques. Although Old Man Li had already determined his own martial arts path for the ultimate skills, he had just entered a high rank. He did not have endless time to accumulate. How could he create his own? Whether he wanted to exchange for it or not, that was up to Fang Ping. However, Fang Ping was really speechless. Combat techniques did not add wealth, he had known this since a long time ago. MCMAU had a lot of combat techniques. Most of them were open to the public for free. If combat techniques counted as wealth, Fang Ping could increase his wealth immeasurably just by going one round in the combat technique room. He was prepared to fish for more benefits from the government this time, at least to increase his wealth. Now that this had happened, Fang Ping was about to die from embarrassment. Minister Wang chuckled and said, "I won't force it. This is up to you." Fang Ping did not say anything and continued to read. Below, there were some rank 8 divine weapons, rank 7 divine weapons, energy stones, and some other high-level combat techniques. Other than that, there were some low-level pills, such as vitality pills and bone-honing pills. Moreover, they all started at 1,000 pills. This was probably specially made by the government to target Fang Ping. He could exchange some for MCMAU's reserves. Fang Ping pretended not to see it. "I'm not doing this." As he continued to flip, Fang Ping finally saw what he wanted. Heavenly Golden Lotus, rank 8 energy flower. Grows in the Forbidden Sea. Can nourish mentality. Works wonders for rank 8 and below. Price, 20 billion per petal. Dark Moon Herb, rank 7 energy flower. Grows from a rank 7 monster plant. Can nourish mentality. Works wonders for rank 7 and below. Price, 5 billion per petal. Divine Fruit, rank 6 energy fruit. Grows from a rank 6 monster plant. Can nourish mentality. Effect is best if mentality is below 500 Hz, effect is greatly reduced above 500 Hz. Price, 500 million per petal. The government really did have treasures that could increase mentality. Moreover, there were quite a few of them. They also had the divine fruit provided to Luo Yichuan and the others. Moreover, it was not too expensive. Of course, it was not expensive to Fang Ping. In fact, 500 million per petal was extremely expensive. The government might have a lot of them in reserve, but they were certainly not overflowing. Otherwise, they would not have opened it only to peak rank 6 martial artists, and only now. Fang Ping looked at it for a while and asked, "Commander, is the effect of this dark moon herb good?" Commander Zhou laughed. "Of course it's good. The dark moon herb is actually grown from a rank 7 monster plant known as the dark moon plant. This plant is not a blade of grass. Instead, it has this kind of grass that can increase mentality growing on its trunk. This kind of monster plant is extremely rare. It grows in Mount Royal Sea. Most people will not be able to encounter it. We have some in reserve, but the quantity is very small." This time, Fang Ping interrupted immediately. "I understand. They purposely opened it to me. What I mean is, if I use a mentality of more than 900 Hz, can I materialize my mentality if I use one?" Commander Zhou frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, he said, "Mentality materialization is a relatively big hurdle. 900 Hz mentality might seem similar to 1000 Hz, but you need to break through a barrier. It's not very likely that you can achieve materialization with just one dark moon herb. Not only the dark moon herb, but even the heavenly golden lotus is very effective. However, this is a barrier. Perhaps you can make your mentality reach 999 Hz, but you still can't break through the barrier. Do you understand what I mean?" "I understand." Fang Ping nodded. "Commander, can you give me a rough idea? For example, how much mentality can a rank 8 heavenly golden lotus increase? What about rank 7? What about rank 6? Of course, I also know that the stronger the mentality, the harder it is to increase it. Let's use 500 Hz and above as the standard. Do you have specific data like this?" Commander Zhou thought for a moment and said, "This actually varies from person to person." Also, Commander Zhou smiled bitterly. Also, mentality has just reached the stage where it can be externalized. Who would use those precious mentality treasures? Isn't it a waste? At least no one in the military department would do so. You want me to give you specific data, but I'm not too sure. I'll give you a rough idea. For rank 7 martial artists, if they consume the heavenly golden lotus, they can increase their mentality by at least 100 Hz. Of course, there's a limit to any treasure. After you consume 3 to 5 petals, the effect will weaken. When your mentality reaches 3000 Hz and above, there won't be much effect anymore. As for the dark moon herb, if you consume one, you should be able to reach 30 to 50 Hz. As for the fruit of nourishment, it's almost useless for rank 7 martial artists. The effect is weak, and it's not as fast as the growth of your vitality. Having said that, Commander Zhou looked at Fang Ping and said, "Have you decided what you want to exchange?" Fang Ping was about to nod when Commander Zhou said again, "Are you sure you don't want to exchange for Commander Zhou's origin unique technique?" Fang Ping, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you want to exchange for it next time, I'm afraid you'll have to make an even bigger contribution than what you've done now. Minister Wang smiled and said, after learning the void-piercing swordsmanship, coupled with the rank 9 longevity sword that Li Changxing forged himself, the longevity swordsman will be really powerful. A typical rank 9 martial artist might not be his match. However, without the origin combat technique, Li Changxing might be able to contend with a rank 9, but at most, he'll be a weak rank 9. It might be possible to fight to a draw, but if it's a battle of attrition, Li Changxing will definitely die. A rank 9 isn't that easy to deal with. Fang Ping's face turned green, and he said angrily, Instructor Li is planning to retire. He's not going to fight, so why change combat techniques? When the day comes when this situation is critical and he needs to fight, I'll ask him to go to the military department to ask for it. If they don't give it to him, then let him die. It's up to you whether you give it to him or not. Cough, cough, cough. Everyone present coughed lightly. What he said left them speechless. This kid was really not easy to deal with. Fang Ping ignored them and said, I'll try 1 petal of the rank 8 heavenly golden lotus, 10 stalks of dark moon herb, and 100 fruit of nourishment. Commander Zhou interrupted, we don't have that many fruit of nourishment. Then 50 it is. Commander Zhou said with a headache, energy flowers and energy fruits that are helpful for mentality are extremely precious, and there aren't many of them. It's best if the upper limit is 10. Commander, there aren't so few rank 6 ones, right? It's just fruit of nourishment. They're being distributed all over the country now. Commander Zhou stopped talking after hearing that. After a moment of consideration, he nodded and said, all right, then 50 it is. That's 95 billion. What else do you want? 100 honing fruits. Commander Zhou was speechless again. This kid had picked all the good stuff. They were not particularly precious, but they were all rare. Before he could speak, Fang Ping complained, last time I asked MCMAU, the purchase price of the 100 honing fruit was 20 million at most. Why did they set the price at 100 million for me? This increase is too much. Minister Wang said impatiently, you should be content. It's your luck that we can exchange for it. Do you think it's everywhere? The 100 honing fruit can only be found in energy mines. The government doesn't have a lot of them in reserve. Commander Zhou did not argue. He said in a muffled voice, 105 billion. Give me 100 vein molding flowers. Commander Zhou was speechless again. This kid really had high standards and was ruthless. Although the vein molding flowers are only used by rank 5 martial artists, they have a miraculous effect on them. 300 million for 1 flower is really taking special care of you, I understand. That's 135 billion, right? Fang Ping smiled. He thought for a moment and said, the remaining 25 billion. I'll exchange for the void-piercing swordsmanship technique. Cough, cough, cough. The 2 grandmasters' faces were red from coughing. On the side, Huang Jing looked at the sky. I'll pretend I didn't hear it. This kid was really something. Commander Li set a price of 100 billion, but he pretended he didn't see it. In the end, he left 25 billion to exchange for this. Was he saying that Commander Li was a fool? Most importantly, he only left that much for himself. He had an attitude of if you don't want to exchange, then forget it. Huang Jing actually wanted to see if the government would exchange or not. Minister Wang stopped coughing and started counting ants with his head down, even though there were no ants here. Commander Zhou struggled fiercely. He seemed to be on the verge of breaking down. Fang Ping, watch carefully. That requires 100 billion, I know, but I don't really want to exchange. Leaving 25 billion is already my largest budget. How about I forget it and continue to exchange for something else, you? Commander Zhou's face was blank. Should he exchange or not? The reason Li Zhen brought out his lost technique was to give it to Li Chongqing. However, Fang Ping did not fall for it. If he did not give a single cent, it would probably be a failure this time. No matter how generous Li Zhen was, he might not accept it if he gave it to Li Chongqing for free. But at least he left 25 billion for himself. Commander Zhou's expression changed. In the end, he almost gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I'll agree on behalf of the commander." Fang Ping, you're very good. That's the price, 25 billion, right? I'll definitely mark it down for you. Good boy, you didn't offer any price. You offered 25 billion, you did it. If Commander Li found out, I don't know if he wants to beat you to death, but you better be careful next time. End of chapter 529. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.